Oh, baby. I thought Spadoni was going to come in with one of those Jock Peterson highlights in left field. Yeah, tough one for the Giants, but we're not going to start there. We're going to talk about week 1 of the NFL season because, it's been a lot of doom and gloom this training camp, and I'm going to make an executive decision. I think we all did yesterday after the show, during the day. There's too much negativity about the 49ers right now, and this is a team that's gone to 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years. This is a team that has a loaded roster, that has talent everywhere, without Bosa or with Bosa. This is still a damn good football team. We're about to open up a new journey in the 2023 season up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, against the Steelers. I mean, this is as good as it gets. You got Brock Purdy coming back for a second season. What does he have in store? Deebo Samuel's in great shape. Brandon Ayuk's looking for new money. He's playing well. Christian McCaffrey is a stud, a top 5 player in this league. When healthy, and you still got Fred Warner Jr. roaming around in the middle of that defense. So 888-957-9570. We're going to start to ramp this bad boy up and get fired up for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This week 1 of the NFL season. And I was just kind of thinking about this, and we thought about college football last week, and we all watched college football. We're all buzzing about it, right? Prime time, Florida State, Duke beating Clemson. You got Bama with the new quarterback. And it's just, I kind of thought about it. It's like, why do we love football so much? There's nothing like football, right? Why do we love football so much? Why do we get fired up for football? To me, opening kickoff is so much better than opening day in baseball. Opening day in baseball is like overrated and overhyped because you got 162. Mm-hmm. So we put all this stock into the first game of the season with all the bunting and everybody's there. They're bringing their kids. Opening kickoff, whether it's college or pro, is the best. It is the absolute best. It's the start of a journey.
It's funny that you bring this up because I was watching over the weekend, right? And I'm saying to myself, really, football is the greatest of the sports to watch in a group setting, too. You can watch it individually. You can go to the games. You can watch it on your couch in a group setting because really you only have to pay attention every 60 seconds for 10 seconds.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And so, we're talking. I'm looking at you. 1 second, they're hiking.
Right.
And then you turn over, and then you continue talking.
Right.
And so, even if you have mild interest in the game, for example, I was watching, who was Texas playing?
Rice.
There you go. And Quinn Ewers was going, and we're talking, and I'm casually watching over, and I was not locked into the game, but I missed nothing. I watched the entire game and enjoyed it. There's fantasy elements. There's gambling elements. I love the big hits. I know we've tried to kind of negate that out of the sport. That's kind of why I love that Florida State LSU game, at least in the first half. The physicality. There is something that I think we all just inherently love about the physicality originally of the sport of football. I know they're adjudicating it out. The beauty of the sequencing, seeing a quarterback drop step and throw a perfectly timed, either floater or slant pass, seeing a great defensive play like in that Colorado game where that safety comes jumping in.
What about that Montana safety where he just knocks a guy cold out? And it's like you hope the young man is all right. But it's also, too, watching Deion Sanders walk out the tunnel, something about playing football. And, look, I didn't play at a high level. Highest level I ever played was high school. But the funnest part about going to a football game is when you walk out that tunnel. It's when you walk out that locker room and you run out into that field. You got the crowd cheering. You got the cheerleaders there with the pom-poms making a little tunnel for you. It's the pageantry, the lead up to it that I think I get excited about. The lead up to it, getting ready for kickoff. You see guys warming up there in the Have Stadium and the beats are blaring over the stadium and you see the clock and it's ticking down to kickoff. 85 minutes, 80 minutes. And down at Levi Stadium, you get the foghorn at the 90-minute mark. You get the foghorn at the 60-minute mark. You get the foghorn at the 30-minute mark. It's the flyovers. It's the fireworks before the game. And then you get the football. So you talk about the physicality in that opening kickoff, which is why I don't want kickoffs to be out of the game. I get the safety precautions for it. But it's something about that opening kickoff, and you just start smacking people. And then it's all like Duncan Cook. This is what we waited for. And it's the start of just highs, lows, emotional outbursts, great moments, great days with your family, people taking their kids. So why do we love football? Why do we love football so much? What gets people going? 888-957-9570. What gets people going about the sport of football?
It's interesting that you bring this up today. Yesterday, I was waiting in Moraga for this KCBS kind of a youth coach, similar to what we did here, like a summit, right? Where we're having this big panel. It's going to be broadcast across 5 of the big cities here in America. Right. And I'm just scrolling through my phone. And do you ever get those Facebook alerts on like memories on this day?
Right.
15 years ago, you posted X, Y, and Z.
Yep.
5 years ago. Do you know what you and I did?
What did we do?
Yesterday, 5 years ago. It was the first real broadcast where we had a graphic and everything, overtime.
Wow. It's pretty cool.
It was. And I was thinking about like kind of what football's done for the two of us, right? Yep. You know, we've been very lucky because of football. And I was thinking about where we've come as a fan base. Like 2018, we just wanted to be relevant again.
Right.
Think about where we were 5 years ago, B.
2018 expectations were to get to the playoffs. Just get to the playoffs.
I mean, we just wanted to get to the playoffs.
2014, 2015, 2016. Oh, gosh, that was a lost year. And then you had the hope and the euphoria of Jimmy Garoppolo coming along in 2017. And in 2018, he gets hurt in week 3, and we had another lost football season.
It was so bad.
And it was tough to get through.
I mean, really we had that win at the end with Seattle. Remember, people were mad that they lost.
Oh, I remember that.
They won.
You lost out on Nick Bosa. But when and this is why players are different. This is why people when you think about the locker room, right? They don't pay attention to us. They'll listen to us, but they're not taking what we say personally. You know what I'm saying? They may use it as motivation at times, but in that locker room, that win against Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll
in the pouring rain,
in overtime, what it did for this culture, what it did for this locker room, that was huge. That was huge. I remember being at that game thinking, all right, okay, I feel good about this. I just wanted to win for my soul. Players want to win. You think about Monopoly. You always talk about it with your family, playing games or whatnot. Nobody likes to lose.
No.
So when you got naysayers saying, hey, man, you needed to lose on purpose, and you still ended up with Nick Bosa because Kyler Murray decided, hey, I'm going to come out and enter the NFL draft. And he goes number 1 in Arizona, and the Niners get Nick Bosa. And, of course, Nick Bosa's not here right now. Look, he's not here right now, and I'm taking the approach of all these coaches. I remember coaches saying, whether it was Pop Warner High School or being around City College of San Francisco, hey, that guy's not here right now. We're playing with the guys we have on the field. And right now, he's where he's at. John Lynch, Marate, who knows? Who knows where he's at? They have to figure that out. Whether or not he plays in Pittsburgh, I don't care at this moment. I'm moving forward with the guys on the 53 right now. And the guys on the team right now, are they good enough to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers? Absolutely. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy. This team is good. But just thinking about why we love football.
Yeah.
Why we love football. And I want to go to Jay in Florida. Let's go ahead and open it up.
Let's do this.
Jay, Florida, what's happening? Why do you love football? Football opening day. What gets you going?
What's going on, you guys? First time calling in, so thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks for listening.
Anytime.
So what I love about Week 1 football, and what I think everybody else, especially NFL, Week 1 football, everyone is at their most optimistic point at that. You know, no matter how crappy their team did the previous season or so, everyone at Week 1 thinks they can win the Super Bowl. Everyone is optimistic. I'll give you a prime example. Do you guys remember first season with Chip Kelly? I believe it was a Thursday night game. San Fran against the Rams. We took it 1-0. We all thought, hey, might have a chance. Went down quickly, but we thought at that moment might have a chance.
I mean, I remember Tom Sula, was it 28-000 against the Vikings?
Minnesota Vikings.
The game where Carlos Hyde went for like 200
yards in all-black uniforms.
Yes.
And
he's right.
And do you know who they played the next week?
Who?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
No way.
I think they played the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not mistaken. With Tom
I still
Sula.
can't believe they won that first game with Tom Sula.
Well, they won that first game with Tom Sula. I was thinking to myself, boy, they could go to Heinz Field and pull off the upset. I swear to God. And I think Pittsburgh may have dropped 42 on them. I think they may have dropped 42 on them. I mean, Antonio Brown went crazy. Ben Roethlisberger was throwing bombs. I'm going to pull it up right now. 2015 49ers. They lost to Pittsburgh 43-18.
What, they win 5 games that year?
5 games.
How Tom Sula won 5 games is a miracle.
So they lost 43.
Serious.
They lost 43-18 to the Pittsburgh Steelers week 2. Memory's insane. Arizona week 3, 47-7. That's when Kaepernick threw 2 pick sixes in the first quarter.
Oh yeah,
Arizona.
Honey Badger.
Green Bay they lost week 4, 17-3. They went to the New York Giants, visited them on Sunday Night Football, lost 30-27. I remember Eli came back at the end of that game, and then they beat Baltimore at home. Wow, they beat Baltimore at home that year.
Was that the Flacco Baltimore Ravens when they had paid Flacco a ton of money and they kind of hollowed out the rest of the team?
Yeah, Flacco 33 of 53, 343, 2 touchdowns,
33
2
of
picks.
53.
Justin Forsett playing running back for the Ravens. Steve Smith Sr. was on that team for the Baltimore Ravens.
Ice up, son.
Yeah, Anquan Boda with a big day, 5 for 102. Bruce Miller 3 for 89.
Bruce Miller.
Kaepernick 16 of 27, 340 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pretty sick. But like the optimism, like I thought they were going to go to Pittsburgh at Heinz Field and upset them. Like, the Niners going to be 2-0 right now. It's kind of like with Alex Smith, with Tim Rattay. They won that first game with Mike Nolan against the Rams. Remember that? They had the onside kick. Then they went to Philadelphia. Fred Otis Amy.
2 nice punt returns.
Right. They traveled to Philadelphia for week 2. Traveled to Philadelphia, and I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, they may beat the Eagles at the Link. And I think they lost 42-3 in that game. They got smoked by T.O. and company. So, but it's optimism. Like the optimism, a lot of people think week 1 is the season. It's not. I want to preface everything or just brace everybody for losses are going to be had this year. Losses are going to be had for the 49ers.
They're not going undefeated?
They're not going to be the 72 Dolphins. So it's not the end of the world if they do lose week 1, but it's here now.
Yeah.
And you're playing a blue blood organization. 10 o'clock East Coast. This is great.
It's interesting. You've been kind of talking about the offense all offseason, and you're not wrong. The offense feels loaded, right? They've got weaponry everywhere. Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, obviously Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams. And they've got guys that you could argue are top 5 at their position at 5 spots?
Yeah, you should hear
4 or 5 spots.
We'll play Tomlin a little later. He was talking about that.
I'm looking at this defense, B, and I just looking at the raw numbers over the last couple of years. I think we kind of underrated how great the defense was, just particularly last year. Last year alone, B, number 2 in overall yards, number 6 in yards per play. They were the number 1 rush defense, and they were number 1 in scoring percentage, right? And to me, like there's an overall points where you can tally how many points is a defense given up. I look at scoring percentage because that kind of based off how many possessions a team has, how many times are they actually scoring. They gave up points on only 1 out of 4 opportunities last year, number 1 in the league, the lowest since Shanahan's been on the team. They were great last year. 44 sacks. They were 11th in pressures, 10th in sacks. They hurried the quarterback at a top 10 rate. I mean, they were much better defensively than I even gave them credit for. I know a lot of it is Nick Bosa. We could talk, but we're looking at a team that their secondary made plays. They had the linebacking core was elite last year, and other guys on that defensive line made plays alongside Nick Bosa. They were an elite defense last year.
Well, it was funny because last year, midway through the year, we were discussing whether or not this was the best defense in 49ers history.
That's crazy.
That's how good they were. And that's how good they've been. Whether it's Robert Saleh calling the defense, whether it's D'Amico Ryans, and something we'll get into a Crocker at 8:30, Steve Wilkes. What is he going to bring to the table? How will they follow it up? Now, you could say at times the defense has carried the offense by keeping them in the game. Look, in this league, you're going to give up a ton of yards. The way that the rules are dictated towards the offense,
absolutely.
You can't touch wide receivers.
Yeah.
You can't breathe on quarterbacks. You get called for defensive holdings. It's an automatic first down. You can't hit guys like you used to hit them. That's why I wonder if Ronnie Lott could ever play in today's game, whether John Lynch could play in today's game, whether Steve Atwater could play in today's game. I have no idea. So the rules are catered to the offense to move up and down the field. Fantasy football, the casual fan loves offense. They love points. I think if you poll the average fan, they say they'd rather have a 40-37 game as opposed to a 20-17 game. I like the 20-17 games personally, but it's about bending, and not breaking. Can you keep a team out of the end zone?
Yes.
It's almost like a win. Like when the team attempts a field goal and you force the team into a field goal, that's a win for you. That's a win in today's NFL because it is catered towards the offense. So I think this defense does a good job of keeping teams out of the end zone, and they're going to have to continue that. But for the first time in a long time, I feel like the Niners have an offense that can overcome some things. They can win some shootouts.
Yes.
They can carry the defense at times.
It's interesting you bring up the word shootout because I was talking with Sam this morning, and I go, Sam, in the Shanahan era, off the top of your head, without doing this crazy research, How many shootouts have the Niners been in? I'm talking about one of those offensive shootouts.
Raiders last year.
Okay.
You had obviously the Saints game in 2019.
See, that's the first game I think everyone thinks of.
Everybody takes it out.
Raider one was a shootout. I agree.
Raider one was a shootout. Last year was huge. With that Raiders game,
they had a Rams game in there that I was thinking about on that Saturday night where where it felt like they went toe to toe. Goff
34-31.
Yeah, versus Jimmy. That
Fred
maybe
Warner,
it wasn't technically like a Mahomes shootout, but for the Niners, it felt like an offensive shootout.
Yep, no doubt. I mean, that was 34-31 Saturday night divisional game. A lot of points put up there, but not many shootouts because the Niners run the ball.
Yes.
They usually are a top 5 team in time of possession.
Absolutely.
They take the air out of football. They suffocate you with the defense.
Well, and I think that's where the number one thing when you talk about the defense be complementary football. Complementary football is what I believe Kyle Shanahan, no one talks about. I think that's one of his best traits.
Right.
Him wanting to take the air out of the football. Like Andy Reid at times, what's been one of the big knocks on Andy? Andy don't run the ball enough.
No, he doesn't.
He's not dedicated to the run. That cannot be said about Kyle Shanahan.
No doubt.
Kyle Shanahan wants to take the air out of the football. He wants Jordan Mason getting touches late in games to try to put teams away. And he wants that 7-8 minute drive. That was a Harbaugh staple.
Right.
Harbaugh, let's just take the air out of the ball. We're going to go Kendall Hunter and Frank Gore here, and we're going to jam it down your throat.
Maybe too conservative at times, but
yes.
You know what? I don't mind that. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Good morning to the text line, and good morning to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 510. A major reason why we love football so much is because how short the season is compared to other sports. The football season is like Christmas morning of sports. Wait all year for it, and I think the urgency of football is the one thing I love.
For sure,
there's urgency. You drop the 0-1, and then you go into week 2, and everybody's like, oh, my God, if you drop the 0-2, you have this percentage of making the playoffs. You drop the 1-3, oh, my God, the sky is falling, blah, blah, blah. The urgency of football, I think, gets it. Every game is huge. Every game is huge in the NFL and college.
Well, I feel like the regular season now has more importance than ever because of the one-team bye. You only get one bye in each conference. Not that you could take your foot off the gas before, but having the 2 byes, it felt like it was a little more equitable. Now, if you have a 2-week stretch that's bad, you're done for the number 1 seed.
No doubt. You're gone.
I mean, last year, what was there, like a 3-way tie between Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Bengals?
Yeah, and you had that postponement, which really complicated things. Remember the AFC Championship game, if it was Buffalo and Kansas City, would have been played in Atlanta at the Mercedes-Benz Dome in the Dome. I mean, that would have been insane, but it would have been packed. People would have went to go see Allen and Mahomes. It would have been an absolute shootout.
The Niners played in Arizona during COVID, and it was packed.
Yep, no doubt.
The Niners played home games in Arizona. I still can't believe that.
Yeah, Glendale. They did beat Arizona late in the season. Remember that?
Oh, I remember.
They beat Arizona. Who was playing quarterback that day?
For the Niners?
Yeah, it wasn't Garoppolo.
No, it was Nick Mullins at the end, but then they had what's-his-face come in. Oh, God, this is going to kill me.
Who's playing quarterback in that game?
This is going to kill me.
That wasn't Beathard who came in that one?
No.
Nah, Beathard, I don't know if
Beathard's still in the league, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Somehow, some way. They beat Arizona 20-12 on a Saturday because I remember I started Kyler Murray in fantasy football.
You want to hear a sentence that someone uttered?
C.J. Beathard did play quarterback that game.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Jeff Wilson ran for 183.
Oh, Jeff Wilson. Somebody uttered to me last week, his name will be nameless. Beathard was a better athlete than Trey Lance. And I said, I don't even want to go down there.
Well, there was people who thought Beathard, or no, it was Blaine Gabbert who they thought could be a franchise quarterback.
Well, Beathard too. People, look how tough he is.
Was that said at the Red and Gold Summit that Beathard was a better athlete?
No. It was not at the Summit.
No.
That was not at the Summit. This was Joe Shasky personal time.
People would have started throwing French fries at us. 650 Xfinity Mobile text. I think everyone has been panicking for no reason. Pickett sucks. Niners win Sunday.
Pickett doesn't suck.
Well, I don't know if Pickett sucks. We'll break that down a little bit. And I don't know if anybody's panicking. If you're panicking before week 1, go to a doctor. Go get checked out, man. It's all good. It's week 1. Should be excited. So, this team, we're in Super Bowl talks here. We're not talking about, hey, let's just make the playoffs and that'd be a good year. Our setting is Super Bowl or bust. That is a good thing, folks. Take that as a positive. 888-957-9570. Why do you love football so much? Why does football get you going? We'll start to break down this game. We'll hear from Mike Tomlin on the 49ers, his little breakdown on the 49ers. His opening statement, by the way, Mike Tomlin, you want to talk about a coach who talks? He's the opposite of Shanahan. His opening statement was 7 minutes. Then he was like, all right, now I'll open it up and take some questions. I mean, Tomlin's unbelievable. He's just talking. Anyway, shout out again to Twitch and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. And this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Eric Crocker will join us at 8:30. You know who he is. He's all over 49ers Twitter, but he also played the game at a high level, Arena League, former NFL corner. You can find him on Twitter at Eric_Crocker. He'll start to break down the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. He studies the game inside and out, and that'll be coming up. Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Monopoly kick off the you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody and company, they'll be back soon. By the way, I saw something, and this is how some of you kids are just idiots. It's almost like you were born yesterday. Saw a list that was sent to me. I don't even know who came up with it, but it's on NBA Central that, Hoops Hype, according to Hoops Hype. Real value metric, the most overpaid players of all time in the NBA. Number 1 was John Wall. Number 2 was Gordon Hayward. Number 3 was Klay Thompson.
Well, I'm sure they're basing that because of injuries and seasons lost due to injury. And, yeah, I mean, that's kind of unfair for all 3 of those guys.
Most overpaid players of all time.
This is Klay Thompson.
All time. Juwan Howard's on this list. Tyson Chandler's on this list. Kevin Love's on this list. Dikembe Mutombo's on this list. Nicholas Batum's on this list. How's Batum only 8? He should be number 1. Klay Thompson got 4 championships. Al Horford. Come on. Chandler Parsons. Chandler Parsons should be number 2.
Well,
he stole the money. He didn't even play. So
you could say the 4 championships, but like when I'm sure they're doing again, I'm not saying that I believe this, but I'm sure there's some algorithm that's going to say, well, Ponte, the guy got paid $100 million and didn't play a dribble. You know what I mean? Like that's like John Wall, for example.
All time. Well,
if you take a step back, paying Klay Thompson through the 2 years where he didn't play, it's a hard pill to swallow.
It's a hard pill to swallow. But what about before the injury?
But
what about before the injury? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. Anyway, DJ in the city. DJ, what's happening?
What's good, man? My question is, if we don't get Bosa signed by Sunday, who do you think is going to be our best D lineman going into the game against Pittsburgh?
Well, Javon Hargrave's going to be there. He should be the best defensive lineman. He's the highest paid. He's a guy who's going to be blowing up the middle of that, the interior of that offensive line. But Drake Jackson and Cleveland Farrell, DJ, is going to have to step up. There's no doubt about that. Kerry Hyder Jr. is going to have to come in and spell him and play situational football and maybe get after that quarterback as well. So it's going to have to be a group effort without Nick Bosa, DJ. That's it.
I guess he's gone. Sacks are not the end-all, be-all, right? But I was looking at 2018, which almost feels unfair because I feel like the team's much better, just overall. Like, forget just the defensive line. I just think the team is a lot better than they were in 2018. But I was looking at 2018 and 2020. Those were the 2 years that Bosa missed. Obviously didn't play in 2018 because he was still in college. In 2020, he missed a lot of time. Their scoring percentage was way up, meaning teams were scoring on them at a higher rate. Their hurries were down in terms of how many times they hurry a quarterback. And then like the overall sacks, which again, it's not the end all be all, but sacks are a big determinator in ending a drive, because if you get a big 8-yard or plus loss on a sack, your chances of forcing the other team either into a field goal or a punt just go up dramatically. Like it's there's a direct correlation. They were under 30 sacks, under 40 sacks in both of those years. That's the only time they've been under 40 sacks in the Shanahan era with Nick Bosa. And so, like, he is very, very important. But when I looked at their rush rates last year, he wasn't the only one winning. Other guys were also winning on that defensive line. How much of that is, hey, Bosa commands a double team? How much of that is that maybe we're underrating Eric Armstead's presence or some of these other guys? Like Givens was good last year for a stretch before. DJ Jones was excellent. Kerry Hyder's had moments. There are other guys that have stepped up. Who will step up on this team? Like Cleveland Farrell, I do think they need a lot from him.
Yeah, Chris Kosera could coach him up, and we'll see what happens with him. He's going to have to start if Bosa's not ready to roll. If he's not ready to roll, Cleveland Farrell, Drake Jackson, who was hyped up going into training camp, is everybody's breakout star defensively. You heard Baldy yesterday. That's his sleeper to breakout. You need those guys to step up. But when it comes to sacks, and, this is something I was tipped off to many, many years. Guy sat me down. City College, San Francisco, I believe. I can't remember. But he was sitting down. He's like, dude, sacks ain't everything. Because, we all fixate on sacks number. What about forcing an intentional grounding? What about forcing a holding penalty? What about forcing a hurry throw? Yep. Those all matter. Hurries. Hitting the quarterback. And that's why I always love when Al Davis said this.
The other team's quarterback must go down. And he must go down hard.
Just hit the quarterback. Touch him up a little bit. May not be a sack, but let him know that you're there. Let him know that you feel him. Almost like a great defender in basketball, right? Like Ron Artest, you knew he was there. He's going to be around you. He's going to breathe on you. He's going to bump you. He's going to hip check you. Let him know that you're there. And that's what the Niners need to do with Kenny Pickett, whether Bosa's there or not.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the pressure rate. Like Bosa, double teams, pressures, hurries. Individually, top of the charts at everything. Yep. It's him. It's Micah Parsons, T.J. Watt. Like it's Myles Garrett. It is a select few. He's in top 5 in all those. The rest of the Niners?
It's a big drop-off.
Well, they're the bottom 8 of hurries, right? Bottom 8 as a team of hurries. And that's with a DPOY performance from Nick Bosa. So in overall hurries, like to your point, that's a problem.
Well,
right?
I wonder how much Steve Wilks will dial up the blitzes. And we're going to talk to Eric Crocker about that.
That's a great question.
What is Steve Wilks going to do? To me, he's a little different than D'Amico and Robert Saleh. They had their schemes. And look, Robert Saleh in 2019 didn't have to blitz because you had D Ford, you had Bosa, you had Buckner, and you had Armstead in the middle. You rarely blitzed. So D'Amico blitz a little bit more with the slot corner blitzes, whether it's K'Wan Williams, whether it's Jimmy Ward, whether it's Fred Warner coming off the edge, whether it's Fred Warner coming up the middle with Drake Greenlaw. What we saw in practice early on, I was like, ooh, okay, I see what's going on here. Steve Wilks at times will put Fred Warner on the edge. And he's coming off the edge as an outside linebacker going after the quarterback. How much will we see that? Do you want to move Fred Warner away from the middle of the field? Do you want to do that with Drake Greenlaw?
With that other safety you drafted, I think you can afford to kind of use Fred Warner more as a blitzer if need be, because now you got a trusted third safety. Did you really have, like, Jimmy Ward played a lot of slot corner. Mm-hmm. Did you have that trusted third safety?
Yeah, no, you didn't. You didn't. Because who was it? Tarvarius Moore? We didn't trust him.
No, well, he's coming off an Achilles.
Coming off an Achilles and everything.
Yeah.
But Tashawn Gibson,
I did not trust him.
And Jair Brown. And Jair Brown can be that hybrid guy. Think of Isaiah Simmons now with the New York Giants. Maybe not to that mold, but he can play in the box. He can play deep. That deep third is a safety. And then maybe a blitz Fred Warner a little bit more. So Jair Brown, look, this is going to be tough for him. They got some big receivers out there and some fast receivers in Pittsburgh with George Pickens, Allen Robinson III, and Deontay Johnson. So how do you deploy these blitzes? How exotic will Steve Wilks get? I can't wait to see it on Sunday.
And the big thing, too, is like the rush, like yards per attempt when it comes to rushing. I don't know if this is a byproduct of the league or what, but like, they've been near the top of the league in terms of stuffing the run. Even though at times it's felt like they haven't, that has been a hallmark of the Shanahan defenses. If you look at historically, what's that going to look like this year? And I think that's an area with Bosa's game. We don't talk a lot about it. If he doesn't play, are they better at stuffing the run?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are they worse?
Will teams be able to say, you know what, we're going to run to both sides of the field?
Yeah.
With Bosa right there, are we going to run at Bosa? You think about all the great defensive ends in the history of the game, whether it's Bruce Smith, Kevin Green, Reggie White, whoever it is, or today's game. Who are you running at? Are you running away from them? That's why the great ones, like the Bosas, you think about the great cornerbacks in this game. You don't throw it to their side. Richard Sherman, you rarely threw it to his side when he was in his prime.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey, you don't want to test that joker. You really don't. So, you're running at Nick Bosa. A lot of teams say, you know what, we just may stay away from number 97. Now, without number 97, how will you be able to create turnovers? Can you get to the quarterback and force maybe a couple fumbles from Kenny Pickett? Can you get the ball out of Najee's hand? Will you be able to stuff the run? Because they got 2 running backs. I forgot about Warren as a backup to Najee Harris. I really did.
I did not. Explosive. I have him in fantasy.
In fantasy purposes, you use a handcuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But in terms of his impact.
No, but I hear you.
In terms of his impact, I'm just like, boy, this guy could be good, man. So, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Steve Wilks in his first game. And, again, we touched on this again. He's going to be calling a game from the booth. Will there be a difference with this team in terms of communication? Who's going to relay the calls down to the field? Will he go to Chris Kosaric? That's going to be all different. So
it's interesting that you bring that up because when I watch that quarterback doc, that's the one element that we don't get to see a lot of when you watch the game on your television. But when you saw the quarterback doc, the amount of people that are coordinating in between drives to work on things. I think we really, if you didn't play the game, it's really hard to understand how nuanced that is. And it's not just the OC, it's the quarterback's coach, it's the wide receiver coach. Like they're all coming together to collaborate. That's a great point.
No doubt. We'll continue to get ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We got some sound from Mike Tomlin on the other side. By the way, Joe Lacob sat down with Tim Kawakami. How's Kawakami getting all these interviews? But Lacob was talking left and right about everything. Maybe we'll get to that at some point in the show. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more straight talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate us.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. This is why the internet is bad for your health. Internet, out of all the players in this league that have gotten paid and gotten long-term contracts, Klay Thompson somehow, some way, according to Hoops Hype, real value metric. Klay Thompson, number 3 on the most overrated players of all time list. I'm sure Klay Thompson knows about that. We'll discuss that with him at a later time. But we're getting ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Mike Tomlin and the Steelers are getting ready for the 49ers. He's getting ready for CMC in this offense. And here's what Tomlin yesterday had to say about that offense of the 49ers, specifically Christian McCaffrey.
Starting on the offensive side of the ball, man, I think it just starts with Christian McCaffrey, man. We just got to respect the dynamic playmaking ability that he has, both in the running game and in the passing game. It's very evident how significant his addition has been for them. I think prior to his addition, they were averaging 20 points a game. With him in 2022, they averaged 30 points a game. And so 10 points with the addition of one man. He's dynamic in the run game. He's dynamic in the passing game. We better be really careful about being matched up against him in space. He's a one-on-one space winner. They have a lot of one-on-one space winners, man. He might be the most dynamic one-on-one space winner at running back in the NFL. Kittles might be that at tight end. Deebo Samuels might be that at receiver. Their run-after ability with their offensive eligibles is really impressive.
Tomlin, yes, I love how he says Kittles and Samuels. He did that twice. You know, the Kittles. Kind of like that. It's like Najee Harris when he said, "Is that Rod Korchek from San Francisco Chronicles?"
When I hear Tomlin, I smile.
He gave like a 6 to 7 minute opening statement yesterday at his presser. Before I take questions, just want to say, and he just starts going off about his team. Now let me speak about the 49ers. And that was part of his dialogue in the openings. Then he goes, now I'll pause to take some questions. He's looking around.
I think what he said is very profound because, look, the year prior, Deebo Samuel carried the 49ers, but they felt very limited.
Yep.
Not that he wasn't an amazing player, but like it just felt very predictable, the offense. And if you didn't have Deebo physically carrying you on the short stuff and handing the ball off to him, they didn't have a whole lot, and the field wasn't opened up. I think when you look at like Deebo's strengths, running between the tackles, he can do it a little, but that's not his bread and butter. Like his bread and butter is the power slant stuff where he's trucking a DB or even going head up with safeties, getting them on the outside, because I think we've underrated his speed. Right. Deebo's speed is probably the most underrated element of his game.
It's kind of like Jerry Rice in the open field, right?
That's
He's not the quickest. You know, when you think about 40 times, you think about 40 times clocking a guy. But when he gets out there and he gets ahead of steam, dude, he is untouchable, man. We got a reminder in that wild card game, but you're right. Early on, because we were going back and forth. I remember last season, going back and forth. You said, man, just put Deebo at running back. I need to get the most out of him. I was like, well, you only got one receiver, Brandon Ayuk. You got to figure something out. And that's where Christian McCaffrey came into play to open Deebo back up. And now Deebo, you know, he may be the third option in this offense. Who knows? I mean, look, that's the great thing about this offense. You don't have a 1, 2, 3, or 4. He's got ballers. And it's like any given play, these ballers can take one to the house. Even Ayuk, he's part of the Yak Bros. I think we underrate how well he plays after the catch or how well he runs after the catch.
Yeah, but, and all these guys are important. CMC to me is the most important. And I'm sure we can have a healthy debate on each guy and what they bring to the table. But the evidence is so clear what he does in this system. Like he's perfect for the one-cut system. As a running back, I think his vision is underrated. His toughness is underrated. I think his ability to be decisive with that one cut. Like he had a couple of complete misdirections that I don't think were there when they drew it up on the whiteboard, but he created a cutback opportunity. And then his underrated speed to accelerate past guys is unbelievable, and then his toughness just running through tackles, and that's before we even get to him as a pass catcher.
No doubt. He's got good hands there. Let's go to
it's kind of crazy that we argued about Jeff Wilson Jr. as a fan base. Not that Jeff Wilson Jr. isn't a solid player. He is.
Right.
But, like, there's levels. Christian McCaffrey is so much infinitely more important as an NFL player than Jeff Wilson Jr. And that's not disrespect to him, but like once you have one of those elite guys, you almost can't look at a Jeff Wilson Jr. the same.
I'm looking at these top teams, right? we can stick on running backs for a second before we play this Tomlin Cup. But I'm looking at the top teams in the league. And we're kicking and screaming about having home run hitters. I always believe in having a home run hitter at running back. You don't think the Raiders feel better with Josh Jacobs?
100%.
Right? Buffalo is ready to unleash James Cook.
How I think of Daniel Jones in New York is based off Saquon.
Exactly. The New York Jets signing Dalvin Cook. Why do they make that an emphasis for their offense?
They
go get a home run hitter, right? The Miami Dolphins trying to trade for Jonathan Taylor. Why? Because having a home run hitter in the backfield helps out everybody. The Steelers, why they drafted Najee Harris. The Browns, why they have Nick Chubb. The Ravens, why they have a stable of running backs in J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. And, of course, Lamar Jackson, who can be a runner. The Bengals, Joe Mixon doesn't have the same juice, but he's a threat alongside Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Boyd inside.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Pacheco.
He was very impressive last year.
Pacheco's very good. Jacksonville with Travis Etienne.
I love him.
He's a baller. So what these home run hitters do in the backfield, sure, the league doesn't want to pay these running backs, but damn, I bet you half these teams are like, I'm tired of seeing 8 in the box. I'm tired of seeing 5 defenders. When you have a Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, you have to honor him.
Yeah.
And you have to follow him everywhere you go. And you bet not get him matched up on the middle linebacker or you will get burned for a big-time play, a big-time chunk play. So I never got the process of why people say, you could just plug and play any running back out there. Really? I was in Chicago.
Yeah.
Elijah Mitchell went down, and the Niners had no running game. Jeff Wilson Jr. was not rolling.
Well, the thing that they really have to monitor this year is, keep those overall touches in a reasonable spot. I think anything more than 25 per game, I'm talking about overall touches. Right. I think you start when you look at the longevity of the season and with now there's 18 weeks and then you may not get the bye, so you're playing that extra playoff game where in years past you could get the second seed and get up. You got to minimize his touches. Not that you want him down in the 15 range. No one does. To win, you need him at 25. But, when you start getting close to 30 touches a game overall, I think then you start flirting with danger. And what do those 30 look like? Are they between the tackle 30s? Or are they out on the edges where he could step out of bounds and avoid a hit?
Well, it depends on the game flow, right?
Yes.
It depends on the game flow. If he's your clear-cut option in that game, specific on the game plan, depending on the opponent, he may see 30 touches. I think the Niners will love to keep that magic number. Say if you get about 60 to 70 plays a game, you probably want them at 20 to 25 max.
Yes.
20. I think 15 to 20 is mandatory for Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, 15 is
15 to 20 is mandatory.
15 to me is without question, even in a blowout, he's getting 15 touches just to get to that blowout status.
But don't forget, Shanahan loves to get to that 30 carry mark.
Yes.
So that's where the backups come into play, whether it's Elijah Mitchell, whether it's Mason. We'll see. And we'll see about TDP, Ty Davis Price, how well he's running the ball here.
Iffy on him.
It's mandatory that the Niners get to that 30. For Shanahan, it's mandatory that they get to that 30 carry mark. But with McCaffrey, 15 to 20 carries a game, I think is or at least touches. I want to say touches because it could come in the pass game. Deebo Samuel's another guy where I need 7 to 10 touches a game because he can make something happen. Brandon Ayuk needs 6 to 8 targets a game. Kittle needs 6 to 8 targets a game. So you got all these playmakers, and when you control the offense like that, I think it all bases off of McCaffrey. It makes everybody's job easier. Again, I don't get why people like Austin Eckler with the Chargers. You don't think Justin Herbert's like, we need this guy. We need this guy right now. Denver's looking for a running back. So I never got the notion over the years about not paying running backs or just saying that running backs don't matter. Go look at Green Bay with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. You don't think Jordan Love's thinking to himself, I got 2 bulldogs behind me. Now I can play action pass and go to Christian Watson over the top.
Well, I think there's 2 separate conversations because the one you're making is the point that I don't think anyone should debate. Running backs do matter. When do you pay them? How much do you pay them? Separate conversation.
Well, it depends on the player, right?
Exactly.
Like Christian McCaffrey, you bite the bullet and pay him. Derrick Henry, you bite the bullet and pay him.
You know what's funny is Derrick Henry, everyone's like, he had a down year last year.
I know.
He had 1,700 yards last year.
I know, with no wide receivers.
A down year. Well, look at
with no wide receivers and no quarterbacks, and he still ran for 1,700.
I mean, come on, man. And I'm not saying that he's in his prime. Everyone would agree he's probably, on the back nine. But, he had 1,700 yards last year.
Yeah, no doubt.
And we're acting like he's done.
Hey, it's kind of wild. I took him in the league, too. I don't care. Henry's that dude.
I love Derrick Henry.
209.
A yard for my life, all time, I might take Derrick Henry. It's a short list.
Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn's up there.
Earl Campbell. Walter Payton.
Yeah, I'm not denying all those. I think, but that's how great I think of Derrick Henry. I put him in that echelon.
Yeah, no doubt. Is it DEO or DO in Texas? DO, Texas. What's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, man? I called before here. I'm holding it down in Texas for Niner gang, man. I just want to say that, man, we have enough to win, bro. Like, I don't know how many players we had on the top 100. Most of them on offense. I think, man, we go there. Everybody does their job, man. We should have no problem, man. Now later on down the line, I don't know, but this week, man, Pittsburgh's tough, but at the end of the day, we're Super Bowl contender, man. We got enough pieces that we should, we shouldn't be worried about this. You know what I mean?
Right, no doubt. Pittsburgh. What does Dio? What's some one concern about the Steelers, or what's something actually? Scratch that. What are you excited about mostly when it comes to the 49ers?
Man, I just think if there's one small thing, guys, because I love y'all, man. I listen to y'all religiously. If there's one small thing that do concern me, it's wherever TJ Watt lines up. You know what I mean? Like, if he's going to line up on the opposite side of Trent, might be an issue. You know what I mean? Like, it might, because he can wreck a game. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that might be the only thing that might concern me. But as far as the offense is concerned, I mean, I think that we have enough playmakers. I mean, they have a great defense. I mean, I think it's underrated.
Yep.
But I mean, at the end of the day, man, with the Niners, we've been in the championship game the last 3 years. I think we have enough to win.
All right. There's Dio in Texas. Thanks for listening, man, all the way down in Texas. Appreciate you. As that last segment was sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We got over 45,000 subs. Let's get to 50,000 by the end of the year. 50,000 subs by the end of the year. Maybe go higher. Hit that like button as well. Here's Tomlin on defending the Niners offense.
What does that mean for us? We better tackle well. We better be sound schematically in terms of some matchup-related things and not put people in bad circumstances athletically. It's a coach's challenge, just a fundamental technical player's challenge from a tackling standpoint. Man, they got a sound, solid motor operation offensively, a diverse attack. They play really good and prudent situational football offensively. It allows them to take care of the ball and minimize negativity. They stay on schedule very well. But I think that's reflective of Kyle Shanahan. And he's been around a lot, and we've been exposed to him a lot over the years. And I just think that regardless of new and current chess pieces, that's kind of reflective of how he has always played over the years, and got a lot of respect for what he does and the manner in which he does it. And familiarity doesn't necessarily provide comfort. It just provides focus as we prepare and work to manage the things that he and they do.
I'm just reminded, like, everyone has different attributes. I think we look at coaching in a very weird way. I don't know why people do this, but, like, there are some coaches that are, like, tacticians. And, like, they understand things on a very, like, analytical level, right? Like, I look at Andy Reid, and I'm watching that QB doc. I keep referencing it, but, like, Andy Reid, I think, is very understated, very quiet, clearly understands the whiteboard, how to design and draw a play. But also, I think he does a really good job kind of tapping into the players. Like, less is more in how he communicates with them, but he feels like a player's coach, as well as a guy who's, like, on the board. I think Kyle is brilliant on the board, you know, in terms of designing plays. When I hear Tomlin, I hear a general. I hear somebody who is a leader. And there's many different ways to get it done. Belichick is not like Tomlin. Belichick's amazing. But do you get the same sense that he stands in front of the guys and woos them over and gets them foaming at the mouth? That's not Belichick's, skill set.
He's like a CEO.
Yes.
Tomlin. He's not calling defense. He's not calling the offense. He's a leader of men. and he's going to delegate to his other coordinators and his coaches, but he's going to oversee everything. Jim Harbaugh's exactly that way. John Harbaugh's that way too right now.
Who?
John Harbaugh with the Ravens.
I was going to say Deion. Like we're looking at Deion Sanders, and he hired the best offensive coordinator that was available. The guy could have had jobs at smaller colleges, but being the OC for Deion is a big deal. And you look at their offense, you're like, that guy's going to get a head coaching job somewhere. He's going to get a Power 5 job. And I look at what Deion's putting together, and he's got a really impressive staff. Kyle has built an impressive staff, but when I listen to Tomlin, I do think the one area that he is very elite amongst all of these great talkers in the league. Pete Carroll's a great talker. Tomlin, man, there's a presence when you hear him at a podium, isn't there?
No doubt. You should see him too, man. He's looking around.
I want to play for him.
He's looking around. He's got his eyes all big. He's got the Jesus piece over the neck. He's something else, man. He is something else, man. But he said something here, and we're gonna play it.
I just love listening to him, B.
No, he's something else, man. I'm telling you, man. His opening statement was 6 minutes, and I'm sitting there laughing like, it's football season. That's one thing I do that's underrated about football to me. And we were talking about why do you love football? What gets you going about football season? 888-957-9570. What's that one thing that makes you that gets you craving football? What is it about opening weekend of football? And I do miss the coach speaks every week.
Oh, the cliches?
The cliches. Whether it's Belichick.
We did some good things and some bad things.
Whether it's Zach Taylor. Like Sean Payton's going to be back at the podium this year.
Sean Payton.
And he's going to be running material. And I'm just, you should see the latest with ESPN and Russell Wilson about how he's telling Russell Wilson. He's something else, man.
Him and Russ, it's destined to not work.
It might blow up in his face. Well,
for those that don't know, what did he say on ESPN about Russell Wilson?
Well, he basically told Russell Wilson, hey, less about your brand, more about the team. I'm paraphrasing. Stop kissing all these babies.
I'm going to be real, though. Watching Russ in preseason, we hadn't really had an opportunity to talk about it. He did look like he lost a lot of weight.
He did. He looked like
really good.
Well, last year was an absolute debacle.
Well, he wanted to be a pocket quarterback. Right. I'm like, you're not a pocket quarterback.
Well, the money, too, that he's getting paid, he has to ball out. He has to ball out. So, Tomlin, man, he is a general. He sat there. Tomlin, I couldn't believe it, man. He sat there. Hello, everybody. Let me talk about my team. What's going on here? The bonus practice, player evaluation. Now let me get to the 49ers. And he starts going off and on about the 49ers. Then about 17 minutes in, he says something about Brock Purdy.
Oh.
And it was very interesting. We'll get to that in a second.
17-minute mark?
17-minute mark. We got it, Spadoni. You got to go ahead and play it. He was asked about Brock Purdy and about how Spadoni, go ahead. You got it? Go ahead, roll it.
Does your defense have to focus on for a quarterback like Brock Purdy when he hasn't had a ton of tape to study over the past couple years?
It's less specifically about Brock Purdy and it's more about how Kyle Shanahan chooses to utilize his quarterback within the schematics of what it is that he does. And so whether it's Purdy or Darnold or Garoppolo or anyone that, Matt Ryan or his days in Cleveland, we just see very similar things in terms of their approach to football. It's very quarterback friendly. It doesn't put them in a lot of adverse circumstances. It keeps them on schedule. And in doing so, it minimizes the potential for negativity. It's a great platform, particularly for a young guy to play and gain experience. And I think it's reflective of Purdy's journey a year ago and their collective journey a year ago. But I imagine his growth and development in that experience has him and them ready to take another step, just like we are with our young quarterback.
It's interesting. I don't want to knock Purdy's game in any way, but I'm just looking at like what they would want to do, right? Mm. And you always tell me, Joe, you got to worry about what the other team's going to do. Like, how do they view it? If I was trying to take away the best parts of Brock Purdy, what I would say the defense should do is try to take away all the short stuff, which is much easier said than done, and force him, and it's crazy that I'm going to say this, and people don't be triggered, force him to beat you from the pocket. I think he's at his best when he's out on the edges, moving around. And we say that more about the running quarterbacks. Right. But I think that Purdy has yet to prove to a lot of the NFL old school guys, can you beat us from the pocket in the intermediate to downfield action? And that might be something you say about 75% of the quarterbacks in the league right now. Yeah. Like Joe Burrow, no one's like, you got to beat us from the pocket, right? Like, we're like, you got to just knock Joe Burrow around. Same thing with Patrick Mahomes. But
got to just pray.
Right, exactly. So, but I don't think that's a knock on Purdy. I think Purdy's great strength is that he is elusive. His great strength is that he is dynamic on the short stuff, that he's very decisive and can read a defense pre-snap and find those quick hitters and get it to them and deliver it with different arm angles. I'm not diminishing Purdy in any way. I'm listening to what he's saying there, and to me, what he's trying to explain is, I want to force this guy to be a statuesque pocket quarterback. And I think the same thing would have been said about Jimmy Garoppolo.
What'd you think, though, at the beginning of that cut, when he said, it's less about Purdy, it's more about Shanahan's system? And it's always been like that.
I just think it's him respecting the mind of how this offense is so creative and how it gets the ball out to those. I didn't interpret it as a diss on Purdy. I meant it more as like one coach acknowledging the X's and O's brilliance of another.
Right. That's interesting because
how did you perceive it?
It was interesting. It was interesting. Because in the past, when we say, like, for example, when Garoppolo was with the 49ers, we say, man, it was the Shanahan system. He's a system. I remember being in the Jaguars locker room in 2017 when the Niners beat the Jaguars and went on to go to the AFC Championship game. And a lot of people in the Niner locker room felt disrespected because guys like Jalen Ramsey, Miles Jack, Calais Campbell, all those Telvin Smith, all those guys were saying, it's the system, not Garoppolo. It's the system, not. And I thought at the time, that's a slight at Garoppolo. He does have to make the throws. He does have to make the reads. He has to make the right read. Why are we disrespecting Garoppolo and say it's the system? Because every quarterback runs a system. We can say that for everybody. Drew Brees running Sean Payton's system. Tom Brady running McDaniel's system.
Daniel
Brady's
Jones
running Dayball's system.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Why are we disrespecting the quarterback so much? But other players say, oh, man, it's the system. So, to me, it was a little slight at Brock Purdy.
Really?
It is a little slight at Garoppolo. It's basically saying Shanahan's system's more important than the player who's actually pulling the trigger on a play.
I want to keep talking about this.
Let's get into it here. Because I think a lot of people perceive it as disrespect, but I can see where you're seeing. I understand where you're seeing it from there. A respect factor for Shanahan, but we'll continue on this conversation. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number if you want to chime in on the conversation, and that's sponsored by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
Monopoly Kick-Off the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Core Water, Coke, or 7-Up products. Buy one, get one free. Plus CR...
Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, like the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line saying, I'm super pumped for football, but I happened to glance at the Warriors schedule yesterday. First preseason game is October 7th, just about a month away. Can't wait to see how they look with the Chris Paul edition. We are ramping up for basketball. Boy, it's going to be here before you know it. Media Day, October 2nd, right in the heat of football season. Warriors, how will they bounce back with Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Dario Saric, who had a nice little run in the FIBA championships there. Canada beating Slovenia. Luka ejected. Dylan Brooks ejected. Dylan Brooks in midseason form there. See if the USA can play Canada. I believe they beat Italy, so they're already there, right? Spadoni? Do they need to win another game? I forget. But those games have been fun. So early in the morning, we can barely watch them, but watching the highlights and going back and watching them, it's been fun kind of watching these youngsters with Team USA play, especially Anthony Edwards, who looks like an absolute star.
They're taking on Germany, USA-Germany. That's a semifinal on Friday.
Germany had them down like 9 at the half in the first game. Dennis Schroeder was talking a lot of smack in that game.
Wagner's.
Wagner, yeah. 95.7 Game, thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free in the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. Catch every single Warriors game live on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Don't forget, this is the flagship station of the Go to State Warriors. But let's talk some football here. We just played that sound with Mike Tomlin discussing the Niners and Brock Purdy. And Shashka, you believe it's more out of respect, Tomlin's answer. We'll play it for the audience in just a second. You believe it's more respect for Shanahan.
All right, so I am not Shanahan. I'm not pretending to be Mike Tomlin, okay? I'm just using examples, from my own life, right? So I do a lot of coaching. I did that coaching, youth coaching summit last night for KCBS. It was really cool. It's going to be played all across the country. Sam Bunger was doing the narrating.
Madden's boy.
There was a panel of people there, right?
You talking about John Madden?
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's big John. He's got a book coming out, actually.
Yeah, him and John Madden were like really good friends.
Yeah, and basically he wants to come in and promote it. So I told him, hey, we'd love to have you on. You're a legend in the game. 40 years or whatever doing morning radio. But the point that I'm going at is I've coached for a long time. And there are certain tendencies that I see from other coaches that I admire. And I know, okay, for example, right? If I'm facing my buddy Jimbo in basketball, I know there are certain things that they're going to do in the half court. I'm talking about in basketball games. I know there are certain sets they're going to run underneath the basket, right? I know what to expect. When I play Epiphany, I know it's going to be physical, right? And there's that up and down tempo to the game. And I think that amongst this fraternity in the NFL, if you think it's that way at youth levels, it's on steroids at the NFL. Right. So this is Mike Tomlin, who's been in the game 15 years as a head coach. 15, looking 16. Over at someone like Kyle Shanahan, who I'm sure he respects, and he's seen tendencies that he's seen probably for close to a decade or more, where he's like, when I face this team, no matter who the personnel is or who the quarterback is, there are certain tendencies, and I have respect for what he does. So as I'm breaking down what to expect this Sunday, the personnel, you're going to have good and bad players, and sometimes some of your teams are better than others, but this is what I'm going to see against that guy's team, and that's the way I took it. It was one coach looking over at another's, and when we talk about Kyle Shanahan, isn't scheme one of the first things that we think of?
Yeah, no doubt. His scheme, zone running scheme.
What he's created.
Play action passes, short passes, timing, precision. All that nuanced stuff.
So let me pivot back to the quarterback for a second before we get into the Purdy element of this. Wouldn't you agree? Part of why Trey Lance didn't work here or whatever, even Jimmy Garoppolo to a degree, or any of the quarterbacks who failed, Beathard, Mullins, Hoyer, you got to see it and you got to deliver it immediately. At what point did I say, hey, freelance, make a play, get outside the pocket? The majority of the plays in this for this team are you got to see it right away, you got to deliver it on time. And if you do those things, you will be successful, right? So for Tomlin to acknowledge all of the things that we're all acknowledging as fans, Purdy sees it. He throws it, he hits guys on time, and playmakers make plays. To me, it was Tomlin acknowledging all the things that we acknowledge as a fan base.
Yeah. Some people took it as disrespect. I wonder why. Ned Castro Valley. I'll get into my
I want to hear your part.
My thoughts on that as well. Ned Castro Valley, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling this morning?
I'm great.
Man.
Good, awesome, man. Yeah, I think it's interesting. They always talk about Shanahan's system and any quarterback can plug in, but I think quarterbacks need the right coach and the coach needs the right quarterback, so they kind of go hand in hand. You really can't have one without the other. Josh Allen wasn't really good until you got Brian Daboll and Sean McDermott, right?
Right.
Trevor Lawrence had a tough rookie year, then he had a really good season last year because you got Doug Peterson who's going to have even better year this year, I think, right?
Agreed.
So you kind of need it. Shanahan was out there with Matt Ryan. Shanahan left. Matt Ryan was bad. Does that make Matt Ryan a bad quarterback or just to have the greatness you need them together? Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, these guys are outliers, right? These are the greats of the greats. They can go other places, and they become the coach, right? They are the coach and the quarterback. But other guys that are just really, really good quarterbacks need another really good coach, and that's what makes them even better. So you need one to have the other. You can't really have one without the other, so it's not a disrespect to Purdy. It's not a disrespect to Shanahan. It's just to say that if Shanahan has a guy that's good, he can make him great because he's that good of a coach. But Purdy is also a really good quarterback. Yeah. Take Mahomes away from Andy Reid. Is Mahomes out of that system? Is Mahomes still Mahomes? We don't know because we haven't seen it, but that's just the point I'm trying to make about coaches and quarterbacks have to be paired together in order for them to see the truly greatness of each other. That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Good point, Ned. Good point. Now, it's interesting here because I could see where people were perceived this as disrespect. People play Madden, right? You think about the low rating on Madden. But also the Ringer wrote an article yesterday, an in-depth article on their quarterback rankings. And they had Brock Purdy at number 32. Now, I didn't even open it up. I said, I'm not even going to waste my time.
32?
I'm not even going to waste my time.
As in he was the 32nd best quarterback in the 32. NFL?
I think that's what 32 means. 32.
That's
32.
Come on.
So the lack of respect for Purdy for what he did is, again, it's another prove-it season for Purdy. Feels like if he proves that he can play well in his system this year, then he's going to get the respect all around the league. But I want to play the sound one more time from Mike Tomlin when he was asked around the 17-minute mark. He talked for 20 minutes. This is about 3 minutes left in the presser, and somebody finally asked about Brock Purdy. Here it is. Go ahead, Spinoni, if you want to go ahead and play it.
What kind of keys does your defense have to focus on for a quarterback like Brock Purdy when he hasn't had a ton of tape to study over the past couple years?
It's less specifically about Brock Purdy and it's more about how Kyle Shanahan chooses to utilize his quarterback within the schematics of what it is that he does. And so whether it's Purdy or Darnold or Garoppolo or anyone that, Matt Ryan or his days in Cleveland, we just see very similar things in terms of their approach to football. It's very quarterback friendly. It doesn't put them in a lot of adverse circumstances. It keeps them on schedule. And in doing so, it minimizes the potential for negativity. It's a great platform, particularly for a young guy to play and gain experience. And I think it's reflective of Purdy's journey a year ago and their collective journey a year ago. But I imagine his growth and development in that experience has him and them ready to take another step just like we are with our young quarterback.
So that's Tomlin there. And we all agree that it is a quarterback-friendly system, which is why we all got frustrated at times with Jimmy Garoppolo. We're just saying, boy, Shanahan's a great play caller. He put you in the best system or one of the better systems. You got to take advantage of it because we've all said that. Everybody around the league says quarterback user-friendly system, quarterback user-friendly system. But also, without the system, can Brock Purdy thrive? Can he thrive without the system? If he does go off script, I think we saw last year, he goes off script, he can make things happen. But some people take it as a slight. Oh, it's about the scheme, about the scheme. At the end of the day, who cares? If Purdy can master the scheme, that's all you want as a quarterback. Don't turn the ball over, which is what I want from a quarterback. Do not throw interceptions. Take care of the football in the pocket and make the right decisions. If there's an opportunity to throw it away and not try to force something to happen, I saw, what quarterback was that? I saw Jordan Travis, Florida State. Early in the first half, he was rattled. I'm thinking, dude, settle down, young man. Moving around. He throws an interception on the wide receiver screen. It's not even there. Throw the ball away. That's what we're talking about there. Just play within the system, and they're going to be fine. Maybe Brian Hoyer got out the system, but also I don't think Brian Hoyer is very good in any system, right? I don't think C.J. Beathard's good in any system. I don't think Nick Mullins is good in any system. They're backups for a reason. Yes, the system helps a quarterback out, no doubt about it. The system helps out Brock Purdy. The playmakers around him helps him out. But you also got to deliver the ball. You also got to
you got to play point guard.
You got to play point guard.
Yeah, I agree
and you got to
with
play it at a high level. And it's not easy to play it at a high level. And I thought Purdy did that last year. So I don't think it's as disrespectful when you listen to it again.
That's what I'm saying.
But Tomlin saying, look, I know their scheme. He's been running the same stuff, the same philosophy. Now, there's new wrinkles here and there. But at the end of the day, it's the same scheme. And now I'm starting to think back to week 3 in 2019. And the way the Steelers played the 49ers that week at Levi Stadium.
Well, I think the thing that I was thinking about was how much they disrupted the timing.
Killed the timing.
Of everything that the Niners wanted to do, whether that was with pressure, whether that was knocking receivers off their charts. Remember, Dante Pettis, you said, caught a touchdown in that game?
Game-winning touchdown.
Yeah. That's how bad we were down when it comes to receiver depth. So I think acknowledging how great the weapons are for the Niners and trying to disrupt that timing is very important. This brings me back to like a Shanahan, just overall philosophy as a coach. I've been thinking about this long and hard. Like, I think Brock Purdy's the perfect guy for Kyle's system for right now, right? And maybe their relationship over time will evolve, and this will all be a moot point. I don't know. I'm holding that out for Kyle. I don't think you're the same person at 30 as you are at 40 and 40 as you are at 50. I think Andy Reid's a great example. He's evolved a lot. Belichick has evolved a lot in his football philosophies. I don't think Kyle's ready to concede to someone like Peyton Manning. Like, let's say Peyton Manning is 33 years old. He wants to come to the Niners for this year.
Right.
Are you ready to see Peyton? Because like when Peyton Manning shows up to your team, he's running that offense.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, he's going to get to the line, and he's going to point at all the guys that he wants to move around. He's going to call out the linebackers. He's going to have 50 different audibles. Like, think in your mind, when you close your eyes, what does it look like when Peyton Manning is doing the orchestra stuff, and he's the conductor at the pre-snap stuff at the line? That's not what Kyle wants. Kyle wants to call the play. He wants you to get to line, and maybe a little here and there. He'll allow some wiggle room. But for the most part, run the damn play that I called.
Which is why I had a tough time thinking that Shanahan and Brady would ever work out.
The more and more I've thought about that, Bonte, I think you're correct. I do. But now, if we're 3 years in with him and Shanahan and Purdy, I'm sure he moves around a little.
Right.
As Purdy builds up confidence and trust in Kyle, I'm sure Kyle will concede certain things to him.
Well,
that's part of the growth and of their relationship. They never got that point with Jimmy and him.
No
and
doubt.
I think that was a roadblock for them.
Well, it's funny. Before we get back out to the phone lines here, 888-957-9570. Matt Barrow's story yesterday, Idiot Athletic, the rib game, where Brock Purdy earned the respect of his team and his coaches, because they didn't know if he was going to be able to play against Seattle 15 minutes before the game. I mean, that Thursday night, the hat and T-shirt game up in Seattle on a Thursday night. That Sunday against Tampa Bay, it's a little nugget in that article where Shanahan says Purdy audibled, and Shanahan's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going?" And it was the play he actually broke his rib on, and Shanahan was irate, like, "Bro, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing changing the play?" This young rookie who's barely played, his first start in the league, and Shanahan was a little like, "Why are you audibling?" So that autonomy to audible at the line of scrimmage, I am eager to see if Brock Purdy does get a little more power and a little more leeway to change a play, to check out of a play, to maybe check into a run play. I wonder how that's going to work, because Shanahan, he gets salty, man, when you don't check into the right play, if you do that.
Yes, and one of the famous plays in 49er history is, Jerry Rice gets tackled at the 6-yard line in the Super Bowl game against the Bengals in January 89, and Bill Walsh wants to run the exact same play, but they don't have the right personnel out on the field. All right, Brent Jones can't find his helmet. He's so in the moment on the sidelines watching, so John Taylor just lines up at tight end, and they just roll with it, and Joe Montana rolls with it. You think Bill Walsh was happy?
Oh, no.
His hair, he was ready to pull his hair out. I can't believe we don't have the right personnel in place. But Joe Cool made it all work.
Yep.
Right? And they went out and did it. I'm thinking about that quarterback, Doc B, and there's a contrast here. I think this is why Shanahan loves Kirk Cousins so much. Kirk was almost ready to pee his pants when he was in the huddle, and he goes, "We're going to do quarterback sneak here." And he basically deviates from the play call from the sidelines, and you hear the moan from his teammates in the huddle. Quarterbacks, what?
And, of course, he fumbles.
Dalvin Cook looked at him like, "What are you doing?" And then you contrast that with Andy Reid and Mahomes. They get into the red zone, and they call a timeout, and Mahomes goes, "I'm thinking we should do this." And Andy's like, no, we should do this. And he goes, "You know what? That's a great call. That's a great call. We're going to do that." And they're all bought in, but the play's not there. and he has to deviate, and he throws to the other guy, and Andy Reid goes, this is why you're the best. And you see the tandem working in terms of the beautiful minds. I just don't know, like, Jimmy and Kyle never got to that point in terms of synergy.
Well, Jimmy's also salty. We've heard from Jimmy this offseason, this preseason, that he's on record saying, you know, I'm able to do more things at the line of scrimmage in this offense with Josh McDaniels.
He wants a little more freedom.
Yes, and Shanahan, I wasn't allowed to do that. And that's where you get the disconnect. Kevin O'Connell, the coach in the Minnesota Vikings, had to tell Kirk Cousins, just trust me.
Yeah.
Run my play. Trust me on this. So I that's what Kirk, I don't even want to think about Kirk Cousins. But we talked a lot about the quarterback doc out in New Orleans, and you know, some guys can handle it. Some guys can't handle it. I just wonder how much leeway Shanahan will give Brock Purdy as the season goes on. But I pulled up the box score from week 3 back in 2019.
How many turnovers in that game?
Niners turned the ball over 5 times.
And what was it, 3 in the red zone? I remember the one big fumble in the red zone.
I remember a couple turnovers on the other side of the 50 where they held the Steelers to field goals.
I remember that.
You know what I'm saying? Because the Steelers got out to 6-0 lead.
Minka had been traded maybe a week or two before.
Right, and he made a
sick interception.
He also got trucked by Juszczyk in that game.
That's right.
Niners had 26 first downs to the Steelers 11. 436 total yards for the 49ers. So they did move the ball. They're 6 of 11 on third down, and that's with piss poor receiving core.
What was the final score?
24-20. 24-20. Wow. 5 penalties in that game. But they did move the ball on the Pittsburgh Steelers, so that's an encouraging sign with this philosophy and with this game plan. But again, the Steelers are rolling with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. I think Kenny Pickett is an upgrade from Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, I think we all agree.
Yeah. Let's go to Gene. Uncle Gene, Oakland. What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, fellas. Morning.
Hey.
Morning.
Yeah, you know, you pretty much covered what I was going to say. You know, it's not just the system. It's the system. It's the having the tools and having the quarterback that can utilize those tools most effectively. So, you know, starting with those 3 characters, Mullins, Bethard, and Hoyer, I mean, you know, they didn't fit the system.
Right.
They didn't know how to use the tools. They had the tools then. They only won 25% of their games, all right?
Yeah.
Moving on to Trey Lance, even with all his shortcomings and lack of experience, he was able to win 50% of his games.
Right.
Jimmy G fit the system, won 70% of his games, but fell short, you know, didn't know how to innovate when he was under pressure, and he wasn't very accurate. And then we move on to Purdy, and this guy has been perfect. 32nd best quarterback in the league. What in the world? No, so we hope he builds on it. I think he's got the right guy, and let's see what happens.
If we took away salaries right now, I'm curious, how many teams in the league would rather have Purdy over Kyler Murray? I'm just using him as an example because there's been a lot about Kyler Murray being dramatically overpaid and not working hard.
I think there's a handful of teams that'll take Brock Purdy over Kyler Murray. Not that Brock Purdy's better. He's not more talented than Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray has all the talent in the world.
Goes into it.
But when you watch, and I watched that Hard Knocks, in-season Hard Knocks with Arizona, just get a little insight on Kingsbury and Murray. First of all, Kingsbury never held him accountable.
No.
We saw that in the Johnny Manziel documentary. He never really held Manziel accountable. He's just like, yeah, do what you do, whatever. It doesn't matter. But also, you look at Kyler Murray in the meeting rooms, and he was just kind of like Colt McCoy's doing all the talking. The Third Street quarterback, whoever it was, I don't think it was Trace McSorley at the time. Maybe Blah. Who knows?
Yeah, it might have been Blah. B-L-O-U-G-H.
Who's in Hard Knocks on Detroit, and then ended up in Arizona. But Kyler's just in the meeting room, just like, Now, Purdy's going to study. He's going to work his ass off. So people will still take a chance on Kyler Murray because there is untapped potential there. I don't want to disrespect Kyler like that. He is a talented quarterback. But I think a lot of coaches would take Purdy saying, you know what? He's going to do what I say. He's going to run it my way, and I can roll with that. It happens, man. So I don't know how much money Purdy's going to make, but I wonder how many teams. I think there will be a handful of teams that take Purdy.
I mean, just look at some of the starters right now. You're telling me Desmond Ridder is better than Brock Purdy?
Well, let's see it. We haven't seen it yet. We
saw a couple games from Desmond Ridder.
We haven't seen it. I mean, let's see it.
Brock's won some playoff games.
He has. Ridder, Atlanta was a mess, and, Kyle Pitts has been a disappointment. He was out Drake London is a rookie. Let's see it. But right now, you would take Purdy.
Yeah, but
over
no one's
Ritter.
saying that Purdy's the greatest thing ever. But at the same time, like 32nd feels gratuitously low.
Yeah, that is low.
That's all.
And I'll read the list in a second.
Even if you're a Purdy skeptic, or you're like, hey, I want to see more. Like we would all agree, like he's closer to 20.
So this is from we are referencing the quarterback rankings from Steven Ruiz from the Ringer. So the criteria they have here, it's 6 different things. So they have timing, accuracy, arm talent, pocket presence, decision-making, creativity, and those are the 6 different criteria he uses to rank these quarterbacks, and his grade is 72.1 for Brock Purdy, which comes in at 32, just ahead of Sam Howell. He has him high in the decision-making and creativity, obviously lower in the arm talent and the pocket presence and his timing. So just take that with what you want.
I mean, does winning games and being a productive quarterback who scores points like Sam Howell? Like,
well, we can say the same thing. Jimmy and the Niners, they averaged 30 a game in 2019. We got to play. We can't move the goalposts. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jimmy Garoppolo, he was rated higher in quarterback rankings.
Yeah, we gave more respect to Jimmy.
But we knocked him a lot.
Yeah, but
we knocked him a lot.
We didn't say he was the 32nd. Even me, I was a critic of Jimmy Garoppolo. I would say to you, on his best days, he's just outside the top 10. On his worst days, he's closer to like 20.
Let's look at these quarterbacks
in terms of
here.
the best quarterbacks in the game.
So let's real quick before we get to Rob DeSan, Bruno, and Judy and Moraga. Jalen Hurts 10, which I think may be low.
I mean, he was like the MVP.
Tom Brady's on here. It says Tom Brady, Las Vegas Raiders, number 11. Did you see that? That's kind of wild. Kyler Murray, 12. Geno, 13. Kirk Cousins, 14. Tua Tagovailoa, 15. Goff, 16. Russell Wilson, 17. Carr, 18. 19, Tannehill. Daniel Jones, 20. Deshaun Watson, 21. Jimmy Garoppolo, 22. Mac Jones, 23.
See, I'm taking Mac Jones. I'm taking Purdy over Mac Jones.
Jordan Love, 24.
I mean, okay. Off what?
Purdy, 20. Justin Fields, 25.
Yeah, right now I'm taking Purdy over Fields.
Really?
I am.
Ooh, I don't
For
know.
this team and this system, absolutely.
See, that's what kind of triggers me about Trey Lance. Could have saw Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields.
Well, I have questions on Justin Fields as a thrower.
Yeah.
He's a dynamic playmaker when it comes to the run game, but he turns his back to the defense too much.
He does, but that Bears offensive line,
no doubt,
was crap.
And they still didn't address it, so he's still going to be running for his life.
He's still going to be running for his life. At least they gave him DJ Moore, who is a prolific wide receiver. Kenny Pickett, 26, 27, Bryce Young, 28, Anthony Richardson.
And Bryce Young hasn't played an NFL game.
29, Baker Mayfield. 30, Desmond Ridder. 31, C.J. Stroud. 32, Brock Purdy.
So C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young without playing a game are already higher. I'm going to disagree with the list.
Let's go to Rob.
The logic of the list.
Let's go to Rob and Bruno. What's happening, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? I agree with Mike Tomlin. It's not in the sense that Purdy's 32nd, but it's the fact that it's not about the quarterback. It's about the scheme. Mm-hmm. It ain't got nothing to do with the quarterback. The quarterback just the guy who listens. If you don't listen to Kyle, you don't play here. He wants a limited quarterback that can only do so much, so he know he can't just go rogue on him. So I agree. It's about Kyle, and this season is about Kyle. Kyle needs to put this team together and win a Super Bowl. And about the 32nd list, I mean, you can make it. At the end of the day, Purdy has to show the people. It's not about what your team did. Wins are a team thing. Don't give him credit for all the wins. There was some games when he looked shaky, went for a couple of drop picks. It's a team thing. It's about your individual skill set. And there's nothing Purdy does to me that fear that NFL defense say, we gotta take that away. We fear Purdy. No, they fear the system. Same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. And if Cal can outcoach and not be outcoached when it matters most, we're gonna win a Super Bowl. But if he can be outcoached, which he does when he plays a real defensive coordinator who knew all the schemes he run, he scores 0 points in fourth quarters, and we know this. So
Rob,
it's about Kyle. It's not about the quarterback.
Rob, let me ask you this. What does Purdy have to do to win you over? What does he have to show you to say, okay, this is the guy that's going to lead San Francisco for the next 5 years?
Keep producing in the red zone. get some balls down the field to spread the field, and let's get better throwing to the left side of the field. That's it. Just be more consistent. He ain't got to be Peyton Manning, but you got to show me a little more. I don't think what he did last year was good for a 7th-round pick. Just like when we thought Jimmy Garoppolo was the next back then because he was better than Hoyer and C.J. Beathard. That doesn't mean he's great. He's just better than what we had. Now, I think Purdy has better feet than Jimmy Garoppolo, that's for sure. But I'm not finna go and tell you, he's finna do this. No. He got to be consistent, and he got to show improvement in places that he sucks at so he can be better. But right now, I mean, he like 24th. I'll take him over the rookies any day.
Right.
But, but 30 seconds is a little harsh. Even
that's
a Brock Purdy like me, hater like me. So
yeah, but Rob, that you at the end you came around to where I'm at. Well, like 30-second is that's gratuitously harsh. Like it's too much for me. Like you want to say he's in the low 20s. All right, fine. Like that's fine. 30-second. Before guys who've never thrown a real NFL, like in a game, a real NFL, but the guy won a playoff game and had one of the better quarterback playoff games that a Niner has had since Kaepernick.
Yeah, no, that gets me.
I mean, that's all.
That's why I don't pay attention to lists anymore. Like this list that somebody said Klay Thompson's the third most overrated player or overpaid player of all time in NBA history. In NBA history, Klay Thompson. Third most overrated.
This is Klay Thompson.
I don't get these lists. I don't get it. Chandler Parsons stole money. Now his body failed him. He's 8th and Klay Thompson's 3rd when he's won 4 championships. Like, come on, man. Judy, Judy, Buonvino, Moraga. How you doing, Judy?
I called in last week when you guys took some time off because I was freaked out. I was like, "Where are Monte and Chasky?" So I said, "I'll call in this week." How are you guys?
We are good. We are refreshed. Had a great weekend for Thursday, Friday off, and then Monday off. 5-day week. I mean, 5 days off. You got to take advantage of it. Thank you, Judy.
Well, I just wanted you to know, first of all, I listen to you regardless of what season it is, and
thank you.
I was, paying attention to all the talk about, Trey Lance and all that stuff. I came up with a nickname for Kyle, and it's Kyle Shenanigans.
Oh boy. Why is that, Judy?
He's a little left of center. You know what I mean? he's got a thing, and he's understandably he's a controlled freak. But that's not what I was going to say because I do believe that all of this talk about the quarterbacks, especially, is going to be proven when the team gets together and we start watching football and we start seeing some wins. And when we win, all will be right with the world and everybody's going to be all over it.
Judy, isn't it exciting to see? Judy, you've watched a lot of football in your life and you're intelligent. This offense on paper looks to be dynamic. And I think there needs to be more excitement about what Shanahan, I think he has at his disposal the best offense he's ever had in San Francisco.
This could be it. This could be the beginning of a new dynasty. And honestly, I am a Brock Purdy fan, partly because I thought his level of composure during some of the toughest games in the season was off the charts. And we've got some real weapons. McCaffrey. I just think that the Niners are going to do really, really well. So we will see.
We will see. Judy, always good to hear your voice, Judy. Take care. Judy out in Moraga. Shout out to Buonvino out there at Walnut Creek. Visit them out there at Walnut Creek, man. A really cool wine bar. Nice, good eats. We had a lot of fun there at the Warrior Summit. And Judy, of course, we sung her happy birthday at the Warrior Summit. She brought up composure with Brock Purdy. It's one thing we don't talk about enough. Composure. The Dallas game, the Seahawks game, the Raider game, the Bucks game.
Fourth quarter, the Dallas Cowboy game.
Just brought it the Cowboy game.
The fourth quarter
rib.
It was literally one play away from going in either direction.
Broken rib against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He goes on a short week. Can't throw the ball. He's in pain. Next thing you know, he's playing in a hat and T-shirt game leading the 49ers to a divisional title. Composure, she brought up, Judy in Moraga. We don't talk about that enough with Brock Purdy. Garoppolo at times would get rattled. There's no doubt about it. We didn't see enough of Trey Lance to know whether or not he had composure. We don't know about Trey Lance whatsoever. But composure is important. And I think that's why Kyle Shanahan loves Brock Purdy so much. No matter what happens, Brock Purdy's the same. He's cool, calm, and collected. And that's what I love about it. That's why we all love Tom Brady, right? When it's the fourth quarter and you're down, and that's the one knock on Peyton Manning. At times he would get a little flustered, right? Bruce Arians talked about it. He'd start thinking too much, overthinking about everything, overanalyzing. Composure with Brock Purdy in this offense and under Kyle Shanahan, I think, is huge. And it's something we just don't touch on enough.
No, we don't. And I do think that we try to find ways to knock guys. And at the end, isn't it about winning?
Yes.
And scoring points. And lots of them, and extending drives.
I don't think so.
And he does all those things, and having the confidence of your teammates and the love from your teammates, and it feels like he's checked all of those boxes. Right. Who knows what he ends up becoming? Who knows if he can finish the season out healthy, right? Like the Niners have struggled at keeping their quarterback healthy. But what we saw last year was real. Now, guys don't stay stagnant. He can get better. He can get worse. He can be comparable to what he did last year. But to say he's a 32nd quarterback and he's some bum and it's the system, and it's interesting that you bring up the system over and over, not just you, but everyone. Is this a quarterback-friendly system for very specific quarterback types?
Right.
Which I think that's something, like I don't think Lamar Jackson would thrive in this system.
Right.
I don't think Josh Allen would thrive in this system.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Boy, I think Lamar would be special in this system.
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I don't
Lamar
know, B.
Jackson.
I don't know.
Oh, my God. What? Josh Allen?
I don't think he's not.
Josh Allen?
Short area accuracy is not his strength.
Josh Allen?
Yeah, he likes to deviate. He likes to push the ball down the field, and he's a turnover machine. Like, watch the games.
Oh,
like
my God.
The guy will miss the short guy over the middle to try to throw over the top. I don't think that Kyle would love that.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree on that one.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree on that one, but go ahead, continue.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there are certain quarterback types. Like, I think Drew Brees would be excellent in this one. I don't know if Tom Brady would be great in this because of what he wants to do at the line. You know, like, it's a fact. You know, there are certain guys that, it's quarterback friendly for a very specific type. Yeah. And I think that's.
I think the elite of the elite can play this system. The elite of the elite make your system. They take your system to the next level. So I think Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, if you put Josh Allen in the system, Shanahan be like, oh, my God, I can not only run the short stuff, but, oh, my gosh, I could push the ball down the field. Oh, my gosh, the rocket arm on those slants. I mean, they run a lot of stick routes.
But he loves the
Buffalo.
broken play.
Yeah,
like Big Ben Roethlisberger was notorious for hitting the pump fake button and not running the play, right? Like, that was one of the things, and that would drive Shanahan crazy.
But it would also make Shanahan fall in love with Ben Roethlisberger. Again, there's certain guys who elevate your system. There's certain guys who take your system to the next level. We're talking about Hall of Famers. You think a system's going to hold back a Hall of Famer? Josh Allen would tell Shanahan,
no, I just think
this.
The quarterbacks, the coach is very particular in what he's looking for in a quarterback. There's a reason why he covets Kirk Cousins. He loves those kinds of, he wants you to run exactly what he wants.
Yeah, well.
Do you think, honestly,
shenanigans.
You really think him and Mahomes would be this harmonious relationship?
Well, then that would be a Shanahan problem.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a problem. I just think that what he's looking for is different.
You know that,
like in the same way that I don't think James Harden would fit for Steve Kerr. Like in the same realm, like and not that James Harden's the perfect litmus test, but like
James Harden, he likes to hold the ball.
He plays a particular way.
He likes to hold it. Now I've told you how I felt about James Harden. I'd rather go 0-82 on my team and have James Harden on my team. That's how I feel about James Harden. Because I think he's a selfish basketball player.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Allen's a selfish quarterback.
No, but I do think that when you watch his game, like staying in the pocket and accuracy on the short stuff.
He does stay in the pocket.
He can be wildly inaccurate at times.
He does stay in the pocket.
And turning the ball over is a problem for him.
He did turn the ball over late in the last year. He does. And I've said this about Shanahan. I was the first one to say I don't think Tom Brady and Shanahan would work together, which is a problem with Shanahan. But let's go back to Josh Allen for a second. Yeah, he did turn the ball over at times, like Jimmy Garoppolo did in his offense too.
He was reckless.
But Josh Allen also You're not the Buffalo Bills going to the second round having a home game without Josh Allen.
No,
what Josh Allen
both
does
are
at the
true.
quarterback spot,
but Brian,
throwing out routes, throwing 8-yard stick routes,
Vontae,
throwing the ball
he was better with
quick.
Brian Daboll, and this last year, obviously
you got to forget he had the elbow
I
injury.
know that. But
the elbow injury wrecked everything.
Vontae, his short area, again, we're going down a rabbit hole. I watch Josh Allen every week. Every week the guy struggles. The guy struggles accurately. He's all over the place.
I had him in every fantasy league last year, Josh Allen, except for one. I watched football just like you, Shasky. You're not the only one who watches every play.
Part of why
Josh Allen would thrive in a system. I think it's absolutely insane to say that Josh Allen would take the system to the next level.
We watched Josh Allen pre-snap, audible at the line, and point to Diggs as he was going to attack the middle of the field over and over and over again.
Josh Allen's
That's
so
not
good.
what Shanahan loves.
Josh Allen's so good that I think Shanahan would take a step back saying, you know what, Josh, do you?
It would be a deviation from his 8 years as a Niner coach.
Come on, man. You're smarter than that to know that Josh Allen would take this offense to the, oh, my God, Josh Allen in red gold? Come on, Shasky, come on.
So you're saying he wouldn't do that for Tom Brady, but he would for Josh Allen?
No, he may not, but Tom Brady may. No, but I thought it would be a problem. I thought it would be a problem. But I think if he did sign Tom Brady, I think at some point Shanahan would have said, you know what? This is the GOAT. The GOAT, do what you do. Like, at some point, you got to relent, right? At some point. Come on.
I've watched Kyle for a long time, and the guy wants you to hit these dudes when the window is open, and that's why Brock Purdy and him is a really good match made in heaven, because he sticks to the script and hits guys when they're open.
Daryl DeGru, there's a fake Daryl DeGru Johnson on YouTube, but he is right about this. Josh Allen and Tom Brady do have two different personalities, so we don't know. Okay, all right.
Like Stafford and him, when he wanted to go after Stafford, I thought that would be a very interesting combination, because Stafford at times, although the arm talent is unbelievable, questionable decision-making and turnovers.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're saying about Josh Allen and Shanahan wanting his guy, his system. But we also forget, Shanahan was gushing over Josh Allen after that game, Monday night game in Glendale, Arizona. Gushing. Oh, my God, that's the next level quarterback. He was blown away. Go find that cut when he was just blown away by Josh Allen. He looked like, and that's why he drafted Trey Lance, because he thought he had his next Josh Allen. So he actually wanted that.
They didn't even give it a chance.
Wanted that. So, because Brock Purdy came along and, had this offense humming. So, anyway, let's get to the injury report. Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs, man. Talk about a rocky road to start the season. No Chris Jones, and Travis Kelsey went down in practice with a hyperextension to his knee, although they held their breath because they thought it was an ACL. An ACL, so further tests revealed a bone bruise as well. Chiefs will run some more tests on Kelsey's knee to determine his availability for their season opener against the Lions Thursday night. And yes, in one league, I do have Travis Kelsey, and I'm ticked off about that. Anyway, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Look, Kelsey, without no Kelsey, Lions got a chance to upset the Chiefs on Thursday Night Football.
Did you see the transaction sensation that happened yesterday?
Mm-hmm. With who?
Everyone acquiring that second quarterback from Kansas City. Tight end, excuse me.
So, yeah.
Noah Gray.
Noah Gray, thank you.
Noah Gray.
Everybody in Yahoo, everybody in ESPN, everybody in CBS acquired that guy yesterday.
All my drafts
I didn't even know who he was.
Yeah, all my drafts were this week, so waivers just now opened up. Some waivers are opening up tomorrow, so I'm waiting on some things to happen.
Is anybody drafting tonight?
I don't know. Great question.
It's a good online night to draft. There's really not much going on in the sports world. Wednesday night.
Yeah, I had a draft yesterday with baby Chaz in my lap, so put on Princess Power for her, did the draft, and the rest is history. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Eric Crocker, 8:30. Eric Crocker, 8:30. He's going to talk to us about the 49ers and the Pittsburgh Steelers, break down what we should watch for in this football game Sunday at 10 a.m. We'll do that, plus take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What gets you excited about football? And we'll play some more sound from Mike Tomlin at yesterday's presser, his presser out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as we get ready for week 1 of the NFL season. We'll do that on the other side.
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. 5 days away from opening kickoff in Pittsburgh, where the Niners will open up their 2023 season. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the overnight dancer. Hopefully you had a good night. Hopefully you had a good night watching some Giants baseball. Those pretty funny stuff happening in that game at Wrigley Field.
No.
Wrigley, like when they do the zoom out from center field looking at the diamond, it's such a cool stadium.
It is. It is.
There's very few venues, and I would put Pittsburgh Stadium for football in that same realm. Very few stadiums that when I look at, I like instantly think of that as one of the great venues in sports.
No doubt. I will. It is awesome.
I've never been to Wrigley.
Awesome. Oh, Wrigley's awesome.
I got to go.
Wrigley, it is, yes. It's hard to.
Definitely
if you just go.
Definitely do a tour when you go there, like one of the ballpark tours, because they take you like all over the place into the clubhouses, the press boxes. You go like behind the right field wall, and you come out onto the warning track, and you get to like be next to the ivy and stuff. It's like definitely recommend if you are in Chicago, definitely do a Wrigley Field ballpark tour. It's incredible.
The ivy is super cool.
They get really mad if you get close to it, though.
Why?
Well, I guess it's one of those things. If they let anyone get close to it and touch it, that would like ruin the ivy. So they're very protective of it. So yeah, just heads up on that one.
Yeah, no
Learn
doubt.
that the hard way.
Jock Peterson loves the Ivy too, right? Saw a lot of it yesterday. By the way, good morning to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to all the callers, all the listeners. We love you guys here at 95.7 The Game as we get ready for another football season. Thank you for rocking with us on YouTube and Twitch again, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Nearly 600 people on the YouTube chat right now. There's a lot more. Eric Crocker's going to come in. He's going to bring an audience as well at 8:30. It'll be fun to talk some football with him as we're talking quarterbacks, we're talking offense, we're talking what makes you excited about football season. Is it the urgency? Is it the pageantry? Is it the tailgates? You know, what is it about game day that gets your juices flowing here? I would love to hear from football fans. We also heard from Tomlin. His juices is flowing, and he's thinking about CMC. He's stressed out thinking about CMC.
Starting on the offensive side of the ball, man, I think it just starts with Christian McCaffrey, man. We just got to respect the dynamic playmaking ability that he has, both in the running game and in the passing game. It's very evident how significant his addition has been for them. I think prior to his addition, they were averaging 20 points a game. With him in 2022, they averaged 30 points a game, and so 10 points with the addition of one man. He's dynamic in the run game. He's dynamic in the passing game. We better be really careful about being matched up against him in space. He's a one-on-one space winner. They have a lot of one-on-one space winners, man. He might be the most dynamic one-on-one space winner at running back in the NFL. Kittles might be that at tight end. Deebo Samuels might be that at receiver. Their run-after ability with their offensive eligibles is really impressive.
Mike Tomlin.
Space winner. I love that.
That is a good one. Space winners, Kittles, Deebo Samuels, making sure we're getting the right matchup, making sure we don't put our players in a bad matchup. You know, and who is that player? I can't wait to talk to Crocky about the weaknesses of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What are their weaknesses? Well, Baldy talked about it yesterday in their front seven. Boy, he had me freaking out about their watching it on film and then looking at their depth chart again. I'm like, oh, yeah, T.J. Watt's coming. Cam Hayward's coming. Highsmith is a problem. That young kid from Wisconsin, I watched him in the preseason a little bit after a Baldy breakdown, so I went back and was like, okay, who is this guy? Herbig? Nick Herbig? He looks like T.J. Watt. He looks just like him. So Pittsburgh, that front seven is going to be very interesting to see if the Niners are going to be able to run the ball against the Steelers.
We all believe that the Niners got elite weapons, but if we were looking for one of the weaknesses on offense, what do you think it would be?
Probably right tackle.
Just right tackle? Because of the question mark?
Because
you did have McGlinchey start for 5 years.
Yeah, well, Chandler Jones posted videos yesterday of going against McKivitz one-on-one.
Chandler Jones pretty good, though.
He is pretty good. C.J. Watt's pretty good. Highsmith's pretty good. I think they're better than Chandler Jones. But Kivitz.
Yeah. T.J. Watt's better than. Yes, I agree.
I mean, we're talking about a DPOY here. A former defensive player of the year who could have won it last year. He's been that good. It was not pretty. The film was not pretty for Colton McKivitz and those Raiders.
Why was Chandler Jones putting that on social media?
He was going crazy about something. I guess he couldn't get into a facility, but he deleted everything. I think all is well with Chandler Jones and the Raiders. You know, he's John Jones' brother. They're kind of loony. They got some loose screws.
Okay.
They're cool. I love those guys, but they do some things that makes you raise your eyebrows a little bit. And yesterday was one of those days. But then also he posted the videos of going at Colt McKivitz, and it made me raise my eyebrows saying, oh, boy, right tackle might be an issue.
Well, I think this is an interesting point. Like, we all agree, like, with the salary cap being what it is in the NFL, impossible to have a perfect team. This is not the 1991 NFL where you could spend whatever you want and be 2 and 3 deep at every position, right? So you're going to have weaknesses. Most teams in the NFL have maybe one good corner. Not many have 2 good corners, right? No. I look at offensive line play, and like part of why I pay Kyle Shanahan, $15 million a year, is I don't really want to pay $20 million for a left guard. I don't want to pay Mike McGlinchey $50 million in guaranteed money in the offseason at right tackle. I'm expecting my offensive coordinator, my play designer, to be able to scheme around it. We talk so much about scheme. I think he can find ways. You're not going to protect him on every play, but you can minimize a flaw on that offensive line through having a second blocker in that area. Like, that's what you pay Juszczyk for. That's what you got George Kittle for.
Right.
Play design, play action, playing into that guy's strengths. Like, isn't that why we have Shanahan making the big bucks?
Absolutely. And Tomlin talked about it. Look, it wasn't a slight at Purdy. I don't think it was, the more you listen to it. But here's what Tomlin had to say about Shanahan's system.
What kind of keys does your defense have to focus on for a quarterback like Brock Purdy when he hasn't had a ton of tape to study over the past couple years?
It's less specifically about Brock Purdy, and it's more about how Kyle Shanahan chooses to utilize his quarterback within the schematics of what it is that he does. And so whether it's Purdy or Darnold or Garoppolo or anyone that, Matt Ryan or his days in Cleveland, we just see very similar things in terms of their approach to football. It's very quarterback friendly. It doesn't put them in a lot of adverse circumstances. It keeps them on schedule. And in doing so, it minimizes the potential for negativity. It's a great platform, particularly for a young guy to play and gain experience. And I think it's reflective of Purdy's journey a year ago and their collective journey a year ago. But I imagine his growth and development in that experience has him and them ready to take another step, just like we are with our young quarterback.
No doubt. Now I'm seeing a headline right now on NFL Network saying, will the 49ers take a step back? And the only way they take a step back, I believe, even though Nick Bosa's not here and their defense may take a step back because they were historically great last year, and we don't know about Steve Wilkes and this aggressive approach. Will he blitz a lot? We'll talk to Crocker about that at 8:30. But offensively, the only way they take a step back as a team is if Brock Purdy regresses in this system. And I think, from what we've heard all throughout the years, it takes 2 years to master the system, 2 years to master the system. Well, this is year number 2 for Brock Purdy. And he's got a Deebo Samuel in great shape. And he didn't have Deebo Samuel for 3 games late last season. People forget that. And you've got the nice rapport with Brett and Ayuk. I love the rapport him and Ayuk has. We just saw that in the preseason game, 3rd down, boom, timing route. I trust you to make a play, to run your route correctly. Boom, ball's on time. Ayuk makes a play, gets down to the goal line. Kittle, we know about what he does, and hopefully he does play in week 1. That's the only way this team takes a step back is if Brock Purdy takes a step back. And to me, there's no signs that Purdy's going to take a step back. Instead, I think he's going to get better in this offense.
Man, I mean, take a step back. Like, if they can win 11 games and have a really good year, and I guess it would be deemed a step back. Like, I don't know.
In terms of win-loss record, no. But
you know what I mean?
How does it look offensively?
Yes. Yeah.
How does it look? Does the turnovers go up? Does the fumbles go up?
Yeah.
Are there more 3 and outs?
Have we even considered that maybe the NFC could be better than what we're giving it credit as of today? I don't think there are a lot of great teams in it, but aren't we surprised every year? That team, I didn't think the New York Giants were going to make the playoffs last year. I thought the New York Giants were going to stink. And they were way better than I thought last year. I think they're going to take a step forward. We all think that Detroit's set up, but maybe they're a year away. Could the NFC just be better? And maybe we're underrating, how good the NFC is. I don't know. I'm just throwing out different reasons. Because you're saying, take a step back, and that would mean that, it's all on the Niners. Right. Sometimes the opponents are just better than you anticipated. Well, their schedule feels more difficult.
No, the schedule feels more daunting, no doubt about it. But we thought that last year too, right?
Yeah.
And injuries happen, trades happen, things happen. The funny part about the NFC this year is, I think, to your point, we know the Cowboys and Eagles are going to be good.
Yes.
Seattle's right there.
I think they're really good.
Seattle's right there. Detroit, I'm very eager to see what Detroit brings to the table tomorrow. But also, I think people are sleeping on the Green Bay Packers, man.
What about Minnesota? They won that division.
Yeah, they lost Cook. Madison's a good player.
And
I don't
Thielen.
like their defense, though.
Yeah.
I don't like their defense. But they do have weapons offensively. They can score. They'd score with the best of them. There's no doubt about that. But I'm looking at Green Bay and I'm saying, Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon ain't bad. Christian Watson is a baller.
Are we dismissing New Orleans?
I wouldn't.
I mean, Kamara's missing the first couple games, but getting
Jamal Williams,
getting Michael Thomas back, getting Derek Carr. I'm just thinking big picture. Sometimes things happen in the division, and you think you're going to be a really, really good team, and you look at the conference, and you're like, "Oh, wow, we kind of underrated all of these teams." And it's no fault of your own. You could still be an explosive team,
right?
Injuries or situations happen, and you're like winning 11 games. Some people would say it's a huge step back. Could still be a great year.
11-6 is a very good year. Very good year. And for this team, it's almost like the Warriors, although it's a little different in football, obviously, with the bye week.
Yeah.
Only getting one bye week. I want to see the NFL go back to 2 bye weeks. I don't think that's fair to only have 1 bye week, personally.
Do you mean 2 bye weeks?
2 bye weeks per conference.
Oh, not in the regular season.
Yeah.
No,
2 bye weeks per conference. So
for two
teams get a bye week and per conference. I don't like the 1 bye week. I don't like one team getting a bye week. That to me is not fair, especially if you have 7. You add more teams and you decrease the bye weeks. That doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah.
That's something that's kind of bothered me here. But if you go 11-6, and for this team, kind of like the Warriors in a way where they're proven in the playoffs. They can win on the road in the playoffs. Now, I know they have some monumental losses on the road in the playoffs.
Some huge road wins.
But they've got,
huge.
Going to Dallas, you go to Green Bay. I think this team is set up well in the playoffs if they get there. For this team to get there, they know what needs to get done here. And they also have Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey is going to drive people crazy. And that's, if there's one thing offensively that excites you.
I can't wait to see him.
It's number 23, McCaffrey. Right? McCaffrey in space.
I think he's going to be an MVP candidate this year. I think that's the thing that no one's really come out and said. Well, but why? Like, I know it goes to quarterbacks. Trust me.
I got to give Danny O'Hara credit. We're out in New Orleans at the casino. The guy all week, like we're all, having a great time at Bourbon Street. And Daker's talking everybody's ear off. Big Dog City gets married. I'm going to put money on McCaffrey to win MVP. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put money on McCaffrey. The guy put money on McCaffrey to win MVP. The more he kept talking about it, I'm like, 1,000. Now, the only reason why I wouldn't put that bet is because they seem to give the MVP to the quarterback all the time. They do.
When was the last running back to get it?
Adrian Peterson? Was it Adrian Peterson? AP?
I thought Todd Gurley might have got it one year. Maybe I'm wrong. AP's the last running back?
So, Justin Jefferson, I thought, had an argument last year, but quarterback's always good.
Yeah, they give the running backs the Offensive Player of the Year award now. So it's basically turned into, unless you're having like an amazing 2,000-yard type of season, you're not getting it.
So that's the only reason why I wouldn't bet money on a running back winning MVP, but it's a good bet. It's a good investment.
I mean, look, if I'm just looking at it from if the Niners are where we think they're going to be, the guy's going to have a monster year. We know he puts up monster numbers. Health is obviously it's part of the Christian McCaffrey experience. Like when he's healthy, he's unbelievable. When he's not healthy, it sucks because he's such a great weapon. And I just look at what he can do for the entire team in terms of opening things up. I don't know, man. I think he should be in the mix.
He should be in the mix. He should be. But, again, quarterbacks, when you got Mahomes, when you got Allen, when you got Burrow, we got all these studs. Jalen Hurts had an argument to win MVP. That's tough there.
I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be a guy that's going to get a lot of buzz this year.
Oh, you're on the Trevor Lawrence high train with me,
Doug P. Yeah. I mean, Doug Peterson,
Trevor Lawrence is good, man. Sunshine, man, can play. Sunshine can play. 888-957-9570. What is the most exciting aspect of 49ers offense this year? Because, again, all training camp, so much of the conversation, 2 leagues. Huh? Yeah, I know. You see this guy? He's battles me about Trevor Lawrence all season.
But you know why he's come around? He's his fantasy quarterback.
In 2 different leagues.
But
because I think they're going to throw a lot.
This is what happened.
No,
he starts hearing the wisdom that I impart into Sasky's brain on these quarterbacks, and he gets to these fantasy drafts. He goes, boy, wow. He is right about Trevor Lawrence. Wow, he did come along last season. Wow, he did get better after Urban Meyer left.
Well, I mean, that was obvious.
He does have an arm.
That was obvious.
Wow.
But he also added nuance to his game. I mean, I'm not a Dabo guy. I think Dabo's offenses are very boring. I do. I think they're not. I don't think they develop quarterbacks that well. They don't.
But
he recruits phenomenally. But like when you watch Trevor Lawrence in college, it was a lot of like 5 wide slants. Every play was a slant.
Going to that Fiesta Bowl,
or a go route.
Watching that Fiesta Bowl, what sold me on Trevor Lawrence in that game, I didn't know he had that running ability.
Oh yeah, well he's been able to move. He's a beast.
But no, that game he broke a 60-yarder against that Ohio State defense with all that speed. Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, they had ballers on that defense. And I think Denzel Ward was on that team as well for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And he outran everybody. And I saw Trevor in that game outgunned in terms of talent. I said, oh, this dude's a stud. Well, and I got to watch him twice. I was lucky, one of the few Bay Area people to watch him in person twice. Once at Levi Stadium in the National Championship at Alabama, and out in Glendale, Arizona. I was like, yeah, that's the guy.
Well,
that's the guy.
The Christian Kirk, everybody blasted that move.
It was a great move for that.
He was good last year. And then acquiring Calvin Ridley might be one of the better acquisitions of the offseason.
And it rejuvenated Evan Ingram.
I didn't even think about him.
He balled out last year.
I didn't even think about him.
So I think Jacksonville is going to be really good.
That division sucks, too.
I'm glad you're on the Trevor Lawrence trade. That makes me happy.
Well, fantasy quarterbacks are different. Like Stafford was a great fantasy quarterback for a decade. Not that he was a great winning quarterback. So like when you're looking for fantasy, you're looking for teams that are going to throw the ball and put up points. And I'm looking at that team. I think they're going to throw the ball and put up points.
Yep.
But I also think he's good.
Yep. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. What excites me about the Niners is their physicality. Nothing better than watching your team beat up the other team. That's certified G. There is something about running the ball down team's throat. I know a lot of people complained in 2019 about Jimmy only throwing 8 times, but I got a great thrill out of, like, think about Vince Lombardi and the Green Bay Packers and what they represented, running the ball down people's throats with the counter trays and the counter traps and all that, and the sweeps. And the Niners did that to them, that organization in NFC Championship game. That was one of my favorite games, just running Mostert down their throat. Stop it. What about running 12 straight times against Minnesota, against Everson Griffin and Daniil Hunter and that defense? Try to stop us. I love running the ball down people's throats. I'm with you, Certified G. Let's go to Spencer, Walnut Creek. Spencer, what's happening?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Not bad.
So, I don't get the Brock skepticism in any way. I mean, if you took a rookie quarterback that started 8-0, had the highest quarterback rating in the league, won 2 playoff games, by the way, there's not a lot of precedent for him getting worse.
Well, wait, 1 second. I'll let you finish. 1 second. We did recently see Baker Mayfield put up 30-something touchdowns in his rookie year, break the rookie quarterback thing, had actually a really good second year where they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs, and then the bottom completely fell out on him.
And then what happened though, right? Then he had coaching turnover, right? New offensive coordinator, new head coach, I think. You looked at like guys like Vic and Vince Young that were really running quarterbacks, but couldn't take the next step, from a read progression. And for me, Brock, utilizing the entirety of Kyle's offense. That's why Kyle loves him.
Spencer,
right?
When did you change your name from Tiago?
I'm imagining Brian in Palo Alto right now is wearing like those fake glasses and the nose while he's calling in.
Brock, he gets through 4 reads, right? And that's elite quarterbacking in the NFL. Jimmy maybe got through 2. Trey got through 1.
Tiago, how proud of you?
Tiago.
Are you proud of me for moving off of Trey Lance?
Brian or Tiago?
Spencer, it's BPA/Tiago/Spencer.
You're the
man. Let's get to our other man.
Really quick, this guy used a different voice when I was screening the call there. Like, that's how complex BPA is getting with sneaking onto this show.
Well, listen, BPA can't quit us. He's out of Alcatraz.
Remember when he said he was going to quit us?
Well, he tweeted at me. He said, I'm going to the other station to flip things.
To flip things.
Will Marin.
He's still on hold over there.
Will Marin.
You can't die in this cell, man.
It's one of the greatest lines of all time.
Will Marin, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I think the simple thing for me is just the social aspect. I missed hanging out with the homies on Sunday. You know, you go Sunday morning, you have like an early breakfast, play a little Madden, kind of hang out, and then you just kind of have like a routine. It's like for every other sport, it's kind of casual. Games are kind of played throughout the week in basketball and baseball. You can't really have that. And I mean this in a very, very low, kind of watered-down way, but football, in a sense, for me, is like a religion, and the man cave is the church that I want to go to, and it's just awesome to be there with your friends and they hang out. And I cherish those moments because it's not always going to be there. You know, people get married, people have kids, people travel, people have work opportunities and ventures, so I just cherish those moments, and I love it, and I don't take it for granted because nothing lasts forever, and I love that. Like, I just love the simpleness, and then I also love my favorite thing about the live part of the game is just the tailgate. Like, I never experienced it because it's tough for me because I do watch the Niners religiously, but I am a Ravens fan, I have to admit. And the first time I went to a Raiders-Ravens game, I have to say the Raiders fans were awesome. I was wearing my stuff, and it was just amazing how open arms they were. There were people giving me ribs. I mean, yeah, they were cracking jokes and telling me I was going to get my butt whipped, but I was getting chili. I was getting ribs. I don't drink, but people were still passing out beers. I just love the social aspect of football. Like, yes, fans fight, but it's just like everything else. There's bad seeds and everything, but the social aspect of football is second to none. And honestly, like, if you just go in with a positive attitude, even wearing your other team's gear, a lot of the time, like, you get what you portray you are. So I go in with an attitude, open arms, happy, talking friendly trash, and usually that's what I get back. And that's what I love. Like, I just love football so much. I'm so excited for this year. And real quick, Shafsky, I think Lamar Jackson would absolutely go off in Shanahan's offense because he is a better short passer, because he throws to Andrews and he's very good at those like dig routes. I think he would go off in the Shanahan offense. I wouldn't be mad if that would have happened as a Ravens fan. I would have even liked to see that. That would be amazing. But yeah, I'll let you guys go. You have a great one, and can't wait for this football season. And I still owe you a round of golf.
No doubt.
Whenever y'all want it.
We will cash in on it, Will. Great call there. Tony in Oakland. We'll get you on the other side. Tony, hang on tight. I'm going to take your call on the other side because I know you're excited about something specifically in this office, and I want to get to that. That'll bring us back to what we were talking about.
Little fullback action? Is that what he's excited about?
Boy, a lot of
$8 million fullback?
Why everybody getting on use check, man?
Well, no, if we're going to count money and like $8 million, I mean, you could get two backup quarterbacks for $8 million. You could get the best slot corner in free agency for $8 million.
Who was that?
I'm just saying. You got one Isaiah Oliver, and he's like 1/3 of a good receiver, DB.
The slot corner. How much did K1 get for Denver
Jimmy
Broncos?
Ward got $8 million a year.
That's all he got?
Something like that. I'll look it up.
All right. If you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, check out Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Sam Lutman, Joe Shasky.
I love it.
Farhan Zaidi.
2-year, $13 million for Jimmy Ward. I was right.
That's it.
See?
That's it, huh? Wow. Well, everybody's throwing heat at Juszczyk these days. Just came out of nowhere.
Well, if we're going to count money, and who's more important to the Niners? Bosa or Juszczyk?
Well,
if we're going to start counting contracts.
It's not a like for like. You know what Shanahan loves? Fullback. All right, let's break. That'll be brought to you by Eric Crocker coming up. Eric Crocker, Crocky. It's Croc time. Sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full service baking. No compromises.
Explore September sales at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on all supplements with
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kind of hard being Snoop D-O-double-P. Welcome back. Classic beat, classic song. We got football back week 1. Now, Lubman just came in and gave me something that will blow you away, Shasky.
I'll be the judge of that.
Wow. Lubman, you still got the sheet? I want Lubman to kind of hear. Get some run, Lubman, before we get to Tony in Oakland and Crocker.
Sure we want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I want Lubman to get some run in here. Come grab the paper from me, and I'll let you read it and explain what's going on here with Brock.
I got it here in front of me.
All right.
So this is an interesting little tidbit that our boss, Matt Nahigian, sent us about Brock Purdy. So if Brock can throw at least 2 touchdown passes against the Steelers this weekend, Purdy will become the first quarterback in NFL history to win each of his first 6 career regular season starts and throw for at least 2 touchdown passes in those starts.
So he has to win and throw 2 touchdowns.
To accomplish this 6 wins plus the 2 touchdowns, correct.
Does that blow you away?
Not really.
But here's the thing, though.
It just seems very nuanced.
But it gets better, because if he can put up a passer rating of at least 95, he will become the first quarterback in NFL history to get 6 first career wins and 2 touchdown passes and a passer rating of 95 or higher. So we got some history on the line here this weekend, folks.
This reminds me of, real quick, Joe, the Nick Mullins graphic. You guys remember this, right?
Just going to go
The most passing yards in his first 13 starts. Nick Mullins, 3,610. That's 3rd all time. Only Andrew Luck and Patrick Mahomes did more. Come on.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, my God.
I remember that.
Okay, you know what? So that I don't sound like a bugaboo, sure, it means everything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Here,
I'll be skeptical of it. I'll be skeptical, and I'll tell you why I'll be skeptical. Look at some of the teams that he lit up. The Commanders, which was Chase Young's first game back.
They were a good defense, though, up until that point, but it was toward the end of the year.
Las Vegas Raiders.
Not a good defense.
Arizona Cardinals.
Well, they had given up.
Yeah.
But you still did it. Right? You still did it, and you get credit for that. I was like, but the touchdown pass thing, look, you're going to look up, oh, my God, Mahomes has 42 touchdowns or whatever. Let's say this weekend, they do one of those, touch pass things where, Debo comes running around.
Jet sweep. The touch pass.
Yeah, the touch pass. It's like a jet sweep, but instead you throw it forward, and he does that twice.
Right.
Is anyone blown away? Is that on the same level of him knifing one, like he did to McCaffrey down the sideline? Those 2 touchdowns are not created equal.
They count.
I know they count the same.
I love that play on Madden, by the way. Tony in Oakland, what's happening? Touch pass.
Oh, yeah, it's cool.
Good morning.
What's up, Tony? Good morning.
I'm excited to see Purdy, and the reason why is that dude has the X factor big time. What do I mean? He has the God factor. That guy gets it. He's like Bruce Lee. You know what I mean? He becomes like the water. You know how few people can do that? Like Brady. He's just a technician out there, right? I mean, this guy, he gets in, and it's just unbelievable. And he's going to be great. So few people get in the zone or even know how to do it. The way you get in is you got to feel it. And if you want it, science is real. It's electromagnetism. So what they do is, all the coach has to say is, well, remember when you did this, or remember when you did that. Well, you have to get Shatsky in there, someone that has the feel, right? And then you radiate. The stuff shoots out, electro, and magnetism is what mirrors between people. And so few people know how to do this. But Brock Purdy is one of those people, and I am so looking forward. Everyone is so boring out there because, they kind of focus and then they get out. But this guy, he knows how to get into the Christ center and mirror.
Tony, can you call us back all football season?
From
can
Earth
you be a regular?
Next time, not from Mars.
No, you are on planet Earth. She's in Oakland.
Yes.
Are you a deadhead?
How long you been watching 49er football, Tony?
Well, you know what? I must say that I haven't been watching them long. I watch whoever gets in. It does not matter the sport. Once you know a difference, you want it all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's like being in love.
It is. You're right. What do you do for a living, Tony? What do you do for a living? I want to get to know you a little bit.
I get athletes into the zone.
Ooh.
It's so easy.
What about? Hold on, Tony.
People in
can you get the sports?
Seconds.
Can you get sports talk radio host into his home?
I was at a boring party up at the Claremont, and the Raiders were there. This must have been 15 years ago, and they were standing there.
Was Jamarcus
the party was absolutely dead. And so I turned around the guys, and I said, any of you guys know the zone? And, I'm sitting there giving off the feel. And they went like this, yeah. And everyone starts moving. I know the feel. And they start, dancing. The whole party got going in 5 seconds.
Wow. Tony, can I ask you?
Change the world.
Tony.
This is how you do it.
Tony, real quick, Tony.
Into the zone. As soon as they hit the field, and the whole stadium, it doesn't matter if you're black, white, yellow, green, whatever you are, your stupid hair, all those different colors, and everyone starts high-fiving, and they're the best of friends because you're feeling the Christ feel.
Tony, can I ask you, how does Shasky and I get into a zone? How can we enter that zone that you're talking about?
Oh, well, you guys, that's the reason. Wait, you're feeling it right now. Ooh. See, I can feel it across the phone. You were mirroring it. The reason why I listen to you guys is because you guys get in. I mean, it's so rare for people, Murph and Mac, they're so boring. They rarely get in. But you guys get in and you mirror. So this is the way anyone can get in the zone. If there's, whatever you like to do best, you have a passion for it,
yep.
You pay attention.
Yep.
If you're in that field, and suddenly you become a fullness, you're in, and then everyone wants to be around you. It's charisma.
Oh, I love it. Tony, you're charismatic. Call us back soon. What a call. Tony in Oakland, folks. That's why she believes in Brock Purdy.
I just got contact high.
Hey, you know what? Eric Crocker's got to follow that up.
Morning roast gets in. That's our new slogan.
We get in and we get out.
Hey, Croc time, man. I don't know how you follow that up, man. Eric Crocker, former NFL.
What do you think she's doing? Real quick, what do you think she's doing right now after she hung up the call?
I don't know. But you know what? Crocker did have a great tweet about 3 weeks ago. It goes, every caller on 95.7 Game sounds like they smoke Black and Miles. Now, what do you think about Tony there in Oakland, Croc? Tony in Oakland. I mean, come on. You don't get Tony in Oakland's on the Croc show, do you?
I don't, but I might need to. Whatever she's on, if it's Black and Miles, maybe I need to get into that so I can get into the zone like she was, man.
She was on one, man. She was on one. What a day. What a call for Tony, man. I wanted to call back. Croc, man, thanks so much for joining us, man. We know we love your coverage, man, everything you do over there at the the Lockdown 49ers podcast. Also work with Underdog Fantasy, a gambling website. Look, man, week one's finally here. And I've been asking callers this and asking people this. We saw college football last week with Primetime and company in Florida State. What is it about week one of the NFL season? You played the game at a high level. What is it about opening weekend of the football season that gets you going?
I think everyone is a contender week one. And I think for the fans, it's exciting. For the players, it's exciting. You've been working really hard. Training camp, long days. And I remember when I was with the Jets, man, those training camp practices, the practices weren't too bad. It was like a normal practice. But the length of the day, I mean, just especially as a rookie, waking up at 5 a.m. to lift weights, then you go eat, then you have meetings, then you have practice, then you have more meetings, then you have lunch, then you have more meetings, and then you have special teams meetings, then you have walkthroughs, and then you have, all these other things, then you have a defensive meeting at night, and then finally you get back to the room and it's time to study. And it's like, man, you don't get to sleep till 11:30, dang near midnight, then do it all over again. So those days are kind of behind these guys, and now it's just prepare for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We're going to get to the offense in a second. Bonte's super excited about the offense, but I'm looking at this defense. Number 2 in overall yards given up last year, 6th in yards per play, number 1 in rush yards in terms of yards per play. I mean, they were outstanding. 44 sacks, a great pressure rate. Man, they really need Nick Bosa here. As someone who's played in the league and you understand that there's a business element, can they overcome missing Nick Bosa for a couple of weeks?
When I look at the 49ers defense, and I think we know how great Fred Warner is at the linebacker position, I think Greenlaw plays very well off of him. But outside of those guys, if you don't have Nick Bosa, and I know, I'm forgetting Hargraves, but there's not a whole lot of these special talented guys. I think there are a lot of guys, especially on the back end, that do their job very well. We see Hufanga, we see Gibson, you see guys like Diamador Lenore and Javarius Ward. Like, they can do their job, but they're not like these overly special, like the most talented guys on the field. So when you don't have a Nick Bosa, I think it kind of makes everybody's jobs a little bit harder. You don't have the legit edge rushers off the edge. So now Hargraves and Armstead, your job is harder. Now there's more attention that's put into those guys. You know, who's keeping the linebackers clean, right? Where Fred Warner, he's used to kind of knifing in there and making plays. You don't have that. On the back end, you know, now guys have to cover a little bit longer when you're not the most talented guys on the back end. And, you know, we kind of saw that with, like, Diamador Lenore getting outran by Kelly from the Chargers and on the 75-yard touchdown run. Right? You know, not being able to catch them. They don't have, like, the fastest guys. They have guys that do their job. Well, now, if Nick Bosa isn't out there, I feel like it's kind of a snowball effect that starts to trickle down to each level that makes everybody's job a little bit harder. And if they do take a tick back and you don't have that dominant guy, what does the defense then look like? And for me, I don't want to know. So I'm hoping that the 49ers get this thing signed and done right now. I was hoping, man, Wednesday, that's the first day that they're really, like, practicing. We'll hear about Nick Bosa signing and he's running on the field. But as of right now, which is, you know, 8:43 a.m. Pacific time, I have not seen any update on Nick Bosa. So it kind of scares me a little bit. And, again, I don't want to know what this defense looks like without him.
It's such a great point, Crocky, and we don't know. And it was going to be a tough game against Pittsburgh with or without Nick Bosa. You do make a great point because of all the double teams and triple teams Bosa sees and how easier the game is for everybody else playing alongside Nick Bosa. But this may be the year, Crocky, that the offense may have to carry the defense because we don't know what Steve Wilks is going to bring to the table. Before we move over to the offensive side of the ball, what do you know about Steve Wilks? I know I asked you this before at Trading Camp, but what do you expect from more blitzes, more exotic packages? What should the fans expect from Steve Wilks, who is going to coach from the booth, which is a difference from Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans?
You know, looking at his defense, and I'm curious to see, like, exactly how it plays out with the 49ers. We've seen him do some things where he does send some blitzes, maybe more pressures. But I think ideally, especially if I'm a defensive coordinator, I want to be able to rush forward. Now, when you don't have Nick Bosa, you probably just can't do that. So you have to figure out ways to generate pressure in other ways. Maybe you have a corner come and you drop a guy off in coverage like Drake Jackson, but you kind of mix things up. So you still only have 4 guys coming, but you do it in different ways. You kind of see some of that with, like, fire zone defenses and whatnot. The tough thing is that opens up holes kind of on the next level. So you have to really make sure that you get there right now if you're bringing the extra pressure. And that kind of opens up things like, you guys remember, Miami Dolphins, first play of the game on offense, Trent Sherfield outran the entire San Francisco 49ers defense, right, with a quick hitter. Those windows typically are there when you're trying to kind of overcompensate for not having Nick Bosa out there. So how aggressive is Wilks going to be with his defense? I think if you don't have Bosa, you have to be more aggressive, but that definitely leaves more voids on the back end.
What about this offense? Well, Brock Purdy, Tomlin had a long 20-minute, kind of like talking to with the media, and he goes, well, they asked him about Brock Purdy. He said something to the effect of, well, it's about the playmakers and the scheme and whatnot. How do you slow down Brock Purdy?
So if you kind of look at what the Dallas Cowboys did in the playoff game, and I don't know if people are going to try to kind of steal that whole thing, what they did, but and if even guys have the scheme or the players to do it, but they ran a lot of man, tried to condense kind of the middle of the field a little bit more, have a robber there, and then just say, all right, now your quarterback is going to have to beat us by being perfect with his throws. A lot of times if you see, Brock Purdy, when he's really cooking, even if somebody blitzes, but it's a zone, Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of putting him in a good position to where, like, hey, there's going to be a window here. Just trust it. If you throw it in there, it's going to be a big catch-and-run opportunity. But when you're playing man coverage, you don't really have those big windows like that unless your guy just destroys the guy in man. And I don't know if that's necessarily the strength of a lot of 49ers receivers. You do have Brandon Ayuk. He's a man killer, and he can win in that way. But Kyle Shanahan, the way he calls plays to me, and again, we'll see if they adjust, it feels like it's not as much about the receiver, it's more about his scheme and how you specifically fit into the way that he sees his offense being ran. So from that standpoint, I don't know how teams are going to start to attack Brock Purdy. And I know a lot of people think, like, well, they threw a lot at him last year. and teams did, but they're going to figure out what you do well, what you struggle with, how do you see the field, and where do you like to throw the ball.
What do you think he struggles with?
I think he doesn't. I don't like to talk bad about Brock.
No, I don't. We're not trying to be negative.
They'll come
we're
for you.
We're not trying to be negative.
Yeah,
I apologize. No, but you're seeing it from a defensive mind, and that's why I'm just curious because everybody's trying to knock him at every single turn, and no quarterback's perfect.
Right. I think that he doesn't have the strongest of arms. So if I'm a team, I would try to figure out how I can tighten down coverage a little bit and make him make these tight window throws consistently. And the best way to do that is to play man. So the tough thing with man, especially with a guy like him, he is elusive. He can make plays on the move. If you are in man coverage, guys, everybody has their back turned to the quarterback. So if he starts to move around a little bit, it makes it like you have to cover a little bit harder. And I think he's kind of put that type of pressure on defenses. So I think he does that part well. But I'm just saying, as a drop back passer, what I would want, I would try to force him to consistently make tight window throws. And one thing we have seen with Brock Purdy, and I was hoping that he improved on it. A lot of people made a big stink about his, training camp and a lot of interceptions or interceptable balls. It's like, well, it's just practice. You don't know if he's just trying to fit things in there and see what he can get away with. Well, I watched him last year, and he threw a lot of interceptable passes as well. Some of them just got dropped, and that's fine. Drop them. 49ers win, great. Can you predict that teams are going to continue to drop those passes? And I would say I wouldn't count on that, right? Mm-hmm. So if he does start to throw more interceptions, then what does that look like? So in this week one, we got a guy by the name of Minka Fitzpatrick on the other side. He's a ball hawk. He's a playmaker. I thought he was easily the 49ers pick at pick 9 in 2018, and they chose Mike McGlinchey. McGlinchey was good, not a terrible pick, but Minka, he's a little different, all-pro safety, and he's a game changer, a difference maker, and you hope that he does not change the game in Pittsburgh this Sunday because the way he's able to kind of decipher through what's what is, I think, is more about kind of like what Tomlin said. Kyle Shanahan versus guys like Minka.
Right.
Like Kyle knows, okay, Minka's here. This is what they're doing with Minka. How can I move guys to where now this is an easier throw for Brock Purdy?
Think about Kyle Shanahan as we're talking to Eric Crocker, former NFL and Reading League football corner out of Stockton, California. We love Crocker on Twitter. Follow him at Eric_Crocker on Twitter. Crocky, on paper, and I've been jacked up about this offense because I see Deebo Samuel in tip-top shape. He looks phenomenal, and we know we could do it with the ball in his hands. We talk about Yak. Brandon Ayuk. You highlighted Brandon Ayuk, who's a baller. He could beat man coverage. Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. It feels like this may be the season where the offense may have to carry the defense under Shanahan for the first time since we see Shanahan as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
I remember at some point, it might have been last year, 49ers were kind of down a little bit, and I remember thinking, and I think I tweeted it out, I'm like, Kyle Shanahan is supposed to be an offensive genius, but why does he lean so much on the defense?
Right.
It's like you have all these weapons. You have Kittle, Deebo, Ayuk, McCaffrey now, but it felt like he kind of played a little bit more conservative, and he leaned more on the side of, well, I'm going to let my defense kind of win the game. If the defense kind of takes a step back and there is no Nick Bosa out there, then, yeah, you're going to have to be more assertive offensively. And I would like to see what that looks like. So you look at down the stretch, especially with Brock Purdy, and they scored a lot of points, and I think they averaged 33 points a game with Purdy out there. So we know they can do it with him in a game where he has to go into the game thinking, okay, we might have to outscore other teams. How does he call plays then? And for me, I think that's something kind of exciting because we might see a different version of what we've seen from the Niners as opposed to this team that play a little bit more conservative and then just kind of let their defense continue to put them in positions to win.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Go ahead, Shasky.
Who's a guy we're not talking about right now that we will be talking about, good or bad, in 2 weeks' time on the Niners?
Oh, 2 weeks' time. Hopefully Javon Kinlaw. To me, he's kind of the X factor. You saw the 49ers run defense in the preseason. It was not great. Guys kind of getting blown off the ball, getting moved out of there. Kinlaw was one of them. But if the 49ers defense is going to be stout and good, the one thing that they relied on is a good rotation of guys on that D-line. And part of that is going to be Kinlaw. Look, you were the number 14 overall pick. And we are banking on you being a 3-down guy. Well, he's not that. So can you be? And I got to be careful with Kinlaw. I know he might be listening.
Hey, we don't give Smack. Trust me, we don't give Mook Dog smoke on this show. We praise Mook Dog because he's really a freak, Crocky.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak though.
can you at the very least be a guy that can come in and do something well? Like right now, it's like we haven't seen him do anything well consistently. Like, can you at the very least come in and stop the run?
Right.
So I think he's a guy we might be talking about in 2 weeks. For better or for worse, what is his role in this defense, even as a reserve guy? I'm really curious to see what that looks like.
Yeah, that film in Philadelphia for the NFC title game did not look good for Kinlaw. I know Ian Williams, who we all know, man, he was not happy with Kinlaw. He actually wasn't happy with his play in the preseason as well. Speaking of which, Bosa. Let's go back to Bosa for a second. You were in the NFL. You talk about being in the NFL locker room. What goes on? What are the players thinking when the players hold out? Now, I don't know if any Jet held out when you were there, but you could speak. I know you could speak on this, Crocky.
Yeah, Darrell Revis.
Oh, wow. You were there with Revis, huh?
Yeah, so when I first got there, and I was all excited, I'm like, man, I'm here with Marty, I'm here with Revis. Like, my locker's right next to Revis. Like, this is dope. And then Revis didn't show up. And then he still wasn't there. Then he finally shows up, and I will say this, and the noise on everything is much louder on the outside than it is inside the building. So, I went through, there was a quarterback battle there. It was Geno Smith versus Mark Sanchez. Inside the building, nobody cares. Nobody talks about it. Outside, it's on every TV anytime anybody's, in the lunchroom and we're watching TV or whatnot. I think it's the same with guys that are holding out. There was no Revis there, and nobody cared. It was like, all right, we're going to do our job. We're watching film, we're preparing. And then he shows up, and it's like, hey, what's up, man? Glad things are getting, heading in the right direction. And then, boom, he got traded to Tampa Bay. But before he got traded, as far as the holdout, inside the building, everybody understands, like, the business aspect of this. So you're not going to, like, lose the respect of your teammates or anything like that.
Yeah, but how did doesn't the game plans change dramatically when you have or don't have a player of Darrell Revis, Nick Bosa's caliber?
Oh, definitely. Now, Revis was traded in the offseason. So what the 49ers dealing with, I think is drastically different, but the players still aren't going to hold Bosa accountable for it. They're going to hold the Parag Marate and John Lynch. Like, why aren't y'all getting this done?
What'd you make of Warner?
That Fred Warner got the sack and doing the shrug and the money. Like, the players, they're going to have each other's back 100% because they know at some point they might be in that same situation. So typically you don't hear guys speak on guys' money, especially like being upset about a guy holding out or whatever. But they definitely will welcome them back with open arms.
Yeah, that's wild right there, man. Parag, John Lynch, just get the deal done. What do you make of I sent a tweet out yesterday, Croc, where I'm like, just sign Bosa. Worry about 2024 and 2024. Like, everybody is so quick to say, well, this guy's not going to be here next year if you pay this guy, and this guy's not gonna. Well, that's what I pay Parag and John Lynch for. To figure out how to keep these great. Like, I keep hearing, you can't keep Ayuk and Debo together for a long time. And I'm like, why? This is the best duo in the 49er uniform at the wide receiver spot since probably T.O. and Jerry Rice in the late 90s.
You know what, man? I look at it like someone living paycheck to paycheck. We've all been there. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, the rent is due on the first. You got to pay that rent. We'll figure out everything else outside of that. And I think that's the mindset you got to take on when it comes to Nick Bosa. Like, Nick Bosa is the rent on the first. Like, that's the priority, having a roof over your head. That phone bill or something like that, or that that Netflix bill, you worry about that later. If it gets cut off for a little bit, whatever, you'll figure out how to get it back on. But you got to make sure that the rent is due, and Nick Bosa is the rent. Got to get paid.
Got to get that promise to pay with Sprint, right? Hey, man, I'll promise to pay you next month with this phone bill. Keep me on, man. Keep me on. I use that for like 2 years straight. Hey, Croc, man, you do a great job, man. We love your work over there.
Good stuff.
Of course, the Lockdown Podcast with our boy Brian Peacock, Underdog Fantasy Gambling website. He does it all. Crocker's everywhere, man. Thanks for the insight, man. We'll be talking to you soon, man.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime. Eric Crocker, man. He's really good at what he does, man. Knows the game inside and out. You all learn. Every time we talk to him, we learn something. We learn something new. And I think that's important, whether the locker room, about Bosa, knowing about the noise, inside and out.
What was your biggest takeaway then?
I'm surprised he brought up Javon Kinlaw. Not a lot of people talk about Mook Dog, man. And, we're a little frightened by Mook Dog.
Nah, bro, I'm really a freak, though. Like, the world gonna see, point blank, period.
And we've been waiting to see. We're waiting to see. Now, I'll follow Javon Kinlaw. It's one of the few athletes I follow on Instagram because we talked to Chase Center. He's like, man, follow me on Instagram. I'm like, uh-oh. Make sure that's Kinlaw, keep it going, man. But
Did he follow back?
Yeah, he followed back. No, he told me to follow him. He's like, I'm going to follow you back. And he followed me back. And he watches the stories, making sure that There's no slander coming on my page. I never slander Mook Dog. Just, want you to play a little better.
So him and Clay?
Clay doesn't follow me. But,
I meant the no slander zone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the stupid hoops hype thing. Number 3 overall all-time overpaid player. I mean, that's just flat out ridiculous. No, Clay's not going to let it go, which is scary for the league. I mean, it's just idiots running these sites. Who's running hoops hype? What are you, 20? Are you just born yesterday?
Anyway. So, I figured that Wednesday was a great day to do what I call 4-down territory, where we get 4 outside of the Bay Area topics when it comes to the NFL or NCAA, and give us an opportunity to kind of chew on things. You ready to do this again?
Yes, sure. Why not? Let's do it.
Spadoni, are you here to do this with me?
Sure.
All right. Give me the first one.
Number 1.
Oh, yeah. My numbers is basically what you were just saying, Spadoni. Are you ready for the numbers? Clearly, I was not, and now I'm cycling through them, choking it right here. Are we doing 4 to 1 or 1 to 4?
By the way,
we're going to go 1 to 4. It's first down. First down.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember how this. We're doing a great job here.
Yeah. Now, by the way, Crockett did a great job following up Tony in Oakland. It's one of the most. Somehow, some way, Tony's going to win a Doobie Award. I have no idea what category. But
it's like Bill the Spaceman Lee throwing a no-hitter on acid. Same thing.
She is the Doobie Award.
Who else was that for the Pittsburgh Pirates? What's my guy's name? Who threw the no-hitter on LSD?
Doc Ellis.
Doc Ellis. Huh? Doc Ellis. You don't know about Doc Ellis?
I'm more of a Bill Spaceman Lee guy because of the Ken Burns doc.
Yeah, but no, your boy Doc Ellis. He was sitting there with his girl. He's all dope in LSD. And she pulls up the paper, said, "Hey, you're pitching tomorrow." He's like, "What?" And he throws a no-hitter. He said, balls are getting hit back to him. They look like a beach ball. It's an all-time story, man. Check it out. Doc Ellis.
He missed the World Series, too. The World Series player with the Mets, right? Same reason.
That was Doc Gooden.
Doc Gooden. Excuse me. Wow.
Doc
Two different docs.
Yeah,
two different docs.
Well,
excuse me.
He also won at the OK Corral, Doc Holliday.
My fault.
There's also Clear to Play with Doc Pondia.
Who I was with last night. All right, we're going full circle here.
All right.
What down is it?
Number 1, first down.
First down. Caleb Williams. He's going to be the talk of the town. Okay. Caleb Williams. He has looked crazy good the first 2 weeks of the year. He's 36 of 49. That's 73% completion. He's got 600 yards passing, 42 rushing yards, 9 total touchdowns. 9 total touchdowns. Now, you can say, Joe, they haven't played anybody.
Yeah,
I hear you.
San Jose State and Nevada.
I know. But his dad came out today, and his dad's in a GQ article, and he's basically saying, hey, look, Caleb doesn't have to go to the NFL if he doesn't like who the number 1 pick is. And he's pulling an Eli/John Elway already before even entering the league. His dad is putting it out there that, hey, if a team like the Arizona Cardinals has the number 1 pick, he might go back to school, and no one believes him.
Okay, Caleb. Really?
Do you think NIL plays a factor in this at all?
Maybe.
Where you can make a little money, whereas before...
Yeah, it's possible, but he also has leverage like Eli. He told the Chargers, I'm not coming to play in San Diego. Basically forced his hand. Forced the Chargers' hand, and they traded picks with the New York Giants. The Chargers ended up with Phillip Rivers. He goes to New York. So there is a possibility that Arizona would have to part ways, which would stink. They'd have to keep Kyler Murray. Maybe Kyler Murray comes back and plays well, and they say, you know what, we don't need a quarterback. But I just find it I find the timing interesting that his dad will come out after 2 games. You still got a whole season of college football left. You still have to play the Utah Utes again, who dominated you in the Pac-12 championship game. All right? You still got to play the Colorado Buffaloes. I know their defense got shredded by TCU, but I mean, talking like this after 2 games against San Jose State and Nevada, a little strange to me. A little strange to you, boy.
All right. Well, do you think...
By the way, Joey Bart's back with Giants. You can go to second down.
Needed
second down.
Second down. All right, everyone's talking about Deion Sanders, right? Everybody's talking about Deion Sanders right now, and with good reason. Bonte, I didn't even know that his other son was playing defense and led the team in tackles.
You didn't realize Shiloh Sanders?
We had it on mute.
Yeah. Oh, you had it on mute. Oh, no, that was not a game you need. Oh, you don't like Gus Johnson?
No, because we had a bunch of people in the living room.
I hear you.
So we were all talking.
No, Shiloh wearing number 21. He also missed a lot of tackles, but he had 10 tackles. But Deion got on his son for missing a couple tackles. But Shiloh Sanders playing safety. Shedeur Sanders playing quarterback. Deion Sanders Jr. being a social media guy with the video cameras and everything. He's got the whole family out there. It's prime time, baby, in Colorado. And guess what was better? What was more special about this game? Both Shador and Shiloh were wearing the Deion Sanders cleats on the field.
Well, it is a father's dream to be the coach of the program, and one son's on one side being quarterback, the other one's on the other side leading the team in tackles. That's pretty incredible.
It is pretty good. It is pretty. That's. I got emotional seeing Deion hug his son after the game at the post-game interview with Fox. I got emotional when he hugged Travis Hunter. My son right here, and you hear Shador say, "My pop, man, it's my pop," and then he grabbed Travis Hunter, "My other son right here. I love these kids." I got a little choked up seeing that, seriously, because Deion gets a lot of heat for being flamboyant, but he has kept it real 100% of the way. He's a two-way star, and what he's doing, he's empowering young men. That's what people don't get. He's empowering young men. Not only that, he's empowering African-American coaches, which we don't have a lot of in this league, in the NFL. That's special too, man. Diversity at its finest. I'm loving what's going on in Colorado with prime time.
You could have went to every single Colorado game for $222 last year.
Wow.
Do you know what the cheapest ticket to get inside the stadium for this weekend against Nebraska is?
I'm guessing it's $800.
$456.
Wow. And guess what? I'm going to be locked in at 9 a.m. for Nebraska, Colorado.
The last time I cared about Colorado this much, Cordell Stewart was the quarterback.
Yeah. No, they had a good run. They had Donald Strickland and Daniel Graham at tight end. Remember Daniel Graham at tight end, Donald Strickland?
Yeah, but you didn't care that much.
I mean, they were good, though. They had some ballers.
I think they went to the Big Ten championship game.
No, they went to Big 12 championship. They beat Texas. They beat Texas and Major Applewhite. Chris Sims got benched in that game. Major Applewhite. Huh?
Didn't they play the Domicong Sioux? Wasn't that team, or was that another team?
That was another team, but they ended up playing Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl.
Okay.
And Strickland had a bad highlight. I love you, Strick. He's a former San Francisco Seahawk, man.
Yeah.
Seahawk legend. Love Strick, what he's doing.
Let's go to our next down.
By the
Third down.
Colorado, Nebraska, very underrated rivalry back in the day. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. The Arizona Cardinals. Now, they made a lot of headlines this week because of Colt McCoy getting cut at 37 years old, and they're going to roll with, I guess, this 4th, 5th-round pick that no one's ever heard of at quarterback. But that's not the story. Bonte, the Cardinals owe Kyler Murray $37 million next year, $29 million in 2025, $26 million in 2026 in injury guarantees if he can't pass a physical before March. That's what Mike Florio's reporting. So Mike Florio, your friend, my friend, our friend,
he won't come back on right now,
is suggesting that the Cardinals might keep Kyler Murray on the PUP, the PUP list, through the entire year, just to avoid him getting hurt again, which would prevent him from passing the physical, and then all those guarantees kick in. The Raiders did something similar last year with Derek Carr, and the Colts did the same thing with Matt Ryan the year before. And they'll also lock themselves into a high draft pick. What do you think of them doing that to Kyler Murray?
Wouldn't surprise me. This is the NFL. This is why players need to get every single cent from these franchises, which is why I'm not mad at Nick Bosa for holding out for every single penny. Go get your money. Go get your money. And because the NFL will do you like this. You know, poor Kyler, man. It just stinks what happened down there. He got positioned with the wrong coach, Cliff Kingsbury, and now his career in Arizona may be over. We'll see what happens with Kyler, man, but I don't think it's going to work out in Arizona whatsoever. But you know what? It's a crazy, crazy situation down there with Kyler. Crazy.
Are you ready?
4th down.
I got to crowbar his name in here. You see what Jimmy G did yesterday?
Yeah, he took a pay cut. I thought this was college football.
Oh, that's a little bit of college football. I did a couple college footballs.
I thought you was going to talk about my nose, man.
I just wanted to hit a little bit of the NFL.
Florida State being number 4 in the country.
No one cares. You did 20 minutes on Florida State on
no one
Tuesday.
really cares about that.
Yeah, no one
November
cares.
11th, when we kick Miami's ass, you'll care.
This is a you family.
This is a Shasky segment, Ponce.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Let me stop back.
Exactly.
I'll step back.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he never took a pay cut with the Niners. He never wiggled out room. He never glowingly talked about play calls. He created $17 million in cap space for the Raiders.
Well, he loves Josh McDaniels.
What'd you make of that?
He's happy in the situation with the Raiders, and he wants to win. That's what I think of it.
Are we sleeping on the Raiders?
What, to trade for Nick Bosa?
No, I'm just saying, like, 7, 8, 9 wins? 10?
Their win total for the season is 6.5. Denver's a very interesting game, week 1. Jerry Jeudy's probably not playing. Marvin Mims Jr. is going to get some run with the Denver Broncos, a rookie out of Oklahoma. You got Cortland Sutton. It's Sean Payton's first game, but Josh Jacobs is back. I like the Raiders in this game. I think people are sleeping on the Raiders. They're going to be better than what people think.
I'm going to tell you this right now. They will finish with a better record than Sean Payton's Denver Broncos.
I could see that happening. And I don't even think that's a hot take.
I don't think it is either.
No,
I actually like their defense this year, the Raiders.
Boy, Jimmy G leads the boy. Ooh, it all comes back to Shanahan and the 49ers.
Well, it does feel like to me DeMar Hamlin is setting himself up to be the comeback player of the year. Why couldn't Jimmy G be in that conversation? I'm not saying that he's going to be the MVP, but if he does wonders with the Raiders, it would be a great story.
Well, I think he's got a couple good tight ends. The rookie out of Notre Dame, Mayer.
Yeah.
He's got Austin Hooper.
Yep.
He's got the best wide receiver he's ever played with in Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
he's going to
can't
get doubled
throw
all
those
the time.
medicine balls like you did.
No,
though.
I don't think he will. But you got Hunter Renfrow down in the best slot guy he's ever had.
Got Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers, who I like. I like Jacoby Myers.
Did you see the Juju Smith-Schuster thing with
his
Jacoby
knee
Myers?
might explode or something? Did you see those reports? Juju Smith, he's playing on like a ticking time bomb of a knee.
Signed the same contract as Jacoby Myers, and the Patriots could have kept Jacoby Myers.
Wow.
Instead, they went with Juju, and now Juju's hurt.
That's unfortunate.
So you think Jimmy G could have a nice, if he played 13 games, I think the Raiders are going to be right near 500.
I think the Raiders could be all right with Jimmy. He's happy. Jimmy he's outspoken. He's got control at the line of scrimmage. He's back in the system that he loved with the Patriots and Josh McDaniel. Jimmy may be all right.
Just don't hang out with Chandler Jones.
He's out in Vegas hanging out with other people, if you know what I mean. People I say good morning to. Got a lot of those out there.
Mm-hmm.
Top notch.
She's a porn star.
Elite. Very elite.
Well, now I know.
Yeah, now we all know.
Pac-12 undefeated. Final
Pac-12,
season. What do you think?
Pac-12 13-0. They got some really good quarterbacks. Obviously, Caleb Williams. Young man up at Washington. Penix up there at Washington.
He throws a beautiful ball.
Yeah. Wasn't he at Indiana?
I don't know.
Penix Jr.? I felt like he was at Indiana.
I know he hurt his ACL a couple years ago, but he throws a beautiful ball, and he's left-handed.
Penix Jr., where's he at?
Well, wait, the Indiana quarterback right now is the Warriors rookie's brother, right?
Right. I think he got benched,
Jackson Davis?
Yeah, Jackson Davis. They were like running double tight end, shotgun pistol formation. I was like, Indiana's not trying to win this football game. But Caleb, obviously,
correct. He was, though. Penix
he was at Indiana, right?
Correct.
Yep, I knew he was at Indiana.
The Arizona quarterback's a stud.
He looks like, we'll see on them.
Well, Arizona's been a horrible program for a long time.
UCLA's got a new quarterback who runs around playing well. So we'll see. Pac-12, man, on fire right now. You get Auburn and Cal this week. Berkeley. Get Colorado and Nebraska. Who's USC playing?
I'm excited for that.
Who's USC got? They need to play somebody.
Well, USC, I believe, doesn't play a tough game for another couple weeks.
I'm interested.
They play, I believe it's the late September. They do play Colorado this month.
There
so
you
at the
go.
end, and then Colorado has it at Oregon and at home the next week against USC. So that's going to be interesting.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix, you know what? Bo Nix.
He's not still playing, is
Yes,
he, in college? He's like 50 years old.
They dropped 70 on Portland State.
The Brandon Whedon of college football right now. Currently.
But Bo Nix he's not looking bad up there at Oregon. Chris Winkie.
They got Stanford this week at USC.
Ooh, Stanford, USC.
Oh, yeah, J-Dub's on that.
Stanford, USC.
A lot of hype on Caleb, man.
What's wrong? Why are you so down on Caleb?
Just, guys did this before the Pac-12 championship. Oh, the next Mahomes. And I'm like, you sure about this?
Wait, time out. He was running for his life, and he got hurt in the groin by running, literally like a 70-yard run. He's outstanding.
He's good. He's a really good quarterback.
I don't know if he's going to be the next one. No one's going to be the next Mahomes, but he's an outstanding player.
Yeah, he's good. He's really, really good. Really, really good.
I mean, he's head and shoulders above a lot of these quarterbacks, and there are a lot of great quarterbacks in college football. He's outstanding.
Albert Breer, by the way, update on Nick Bosa before we go to break here. Real quick. He says, I think smart people on both sides believe this deal gets done Friday or Saturday for Nick Bosa. Friday or Saturday for Nick Bosa.
So that means he's got to play Sunday. If it gets done even Saturday at midnight, he's playing Sunday.
I'll read the full report on the other side.
That makes me feel good.
I'll read full report on the other side, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
with Fonte and Shasky.
All right, last segment of the show, 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We'll get you going about football season, man. We're 5 days away from the Niners taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. They'll fly out Friday afternoon at around 2 p.m. and get out to the East Coast, have a nice little walk through Saturday, get to the hotel lobby, watch some more film, and then kick off 10 o'clock on Sunday. Cannot wait for that as we get ready for the season. And will they have Bosa? Will they not have Bosa? We shall see. But Albert Breer, at his latest for Sports Illustrated, took a lot of questions from the fans. And the fan asked him, what's going on with Bosa, man? Why did nickel and diamond over $2 million? And Albert Breer basically said, look, man, the smart people that I know, and both sides, a deal most likely gets done Friday or Saturday. Now, will that be enough time for Bosa to play? We don't know. Can you make an exception for him? We'll see about that. But the talks have been quiet, which Amy Trash, when she joined Willard and Divs yesterday, said that's a good thing that the talks have been quiet. I think that is, too. Not making the negotiations public, not doing what Debo did last year with the social media stuff, posting about this and that, and, I'm not playing for them, and blah, blah, blah. Bosa hasn't done any of that, and the Niners haven't said anything much about the Bosa front other than we're working on it. We want to get him in. So if he does get in, and that's why I think smart people on both sides get this done Friday or Saturday, that would be a good thing just to get him signed. And we'll see if he can play some snaps. He's in great shape. Now, you were with Dr. Narab Pandya yesterday. If Bosa did sign, could he make the turnaround to play in Pittsburgh? What did Doc say?
I mean, I'm sure that he could. I listened to Doc Feely, who was asked that exact same question from Willard and James
he was
yesterday.
on with him, yep.
And he basically said, look, as long as he can get in by 5 o'clock the night before, they can just take a look at him. And, it's not ideal because you'd want him to be able to do some bursts and this, that, and the other. It's Nick Bosa. He's probably going to be ready to go.
That would be a huge boost.
I'm imagining literally them, in the back of the pickup truck, and the dad's like, grab your cleats. And Bosa's dad's driving him to the field, and he's throwing his cleats on as he's running out onto it's not Heinz anymore, but the Heinz field, he's a little eager. Wouldn't that be funny?
That would be great. And again,
it would jolt the locker room, I think.
Baldy said this a couple weeks ago, and I'm with him, man. You really want to let T.J. Watt get a leg up on a DPOI award? You really want T.J. Watt to go out there and steal a show for Bosa?
From Bosa's perspective. No, of course he doesn't.
I mean,
these guys all have egos, and they want to prove that they're better than the guy across from them.
Exactly. So that's
Micah Parsons still getting memed up because of that Mike McGlinchey push.
Oh, yeah. Remember that? Or Juszczyk trucking him.
Oh, I meant...
Micah Parsons. Excuse me. I'm already thinking about Mika Fitzpatrick.
No. I'm thinking about Micah Parsons pushing McGlinchey from that game. And the lasting image for Bosa is getting pushed down by Tyron Smith.
Yeah, that was not a good image.
Not that those are end all be all.
The video of him getting hit on the sideline while not even playing on special teams.
Oh, my God. I think Bosa got wiped out.
That was a punt, right?
Yeah, Tevin Coleman went flying into him.
Right. Flying.
Thank God he suited up, huh?
He made a play against Carolina. It was a huge play.
I'm talking about as a gunner.
Tevin Coleman, baby. Tevin Coleman.
I am so ready for football tomorrow.
Chiefs, Lions. Will Kelsey be ready? He's going to get some more work done today. They're going to...
I don't think he plays.
There.
Yeah. Did you know that the average...
I have no idea.
So I know Kittle's been dealing with the groin injury, and he played in that game, and so that's why it was a little surprising. The average time missed and it doesn't matter the severity of the groin, so I'm sure they'll never tell us the exact details, but is 3 to 4 weeks for an NFL player on the groin injury.
Right. So for Kelsey, he has the bone bruise on the knee.
I don't know what the average time is.
Dr. Feely was on the show, and he was saying, hey, look, man, this could be a 3-week injury. Wouldn't be surprising if he missed 3 games for the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I don't have the Chiefs schedule in front of me, so I don't know who to play outside the Lions in week number 1, but this could be a month-long issue for Travis Kelsey and the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll see. We shall see, man. So that's tough. By the way, on this date, back in 1998.
1998.
Hold on, no. This happened.
First with a hole up the middle and breaks free. 30. Midfield. the 10. Touchdown! 96 yards to win the game.
Overtime, 1998, Garrison Hurst on the CBS broadcast.
Greg Gumbel and Phil Simms were on the call.
Because it's an AFC team at an NFC team.
Right.
And that was also, I believe, the debut of the white helmets for the Jets.
Yeah, the
and
throwbacks.
Mariucci's first game.
Bill Parcells was with the Jets, and Glenn Foley was playing quarterback.
Glenn Foley, I did not have that in my Rolodex.
Wayne Corbett and Keyshawn Johnson were balling in that game. They were up like 31-17
I love Wayne Corbett. When you say Wayne Corbett and Keyshawn, for some reason I have to go Lavernius Coles right after that.
We'll remember when Keyshawn came out with the book, throw me the damn ball. Throw me the damn ball. But anyway, the Jets were rolling that game, man. They were rolling.
Was Testaverde on that same Jets team?
No, I don't believe. Yeah, well, Glenn Foley started. Glenn Foley may have started that entire season. I'll pull up the Jets roster right here. But
in my mind, it was Testaverde.
No, it was Glenn Foley.
I know, but in my mind, it was. I would have put money on Testaverde. I remember Mariucci celebrating like they won the playoffs, and it was the first game. And if I remember correctly, T.O. and Jerry Rice are blocking downfield for Garrison Hurst.
So Testaverde may have been hurt that game. I don't know what happened, but he ended up playing that year at the age of 35. And he was 12-1 with the New York Jets. 12-1.
Testaverde?
Yeah, that year.
See, I thought Testaverde was on
that. But Glenn Foley, I remember Glenn Foley playing and starting that entire football game.
Of all the Foleys, not the one I think of.
No.
I'm more of a Mick Foley guy.
Yeah, Mick Foley. Glenn Foley that day, 30 of 58, 415 yards.
Wow.
3 touchdown passes, 1 interception. Curtis Martin, 22 carries, 58 yards. Keyshawn Johnson, 9 catches, 126 yards on 18 targets. Wayne Corbett, 6 catches, 125 yards on 15 targets. Dedrick Ward, remember him? 5 catches, 96 yards, 10 targets. And Kyle Brady was playing tight end for the New York Jets, 2 catches, 10 yards. For the Niners that day, Steve Young, 26 of 46, 363 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Garrison Hurst, 20 carries, 187, 2 touchdowns. Chuck Levy got a carry in that game. Remember Chuck Levy?
Number 32?
Yeah, no doubt. J.J. Stokes, 7 for 111 on 9 targets. That's actually an efficient day for him. Jerry Rice, 6 catches, 86 yards and a touchdown. T.O., 3 for 60.
3 for 60.
Irv Smith. Remember Irv
Smith? Yes, I do remember
3
him.
catches, 35 yards for Irv Smith.
Isn't there an Irv Smith right now for the Vikings?
There is, Irv Smith Jr.
Yeah.
Maybe his son.
Shout out Bama.
Shout out Bama. Maybe his son. Wow. I'm looking at the Jet starters on defense. Rick Lyle, Jason Ferguson, Ernie Logan, Anthony Pleasant.
Was Mo Lewis on that team?
Pepper Johnson, James Ferrier, Aaron Glenn, Otis Smith, Victor Green, Kevin Williams.
Coach on Niners, Detroit right now.
For the Niners, Merton Hanks, Tim McDonald, Darnell Walker, Antonio Langham. Oh boy. It's a name you don't want to repeat.
Confirmed, by the way. Irv Smith Sr., yes, the father.
Really? There you go. There you go. Winford Tubbs at linebacker, Kendall Jr., Lee Woodall. Chris Doman playing right defensive end, Roy Barker, Bryant Young, Junior Bryant.
Bryant, another big time.
What a game. Now, when did Testaverde play that year? Why didn't Testaverde play in that opener? That was a hell of a game at Candlestick Park to open the season. Phil Simms on the call with Greg Gumbel. Garrison Hurst going 96.
When I think of 40-something-year-old quarterbacks, most are going to go Tom Brady. I think of Vinny Testaverde.
Who was colorblind, apparently.
I mean,
remember that rumor? Was that even true?
I don't know about that.
They always say, well, you know why they said he was colorblind? Because he threw the 5 interceptions in the Fiesta Bowl as the quarterback of Miami against Penn State.
Thank you, Bernie Kosar.
Yeah, I mean, with the fatigues. Remember that, Hubman? When Miami Hurricanes had the fatigues on to Jerome Brown, they had it meet up. You know, at these bowl games, both teams meet up for these dinners or whatnot. And Jerome Brown was like, "The hell with all this, man. We out." And then they all walked out the stage, walked out of there like fools. It was great. You could watch that.
It's pretty swag, actually. I thought
that was Mariucci's first ever game, huh?
That was his first ever game.
Because they had fired Seifert the year prior. 97, I want to say.
Was that Mooch's first game or was it the year before?
Was.
Could be Mooch's first year.
I'll look it up.
I thought it was 97. Could be 98. That was a great game, though. Great game. Jets went to the throwbacks. The Jets are actually going to wear throwbacks from the 80s, the Ken O'Brien Altoon days.
Oh, nice.
They got the all-whites
Altoon, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
That was Mooch's second year.
I thought that was his first ever game.
First year they lost the NFC Championship game to the Green Bay Packers when they got smoked at home. Smoked. Remember Antonio Freeman making Rod Woodson look foolish?
I hate Antonio Freeman.
We love him now.
Yeah. sit down and talk with us
for like 25 minutes. Remember that? The Hilton Hotel? That was a great Alexander Scott poll. I'm in a hotel, guys. I found Antonio Freeman. He's going to join us. I promise. And he had the Gucci hat. He was big chilling out there.
I hated his guts.
Yeah, I couldn't stand him. He talked that talk, and he walked it.
Him, Ahmed Green, Dorsey Levens.
Yep.
So many guys I couldn't stand.
No, yeah. Glenn Foley, man. Wow. Glenn Foley played quarterback. Why did Testaverde why did he miss that game? I need to find that out. That's going to bother me all day. 888-957-9570. Here's Mike Tomlin on Christian McCaffrey and how difficult he is to play against.
Starting on the offensive side of the ball, man, I think it just starts with Christian McCaffrey, man. We just got to respect the dynamic playmaking ability that he has both in the running game and in the passing game. It's very evident how significant his addition has been for them. I think prior to his addition, they were averaging 20 points a game. With him in 2022, they averaged 30 points a game, and so 10 points with the addition of one man. He's dynamic in the run game. He's dynamic in the passing game. We better be really careful about being matched up against him in space. He's a one-on-one space winner. They have a lot of one-on-one space winners, man. He might be the most dynamic one-on-one space winner at running back in the NFL. Kittles might be that at tight end. Deebo Samuels might be that at receiver. Their run-after ability with their offensive eligibles is really impressive.
Really impressive. I love how he says George Kittles. Love how he says Deebo Samuels. Love to say everything about Mike Tomlin.
It does feel like Debo's flying under the radar this year.
He is.
With everybody thinking about Brandon Ayuk and his contract status moving forward, and CMC obviously being such a focal point of every team that they're going to face. It does feel like Debo is totally flying under the radar, because a year ago, it was like Debo's got to replicate his 2,000-yard season, And you don't really hear a whole lot about Debo this year. Not that we've forgotten about him, or it just feels like he's flying under the radar.
Well, I think a lot of Niner fans or people who are at camp, and our first look at him in camp, I said, oh, he looks like he's ready to roll. And you see him in that first preseason game with Brock Purdy and that second game against the Denver Broncos, that first drive, and I said, oh, Debo's ready to roll. Deebo Samuel is ready to roll, so I'm not worried about him. He actually joined Kay Adams for an interview, and he was talking about Brock Purdy's guts, how he has guts. So that's why you love Brock Purdy. But the latest with Nick Bosa. Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, answered their fan question. He believes that the smart people will get this done Friday or Saturday. Nick Bosa will sign Friday or Saturday. We thought it was last week.
Not to get negative, but let's say he doesn't sign. He doesn't play in the game on Sunday. Who looks worse, Nick or the Niners? Will it depend on if we win?
It's going to be Nick, and I'll tell you why. It's going to be Nick.
You look selfish?
Oh, yeah. So remember the day we were arguing last week about Bosa? And you were like, if you can't give away $1 to $2 million off the top, and I'm like, man, go get your money, man. This is the NFL, blah, blah, blah. So I went to barbershop. It was last Tuesday. I forget the guy's name. Sorry about that, but he listens to the roast all the time. He popped into the barbershop, and he goes, Bonte, what's up, man? Listen all the time. By the way, why does Bosa have to be greedy? Come on, man. We work hard in the real world, man. He's a millionaire, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, dude, these athletes live in a different world. They don't live in the real world that we live in. Mm-hmm. We're bumping shoulders with each other, guys who are trying to live check to check, guys who are trying to make ends meet. Bosa's and the millionaires are rubbing shoulders with other millionaires. So it matters. Remember Bomani Jones said, when he was like, when I go to a spot and I know there's some big boys in there, I make sure to bring my wallet to let them know that I'm also a big boy. That's how those millionaires and billionaires stink. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like they got to get every single dime. And so I think just off of that guy popping in the barbershop, I think most fans think like him, where they're just like, you're greedy. So if he gets off to a slow start and he doesn't produce the same way he did as last year, fans will point straight to Bosa saying, you greedy SOB, and you didn't even live up to your performance, especially based off that last postseason in which he didn't register a sack. So I think all the heat's going to be on Bosa.
All of it, yeah. I think it'll go in both directions, but you make a great point, because this is why I've listened to a lot of people talk about he wants to get more money than Joey. Me as a Niner fan, I don't give a damn how many millions this guy wants over the next guy. And I find talking about, is it 108? Is it 111? Is it 125 million? To me, it's all monopoly money.
Right.
Like I'm so numb by all the numbers. It feels ridiculous for us, like arguing about it should be 125. No, he should only get 82 million. It's like ridiculous. It's so unfathomable.
Especially in the NFL where these owners don't care. They'll cut you in a heartbeat.
Dude, they're getting $300 million checks from TV deals
right,
this year.
And they'll restructure you in a heartbeat.
It covers all their salaries.
Exactly.
Right? So, but like, I will say that I think that when people tune in on Sunday, if he's not on the sidelines, then I think it's going to hit people. I think it will hit people. And I think both people are going to get, I think the Niners are going to get heat. I think Bosa's going to get heat. If they lose, I think the Niners are going to get more heat. If they win, I think Bosa's going to get more heat. And I think that's just how a lot of fans are wired.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Remember when Alex Boone held out?
Yeah, and fans were not
I felt
happy.
like a lot of people couldn't look at him the same.
No, they didn't. And he didn't have a great year. The Crocky rent-due analogy was awesome. Rent's due right now with Bosa. Worry about the rest later. And that's why, I sent that tweet out yesterday saying, just sign Bosa and worry. Everybody's so focused on what's going to happen in 2024. Can I get through 2023? Well, we do the same thing in NBA, right? Oh, this guy's going to be a free agent. Where's he going to play? Well, we're in December right now. How about who's going to win the championship? Who's going to have home court advantage? In this case, where are the Niners going to be at in a month? I don't care about 2024 and what's going to happen with George Kittle and Juszczyk next year. We'll get there at some point. But can we live in the now for a second? And right now, the rent is due, as Crocky said.
I'm glad that you're saying live in the now, because I'm looking at Hargrave specifically. Two things. First, if Hargrave's contract ends up costing you players that you really care about that are homegrown, I think it's going to be really hard for Hargraves to live up to the money. And secondarily, like if he has a down year, we are going to look at that money and be like, you gave this guy all the money and you nickel and dime Nick Bosa when he's been not that that's accurate. I'm just saying that's how people
player.
I think Hargraves, we have not talked enough about it, and it's not mind-blowing money, $35 million guaranteed. But it's enough to make the Niners have tough decisions moving forward. I think he's a more important person to look out for in terms of production, because I can see these fans like, we got you from the Eagles to come here and be a game changer. You better be good.
No doubt.
You better be good. It's one thing to miss on a draft pick who's 23, 24 years old, and those don't help. I mean,
they don't.
We hold Javon Kinlaw against the Niners dramatically. It's another to go in free agency and you stink.
No doubt. And you take them from Philadelphia, a team we cannot stand right now.
Exactly.
And Philadelphia fans are saying, they're watching Hargrave to see, oh, wait, we got Jalen Carter. Forget Hargraves. You guys got our seconds. You guys got our scraps.
Well, and it's his third contract.
Right.
And you know me on those third contracts, like quarterback third contracts, okay. Even wide receivers stay pretty good on that third contract. Defensive linemen?
But you know what? I think the hunger is there, though, coming off that Super Bowl loss against Kansas City. I do think the hunger for Hargrave, from just talking to him in that interview we had with him.
I'm not doubting that.
I don't think he's, it's not going to be a Gabe Wilkins situation. Remember Gabe Wilkins back in the late 90s from the Green Bay Packers?
Oh, yeah.
That was a waste. I mean, that guy was an absolute stiff for the 49ers. And they paid him big money at the time. I think he was like the highest paid defensive lineman at the time. I mean, which was only like $20 million. But
there are still Niner fans to this day. If you say Nate Clements, they lose their minds.
Right. Yep.
They sure lose their minds.
By the way,
Jonas Jennings.
Chris Jones, by the way, is I guess he's got a partnership with McDonald's. Chris Jones said, I can't really talk about the negotiations with the Chiefs. Hopefully, we can get something worked out. He said he doesn't want to be a distraction by holding in. Chris Jones added, I can play right now. I'm guessing Bosa probably is saying the same thing. I can play right now. I can play right now. But now, the one thing, everybody keeps bringing up soft tissue injuries and stuff like that. Now, he goes out there and goes full go and gets Pittsburgh. That is dangerous, man. He's an explosive player. Explosive.
I love
he's had soft tissue injuries.
I loved the Tomlin analogy of, they were like, well, why do you play your guys in the preseason? He's like, well, a boxer has to spar to get ready for a boxing fight. And I thought that was a great analogy. I don't know if it's a catch-all where it applies to everyone, because obviously the Rams didn't play anyone a couple of years ago. They ended up winning it all, whatever. But I do believe you got to work yourself into, game shape to some degree. Maybe Bosa's a freak and he's an outlier and it won't matter to him.
Yep.
Maybe. But it feels more rare. I don't think every player in the league could do that.
Here's former Raiders president. You can see her on CBS Sports, Amy Trask. We all love Amy Trask. Hi, Amy. She always ends her tweets with hi. But she joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and she was saying that the 49ers may be worried about setting a precedent with the Bosa deal.
Are they worried about setting a precedent, either within their own organization, or are they worried for, that kind of pushback you get from other teams? I remember at one point, Al did a very, very, very large contract because he believed it was the right thing to do. And he got a lot of grief from a lot of, let me say, it wasn't antitrust grief. It wasn't collusion grief. It was just a lot of side eye from a lot of other owners.
There you go. But Amy also, she added that she likes how the Niners have handled this entire situation.
I loved their approach initially. I loved when they came out and said, we're not going to fine them. And I don't know if they said it or it was just reported that they said it. I don't remember how that news broke. But I loved it. I thought it sent the right message to the player and the right message to his representatives. Query whether something then occurred during the negotiation that may have them rethinking this or may have them regretting this. I don't know that that's the case. But I love the approach they took, which is, look, we've got to find a way to work this out, and penalizing you is not going to be the right way to do that.
Very interesting from Amy Trask. She also added a couple other things, and she said her spider sensors are telling her this.
My hunch is starting to wane a bit, but the minute this all started, I just simply thought they're going to find a way to get this done. You've got a guy like Nick Bosa on your team. He is just the quintessential disruptor. You're a different team with him on the field. I'll go back to what we just talked about, which is the team, not looking to fine him, not looking to penalize him. It just struck me that the team wants to find a way to get this done, and I hope that's still the case. I don't know if something disrupted these negotiations, if something, took a bad turn, but I think part of the reason I'm predicting this, and it's more like, let's call it a spidey sense. How do you go into a season wanting to win it all, which the 49ers believe they're capable of doing? They believe they've got a window to do that, and not have this guy on the team on the field.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. And I know there's more players on the team than Nick Bosa that make an elite defense. They were the number one defense in terms of scoring efficiency last year, of holding opponents down. Number 2 in overall yards, 6 in yards per play, number 1 in stopping the run in yards per run, 11th in pressures, 10th in sack, 8th worst in hurry. So that means outside of Bosa, who led every category in terms of pass rushing or at the top of it, nobody else really got to the quarterback but him. Now, they had 44 sacks. He had, 20 of them?
Yep.
More than half of them?
Mm-hmm.
The last time he missed significant time, they were down to 30 sacks in 2020, and then 2018 they had 37 sacks. If you go under 40 in terms of sacks, you're not really one of the upper echelon defenses. There's a correlation toward winning games, holding opponents down, getting sacks. It's not the end-all, be-all, but it's a good barometer. And then the scoring efficiency is if you're near 40%, giving up, 38, 39, 40%, you're usually middle to bottom of the league. Mm-hmm. They're in the 25-28 category when Bosa plays in terms of holding opponents from scoring. And that's why this guy's so important. He commands a double team. He gets pressures. He beats double teams. He makes it easier for your linebackers to run in space. And he makes it shorter for the cornerbacks to cover these elite wide receivers who want to get open.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now, here's some good data here. Good data. And Tomlin spoke about this in his presser yesterday. 2 years ago, Steelers' T.J. Watt signed on a Wednesday before Week 1. He played 69 of 85 defensive snaps.
Wow.
Registered 2 sacks.
Wow.
Registered 2 sacks and 5 quarterback hits. As Tomlin said in his presser, T.J. Watt was T.J. Watt. So if Nick Bosa signs today, tomorrow, and he plays on Sunday, I expect Nick Bosa to be Nick Bosa.
Did he play that whole year?
I'm not sure if he got hurt later on in the year. Not sure.
Not that it was because of Week 1 usage, right. But I'm just, I'd be curious.
To come in, no training camp that Wednesday.
Yeah,
play 81% of the snaps and then dominate a football game.
That's pretty impressive. But then, what were you like Week 5?
Right.
Week 7, Week 8. To me, those things matter.
So that was 2 years ago. He played 15 games.
Wow.
Played 15 games.
Was that the year he had 23 sacks or whatever? 22 sacks?
No, he had 15.
Only 15?
Maybe that was a year. No. Maybe that was a year he had 22 and a half. 2 years ago, where he had 15 and then 22 and a half. Defensive player of the year.
I mean, come on.
How did I try to get what defensive player of the year?
That's pretty incredible.
Gosh.
That's a Roger Clemens-like move.
They're saying Watt was in camp, though. Maybe he held out.
Oh, hold in?
Hold in.
Well, that's the way Debo was last year, where he was there physically in Niner gear on the sideline, but didn't have a contract.
Does that make a difference if you're, you can't technically.
I don't know.
Can you study with the team? Could you be in the meeting room? Could you stay with the team? Like, how does that play out?
Well, you're in front of trainers that are your team-wide trainers.
We have somebody. Who do we have from Pittsburgh coming on tomorrow, Lutman? Who's the guest we have coming on? We could ask him that tomorrow.
We have Craig Wolfe coming on tomorrow. He's an offensive lineman for the Steelers back in the 80s and currently does color for the Steelers radio network.
There you go. So we'll ask him tomorrow.
Who's your favorite Steeler of all time?
Ooh. Great question. Neil O'Donnell.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
If you're going to go there, you got to go Barry Foster.
Bam Morris? Let's just name
I've got two names.
Carnell Lake?
No, it's Rod Woodson.
Rod Woodson, of course.
Of course, because he was a Niner.
Right.
And then Jerome Bettis. The bus was sweet.
I like Hines Ward better as a Steeler.
God, I hated Hines Ward watching him play. That little Cheshire Cat smile through his mask you would see every single time he'd have some BS third down catch.
One of the more gutty performances in the Super Bowl against Arizona. He had one knee.
Greg Lloyd?
One knee. Greg Lloyd. These guys
Dick
even know.
LeBeau.
Dude, we had Lucas Alexander, the director of sports here at 95.7 The Game. He even know who Greg Lloyd was yesterday.
No, he didn't. Number 95?
Yes, with the plastic cage.
Yeah, with the full
it was like cage. It was a plastic one.
It was flat, too. Right. It wasn't the rounded face mask.
Yeah. Dude, It was unbelievable.
He was awesome.
Him and Kevin Green on the edges. Bill Cowher.
Tommy Maddox?
Merrill Hodge. Bubby Brister.
Got to go Franco, R.I.P. Franco Harris.
DeCastro, the lineman.
I love me some Bubby Brister.
Carnell
Lake was sick.
When I think of Bubby Brister, I think of the Denver Broncos.
Because he was the backup to Elway.
Yeah. Wore 6 before Cutler.
What about Yancey Thigpen?
Yancey Thigpen's that's a better name than a player.
Right, because he signed with the Tennessee Titans and became a straight-up flop. Troy Polamalu.
Seneca Wallace.
Joey Porter was a fun Steeler.
Or Mike Wallace.
Yeah, Joey Porter was Super Bowl champion. He was a really
great
good
Joey Porter talker too.
Also, his son plays for the team now, Joey Porter Jr. But also, he was a cameo in Thizell Washington DVD. I forget which one it was, but he was in one of the Mac Dre DVDs.
When they went to Hawaii?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in that.
Was that Trill TV?
Trill TV. You don't want to mess with Joey Porter. You do not want to mess with
So is
Joey
Nick
Porter.
Bosa, when he signs, and if he signs, he's going to show up like Bane did at Heinz Field in The Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah, that was sick.
Except he's going to sound like this. I'm Gotham's reckoning, man. I'm here to help you, man. He's as jacked as Bane, but he just doesn't sound anything like him. What?
Because he has the mask on.
I know, but the voice is like the
well,
whole
actually, the actor Tom Hardy actually had a personal choice with that and went to director Chris Nolan. He's like, hey, listen, it was he met this gypsy man who was the character's based off of these gypsies gangsters, right? He's like, this guy sounds exactly like this, and this is a personal choice I want to do instead of going with the usual deep and muffled voice. And it was a creative choice that Christopher Nolan rolled with.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Much like Kyle Shanahan has a creative tension with his quarterbacks.
I love the Bane voice.
I didn't like it
I
at all.
loved it, actually. I thought it worked.
I thought it worked.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Loved it. Oh, it's all dark.
Do you
side.
feel in control?
Dude,
It was ridiculous.
Oh, I loved his voice. It was so calm, cool, and collected.
It was so ridiculous.
Yeah, I loved it. That man's underrated.
I
liked
believe
it.
he also, Bane was
up.
the one who exploded Heinz Field. Right? Didn't it?
It was, yeah. Heinz Ward was the one returning that kick, too.
That's what it was.
Yeah, Spinoni just said that. He said Bane came in and Heinz Ward was
my
running
bad.
the kickoff.
That's why I talked about it. Yeah, it's fine. It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, just
Well, I just
sometimes-
watched Dark Knight Rises.
Cool.
It was on Netflix.
Shout out Lynn Swan, Sam Mattel, 650.
It's the 9 o'clock hour, my ADD.
Fine. Yeah, well, you got to fix that. You got to fix that.
First off,
we're not
all
going
the
back to
stuff
3
we know
hours.
about mental health, you guys got to back off me on the ADD thing, all right, guys?
No.
Problem?
No. Don't
I've been
blame
working
it.
on it for
Don't
40
blame
years.
taking the last hour on ADD. That's a cop out.
It is what it is.
First5California.com.
Exactly.
Toxic stress. Combat it.
4 ways.
So maybe when Chasky just goes off the rails at 9 o'clock, I could just leave early. If that's the case. Maybe I'll just leave early, get an extra hour of sleep.
Spinoni and I can do the show the last hour.
There you go. You guys can deal with them. Willie Parker.
Joey Bart in the starting lineup today. We'll get into that.
Yes. Patrick Bailey concussion. I hope Joey Bart balls out.
Okay, do you know that Joey Bart's advanced now? If you just break down the numbers, very comparable to what Blake Sable, and we're out here throwing like a ticker taper parade on Blake Sable. The numbers are almost identical. On-base
could not
percentage,
care less.
home runs. The only thing that's not the same is the batting average. But everything else is almost identical. Slugging, you name it. WAR.
I'm just studying the Pittsburgh Steelers and looking at their all. We didn't bring up Antonio Brown, Plaxico Burress,
James Harrison,
Mike Wallace.
I follow him on Instagram. James Harrison's still lifting lots of weights.
No, James Harrison was
one of my favorite players of all time.
Martavis Bryant.
Oh yeah, Martavis Bryant. Remember the Raiders traded for him? We were at Schroeder's.
Third round pick. That was the Colton Miller draft too. Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah. Schroeder's when that happened.
How many games they get at Martavis Bryant?
Not much, but boy, when they did,
more than Javon Walker.
That's a name I haven't
Was it
heard
that
in a while.
signing that she was talking about? The money that they gave.
Name I've not heard in a long time.
Hey, Javon Walker was sick though.
And then he got beat up in Vegas, and the rest is history.
Shot or I don't even remember that.
No, he got beat up. He got jacked. He got robbed. He was left on the corner.
That was horrible.
Then he wanted to retire, and Al Davis met him at the gate. Was like, Javon, don't walk. By the way, Al Davis is a great presser. Javon Walker, Darren McFadden, Jamarcus Russell, all-time Steelers. Jamadi Dawson. I used to get his football card all the time. Center. Remember him? He's a Hall of Famer. Mike Webster, Alafanica. David DeCastro, Stanford.
Jack Lambert, I'm getting text messages from Ed Hagan out there.
You go. John Stallworth.
Yes.
Great wide receiver. Maybe better than Lynn Swann.
Hey, don't talk down about a WCAL boy.
I'm not talking down on the Hall of Famer.
Sarah High School has two Super Bowl MVPs.
John Stallworth was a pretty damn good receiver, and some Pittsburgh people say he was a little better than Lynn. Le'Veon Bell, Ben Roethlisberger.
Le'Veon Bell was sick, though.
Franco Harris. They've got some great players in their history. Wow.
I'm convinced Franco did not catch that ball cleanly, though.
No, he didn't.
Like, and again, I'm not like I was watching it live. This is all just the replays of everything.
Yeah.
I'm so set on it. There's no way that ball didn't hit the ground.
John Madden refuses to talk about that game.
Still?
Even in heaven. He refuses to talk about
the Immaculate Deception is what it's known as. George Atkinson.
He watched the referees get on the phone for like 5 minutes with the NFL. And all the Steeler fans, a lot of Steeler fans are already on the field. And if you look at those still images, Steeler fans are like mean mugging the hell out the referees. And if they call that an incompletion, those refs can't get out of that stadium. They're going to die at Three Rivers, literally. Seriously. Like back in the 70s, they would have got mobbed. So,
So, is that the greatest commercial in sports history?
What?
The Coca-Cola Mean Joe Green commercial?
I don't know.
Because that's an iconic one to this day. Is still being, I guess satired is the way to put it.
Do you remember they tried to remake it with Troy Polamalu a few years ago?
Who doesn't like Polamalu?
Yeah.
He's all-time Steeler. By the way, you brought up James Harrison. I wanted to bring this up. Is that the greatest play in Super Bowl history? His 100-yard interception return against the Arizona Cardinals?
It's that, or I guess the one that I think of is the either old Willie Brown slow motion interception, the Marcus Allen cutback, right? I'm just thinking of plays like in my mind that
I
are
put the David Tyree catch up there too in terms of great plays.
Yep, that's awesome.
That's a good one. I mean, the Santonio Holmes catch in the back of the end zone was ridiculous.
What a dime from Ben Roethlisberger.
It was ridiculous.
The pass, Santonio Holmes is really good.
Fitz had like a 50-yard bomb in that game, too, didn't he?
He did. No, he took a quick slant and broke it, and he was looking at the scoreboard while he was running. One of the all-time great Super Bowls nobody talks about, Steelers-Cardinals.
It was awesome.
It was phenomenal. That James Harrison play changed the game.
Yeah.
Because Cardinals were going in for a lead. They thought he was blitzing. For some reason, he didn't blitz. And then the catch and run. And remember, Fitzgerald, speaking of Fitz, he had to veer out of bounds because there were so many people, and he just barely missed James Harrison at the goal line.
Matters. I know what two plays it's not. The Jimmy G pass to Emmanuel Sanders and the Kaepernick pass to Crabtree.
And we were trying to keep it light today.
Finish strong.
I'm going to shock everybody with my final thoughts. I'm going to watch this Giants game. Are they going to be 0 for 6 in September after today?
I think they've lost 9 out of the last 10 series.
I mean, come on.
Is that what it is?
Farhan feeling the heat?
Probably.
Kapler feeling the heat? By the way, I believe Sam Loveman could play a better left field than Jock Peterson.
The
dive, was that a dive or belly flop?
Yes.
Was he trying to do a cannonball? Like, what was he doing? And then the second one.
He was reenacting the grassy knoll scene from JFK. He got taken out by the sniper.
I don't know what he was doing, man.
Too soon?
Oh, man. You said it, not me. Go ahead with your final thoughts. I'm step away.
My final thoughts are this. You cannot lose 9 out of 10 series and me take you serious as some playoff team. I mean, this is just look. It's been a decent season, not a great season for the Giants. But when Mark Willard is jumping off the bandwagon, kind of tells you everything you need to know about the Giants.
Mark Willard jumped off the bandwagon?
Well, here's my favorite part, and I love you, Mark. I still believe that they're smart. Well, if they're so smart, what the hell were they putting Wilmer Flores in at DH, having Lamont Wade Jr. play first base, and put Jock in left field? Why not have, I don't know, Wilmer play first base, Lamont play left field, and have Jock Peterson DH? But you're the smartest team that ever lived, and you're really, really smart. That's the other thing. I don't think you're that smart.
No.
See, that's where I disagree. If you were that smart, you would never put Jock Peterson in left field defensively.
No.
That's my final thoughts.
So the Giants have 23 games left in the season, including today, which means only 23 more times do I have to see Jock in a Giants uniform. And oh my God, I cannot wait for these 23 games to be up so I never have to see him suit up as a Giant ever again. I'm so tired of Jock being on this team. And honestly, put no one in left field at this point. Like, doesn't matter. Luis Matos is in left today, so not him.
There you go.
Shout out Ben Shelton, U.S. Open, advancing to the semifinals. He'll take on Novak Djokovic. He's only 20 years old. He's the youngest American to make the U.S. Open semifinals since Michael Chang did it back in 1992.
Michael Chang had great, if I'm not mistaken, great Canon commercials, Canon camera. If I'm not mistaken,
sure.
Could have been shoes. Michael Chang was a legend.
Agassi when he cut his hair?
Maybe. That was your guys' era.
Maybe I'm wrong. He might have
been Agassi.
I thought
Michael Chang
Agassi.
had some commercials.
When he cut his hair, he went.
No, you're right. You could be.
That was the golden age of tennis. You had Courier, you had Sampras, you had Agassi, you had Chang, you had Lindy. There you go. So you got all of them.
Enberg, Stefan Enberg.
There you go. And Coco Gauff. Like, she's a baller. Yep. She's probably going to be on a collision course with Sabalenka. I forget her first name, but there it is.
Endorsements. No, he had to. Michael Chang. Endorsements with Reebok in '88. Used a Prince racket. He also had Nissan Foods. Panasonic.
Yeah.
He still has the record for youngest major winner ever for a man.
Really?
At 17 years old, he won the French Open.
No way.
17, Michael Chang. He beat Yvonne Lendl, I'm pretty sure. He was the reigning champion.
Did he peak too soon?
Maybe.
He did, because that was his only major title.
Really?
It was a tough era because he ran into Sampras, he ran into Agassi, all those guys.
Purdy better not be Michael Chang.
Well, he won one, so that means he won a Super Bowl.
Stefan Enberg, 6 titles. 6 titles for him. He was a baller. I love me some tennis. This is fun, man. Got to get into it. Fun show. We'll be back tomorrow. We got some great guests. But up next, who's here with Steiny?
JD is in.
Very intelligent show coming up. Let's go. Oh, wait. What?
Go back to New York, Steinmetz. I'm from Pennsylvania.
That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 2G network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now.
It's like a little piece of you died.
I tell you what, I got to put a rat on the table right off the bat. Sponsored by AtGo Pest Control. John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. That's not the rat on the table. The rat on the table is it's Wednesday of week 1, JD, and the 49ers still don't have their best defensive player on the team right now. And, yesterday we were talking about it a lot, and maybe now it's just starting to hit home. That this team's got Super Bowl aspirations, and the Wednesday before the first game, we don't know what's going on with Nick Bosa. And what kind of omen is that for the season? How do you look at where the 49ers are right now?
I mean, look, I think everybody would have said that they would have thought that this thing would have been done by today. And maybe it still gets done today, and Nick Bosa's in for the next couple of days and goes to Pittsburgh, and the 49ers, he plays well, and they pull off a big win, and it's off to the races. But I think we're at a point right now where it could take another turn in the next 48 to 72 hours where maybe they can't get a contract done. Maybe the 49ers say, you know what, we're not comfortable playing you week 1 anyway. And week 2 is on the turf down at SoFi Stadium. So you know what? If you want to sit, why don't you go ahead and sit for a couple of weeks, and then we'll reconvene these negotiations, throughout the process. Like I feel like it hasn't gotten to the point, and there haven't been a lot of specific leaks about who's offering what and what is coveted from the Bosa camp and all of that. But I feel like we're on the brink of maybe another level to this, which could create, resentment, drama, an unsettledness to a 49ers season that was supposed to be about one goal, which is getting back to and ultimately winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and this from the 650, and I'll just throw this out early. I'm getting upset, says the 650. We were told that they'd planned for this, and it doesn't look like they did. John Lynch talked about that money was budgeted. The money was in the budget. He also said it's going to be tricky and complicated, but I'm kind of with you. It's gotten to the point now where it's got to be. It can't be $1 million here or $1 million there. I mean, to me, there's significant numbers out there. T.J. Watt, $28 million a year. Aaron Donald, $31.7 million. 2 players defensively have gotten $100 million guarantee, Joey Bosa and Myles Garrett. So I got to believe he wants the most guaranteed money ever, and maybe he wants the most annual salary, which is 32 plus.
And to me, if he wants that, that's well within reasonable at this point. And I think, just real quick on the reasons why this thing has gotten to this point, I think the 49ers were comfortable with he's going to get maybe the highest contract ever by a little bit.
Right.
He's going to get maybe the most AAV ever by a little bit. And how they would structure it and all of that was going to have to be a big component to it. But I think there's still a gap. Like, I think Bosa said, yeah, you're going to pay me the most ever, and then it's going to stand the test of time a little bit. It's not just going to be a little bit more. And I think the 49ers are dug in their own way because they're used to winning a lot of these contract negotiations. They're not used to getting a player and a camp or an agency stare right back at them and just say, no, we're not taking that offer. You need the player more than he needs you at this point. But when you start to get to the level of missing games and maybe the 49ers being comfortable with him missing a couple of games, that could change the trajectory of this thing and throw another wrench into it that nobody wants. I feel like it hasn't gotten ugly yet, but we're right on the brink of it getting ugly.
Yeah, I could see that. 888-957-9570 is the number. A simple question. You think the 49ers have bungled this with Nick Bosa? You think the 49ers are to blame for the situation? The one thing I was telling JD is, and maybe I'm wrong, because we try to figure out what the perception is among the fans. It feels like the fans right now are saying, hey, Niners, get this guy in. It feels like sentiments with Bosa In other words, the 49ers just get him in. I'm wondering if anything could change that. I remember when Joe Lacob told, I think, Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, JD, Bob Myers has had 2 contracts in front of him. One of them makes him the highest paid general manager ever. And at that point, how do you not want Bob Myers to sign that contract? But Nick Bosa, if he's not the highest paid defensive player, if they don't want to make him the highest paid defensive player, that's obviously an issue. But the question then becomes, how much more than the highest paid player in the NFL? How much more money does Nick Bosa want?
Look,
and how do you balance appeasing him or signing him with, we're supposed to be getting off to a fast start because this is our Super Bowl year?
He's the first player in this Shanahan Lynch regime that has the talent and the timing to make the 49ers have to gulp a little bit over their normal protocol as to how they do things. And I think the Niners knew that going in, but now it's, hey, that's the starting point. The starting point is you're going to be a little uncomfortable with this contract, and then you're going to add to it, and that's the real number that's going to get this thing done. I do think the 49ers knew that it was going to be trickier than it. I mean, I pointed it out day one of training camp. I remember coming on with you guys the first day you guys were out there at the Hilton, and it you could tell just by the way John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan answered the first question the first day that this was very different. This was different than George Kittle. This was different than Fred Warner. This was even different than Deebo Samuel. Yeah. And so I think the Niners knew that going in, but I still think they underestimated the resolve of Nick Bosa to hold firm at whatever his minimum acceptable number is, and that minimum acceptable number is still, I think, a level higher than what the 49ers are comfortable with, even though they were comfortable probably going a level higher than they've ever gone with anybody.
Exactly. And see, I think it might be any one of a number of things. It could be the years. I mean, my first thought would be, well, Bosa probably wants a 5-6 year contract. Well, what if he doesn't? What if he only wants 3 years so he can come back to the table in 3 years? Now, that's unusual in football because it's such a violent sport. But the other thing is what if he wants an entirely guaranteed contract? He would be the first defensive player with an entirely guaranteed contract. Maybe he wants 3 and 120 or 3 and 125, all guaranteed.
Or even 3 and 105 or 110, and then he's still young enough to be able to be a free agent again coming up here in a couple of years.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. And take a listen to, this is Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. And this is what he said today. He reported yesterday something, but this is from today. Take a listen. He's of the NFL Network.
Which is Nick Bosa. And really, it's kind of the same as it's been, which is Nick Bosa's not there. Teammates are in meetings preparing for the first practice of the week, the Wednesday practice. Generally, that is a sign. If you participate in the Wednesday practice, you got a chance to play on Sunday. Nick Bosa, not only not in the building. Now, he's not the only player seeking a new contract not participating. Brian Burns in a similar situation, probably not going to participate today for the Panthers, but Bosa's been holding out. He hasn't been there at all, and it seems far-fetched to me to say he'll play week 1, even if they get a deal done, which I haven't heard that's coming anyway. And these deals are so hard to do because Bosa obviously wants to beat Aaron Donald. There's different ways, as we talked about yesterday, to figure out where Aaron Donald fits in. He is extremely principled. His agent, Brian Earwalt, is extremely principled. I have not sensed movement on this one at all, guys.
Wow. And now we get to the point where if he does come in today, tomorrow, or even Friday, do you play him? Well, I would not play him on Sunday, no matter what.
I'm at the point where I wouldn't have him play on this short a turnaround.
Not if you're giving him you don't give him a 5-year contract and then say, but we need you game 1.
And I think that is where if he ends up not playing this week, this thing does turn, because then the 49ers can start to say, all right, well, and Bosa may be saying, hey, you're going to go, and the Steelers are going to throttle you.
Right.
And defense is going to be terrible, and you're going to have no pass rush, and you're going to be 0-1 and off to a rocky start. You got to get me in here. The Niners may be like, well, you know what? You've chosen to go down the road of not playing games. Well, we'll just see where this thing goes for another week.
Right.
When you've got the Rams and the Cardinals in 2 of the next 3 games after the Pittsburgh game. I mean, those are 2 games that the 49ers probably look at like, I don't win those games without Nick Bosa.
Right.
With the Giants in between. So it gets into this, how much pressure do the 49ers have on them, or does the pressure even lessen a little bit once it gets to the point where he isn't going to be available for week 1, which I kind of feel like we're already to that point, if not already beyond that threshold.
Yeah, and obviously, although maybe doesn't register, if Nick Bosa doesn't play against the Steelers, he loses close to $1 million. He makes $16 million. There's 17 games, so he misses. He's going to not make $900,000+. And then we work on week 2. Is he going to be there week 2? But I do think that if we find out some information that Bosa wants, like if he wants 35, would you just suck it up right now and give it to him?
Yeah.
35 for 115. 3 years for 115. And I know 3's probably get more than that.
It's probably gonna look, I think
105, 105.
Well, it's tough in the NFL because it's some of it's you get the number and then the number's not the real number. You get the fully guaranteed number later.
Right.
I'm of the belief that if he wants more than Donald's 31.7, I think that's more than fair. He different position but younger, and again, you're paying Nick Bosa based on what he's already done, but you're also paying Nick Bosa on what he's going to continue to do because Nick Bosa this is Nick Bosa's second contract. It's his first real contract off of the rookie deal. So this is the you're going to pay me contract. So you're paying Nick Bosa as a projected future Hall of Famer like that. So if he wants people, Aaron Donald's this and that. Yeah, Aaron Donald's a future Hall of Famer, absolutely, and a Super Bowl champion. But if Nick Bosa projects to be all of those things over the course of his career and already has a Defensive Player of the Year. So for Nick Bosa to say, I should get more AAV, average annual value, than Aaron Donald, like to me, that's okay. Like I don't think that's crazy at all.
Right. Except if the 49ers look at it, okay, we'll give you $32 million, and he's saying, how about 35?
How about 35?
Right.
And that's where I wonder, just in terms of guaranteed money, not to get lost in the weeds, if the Niners are thinking, we'll offer you 110 guaranteed, and Bosa's like, well, I'm more in line with 150, and the Niners are saying, well, we'll go to 120, which is already now a level more. That's a level up,
right?
And so the Niners are thinking, okay, well, we're going to go to 120. He's out at 150, and again, nobody knows for sure.
Sure.
Meet in the middle at 130-ish, right? But that's still a $20 million difference if Bosa really is hell-bent on having that bigger number. And so I can see, while the details haven't leaked out, I can see where maybe there is a more significant impasse than, it's 120 for the Niners and 130 for Bosa. Why don't they meet in the middle at 125? Or it's 110 to 125. Why don't they meet at 117? Like, to me, that I don't feel like that's where it is, because it would be closer to being done if that's where it is.
I agree. It doesn't get this far unless there's something significant, a significant variation of what each side wants. I'm interested to see what 49er fans, who are you kind of blaming for this right now? And the one thing I was telling JD before the show is when the Warriors started their season last year, if you remember, Draymond Green talked about getting a max extension right before training camp started. Then, of course, we found out Bob Myers was on the last year of his deal and he didn't have a contract. And then Jordan Poole got punched by Draymond Green. And then third of the way through the season, Andrew Wiggins misses 2 months of the season for a personal reason. And at the beginning of the season, JD, I was like, it just is not setting up right. I don't. Draymond's worried about his money. Myers probably not coming back. I'm asking 49er fans if this has the same kind of feel as the Warriors season. You've come off Trey Lance now. All right, the quarterback that you thought might be the quarterback of the future. You talked him up for 2 or 3 years, talking about his improvement. Never once kind of acknowledging that he wasn't working out, but we all knew it wasn't the greatest situation. He ends up getting traded. Now Nick Bosa's not in camp. I don't know. Do we have a problem with the way the season is starting for the 49ers, and could it possibly affect the Super Bowl run? And it's possible. It's absolutely possible. And you brought this up too. What's the dynamic in the locker room? Now, I know teammates always want other teammates to get their money. That's kind of the unwritten rule. But what about if Nick Bosa's asking for crazy, crazy money? Is there any resentment in that locker room? These are big issues. You know, the team clearly, JD, has been talking about getting off to a good start because the last 2 years they haven't. It's cost them home field. It seems like that's the one thing they've emphasized. Well, Nick Bosa's not here. He's your best defensive player. So it's almost like you're not prioritizing a Super Bowl run if you're the 49ers.
Well, and that's the argument to pay the guy.
Right.
Pay the guy, get him here, figure out the rest of it later. I know that, and the conversation surrounding that is, well, what if you got to lose Kittle and Debo? Well, you're not going to have to lose them this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as it's been pointed out, the Bosa cap number is going to go down for this year.
Right.
Everything's slotted already in. Like, they have money to pay him now. If you have to figure things out later, then you figure it out later. The goal is all in for this season based on where the 49ers have been in 3 of the last 4 seasons, which is either in the Super Bowl or losing in an NFC Championship game a step away from the Super Bowl. So, to me, that's the argument to just get it done. And I also think because the 49ers tried to downplay it, and I wasn't buying it. I was all over the fact that this was different from day one. But because they tried to downplay it as no big deal, he'll be here, he doesn't need to practice. But when you downplay something like that, and it doesn't even really come up as a topic of discussion in the lead up to a season, and then all of a sudden you get to the beginning of the season and it's still not resolved. Like, to me, that's almost a double gut punch.
Right.
In that you were thinking, oh, this is going to be done. Don't worry. And I'm from a player point of view. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute. And then you go out there and we'll see what happens on Sunday. But if they get beat on Sunday, don't look like themselves on Sunday in what might be, by the way, their toughest game on the schedule this whole season in week 1 on the road, then you start, like, are there players after Sunday that would say, well, get this dude in here. Like, what are we doing? Like, pay the man his money and get him here so we can win. Like, is there a certain faction of maybe the 49er locker room that starts to think that the organization is letting them down or doesn't have their best interests at heart despite what they've said over and over and over this offseason?
And the other part of it could be,
you're risking all of that.
Is Bosa all in if he's not signing a contract that looks exorbitant? 888-957-9570. I mean, are you blaming the Niners for this right now? I mean, it's hard not to.
And I'm already getting this. Getting this on Twitter.
All right.
$35 million per year, JD. Hell no. Multiple past injuries, no playoff sacks, $35 million per year. Hell no, not worth it. But then this person adds $32 million per year. Well, 32 is okay, but 35 is not.
Right.
Now, $110 million. This person said $110 million guaranteed. Like that $110 million guaranteed feels low. Like I get the average value.
Sure.
Not being dramatically more than Aaron Donald's. Like, I can understand that.
Right.
But but the guarantee, like, to me, the guarantee feels like it's going to be well above 110. It's like 120 plus at this point.
I mean, and I'm sure that's, look, I think you're right. I think the 49ers are looking at the numbers were 28 for TJ Watt, 31-7 for Donald, the 102 million guarantee that his brother got, yeah, I was thinking, hey, he's probably going to ask for 110 guaranteed, but maybe he's asking for 120. Maybe he's asking for 125.
I think he's probably asking for a minimum of 130.
Well, here's the other thing, JD, and people have praised Parag Marate for he's signed some great contracts for the 49ers. You know what I mean?
They break guys. Let's just put the rat on the table there. They break you.
Fair enough. They do. And that's why if they're gonna play this way with Bosa, I think it's possible that they may just wait a week. Let's play on Sunday without him, see what happens, and see if anybody starts to move. And maybe the 49ers have to start to move because what happens on Sunday ain't good enough.
Well, to me, if you're Bosa, you're willing to sit out week 1,
right?
Then you're willing to sit out 4 or 5 weeks.
I think so.
Minimum.
I think so.
At that point in time. Like, this is not now the Niners, we'll see. Like, if it looks bad at Pittsburgh, to me, the Niners could make the case, well, you know what? As a game, we probably could have lost. Like, we lost the worst team in the league last year on the road, week 1.
Right.
Still, we're fine. I could see the Niners saying, well, 1 week, they want to win every game, but not a big deal. And then internally look at the schedule and say, we'll beat the Rams and the Cardinals. As long as we beat the Rams and the Cardinals, we're 2-2. There still isn't going to be that urgency to have to get him in there.
Maybe. They know. They also, as much as they want to get off to a good start, they also know it's a 17-game season, and they can make the playoffs even if they struggle a little bit early. I find it hard to believe because this was their move. This was the biggest move they had to make this offseason. Just get Bosa under contract and get him in here for week 1, and they haven't done it. And I think we can start thinking about scenarios that aren't best case anymore. And I think one of the things we're looking at is he's not going to play Sunday. Maybe not. Sure, he could sign and play, but that's risky. 888-957-9570 is the number. Be honest, Niner fans, is the Bosa situation starting to scare you a little bit? It's Wednesday of the first week of the NFL season. First game's tomorrow night. Then the Niners play at 10 a.m. at Heinz Field. Nick Bosa is the big story. He's not there. 888-957-9570. Let's talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than...
If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and John Dickinson with you today. Guru still a little bit under the weather. Hopefully he'll be back this week. And Nick Bosa still holding out. And the latest is from Ian Rappaport, and he believes Nick Bosa might not play on Sunday. Take a listen. This is our starting point today.
Which is Nick Bosa. And really, it's kind of the same as it's been, which is Nick Bosa's not there. Teammates are in meetings preparing for the first practice of the week, the Wednesday practice. Generally, that is a sign if you participate in the Wednesday practice, you got a chance to play on Sunday. Nick Bosa, not only not in the building, now he's not the only player seeking a new contract not participating. Brian Burns in a similar situation, probably not going to participate today for the Panthers, but Bosa's been holding out. He hasn't been there at all, and it seems far-fetched to me to say he'll play week 1, even if they get a deal done, which I haven't heard that that's coming anyway, and these deals are so hard to do because Bosa obviously wants to beat Aaron Donald. There's different ways, as we talked about yesterday, to figure out where Aaron Donald fits in. He is extremely principled. His agent, Brian Ayrault, is extremely principled. I have not sensed movement on this one at all, guys.
Oh, boy. No movement at all. Now, the one thing I heard a couple weeks ago is that they really haven't talked a lot. That the talks have only picked up pretty recently. And I mean, that makes sense. One number's one number, another number's another number, and they say, you know what? Let's let's revisit in a couple weeks.
You get the sense that maybe
there's urgency.
Maybe the 49ers, a little bit of, well, you know what? We always stand firm, and we always end up getting most of what we want. That's how this thing will play out, too. Like, he doesn't really want to miss games. Like, I could see there being a little bit of you know what? He'll come back to the table. Like, we'll stay at our number. Maybe we got to come up a little bit, but he'll come back to the table. He's all in on the team and the goal and wanting to win this Super Bowl above everything. He'll give a little bit. Nope. And then that leads to lack of communication and almost a reopening of real talks at that point.
Exactly. And I'm sure the talks are more real now than they've been 2 weeks ago with the game on Sunday. Ryan's in Irvine. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Sure.
So I have a take on Parag, but I wanted to say before I make the point, without details about how this negotiation is going, it's kind of impossible to know who's really at fault. But there's a common theme with Parag. He's the type of guy, and like I think it was Rappaport just said, like, the Bosas are very principled. So is Parag. He's staunch, when it comes to these negotiations. That's what makes him good at his job, but this is a different situation. But if you look at historically with some of the Niners' best players, every single one of them has talked about their experience in negotiations with Parag, and pretty much everyone in one way, shape, or form has said that it's been challenging and difficult. And Bosa's a different guy.
Yeah, he is.
It's a completely different situation altogether. But I think it is affecting the players. Because you look at what Fred Warner did, and I know it wasn't made out to be that big of a deal, but in the preseason, when he got that sack, he did the little Bosa, shrug thing. But the next thing he did, emphatically, was he made the suggestion to pay that guy. And he even mouthed it. He said it. You could tell he was frustrated by this because he's been through this situation himself. So I think Parag is getting on the nerves of a lot of the guys that are in that locker room because they agree. Let's win a Super Bowl. But to do that, they need Nick.
I think that's well said. I think that's well said. And I think he's right about Bosa being a different – first of all, he's a different level player than anybody they've negotiated with. He's going to be the best player they've ever negotiated with, I would assume, certainly defensively. So, and Bosa's got pedigree, and this ain't his first rodeo, even though he's just coming off his rookie contract. But Like, I believe Nick Bosa will sit out games. I do. How much that matters remains to be seen, but I could see him missing a couple games just because that's who he is. He's not going to get talked into something that he doesn't want to do, or a contract he doesn't want to sign.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that the 49ers would have gone into this not believing that Bosa would take it to this point, but maybe they did. Like, maybe they actually did. And I think the caller brought up an excellent point with respect to you've got some players like a Fred Warner who's gone through it and has been to the Super Bowl and lost the championship games that he has. And he's thinking, well, if we're all in, get him here. Like, this dude is the best in the game, just won the Defensive Player of the Year, get him in here, pay him. You also could have others that are thinking, well, wait a minute, he's putting himself above the common goal.
Right.
And so that can create a little bit of a subtle divide that can take away from what this team's trying to accomplish.
See, and you said something that I agree with, and the caller said, is that Bosa's different. So the 49ers have a reputation of being tough negotiators, maybe a little stingy even. But to me, Bosa is their like, he's Steph Curry. And even Steph Curry is different than Clay and Draymond Green. So because Nick Bosa's Nick Bosa, do you bend the rules a little and maybe go outside your comfort level if you're the 49ers?
The answer is yes. To me, that is a simple yes. The Niners, though, it sounds like, from what has been reported, not a lot of specifics, but it sounds like the 49ers are already out of their comfort zone. And so I could see where that's the divide here, or the impasse, is the 49ers are, let's just say, hey, we're cool with 110. Bosa's like, 140. Niners are like, okay, we'll do 120. Bosa's like, nope. So again, without getting into specifics, and maybe it comes out, Bosa 115.
Right.
And you know what? If that 115 guaranteed, and if it winds up being that, I'm going to be on the radio and say, you know what? The Niners, what did it cost them, a game or whatever? But if they get Bosa for 110, 115 guaranteed, then I think they won the deal.
Yeah. Jeff's in Sonora. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. How about you?
Doing well.
I'm glad you finally touched on the point about Steph Curry when comparing Bosa, because at the end of the day, you're talking about potentially one of the best defenders to ever play the game if he continues.
Yep.
So how can anybody not have him high in their top 5 when he retires? And how can you look at that and say, we need to try and get a deal? That's see to me, and I've been a lifelong 49ers fan since I was a little kid, and I'm telling you right now, this kind of gamesmanship crap is going to cost the fans and the team, because the team knows Bosa's 180% in for winning games and destroying whoever he faces. Why would you play games with that? Just pay the bill.
I mean, that's a point of view.
That's where I'm at on it. That's where I'm at on it, by the way. I know I'm kind of going through everybody's different scenario of it, but I've been staunch. Like, you got to pay the dude. It's different. Like, this is different. He should get the highest guarantee ever. He should get the highest non-quarterback contract ever. He should get the highest average annual value. Like that, to me, all of those things. Now, to what level?
Right.
Maybe that's where there's a little bit of an impasse, but to me, it just keeps coming back to, like, at what point does anybody say, and I know there are 49er fans out there that are thinking this,
right?
What's too much? At what point is it really too much? And even if it is too much, at what point is it you just have to put all your chips in on this season and figure out the rest of it when you have to figure out the rest of it? Because you're probably not having everybody. You're probably not going to have Debo and Kittle and Warner and McCaffrey and Warner. You're not going to have all these guys forever.
No, you're not. And,
Mooney Ward.
And we, we talked about. It's easy to say pay Nick Bosa, but what if paying Nick Bosa? Would you pay Nick Bosa if it costs you Kittle and Juszczyk down the road? I would.
Yeah, I would too.
Now, if we're talking about Ayuk, that might be a different story because he's young, and I don't want to lose Ayuk or Bosa because they're both entering their prime. See, that's the thing about Bosa, too, is Donald got paid late in his career, relatively. He got paid for what he did. So I get the people who say, well, shouldn't make more than Darnold. Darnold's been the best player, but Bosa's going to be one of the best defensive players in the league for the next 4 years. You would think. So, I mean, where are you on the Nick Bosa situation, 49er fans?
And it's not like Nick Bosa's 25.
Right.
Nick Bosa's not 30. He's not even 28. He can be 26 in October. Right. But he'd be 26. So you're getting 26, 27, 28. Like you're almost, in some ways, you're pre-prime. Maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe not in the NFL, especially at that position, wear and tear. I know the injury history is something that does pop up as a detractor, but I mean, it's like if you're not paying him, who are you going to pay?
Well, exactly. Who
do you pay?
And if you lose him, where you get your next defensive end?
And by the way, that now looks like a weak point on the 49ers team.
Right. Because they're
pass rushers.
Right.
I mean, he's the best. Beyond that, there's a lot I don't know.
925, sign Bosa, he's a generational player.
Correct.
It's funny, and this is, I was talking about this yesterday. There's something that just doesn't add up when, in this kind of situation, Nick Bosa is a great player. We know he's a great player, but in order to argue that he shouldn't make 35, then we start saying, well, he got hurt one year. He didn't have a sack in the playoffs. And then you start kind of denigrating your own player.
You think the Niners are doing that? No, I don't think they are. I don't think they're doing that.
No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't think so.
You're just saying that's the natural kind of tone of a negotiation.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, I don't think they would say that. But I do think that maybe if they did, that's the kind of thing that would insult a guy to the point where maybe it gets personal and acrimonious. Like, that's the one thing. We don't know if this is acrimonious. It could be. It could be already, and we just haven't heard about it. Scott's in Monterey. How you doing, Scott? What's up, Scotty?
So I just want to talk about the season here. This team that Kyle and John have built from 2017, from the depths of the Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly era, they've built a powerhouse and something special and sustainable. And, this whole offseason, it's been about two people, Trey Lance and now Nick Bosa. And it's unfortunate because this team is awesome. Like, they've really put together through the draft and through a few different moves in season, getting McCaffrey. But we finally landed. We haven't had much luck with our first round picks, as pretty well known. And we finally landed Nick Bosa. I don't know what the contract looks like. I know Parag is a bulldog when it comes to negotiations, but also but Nick Bosa's agent, he's, historically a pretty nasty one too. So, but look at the people that his agent represents. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's back at practice. He had a calf strain. He's up for a big contract at practice, leading his team. Justin Jefferson at practice, leading his team. These guys are the best at their positions, and they're leading their team. They're all about to be record-setting. They're all about to receive record-setting contracts at their positions. I can't see the 49ers cheaping out here.
Yeah, I hear you, Scott.
Look, there's a difference between.
Appreciate the call, Scott.
Good phone call. There's a difference between, like, the Niners aren't cheaping out. Like, they're not being cheap here necessarily. It's just a matter of, are you willing to go that extra mile to get it over the top? Like the level at which they're going to hit, no matter how it turns out, is by definition going to be not cheap.
Right.
But I think where I pause a little bit and just kind of wonder is, like, what are we really talking about here? Are we talking about the difference between 32 and 35 million a year in the average? Are we talking or are we talking, because to me that's nothing. To me that's
right.
To me that's nothing. Or are we talking about the difference between 140 or 150 guaranteed and 120 or 125 guaranteed?
I thought what you're talking about when you were talking about the difference, what's the difference? I actually thought you were talking about what's the difference between the 49ers having Bosa and the 49ers not having Bosa. And
well, they're not winning a Super Bowl without Bosa.
I don't think they can.
No, they're not winning a Super Bowl without Bosa.
Do you think he's their most important player?
I think he's their most important defensive player.
No doubt. So
I mean, they're not winning a Super Bowl without him. Now, could they go 4-4 in 8 games without him if he sat out 8 games or 4? Yeah, they probably could. But do you really want to go down that road? Do you really want to go down that road of, like, you know what? We'll see you in week 8. Because then it's okay, well, I request a trade. And and then you've got 30 other teams that would love to trade for Nick, but
right.
So there are plays here. Not saying it's going to get to that point, but there are plays here ahead if this thing that would prevent both sides from wanting it to go down the path of beyond missing a game. Because once you miss one, we're at the brink of a new level.
Right.
Today, basically. In the next 72 hours.
I would agree with that. It takes it to the next level if he doesn't play Sunday. If he doesn't play Sunday, then
yeah, did the Niners say,
then what?
Did the Niners say, all right, well, you didn't play Sunday, well, we'll see you when we see you?
I feel like they might. They might do that.
And then how do you react to that if you're Nick Bosa? Because I tell you, I'd be furious. But that's just me.
But this is but here's the other thing, JD. And I was, the 49ers, if you're Nick Bosa, like, they've paid everybody. And one of the reasons, or they paid their guys. And one of the reasons,
except for Buckner.
Correct. But they've put themselves in a position where, and this is where, it's great. Oh, look at the weaponry. Look at this team. No, they don't have a great quarterback, but they were able to accumulate great talent under the salary cap. Well, the bottom line is, how can you have a quarterback making $840,000 and you still can't sign your best defensive player? Like, that's supposed to be the advantage of having a guy like Brock Purdy quarterbacking, because he's not on a big deal. So, we've been talking, these guys are, Shanahan and Lynch they put together a great team. You know what? Maybe they've paid people too much, and now they put themselves in a position where Bosa wants what he deserves, and they kind of can't do it.
Yeah.
That to me is very possible. Or they realize if they pay Bosa, this is going to be the last year that this group is pretty much together.
And you know what? It may be the last year they're together anyway.
Right.
Like that, and that's the part where I wouldn't worry about that if I'm the 49ers as far as this year goes. Where I think this thing is hung up from the 49ers point of view in the macro, take Bosa specifically out of it for a second, is they're trying to figure out they're trying to figure out 2, 3, 4 years down the line what it does to them.
Right.
If they have to pay Purdy at that point, and if they have to, and it's like, and it at some point you have to just, on one player, a guy that's projected future Hall of Famer, if he continues down the level that he's on, when you're all in every other way, when you just dealt Trey Lance, right? You took that out of the equation completely because he was your 3rd or 4th best quarterback. You gotta get it done. You gotta, to me, the messaging gets confusing when it's all in, all in, all in, all in, all in. Dude's not here. Like, how are you all in if your best player isn't
exactly
here?
510 says, sounds like a lot like a basketball team I root for. And, it's not dissimilar. The Warriors last summer had to start thinking about getting under big tax penalties. And they got rid of Jordan Poole, and they saved a bunch of money on the back end. The Warriors are in the process of kind of paring that down. And maybe the 49ers feel like they have to do that because of where they are, and they can't pay Bosa until they do it. But that's not going to work because Bosa wants a new contract now. Scott's in Marin. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. As I was telling your producer there, what this highlights for me is just the joke that the NFL Players Association is. I mean, we're talking, these numbers are chump change when it comes to MLB and the NBA. It's like a joke. Here's a top 5 player in the league, and they're worried about, $115 million guaranteed. The NFL is going to generate $27 billion this year. I mean, it's a joke, and and guaranteed money is like a big deal. And, I understand the disparity in the careers and all that, the relatively lower paid guys that need a paycheck every week. But I don't understand how you can cut a deal with the owners that jeopardizes just your best. You can't even pay your best players guaranteed money that even close to a bum in the NBA. It's just crazy. Anyway, I think it's going to get done anyway. I think this deal will get done this week. I don't know if he's going to play, but I think it will be done this week.
Yeah, I'd still bet on that. But I do agree with JD. If we don't hear anything by Friday,
he's got to be on the roster by 1:00 Saturday.
Okay.
Because technically he's off the roster right now, and that's the deadline to have. But before Sunday's games, you have to. You'll always see 1:00 Pacific on Saturday. Oh, this guy was released. This guy was signed. This guy was brought up from the practice squad. Like that's
right.
The cutoff for Sunday's games is Saturday 1:00.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, is this starting to affect the way you're looking at this season? Anybody out there think that what's going on right now could have a long-term implication on this team? I don't think that's a sure thing, but I think if we start getting into time being missed by Nick Bosa, then we do. You're right. How does the locker room feel about this? How does the locker room feel about Nick Bosa? Are they all behind him to get your money? Or they want him in here because they know that they got action this year. They got action this year. Do they have it without Nick Bosa? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Matt Steinmetz and John Dickinson with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson, a little bit under the weather, but hopefully he'll be back at some point this week. Ernie Chavez weighs in on the YouTube chat. Steiny, I'm worried. How about the rest of you? No big deal. We'll get this guy in and we'll roll. Or we got a little issue in San Francisco. 888-957-9570. Steiny and JD.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you my phone. It's made with glass and an array of precious metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so it's fast. Anyway, with Xfinity Mobile, we save hundreds of dollars a year. It's like being in a secret club that's open to everyone, like mathletes or robotics, but for savings. Now, if you all take a handout...
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Switch and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line a month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Compares lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our...
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And the 49ers open up their season Sunday, 10 a.m., Heinz Field. I know they changed the name.
Jesus.
But no biggie there. Nick Bosa is still holding out. The latest from Ian Rappaport suggests he probably is not going to play Sunday. This is what we're reacting to today.
Which is Nick Bosa. And really, it's kind of the same as it's been, which is Nick Bosa's not there. Teammates are in meetings preparing for the first practice of the week, the Wednesday practice. Generally, that is a sign. If you participate in the Wednesday practice, you got a chance to play on Sunday. Nick Bosa, not only not in the building. Now, he's not the only player seeking a new contract not participating. Brian Burns in a similar situation, probably not going to participate today for the Panthers, but Bosa's been holding out. He hasn't been there at all, and it seems far-fetched to me to say he'll play week 1, even if they get a deal done, which I haven't heard that's coming anyway, and these deals are so hard to do because Bosa obviously wants to beat Aaron Donald. There's different ways that we talked about yesterday to figure out where Aaron Donald fits in. He is extremely principled. His agent, Brian Earwald, is extremely principled. I have not sensed movement on this one at all, guys.
All right. Meanwhile, the 49ers have a game on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they got a coach, JD, Mike Tomlin, who's in his 17th season. And this is one of the things, I'm just going to throw this at you. Maybe it's a dumb question, but I'm going to throw it at you anyway because there are 49er fans that are in the Super Bowl or bust category. If I told you right now that Kyle Shanahan essentially, I know he's got is his 7th year, but would have Mike Tomlin's record, are 49er fans taking it?
Yeah. I think
one Super Bowl would do it.
Yeah, one Super Bowl, got to another Super Bowl, which I guess Shanahan's already got that part to it. With all the, yeah, I think so.
I wonder if, and then Kyle Shanahan could say, in 17 years, I got to the Super Bowl twice. Like, sometimes that doesn't feel like enough for Niner fans in a crazy kind of way.
Well, they got to get the one because it's been so long.
Right.
And then I think at that point, everything changes.
Yeah,
Yeah, the clock. I mean, we're already what? This is the 7th year.
7th year for Shanahan.
Yeah, this is the 7th year.
Yep.
So you win one this year, and you get 5 or 6 more years, and then
easy.
at that point you're already to 13 years. So you wouldn't even really. There wouldn't even really be any doubt.
That's
I feel
true.
like for another 5 or 6.
Oh, if Shanahan,
if they won this year.
If Shanahan wins it this year, like he's golden for 5 more years, I would think. Well, let's take it the other way, JD. Let's say this team doesn't make the playoffs. Let's say just something happens and it kind of goes wrong. How much leash does Kyle Shanahan have? I mean, I know he's not going to get fired after one bad year, but
I feel like he's 2 years away from being like, it would almost have to be this year and next year
to
go awry, and then the third year there'd be some heat, maybe.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
Like, he's not a year away. Like I'll use the Giants as an example.
All right.
Giants obviously in a bad way right now.
Yep.
Sounds like Farhan and Kapler are going to be back next year regardless.
Okay.
But if the Giants don't make the playoffs, the way that they're going to not make the playoffs if they don't, they both have heat on them next year.
No doubt.
Like that,
absolutely.
Like they are a year away with this being the year.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree with
Shanahan's not a bad year away from being on the hot seat.
No.
Now, that being said, if this team doesn't make the playoffs this year, then look at
something went really wrong.
I almost can't even imagine it. Aside from your top 10 players, 6 of them get hurt, 5 of them get hurt for the year.
Right. I mean, I feel like they're going to win 10 games regardless. You can chalk them up for 10 games, assuming everybody's there. Question is, will Bosa be there week 1? Will Purdy be there week in and week out? I'm going to get to some of this Mike Tomlin sound in a minute, JD, because he said some very flattering things about the Niners. But let's go to Lamar. Lamar's in Nevada. What's up, Lamar?
No, I'm in New York.
Oh, New York.
In New York.
All right. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm a diehard Niner fan, and I feel like this is Mariah's fault because he should have knew this was coming. And right about now, looking at the defense, If Bosa's not there, we're not going to stop that run. We're not going to stop that run. Okay? And that's crazy. And we need him to stop that run. Because they're going to go right at that edge that Bosa's not there. Okay? And come on, let's face it. Colin Farrell and I forget the rookie that we have, the second year player. They're not gonna do it. We need Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And as far as Kyle Shanahan goes,
yeah,
he's a great coach. Like you said, 7 years. Come on now. We've been to 3 instant championships. We lost that Super Bowl. Okay, but
hey,
out of all the coaches that are in the NFL, there's no way I would want to give up Kyle Shanahan. Okay,
that's fair, Lamar. I appreciate the call. I don't think
Cleveland Farrell and Drake Jackson, by the way, just for
not Colin Farrell,
not Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell playing defensive end would not work.
No, it wouldn't.
They would run right at him.
By the way, Mike Tomlin talked to the media. By the way, when does Kyle talk this week?
Today. Yeah,
okay,
a little bit later.
So I guess he'll say that
12:40. So during the show today.
Okay. I guess he'll. Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear what he says.
The more the better, so I can help educate.
This is Mike Tomlin. There is a game on Sunday. Mike Tomlin's talking about the Niners. Take a listen.
Starting on the offensive side of the ball, man, I think it just starts with Christian McCaffrey, man. We just got to respect the dynamic playmaking ability that he has, both in the running game and in the passing game. It's very evident how significant his addition has been for them. I think prior to his addition, they were averaging 20 points a game. With him in 2022, they averaged 30 points a game, and so 10 points with the addition of one man. He's dynamic in the run game. He's dynamic in the passing game. We better be really careful about being matched up against him in space. He's a one-on-one space winner. They have a lot of one-on-one space winners, man. He might be the most dynamic one-on-one space winner at running back in the NFL. Kittles might be that at tight end. Deebo Samuels might be that at receiver. Their run-after ability with their offensive eligibles is really impressive.
Mike Tomlin is talking about the 49ers weapons. Let me ask you. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything.
Oh, I thought you were going to say jump in there about McCaffrey. But let me ask you this. When McCaffrey got to the Niners after they traded for him, they obviously went on a run. I was pretty impressed, and the reason I was impressed was because it's not easy to incorporate. You brought in a guy who touches the ball more than any other player on the team except the quarterback. Like he has the touches. And it does feel like the 49ers, at least Deebo Samuel and Kittle, they were okay with that because they saw that he made, the offense more dynamic. The question is there enough, are there enough balls to go around if McCaffrey's touching it 24 times a game?
The answer to that question is yes, on the surface. I really don't think there's anybody to worry about, though, other than Ayuk, as far as...
Right.
Like, Ayuk's the only guy that I see complaining about touches. Deebo got paid already. Kittle has been paid and doesn't really complain about touches. I mean, who are we really talking about? Like, is there
Ayuk.
enough to go? Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Ayuk. Ayuk's in a contract, he's up to get paid.
But
ready for a breakout year, wants to have numbers on this high-profile team.
I just think they're going to have to bite some. The players are going to have to bite the bullet. I think it's going to be McCaffrey, and then one week it's going to be somebody, and then the next week it's going to be somebody else, and then the next week it's going to be Ayuk, and then the week after that it's going to be, Kittle's going to have that big game. But the one thing I do think is McCaffrey. You think this team was a Super Bowl contender before McCaffrey?
I mean, the answer going into last year was yes, but the answer when you watched him play through 7 games was no.
I would agree. I would agree on that. He got him to another level. By the way, Mike Tomlin thinks Bosa is going to be there.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein. as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. We know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
Yeah, he's under the impression he's going to play. And, you know, when we're talking about Bosa, I think you're right. This is poised to reach another level. However, we still got some time. We still got some time to get Bosa in here and smooth this thing all over.
Get him in, get him paid, obviously. Make sure that he's ready to come in and play at a high level, and he's not going to be, you know, worn down by the fact that he hasn't been, you know, maybe isn't in football shape, although I think he's probably as close to that as any player could be given everything that he goes through. And just get through the first 3-4 weeks of the season. Like if they got him in the next 3 days, whether he plays in Pittsburgh or not, whether they win in Pittsburgh or not,
right?
You know, this team could still be 3-1, 4 games in, and at that point, we look up on October 1st, and it's all right. They're 3-1. Bosa's been in for a month almost. Everything's fine. Like unless there are obviously the new problems that can pop up over the course of an NFL season. So, but that's still very much on the table as an outcome here.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, Nick Bosa's not here. What's the reason? What's the reason Nick Bosa isn't signed right now? You disappointed in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan? I mean, should they just do what they got to do, break the bank, if you will, and we'll figure out the rest in a year or two? Feels like that's kind of what the Warriors are doing a little bit. Like next year they're going to have to make some moves. They don't know what they are yet, but they're probably going to have to make some moves to get some more financial wherewithal.
I just always go back to something that Bob Myers said, and it stuck with me.
I know what it's going to be.
It's you never make a decision until you have to.
That one stuck with me too.
You never make a decision until you have to. Like you think this, analyze that. Oh, we're going to be in a bad way here. Like stuff happens.
Exactly.
And it all ends up kind of changing anyway.
And if you follow that, JD, maybe that's what bodes well for Bosa coming in on Friday.
Now, that's the opposite of sports talk radio, by the way.
No doubt.
Never make a decision before it. No, we got to make a decision every day.
Absolutely.
Got to make a decision every day, and it's got to be the end-all, be-all decision. You don't have to do that in reality.
No, I do think, though, okay, the 49...
Like, they might have to trade Deebo Samuel next year. Okay, who cares today?
Well, that's true.
No, but I mean, but we get a lot of that. We get a lot of fans saying, "Oh my God, Deebo, gonna lose this guy." It's like, well, there's 17 games about to be played here, beginning in 4 days.
Right.
Worry about this. Like Deebo Samuel's not going to be a Niner his whole career.
Right.
Like he's just not.
Well, and that's kind of the one thing where if I were a 49er fan, I
don't mean to pick on him, but it might be Kittle. It might be somebody. It might be Ayuk. Hopefully it's not Ayuk. But
let me ask you this, JD, because I always think of you as more of an impartial observer. I feel like, the last month or so, is it a negativity around the 49ers? I don't know. I think the majority of fans are excited about this year, and they should be. But I also think there's a part of the fan base that is really disappointed about where this team is, in part because of the Trey Lance trade. And now a lot of fans think, well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't put all our trust in Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of the vibe of negativity is more from the outside. I think it's more from the outside. And I don't even necessarily think it's the fans when I say the outside. I think it's more just kind of the daily headline, right?
Yeah.
I think that's more our bubble, to be honest, than the actual fan bubble, if that makes sense. And obviously there are a lot of fans that are, of course, in our bubble, and we love that.
Right.
But to me, it's more, I don't get the sense that there's negativity in the locker room.
No.
Or in the facility.
I don't either.
And that's even with the Bosa thing going till today. I think at this point it's still, that's a little weird, but They'll figure it out, and he'll be here eventually. Maybe not this week.
Right.
But maybe next week or in the next couple weeks. And again, eventually you get to a point where it's all normal, right? You get to that 2-2, 3-1, whatever, and it's all systems go. I do think look, if you're a 49er fan that believes that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch don't have the goods to get it done, and you look at this offseason, you could look at, well, wow, the Trey Lance thing was now an admitted whiff.
Right.
This Bosa thing has gone beyond where anybody would have imagined that it could have. And so I think if you are a fan that's already skeptical of their ability to get this team over the hump or this franchise over the hump, then there are a couple of things that have happened to where you could file that away and be angry about it and be concerned about it and be, when they don't win an NFC Championship game again or get beat in the playoffs or whatever it is, you'll go, see. And you may have some ammo depending upon, but beyond that, I don't think there's a lot. Not yet. I don't think there's a lot of real vitriol at this point
among the players.
No, I'm just talking more among the fans.
Oh, okay.
Like I was talking about. I was separating. I don't think there's any of that in the building right now. Is there potential for it? Yes. Not right now. But I was saying more in the fan base. You were kind of bringing it as, there's people that are just annoyed with this and that and Trey Lance and all that. I think that's a relatively small percentage.
I do too.
A smaller percentage than we see.
I absolutely
day in, day out in our show bubble.
I absolutely believe that. I think the majority, it's like I called this yesterday, it's like a silent majority of 49er fans are sky high about this season, despite the Bosa thing, despite the Trey Lance thing.
And you lose week one, and it's ugly, and then life comes at you fat. Now, does that really matter? See, because
it doesn't to me.
It doesn't to me either.
Right.
I've already had this thought.
Okay.
And people are going to be like, "Oh, JD, you're being inconsistent here," because I thought the loss to the Bears last year was a big deal. I thought it was a bad sign.
Okay.
Okay. And Trey Lance ended up getting hurt, and it ended up not. So Jimmy Garoppolo took over. The season ended up going down a different path. But the Bears the 49ers lost in week one to the worst team in the NFL. The Bears wound up being the worst team in the NFL. They had the number one pick. They traded it. They were 32 out of 32. The Bears beat the Niners in the opening game. The Steelers are thought of as a playoff team, have taken the preseason extremely seriously, have maybe not had the success that they're accustomed to in recent years. Like, I've kind of followed them in the offseason and preseason. They're very serious. They're very serious.
Sure.
Like, Mike Tomlin sets that tone, but they're, I think, at another level of, we're going to have our bleep together this year. And so, to me, that's as tough an environment to go in and win as any, right? It's up there, I think, with Kansas City and Denver and New Orleans and all of them when they're great, to go in there and win a game. Niners could lose week one and even have it be ugly. And to me, it's not a big deal at all at that point. Like, it would be completely different than losing to the Bears week one. And as it turns out, losing to the Bears week one was not that big of a deal. Now, I think it was going to be a big deal if Trey Lance had continued to be the quarterback, but he didn't, and they got on track.
You taking a shot at my Eagles?
How so?
Pittsburgh's going to be the toughest game on the schedule?
Yeah, Pittsburgh. I mean, at Philly, at Pittsburgh are probably the two, for sure. At Seattle's probably three. Always is.
But at Jacksonville this
short week. At Jacksonville's no picnic. Yeah. No, they got some games.
Yeah. Dave's in El Cerrito. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Not too bad. Well, first off, Pittsburgh's, and a lot of people are predicting them to finish fourth just in their division. So they could be great, but that's a crazy division they're dealing with. So who knows what that looks like.
And the Niners play them all.
Yeah.
I know. It's brutal. And I'm a Buckeye. Bosa was the second best football player I ever saw at Ohio State. And freakish things he could do. But he broke a lot. He tore his ACL in high school, non-contact. He tore his adductor, I think, or in a TCU game, non-contact. He's built in such a way, he's such a fierce force that he's not built to last. They're paying this guy for basically what is 2 years, and they have no choice. And they have no choice because they decided to give away 3 picks to get a guy who's no longer on the team. So we were all fine with giving away those picks for Trey Lance because it was about the now. And since it's about the now, they have but no choice but to sign him and stop screwing around and talking like they're not going to sign him. Because if you don't sign him, then the 3 picks is even worse now. Then it's a total disaster. So just sign the guy, get it over with, and play football.
I didn't even make the connection there, but I guess you could. I guess you could. Why did the 49ers move off Trey Lance? There are a lot of reasons, but I think he's right because he's not good enough. He's not good enough to play on this team right now. Why not? Because we want to win a Super Bowl. Okay, well then you better get Bosa in here. You better get Bosa in here sooner rather than later. And I'm wondering if I don't know if it's a tipping point, but do you hold this again? Not hold it against, but how do you measure the fact that John Lynch downplayed this has been downplaying this for 6 months, and now here we are 5 days before game 1, and they don't have their best defensive player in camp. I listen, if John Lynch would have played it like, listen, we're talking about one of the best defensive players in football, maybe as a Hall of Fame track. We're going to try to get something done, but it always takes 2, and I would never say that this is going to be assured. I would never promise, but we want to do it. But he gave us, I think, the impression that they were going to get Bosa in camp, and he was going to be here, weeks ago. And the first week or 2, big deal. But now, now it's getting to panic time a little bit.
I think they knew.
Well, they knew do you think they knew he was going to sit this? Or
I think they knew it was possible, and I think they were. I think all of their downplaying it was fake downplaying it. In fact, I think we may have the clip from July 25th in the very first press conference. I'm sitting, and look, maybe I'm just really good at reading people, and from being in those rooms a lot and kind of knowing when something sounds like a different answer compared to other answers that they've given. But to me, that first John Lynch answer told me this is a holdout. Like, this is not, we're cool with him not being here. And even, Kyle, you don't want to be body language guy with Kyle because sometimes he has some weird body language. But Kyle was just kind of had that look like kind of like he was annoyed. Like, he was annoyed already, not at the question, but just at the fact that he's not here. I want him here. Like, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, it'd be one thing if he was here and not practicing, but the fact that he's not here means it's not close. Like, to me, there was a lot more to it.
Well, and
I think they told us there was a lot more to it if you were paying attention. But again, maybe I'm just uber.
What did Lynch say? It's going to be complicated?
Yeah, it is just the tone. It was just different. It was not Debo or Kittle or Warner or any of these guys.
You know what? It is funny, and I wonder how 49er fans...
I've been all over this one. I've been all over this is going to be longer than people think. It's going to be more contentious maybe than people think. It's going to be a bigger number than people think. Nobody should be surprised by that.
510, I wonder why nobody's calling Bosa selfish, like almost every other player that does this. I
think people are.
Yeah, I think people... I mean, if you're on a side, what side are you on? Bosa's being greedy or the 49ers are being cheap? I mean, if you're going to color it black and white, I don't think we know enough. I don't think we know enough to say, matter-of-factly, Bosa's being greedy or the San Francisco 49ers are being cheap.
I want to hit on that. Okay. I want to hit on the selfish part of it.
We can absolutely do that. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Nick Bosa, still AWOL, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Do you have 3X?
Steiny, you are one pathetic loser.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I'll tell you who's not in. Nick Bosa.
He stinks.
Not in. Not in. Latest is may miss Sunday's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we're talking about 49er fans and where you stand on this. I mean, listen, we don't know the exact numbers, but I think we all can glean that he probably wants more annual salary than Aaron Donald, and he probably certainly wants more than T.J. Watt.
Most guaranteed money ever. I think highest per year ever. Non-quarterback, obviously, highest current, and so I think that's not highest non-quarterback contract ever. All of those things.
Yes. The question is does he kind of want to shatter the salary structure, or is it one of those cases where I'll take a couple dollars more than the highest paid player? See, I don't think that's what I think he doesn't want to do. Like, I don't think he wants to sign a contract and in a year all of a sudden be the fifth highest paid defensive player.
Well, and we had the caller earlier that brought up the point of, hey, he's had some injury issues in his history, really only the 1 year, though, with the 49ers, the 2020 year on the turf in New York. But the Niners have no choice. Like, they don't have a choice but to pay him based on, it's not just what he's done. It like you can't like the Niners can't go to the table with Bosa and be like, dude, you've had a couple injuries. Like, it's going to be 110 instead of 130. Like, because of that.
Right.
Like, if
also your playoff performance last year.
Yeah, you didn't have a sack in the postseason.
Right.
Like, so, yeah, I'm 25. I won the Defensive Player of the Year, and I'm a future Hall of Famer if I continue on for another 5, 6, 7 years at the level.
The one thing I do believe, too, is it's not just when you're in a contract situation, it's not just wanting the most money or how much money you get. Like, where you are as a franchise can dictate what you may like to do and what you may not like to do. But the bottom line is that, unfortunately for the Niners, Nick Bosa's contract has come up. He wants a renegotiation right before a season in which the expectations are sky high. Like, that matters. You don't you get into it with Nick Bosa right now, you're probably not winning the Super Bowl. Like, you got to get Bosa. The 49ers, can they win a Super Bowl without Nick Bosa? I'm kind of with you. The other day we were all asked, who's the most important Niner? And I said it was Bosa. I said it was tough for me to envision the 49ers winning a Super Bowl without Nick Bosa. And the 49ers know that.
Well, and I think if you've watched them through training camp, too, they don't have a lot of pass rushing depth. I think the running game, in terms of stopping the run in the preseason, was something Kyle Shanahan even acknowledged. Like, hey, we give up a lot of big runs in the preseason, which I think is their ability to stop the run at times has been problematic. You got a new defensive coordinator. I don't think this team's as deep defensively as they've been in the past, and on the defensive line as they've been in the past. And so all of those things mean that, to me, that you need to, like, you better have Nick Bosa. Like, you need Nick Bosa even more at this point than you would under these other circumstances. I've heard a lot, and social media, the streets, shout out Goo, about 2020 top 5 defense, top 5 defense, in when Bosa was hurt, top 5 defense in 2020, pandemic year, it was a top 5 defense that I think was 17th in points, couldn't stop the run, and didn't generate a pass rush. So you can fudge the numbers any way you want about the top 5 defense. The rest of this defense is not nearly as talented and or is older than that defense was. So just put that to bed. Like, this is going to be some top 5 defense without Nick Bosa. It's not going to happen. And I'll tell you, from watching training camp, like, they need him.
Right.
They need him. If they're going to be an elite defense, they need him.
I'm kind of 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line. why aren't you paying the best player on your team who you drafted? That's a good point. I mean, this is their guy. This is their guy. He's done everything they've asked him. He's exceeded expectations.
He's the guy you pay. As John Lynch says, he's one of the guys that talks to the team on the night before the game. I guess he's one of the I guess he addresses the team at their Saturday thing.
Okay. Well, see if he does it this Saturday. Mike in Berkeley. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, just 2 cents worth. Everybody's kind of throwing their opinion in. It's obvious that Bosa's contract, his new contract, whatever it is going to be paying him more than John Lynch and paying him more than Kyle Shanahan. But what if it's paying him more than Jed? And Jed's going, I don't think so. And the other thing I wanted to mention, too, do you think Jerry Jones is paying attention to the shenanigans that's going on here in Santa Clara with Micah due up next year? That's all I got for you guys.
You know what's interesting, JD?
They're going to pay Micah. I'll say that.
Are there shenanigans? Is that the way you look at?
I don't think there's shenanigans. I don't even think I know everything gets black and white, hot and cold.
Oh, they had a tough training camp.
I don't think they're being cheap. I don't think they're being cheap necessarily. Right. I think they have a value that a level that they came to that they believe is fair. I think they would tell you they're going to cut above that level, right? And it's still not enough for what Bosa wants. Now, in this, it's just like any negotiation. At some point, somebody has to give, and I think the Niners are probably thinking, well, why can't they give? And Bosa's probably thinking, like I don't think there's shenanigans. I don't either. I don't think that anybody's being cheap. I don't think Bosa's being unfair. I've heard a lot of that. Well, Bosa wants 140. That's insane. I'm on the team side in that respect. Like, really? Like, who cares? Like, it's not your money,
right?
And but what about Debo? What about this? Well, you're not keeping everybody anyway. Like, that's the thing. You've said this about the Warriors, and I've always kind of pushed back on you and said, well, we'll see. When you've said, well, eventually somebody's going to be gone. And yes, eventually somebody's going to be gone among the core.
Right.
In the NFL, it's a guarantee.
No doubt.
Like, it's a guarantee because of the way things are structured. Like, somebody is going to be gone. Somebody the 49ers really want to keep every couple of years is going to be gone, whether they choose to as a preemptive strike like they did with Buckner or whether they're forced to. And you could make the case because they don't have to pay Purdy at this point, they're actually able to keep more of what they have together for longer.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So maybe they would, and that's extending this window now, which when you focus out this championship window, if you will, this is basically the 4th year now. I guess it would be the 5th year, right? Because you had 19, 20, 21, 22, now 23. This is the 5th year throughout and the only year it didn't feel that way was the COVID year. So I guess you can throw out the COVID year. 3 straight non-COVID years, the Niners have been knocking on the door.
Exactly.
So this is their 5th. Like, a lot of think of this is the 5th year of their championship window.
Yeah, it is.
It ain't getting too much bigger than that.
I wouldn't think so unless Brock Purdy is 10
10-game winner on his own.
Exactly.
Like, you're going to win 10 every year because he's on your team.
Exactly. Let me ask you this, and I'll throw this out to the 49er fans, too. At 888-957-9570. Let's take this to, logical conclusion. Friday rolls around, and he's still not signed. So now he's not playing against Pittsburgh. He's also fined that game check, which is, almost $1 million. Does it matter at that point? What happens when the 49ers, if and when the 49ers play the Steelers and Nick Bosa's not there because of a contract holdout? Now you go into Pittsburgh. Does it matter if you win or lose?
I don't think it does, because I think they could lose that game with Nick Bosa. I actually don't think it matters, just because this is where I think the fact that the Niners play a tough game
let's look at it 2 ways.
Is a good thing.
I see what you're saying.
If they were playing a team that you should beat on the road and didn't, Like then I think there'd be some trouble to it. Or you're playing a division game. Like let's say you're playing up in Seattle this week.
Right.
And you don't have Bosa and you get beat. Well, you're immediately up against it in the division.
It's an AFC team.
You're 0-1. You're up against it's an AFC team on the road. And I mean, those are probably the least important. AFC on the road is probably the least important games.
You're right.
On the whole schedule. Now, on the flip side, I think you could make a case this could be the toughest game on the schedule.
Right.
Between this one and probably Philly. So I think, in a way, the Niners are, yes, everybody will freak out if they look bad because it's week 1.
Right.
But losing to Pittsburgh on the road without Nick Bosa is nothing compared to losing at Chicago last year.
No, I haven't. I mean, what if anything would change as we move into the season? I guess with the with Bosa, is there a point where we're looking at the Niners and they're 0-2, and now Bosa has more leverage, or they're 4-0, and now Bosa's got less leverage?
I think that's all on the table.
Do you really?
I think that's all on the table. I think now look, if they're 0-2, that means they lose to the Rams.
Right.
Which would be a major
Yes.
Like that would be a major. And then you got a short week with the Giants in your home opener on Thursday night, 2 weeks from tomorrow. So you at that point, it's a complete. See, the NFL, this thing about the NFL, you lose at Pittsburgh week 1, no big deal.
Right.
You lose at the Rams week 2, you're in massive trouble. There are certain markers every year. There are certain games that you don't have to beat Pittsburgh. You do have to beat the Rams. You don't have to necessarily beat even the Giants. You better beat Arizona at home week 4. And where teams get in trouble is when they slip up in one of those games and then they lose the other 2 that look like they're going to be tougher games, and then it starts to snowball on you. The Niners are fortunate, in my opinion, with the way that their schedule is at the beginning, to where they could withstand not having Bosa. They could even be 2-2 through 4 weeks. And if they wanted to go down that road, they could play a little bit of hardball. But again, if you choose to play hardball, you have to expect that Bosa's going to play hardball back. So if they say, "Hey, bud, we'll see you when you get here," like we're kind of done talking, or this is our final number, we'll see you when you get here. That's where Bosa could say, "All right, well, I'd like a trade."
And it's also where the team could realize they ain't getting Bosa, and maybe the 49ers and Bosa have kind of compromised the season of the team. Terry's in Pleasanton. Hey, Terry, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, you made a comment saying that it's not your money, and Bosa signs.
Terry, you got to call back. Terry, I'm going to ask you to call back. Your connection's really bad, but I'll put you right through.
I think she was going to say, "Well, it is our money because we're the fans and we're going to the games." Fair.
Yeah, I guess so. What do you think Brandon Ayuk's thinking right now? Watching Bosa, like he's not even
empowered for next July.
You think?
Maybe.
I mean, I'd be a little bit concerned if I were him. But
why him? Like you could trade Deebo Samuel and keep Brandon Ayuk.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, I do think the 49ers are unbelievably tough when it comes to negotiations, and I do think Bosa's different. I think it's going to get done with Bosa because they know he is the man. As good as Ayuk is, I don't think would break. Like they wouldn't go over budget for him. You know what I mean?
No, he would be in the other. Like Bosa's in his own category,
no doubt.
Debo was in a different category. Kittle was in a different category. Ayuk's in a different category. To me, the Niners they'll stalemate Ayuk. Like they'll be like, "Okay, dude, like miss games, we dare you."
Exactly.
But the numbers are also different. Like it's not going to be the reason the Niners have been able to win a lot of these deals is because of the scale in place for players at certain positions.
Right.
I mean, you look at Fred Warner's contract, and I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, best middle linebacker in the game. Okay, well, what's Fred Warner making? $14-15 million? Like it's by comparison, it's not a lot. Tight end.
Right.
Have a little stalemate on George Kittle. What'd they end up giving George Kittle in terms of guaranteed money? I mean, nothing nothing that compares to what this Bosa level is. They've never really had to do this with a quarterback either.
True.
To this point. So, wide receiver, they did it with Debo. The only thing that made the Debo thing weird was that Debo he carried their team the year before to the finish line when there wasn't a lot of other action, and he wanted money closer to the other true receivers when he was more of a hybrid.
Right.
And they ended up winning that. They ended up, I think, outlasting him in that deal. He got a little more than I think they wanted, but
sure,
they still, I think, won the deal because he didn't get what those other dudes got.
Right.
So
I wonder how big a deal that is. Winning the deal. I mean, to me,
I think it's a big deal for the Niners.
I do too, but I don't. I mean, some games you have to take a tie.
Well, you got to take an L. No, I said it. Like, this is the one where Parag, like, we get it, man. You're the best negotiator in the league, and you've won every one of these deals for the most part. And you got to take it out. Like, hey, Parag, guess what? You're gonna, in all these big deals, you're 10-1.
Right.
Like, cool. Like, and if that means you got to do something different later on to make up for it, well, then you got to do something different later on to make up for it.
Yeah. Terry's back. Hey, Terry.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
All right.
Oh.
So okay. So here's the deal. I don't think anybody is worth $140 million. First of all, I don't care what you do and what you play. And second is that these players don't realize us fans are the one that's paying for it. I mean, you already can't take your family to any games and hot dogs and beers and everything else. So, that's the bottom line too. Is these players hold out for all this money, but it's us fans that are paying for it. And their jerseys now, are going up. So I think that's something that they got to take a look at also. I mean, look what happened to the Pac-10, Pac-12. I mean, start getting greedy, and then this, you're going to start losing your fans.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
So,
appreciate the call,
The
Terry.
NFL business is booming at a level that it's never been at before,
Right.
and it ain't going down.
No, I agree.
It's not going down.
I mean,
and there are plenty of people that can afford it. I'm not saying everybody can. And especially at that level of jersey and food and taking your family and all that. No question.
Right.
But there are plenty of people that can fill 70,000 every Sunday.
Right. And the salary structure is the salary structure. If Nick Bosa is the best defensive player in football, he should get paid like the best defensive player in football.
And again,
he can make that claim right now.
And it's all, a certain percentage of all of it goes to the players.
Right.
And that money's just there. It's not like it's, like that money, it's not like that's just Jed York's money. It's Jed York's money to pay the players.
Right.
It's not like sometimes I think people don't realize they're not taking it out of Jed York's account.
No, they're not. No, they're not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Season opener 5 days away. Nick Bosa nowhere to be found. Question is, what happens if he starts missing games? The first thing, and that's the other thing that we could just throw into the equation. He misses week 1. He's going to miss, or he's not going to get paid essentially $1 million. So then what do you do with that $1 million that he doesn't make for holding out if you end up signing him? I know it's only $1 million, but what if it's $2 million because it's 2 games? Or it's $3 million because it's 3 games? They're going to have to figure that out. They also clearly they've waived fines in the past when a player does this. They certainly do it with Bosa, I would think. But
it's so funny, man, because on the one hand, for kind of playing devil's advocate from the Niners' point of view, on the one hand, it's like, get the dude here because you need him to win a Super Bowl. And you want to have harmony, and you don't want anything to seep in here that maybe infects the whole season. Right? Get him here, pay him. You want him happy. You want everybody happy. You want to move on from the conversation. Because right now, this is the daily 49er conversation. Right? Kyle Shanahan's going to talk in an hour, and it's going to be the question about in the locker room, and everybody's going to be asked about it. The other side of it, though, for the Niners is, do they really need Nick Bosa Sunday? No. Do they really need Nick Bosa against the Rams? Probably not. Do they really need Nick Bosa the first, let's say, 4 games?
Right.
I mean, the truth is,
you're right.
And the truth is, the Niners, they really need him They need him for the back
They need him
half
for
of the
second
year.
half of the season.
They need him for the back half of the year,
but and listen, I'm with you.
But that doesn't mean you can get away with come in week 8
if
you're the Niners. But
I hear what you're saying, but that does fly in the face of wanting to get off. Kyle Shanahan, he basically says every year, what's the goal? Win the division and try to get home field. Bosa misses 4 or 5 games. How the hell are you going to be? How are you going to get home field?
Well, here's where I think it does get tougher. It is, because I've spouted about, all right, the Steelers game. At this point, I think we both he didn't have to play that game. Rams, you got the Cardinals in there, the Giants. The third game's the Giants, fourth game's the Cardinals. After that, though, it's Dallas, it's at Cleveland, it's at Minnesota, Cincinnati. It's really the second group of 4 games where it could get dicey if you start to lose a couple of those, and maybe you're looking at a 3-4 or something like that.
Yeah, it's
so even in that, I think it's an added dynamic if it reaches beyond Sunday, that as to when's the next true deadline that can have a significant impact.
It's a good question. And Nick Bosa, as the season starts, not expected to be here for Sunday. That's what's being reported now. That's kind of speculation a little bit on Ian Rappaport's part of on NFL Network. But the bottom line is there's going to be a point where even if he signs, he's going to have to miss the first game. I don't think missing a game or two is a huge deal. The other thing I think, JD, is the one thing they can't do, well, the one thing that almost can't happen is you can't sign him Friday, play him Sunday, and then something happen. Because that one will come. It'll come back to both Bosa and the team.
Like an injury?
Yes. And if they sign him Friday, I'd almost keep him out 2 weeks.
That's where I'm at.
To take that off the table of him possibly getting hurt because he wasn't in camp. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking 49er football. John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I see Ted. I see Leroy. I see JR on hold. We'll get to you on the other side. San Francisco 49ers season opener is Sunday at 10 a.m. Will Nick Bosa be there? We'll see. 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park on September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities will be out there golfing, and we want your company to join us. There's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to 957thegame.com's events page for more details.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
want winners. Can't do it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And San Francisco 49ers opener is Sunday morning at 10 a.m. And there's now obvious doubt about whether Nick Bosa is going to be there or not. He's still unsigned. He's holding out. Just to give you an update, Kyle Shanahan scheduled to talk at 12:40 today. And I'm sure he'll be asked about Nick Bosa, so maybe we'll get a little more information on what's going on with him at that point. But according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, they haven't really made many strides in terms of progress. Take a listen.
Which is Nick Bosa. And really, it's kind of the same as it's been, which is Nick Bosa's not there. Teammates are in meetings preparing for the first practice of the week, the Wednesday practice. Generally, that is a sign. If you participate in the Wednesday practice, you got a chance to play on Sunday. Nick Bosa, not only not in the building. Now, he's not the only player seeking a new contract not participating. Brian Burns in a similar situation, probably not going to participate today for the Panthers. But Bosa's been holding out. He hasn't been there at all. And it seems far-fetched to me to say he'll play week one, even if they get a deal done, which I haven't heard that that's coming anyway. And these deals are so hard to do because Bosa obviously wants to beat Aaron Donald. There's different ways, as we talked about yesterday, to figure out where Aaron Donald fits in. He is extremely principled. His agent, Brian Earl, is extremely principled. I have not sensed movement on this one at all, guys.
I have not sensed movement at all on this, guys. That's Ian Rappaport of NFL
So
Network.
I read that as Niners are at one number, and they feel like it's a pretty good number. And the Bosa camp's at their number, and they feel like they're not budging.
And the numbers aren't close enough
to meet in the
that
middle.
Either side wants to meet in the middle.
Yeah. And look, sometimes
that's got to be it.
But sometimes there isn't a meet in the middle. I know we all like to throw
Right.
it around. It's like, well, you want A and I
Right.
want B, and we're just going to meet in the middle. Well, you know what? Sometimes
You know what happens a lot? You take what they give you at the very end, even if it hasn't changed.
Well, you're right. And Nick Bosa's in a unique position,
right?
Not only in pro sports but in life, to be honest.
No doubt. I mean,
he is one of the few people that has the ability to say no,
exactly,
and not just take what they offer.
Right.
At the end of the day,
right. And the other thing
we'd all do it if we could.
The other thing is keep in mind if this thing gets real acrimonious with Bosa, like he won because he'll get traded. And he'll probably get a contract extension from his new team that he wants. So it's going to be a lose for the Niners.
I still don't think it's going to that.
No, I don't either. But who knows how headstrong both of these sides are. Ted's in San Francisco. Hey, Ted, what's going on, man?
Steiny, JD, love it. Love the show.
Thank you.
NFL is like the one sport where I don't care what they pay the athletes. I don't want to disparage callers. Nikki, a couple of callers back, was like, these players are ruining the game. I can't afford to go. Like, there's a hard cap in the NFL. For instance, if the Giants sign Shohei Ohtani this offseason, it's going to cost $1 billion. Larry Bear's going to raise the prices. That's not the case in the NFL. So the point would be, do we trust Parag and Lynch to have the bigger perspective of, we can't pay him $40 million because then we're going to not be able to sign our next guard, or we're going to not be able to sign Ayuk. So do you trust in, I think, the track record, like Buckner, right? They left him a couple of years ago. He wanted a big pay increase. They protected the cap. It seems as if they know what they're doing, and it seems as if they know the NFL Defensive Player of the Year should probably be the highest paid defensive player. So they probably gave him $32 million, but if he wants $40, that seems a little ridiculous on their end. But guess what? I'm not Nick Bosa's agent.
Right.
What do you think?
I think you're pretty on the money. Like, if he wants 35 and the Niners have given 32, that seems like something that could get figured out. So then why hasn't it? Well, maybe because it's not 32 and 35. Maybe it's 30 and 40 or 32 and 40. Now, that seems very high. But, again, you want to play you want to win a Super Bowl or not? That's, to me, what it comes down to.
Well, and
or do you want to have a chance to win a Super Bowl or not?
What do you make of the selfish aspect of this? And we were talking about it earlier, and I we didn't talk about it the last segment, but I wanted to come back to just the notion, like, is Bosa being selfish? Does Bosa owe it to the team, to the fans, to compromise in this situation in an attempt to, it's all going to be kept together for this year no matter what, but in an attempt to keep it together?
No. Bosa, to me, Nick Bosa is being no more greedy to get his money than the 49ers are being penny pinchers, not wanting to give him the money. I wouldn't say it's one side or the other. I mean, Bosa's put himself in a position to become the highest paid defensive player. If he thinks he wants more than a little bit more than the best defensive player, well, then the Niners have a decision to make. But I bet you that Nick Bosa could get what he's asking for from somebody, and that's where, maybe you want to be a little bit careful. JR wants to jump in here. Hey, JR, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just a quick comment on Nick Bosa wanting to be the highest defensive player. It's not a guarantee he's going to be the best defensive player next year or the year before that. So he's only had that title for 1 year. I mean, how can you get paid for the next 5 years as a top defensive player if you're not guaranteed to be that?
Well, you want to take your chances that he's not?
No, I wouldn't.
Right.
That's for sure. I want him on my team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
can't live in that world.
It's a legitimate. It's a little bit. 510. I would never call a player selfish with the cutthroat. That's how can you call him? Knowing,
especially in the NFL.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Knowing how the NFL works.
Yeah, especially in the NFL. No, and I'm not hinting at that, but you do hear it. I've heard a little of that. Like, well, why? Nobody's calling. People called Debo selfish, but not like, why is Bosa not being selfish? People have called, Draymond selfish or whatever.
I don't think so. Like I lump them all together. I don't think Draymond's selfish. You're just trying. I don't think Bosa's selfish. They're trying to get as much money as they possibly can, and the 49ers, we're in limbo right now.
I do think there's this notion sometimes from fans, like, well, if he really wants to win the Super Bowl, like, he just needs to get in here and get it done and just get it over with. Like, take the path of least resistance.
Right. But I look at it the other side. You want 49ers, just pony up. Pony up. You need this guy. And is he asking for a little more than you want to give him? That's what franchise players command. I mean, it just is. So I don't know how it's going to shake out, but Friday is a day where if he's not here by Friday, then I think you're right. We don't know how long it's going to last at that point.
Well, if it gets to the point where he misses the game Sunday, well, what's next? 4 games?
Well,
at that point,
yes.
To me, that's almost the line, because it's not just week to week at that point. To me, it's if he's missing 1, he could easily miss 3 or 4 before this thing gets. Especially with the fact that the Niners play the quick turnaround.
I wonder if
they're going to play 3 games in 12 days, 11 days.
Right, the Thursday third game against the Giants. I guess what I'm saying is I wonder if right now the Niners are prepared to have Bosa basically understand that Bosa is going to miss the first couple games and try to change the dynamic of the negotiation. Isn't that really what both sides are hoping for if we start missing games? The only reason Bosa would miss games is because he doesn't have an extension, but he's also missing games to, in his mind, improve his leverage. Well, the 49ers may look at it the same way to improve their leverage. They start winning without Bosa. Does that do anything? They start losing without Bosa. Does that do anything? David in Walnut Creek. What's going on, David? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How are you?
Dynamite.
All right. So I got a couple things. One, you just, mentioned that the 49ers were penny pinching. Here's how I see it. The 49ers are willing to pay the entire amount of the salary cap. That's a fixed amount. They're not adding or subtracting anything from their bottom line. What they're doing is trying to look out for the welfare of the team. And in that sense, I think Nick is being selfish. It's the same thing as a guy taking a play off to prolong his career or doing anything that's going to compromise the team for their own well-being. That's first thing. Second thing is, if I was the 49ers, I still would just give him whatever he wants, $40 million, play this year, all chips in, win the Super Bowl, and trade him next year. There's going to be somebody who's going to take that contract, give you a ton back in return. You got your season that you wanted, and then you can ditch him and move on.
I mean, it sounds harsh, but it's not the worst idea. I mean,
it's definitely not an option that I think the Niners would want to go down, but they may have to.
Right. Kind of like you know what? I get it. They're not the same level, and you called this immediately when the Warriors signed Jordan Poole. They kind of had to sign him.
Yeah.
Not because they wanted him to be on the team for 15 years, although if that would have happened, that would have happened. But you can't let Jordan Poole go for nothing. So you sign him, and then they figured out that he was the guy they wanted to lose a year later. Just like the 49ers are going to have to figure it out.
That.
Right.
Like circumstances that nobody would have believed would have even been there at the time.
Exactly. And like that's the thing. I mean, you're right. The 49ers aren't going to be intact this way for the next 2 or 3 years. And that's another thing to me that you got to throw into the equation. Yeah, like whether you sign Bosa to a $30 million contract or a $38 million contract, JD, they're still looking at hard decisions down the road, right?
Correct.
So at that point, I'm kind of with you. Just get it done, and then you gotta hope everything clicks this year, and then you revisit stuff at the end of the year, hopefully after you win a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl.
Let's remember, though, with the NFL salary cap, you do eventually pay the piper on it, but you also can constantly restructure and redo and kick the can down the road. And so the truth is, yes, the 49ers are not going to be able to keep everybody forever.
Right.
Duh. But they also have the ability to keep maneuvering if they feel like they have to. Like, they don't have to necessarily pay the price next offseason.
Right.
Maybe it's 2 years from now if they feel like they've still got a window for another year or they need to sign another player here or there. Like, everything that they've done to this point in this last offseason has been geared toward now.
And yet the one thing they had to do.
And now and he's not ready. Like, he's not going to be ready. He's not going to be here, potentially. Like, I think it's a bad message. I think it's a bad message.
I think it's a bad message to everybody.
Because here's the thing. You get Bosa in, Bosa gets paid, and immediately everybody in the locker room's like, all right, good for him. All right, yep, good for him. Because most players can be like, wow, he's the best player in the league at his position. He got paid the most ever. Like, no player's going to be, like, resentful, right? Like, no players.
I don't think
everybody's
so.
going to be like, well, good for him. He got. But what players are going to. But it's also, all right, cool, it's over. Game on.
Yes.
Like, happy for Nick. He got his money. Now we're going all in on the goal to win. It's like the quicker you can nip that, the better. And I think there's a value. Like, the value isn't so much for me in that you need Nick Bosa these first 2, 3, 4 games. The value is you need all of the conversation about Nick Bosa to go away as quickly as possible.
I agree. And the other thing they risk is if he starts missing games and this lingers,
to get uglier.
Well, maybe the players do start to say, "Come on, Nick.
You're not paying come on, you're not paying this dude." Like, I think it goes both ways.
Oh no, it does. It could. Every person's different on that locker room.
Like, come on, Nick. Like, they're offering you $30 million a year, guaranteed, fully guaranteed.
Right? How come you're not taking it? Yeah, no, I kind of mean it from both.
I think it's
sides.
still probably most likely the other way. Like,
No,
look, dude, you're not paying the best player in the league at his position.
I agree.
The most money. Like, to me, in a way, like, I think that's an easy one for a player to be on his side, on Bosa's side.
Well,
and let's not forget.
But like, we're assuming the 49ers are acknowledging they are going to make him the highest paid. Well, they're not acknowledging, but
It's been hinted at.
Right. So now if you're a 49er, you're like, they're going to give – Bosa's going to get the biggest guarantee of any defensive player ever, and he's going to get $32+ million, which is more than Aaron Donald. At that point, if you're a Niner teammate, don't you say, Nick, you got everything you wanted. You got 2. You got the most guaranteed, and you got the most annual. That's not enough?
And I think, and again, I'm not saying I have inside info on this, but my read of the tea leaves is he wants the most, and then a little bit.
Right. I think that's
and
safe.
then it's not just the most by pay me $1 more,
right?
Pay me $1 million more than that guy.
No, I agree.
It's no, pay me 5 more or 3 more or whatever it is. Something that's gonna. He wants to reset the market in a way that the next guy doesn't just beat him in a year.
Exactly.
Because he's viewing it as I'm going to be the best guy for the next 3 years.
Yep.
Or 2 years or whatever that is. Let's not forget, Joey Bosa missed games.
Yeah.
His rookie deal, right? Missed games his rookie year.
And those guys are slotted.
You know who else missed the season? You remember who else missed the season?
Le'Veon Bell.
You know who else took a season off?
Bell.
Trent Williams.
That's right. That's
now,
right.
Trent Williams was a rookie, but
see, and we like Bosa.
Like there are,
he might be the guy to sit out a year.
Trent Williams would be like, pay the dude.
Right. Jamal in Union City. What's up, Jamal? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
No, I just wanted to get in this conversation, and it's ridiculous. People calling in, and these are working people that are fighting and defending multi-billion-dollar corporations, right? I mean, yeah, Nick Bosa is never going to get this kind of an opportunity. He gets hurt, his family, his life, his future health are all on the line. But yet a multi-billion-dollar corporation we should have sympathy for, and people saying that, oh, it's okay, be a team player, et cetera, et cetera. And this is not only in sports, but in real world, right? Regular workers get nothing, and people are defending these multi-billion-dollar corporations like if it's their own parents' company. So that's all I wanted to say, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, and I get exactly what you're saying. Those same people might say $30 million ain't a bad place to start. But no, I hear you. Corporations have billions and the players have millions. I get that. And football, the dynamic of football is a big deal too. The fact that your next play could be your last. So, Bosa's trying to get his. The 49ers are trying to work within a framework that they don't think they can handle, at least with the number right now. So here's where we are. Bill's in Benicia. Hey, Bill, what's going on, man?
Hey, so I got a quick theory about what's going on. I think last year, Nick Bosa said he didn't want to be the highest paid player. My theory is he's trying to parlay Joey and himself to play for the Niners in a package deal for this year.
That's it. All right. We'll see if that works out, Bill. Thanks for the call.
They could use somebody on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570. You don't like Drake Jackson?
Cleveland Furl?
888-957-9570. We're talking about Nick Bosa, who's still not here, and the various aspects of what it means. And is he going to be there Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers? How important is it for you, a 49er fan, that he is there Sunday? I mean, to me, I'd like to get him in here, and I don't care if he misses the first game or two. I don't want to risk it if he hasn't had a big or if he hasn't had training camp. But I'm not the San Francisco 49ers. He may be in great shape. He may be able to come in Friday, meet the team in Pittsburgh Saturday, and play Sunday at Heinz Field. But it's going to be a tough game. Mike Tomlin, here's what he thinks is going to happen on Sunday when his team plays the Niners.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. they show up and they are who they are. We know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
Best case scenario, Nick Bosa gets in here in the next day or two, plays Sunday, and has 2 sacks.
There you go.
And it's all over at that point.
It's all done in a big 49er win.
Right.
And it's Super Bowl, baby.
Well, I get it. The NFL season's really, really long. So you get Bosa in here week 1, and he plays, and he does well, and you beat Pittsburgh. How much different is, that could be a tone-setting type of opening game. But what if Bosa's not here, and he doesn't play Sunday, and they get beat by Pittsburgh? And now we wake up Monday, and they're 0-1, and they got to play. Now they got a division game against the Rams, and we all thought we all think they should win. Well, is Bosa going to play in that game? See, and I'm with you. I get, the players, I think what people don't understand is the players are going to be supportive or not supportive. I think most of them are supportive of Bosa. The issue is that every day the media is going to ask the players about Nick Bosa.
Correct.
And that is something that takes a toll on a team in a way that's hard to manage. And you don't hear about it until after the season. Remember when Draymond Green acknowledged that he was not happy that everywhere they went, KD was asked. That last year with the Warriors, you coming back? Draymond, do you think Kevin Durant's coming back? It gets old. And if the best defensive player on the San Francisco 49ers starts missing games, how is it not the biggest story, almost even surpassing what happens on the field?
Oh, it will be.
I know.
And I think it already is at this point. I mean, this is the reigning defensive player of the year.
This is the biggest story in the NFL right now, right?
I think so.
I think so, too.
Joe Burrow said he's good to go.
Right.
We'll see if Kelsey plays tomorrow night.
Yeah, I guess but Kelsey's an injury.
That's not that big a deal. I'm just thinking of things that came to my head.
No, I was too. I guess.
Are the Lions going to be decent with
I hope they're
expectations?
Good. I hope the Lions are good. Why not? Let me ask you this. You taking the Chiefs? If you had to make a Super Bowl pick right now, you got the Chiefs?
I think there's a lot of real good options in the AFC.
Do you really?
Yeah. I think there's a bunch. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs, Bills, Bengals. I'll even throw in the Jets. I think the Steelers could go to the Super Bowl. I think the Ravens even could go to the Super Bowl.
How about the NFC? Just 3 teams?
I think there's a lot of really good teams that could do it. In the NFC, it's a little more. I mean, it's the Niners and Eagles and Cowboys. I'm interested in Seattle. How good is Seattle? Is Seattle better? They had some draft picks that people are pretty high on. Their defense has got to get better. Seattle's defense compared to what it was. I'm fascinated to see how they are. And then, with Rodgers out of the North, that's the Lions could win that division. Vikings, still right there. But none of these teams that I'm mentioning, except maybe the Niners, Cowboys, or Eagles, are on the level of those 5 or 6 teams that I mentioned in the AFC.
And I agree. Look, when we talk about the NFC, we talk about the Niners, the Eagles, and the Cowboys. And when I think about those 3 teams advancing in the playoffs, I want to be the team with home field. And supposedly the 49ers have put a big, big emphasis on getting off to a good start because they haven't.
And the one year they got to the Super Bowl, they were 8-0.
Exactly.
And they had home field when it was all said and done. Now, they needed to win the last game of the year to get it, but they ended up having it.
How important is it to get Nick Bosa in here ASAP to ensure that the 49ers have all their weapons, at least early in the season, to give themselves a shot at getting off to a good start? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with JD on 95.7 The Game.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI?
on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Steiny with the 1, Goo with the 2, and if you ain't listening to 95.7, you's a damn fool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and John Dickinson with you. Guru out. Hopefully he'll be back soon. And the San Francisco 49ers, they play Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh. Tough venue. Very tough venue, and the question now is, are they going to play with or without Nick Bosa? Let me update you on what ostensibly is going to be happening. Kyle Shanahan's going to meet the media, scheduled to meet the media in about 10 minutes. And when he meets the media, we'll obviously be monitoring the situation because he's going to get asked about Nick Bosa. I don't think there's any doubt about it, and at that point, we'll see if there's any new information or not. But as of right now, Nick Bosa is not partaking in training camp. And the question becomes, how does this, I guess, if I were a 49er fan, the question I would be asking is, we've been knocking on the door for so long, and we feel like with Purdy, everything's fallen into place because now we got the guy who can get us there. And you put all your eggs in this basket, and now you're not going to kind of take it the final yard to get Nick Bosa in here. I agree. You got, and I get it. It's naive to say just pay him what he wants. But in this case, with a guy this good, maybe you just have to do that.
And I think that's where the 49ers are not willing to go, at least at this point, and at what cost? Because that becomes, I think, the next phase in this whole thing. What does it cost? Not in terms of money, but in terms of your season and the expectations and the potential to have what has been really, I think, an elite locker room.
True.
You know, does it fray somehow or become distracted in a manner that can impact wins and losses on Sundays?
I mean, and nobody's saying it's gonna, but
you're opening the door to
no
it
doubt.
Might.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking, see, what I always like to
Look,
do, JD.
You could get him back week 5 and be 2-2.
Right.
And bygones. And by the time you get to December, everything's fine. Or by the time you get to November, everything's fine at that point. Because we've seen them get off to weird starts.
Right.
It's just kind of part of their thing at this point.
I always think it's interesting when we talk about the locker room or the clubhouse, we tend to, the locker room feels a certain way. The locker room never feels a certain way. Different guys feel different ways. And so I just go through that team right now. And one guy I'm thinking about is Javon Hargrave. I mean, he probably came here knowing that Bosa was going to be here. So what does a guy like that, what's a guy like that think? What about a guy like Kittle who's been here for a while? Listen, every player wants a teammate to get paid. But they also need Nick Bosa in here to probably reach all their goals. So right now we're kind of stagnant. Doug's in Wichita. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I just got to say, everybody's talking about so-and-so is greedy. The corporation's got more money. They should share more money. But, I'm coming at it from a free market stance. I work for a living. I got the right to walk into my boss's office and say, I want more money. And he's got the right to tell me no.
Yeah.
So it's called a negotiation for a reason. And they just got to figure it out. I want Bosa back, but really I'm starting to think if we got to do it without him, we got to do it without him. And that's just the way it is. We got to get through it, and hopefully we win. Hopefully we can win with Bosa there. And do I think $40 million is too much to play for a football player? Personally, yes. I also believe, like I said, the free market. If the man can get it, the man should get it. If he can get it, so It's not for us to sit back and say you're greedy on either side of the bargaining table. They should come to an agreement so we can get on with some football.
And thanks for the call. Here's the other thing. If the Niners overpay for Bosa, who cares? Like, outside of the Niners, who cares? And even if they care, they know they've got tough decisions to make in the future. I guess what I'm saying is we're Dylan Brooks. Didn't he go to the Rockets for like $80 million?
Yeah, I think so.
$80 million for that guy. I mean, please. And I'm not comparing Dylan Brooks to Bosa. I'm just saying the Houston Rockets had money, and they brought in Dylan Brooks for a ridiculous amount of money. Why? Because they had it. The 49ers are pretty much in the same position. If Bosa wants a little more than you want to give him, what does it matter? Like, really, what does it matter when you know you're gonna have to reset a lot, or at least some, in the next year or two? Well, this just throws a little okay, we only wanted to pay Nick 32. Now we got to pay him 36. So what's that going to do? Well, you got time to figure that out.
They do, but I think in the short term, I think just from a negotiation standpoint, they don't want to set the precedent for the next wave, basically set the market of the next wave. And a lot of teams don't like to be that team,
right?
That does that. So I think that's part of it. But to your point, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of how the 49ers operate in the immediate. What the 49ers are trying to do is protect themselves against how many players they may have to lose down the line. I mean, that's the reality. And
no
also what in their mind, some of this is what they view to be fair market value. And if we are, again, hypothetically speaking, talking about, if they think $110 million guaranteed is plenty, and they're willing to go to 120, and they're still far apart, there's also an issue of, Bosa thinks his number's fair, and the Niners think their number's fair. So I do think there's principle both ways.
I mean, I actually listen. If you play hardball. And Aaron Donald's the highest paid player. I mean, in the next 5 years, Aaron Donald's on the downside of his career. He got paid on the you might not think that matters, but if I'm Nick Bosa, I'm saying the Rams just gave him this, and he was 29. I'm 25. I'm going to play the best football in my entire life the next 5 years. So pay me.
And remember, that was Aaron Donald basically threatening to retire.
That's true. That is true.
If he didn't get that.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners season opener is Sunday. Will Nick Bosa play? Won't he play? We'll find out. Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media momentarily. Let me change it up a little bit, 49er-wise, and hit on Brock Purdy, JD, because the one question that I've been asking, and it's kind of a simple one, but it's nuanced. Using the eye test on Brock Purdy, and if you close your eyes and think about what he did last year and the kind of season he had last year, do you expect him to be about the same, better, or worse?
I think you'd be foolish to think he's going to be better. Like, that doesn't mean
right.
That doesn't mean that he can't be, but I think you'd be foolish to think he's going to be better. But they may think that. I mean, another year in the system.
Well, are you using their record or just Purdy?
I'm just using him.
Okay.
Just him statistically.
Okay.
I mean, being 13-4 is probably going to be tough.
Right.
But he wasn't all of that.
Right.
Obviously, I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was some of it, and even Trey Lance was the first 2 games of it. But so I think I wouldn't expect him to be better necessarily. I think they would take him being exactly what he was. I think if they,
I agree.
I think if they could sign up for exactly what he was in those 8 games, they would do that in a heartbeat and think that that's good enough for them to win the Super Bowl.
I think you're right there. I think he's going to look the same, essentially the same, but it's going to come down to, like it always does, a couple big plays every game. Yeah. And he never, the one thing he didn't do last year, JD, was he never cost them. He never cost them a game. He always helped them win.
You have to account for, in my mind, the fact that he's just going to throw some interceptions. Because we really don't know truly the level of quarterback that he is. So I think you have to account for, we don't know what his oh-no throws are. Right. Every quarterback has them. Has them. Aaron Rodgers would throw he'd throw the ball over the top and get it picked off by the safety and it act like a punt. Those were everybody has their throw. Now that's a pretty good one to have as your oh-no throw.
Right.
Right. But Jimmy had the linebacker over the middle. Right. Oh, I didn't see that guy. Threw it right to the linebacker over the middle. Not good. So we don't know what those are. So I think we have to account for the fact that when you look at the interceptions that were dropped and those kinds of things, the turnover-worthy plays that didn't turn into turnovers, I do think you have to account going into the season that there are going to be more of those, and thus maybe the numbers and the efficiency could still be there, but maybe the raw numbers aren't going to quite be as good.
I kind of think that's what's going to happen.
As consistently.
You think most 49er fans would take 11 wins right now?
Yeah.
Do you? I think they'd think that's a touch low, believe it or not.
Yep.
Okay.
We got some news.
Well, you're going to hit the sounder, and then we'll let JD do it. We got some breaking news on 95.7 The Game.
Breaking news.
Adam Schefter. Source. Nick Bosa has agreed to a 5-year, $170 million extension with the 49ers, including $122.5 million guaranteed by a wide margin. It will make him the highest paid defensive player in history.
There you go.
Adam Schefter.
There you go. Nick Bosa. Now, I guess the question remains, will he be in uniform on Sunday?
I think he's got a shot.
So the San Francisco 49ers, Nick Bosa and the 49ers have come to terms. 5-year, $170 million. What's that? 50, 30, 35,
over 30.
31. It's 34. It's 34. $34 million annually and a $122.5 million bonus. Those are both new marks in the NFL.
So there you go.
So he's received the highest number guaranteed, 122. So he, just for reference, his brother Joey Bosa has the largest guarantee of any defensive player, $102 million. Nick just got $122.5 million. And the overall contract is 5 years, $170 million. Boom. Nick Bosa, back with the Niners. And now we're poised for the Super Bowl.
And if Kyle Shanahan was late walking into the press conference room.
All right, 888-957-9570. There you go, Nick Bosa. You don't have to worry anymore. He's come to an agreement with the San Francisco 49ers. $122.5 million guaranteed, 5 years, $170 million. And the Defensive Player of the Year is back with the San Francisco 49ers. And, that can only be considered good news for fans, front office, teammates. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's going on, man?
Well, hey, I was on hold.
Yeah, things changed.
Down, so that changes my call a little bit. But I'll say this. I'll say why this was a no-brainer is because we look at this situation. They tell everybody with the move with Purdy that when they didn't want to wait for trade that they in the win now mode. So they're trying to go for it this year. So that all points to signing Bosa. Also, look at your quarterback situation. You're not paying a top-flight quarterback right now. So this was the prime position to
exactly
a player like Bosa. You don't have a Mahomes or Burrow. You're not paying somebody $40 million for a quarterback. You're starting quarterbacks. I don't know if he's making $2 million. I know they gave some money to Sam Darnold, but this was the time to do this. I don't know why it took this long to get it done. So hey, I was on hold when the news broke, so I'm happy. So, now the question is, will he be ready week one? He's under contract. That's a step in the right direction, but they didn't win now. They told us they didn't win now. So this was the only way. Like
Exactly.
They knew they had to get it done because, especially after the whole situation with Trey Lance and how we had to go through that soap opera, you didn't want to add this fuel to the fire, so they had to do it and get some of this heat off their back. So yeah, I'm happy he signed, and let's go, man. It's the quest for 6. We got to get it.
Thanks, Dave. 888-957-9570. Nick Bosa just signed a long-term contract with the San Francisco 49ers, 5 years, $170 million, including $122 million. I'm going to leave off the 0.5 for brevity.
So they met in the middle.
So you might have been right
the
about
Niners
the 140.
were at 110, and
I mean 122. So he
was at 135.
He got 20% more guaranteed money than the next highest paid guaranteed money guy, which was his brother.
That feels about right. And the 34 average, which isn't obviously guaranteed, but he got the
right. You know what's funny is if you're a 49er fan, there's no downside, right? There's absolutely
how do you feel now?
Yeah, there's
no
downside.
34 a year. Oh my God.
There's no there can't be anybody out there. I don't like this. Although, just when you think that, the 408, two different ones. Bosa's crushed any hopes of the Niners winning a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. The team is crippled with mess with his deal.
Wow.
I think
we're going to win it without him. So
probably not. 888-957-9570. Much ado. You know what, though? And I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that say, oh, why was everybody so worried? And I think the reason that people were getting worried, at least the reason I was starting to think this could get a little more real, is just because of how confident Lynch sounded all summer and at the start of the summer. And it just, now it's easy to say, yeah, they had to get this done. But I think they knew they had to get this done. What do you think of Parag Marathe? Did he lose this deal?
I think he took a little L, which is okay. He can take an L.
It is. Yes, there's a downside because of future money. See, but let's be honest. What's the difference between 32 and 34 million annually? And that's all that matters, really.
That's why I couldn't believe some of the, oh my God, how could he be Aaron Donald? Oh my God, 31-4. Like, okay, yeah. He absolutely.
Right.
He's younger. He hadn't won the Super Bowl yet.
Right.
But, Nick Bosa 5 years from now, 6 years from now, we're going to be talking about it. We'll be talking about him being better than Aaron Donald then, in all likelihood. Unless he has injury problems.
Right.
Different positions.
One other detail that Schefter added is, now that the holdout is over, Bosa is, quote, likely to be ready to play Sunday at Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Okay, it's even more good news for the Niners.
If this is done now, obviously he wasn't in Santa Clara today. It's interesting if he's in Florida.
Right, if he's coming out here.
Go to Pittsburgh, or are you going to go? I guess you come out here. Come out here for tomorrow and then go.
He may have been on his way out here. They might have known this was going to happen yesterday for the most part. But here's one. I just don't understand why Bosa and his agent had to be so selfish. I don't think he was selfish. He got what he deserved. And the 49ers, they paid it because that's what he's worth. Mo's in San Ramon. What's up, Mo?
What's going on, baby? What's going on?
Hey.
How you doing, man? So I just got the news on Nick Bosa on the big contract.
Yep.
Awesome. How many years is it? 5?
5 years, $170 million, $122 million guaranteed. If you're just joining us, Nick Bosa.
Man, you know what?
Come to terms.
I called earlier, right? But I got caught up with work and stuff.
Oh.
I had to hang up. I was going to tell you guys he's going to get a $160 and $140 million guarantee, man. So we got it. Let's go, baby. It's Super Bowl time.
Appreciate the call.
See, and that's just the tone in the caller's voice there. That to me is what makes it all worth it. It's the fact that now it's done before that first practice, even though he's not going to be there. There is no more negativity surrounding this situation now in the lead up to kickoff Sunday afternoon in Pittsburgh.
No doubt. And now, what happens today? The The players get asked.
And everybody's like, happy for Nick.
Bosa's back. And everyone says, we need him to go as far as we go. I do agree. I think this is one of those things where did the 49ers management really want to play with fire? Because I think that's what.
Yeah, do you want it? You took it right up to the brink of
you did
it getting ugly, let's say, and then didn't let it. Because I think even to this point it wasn't ugly. Ugly would have been he misses the first game. And then as we were talking about the first 3 hours of the show today, what's next?
I would have to say, and I don't know this, my hunch is that Nick Bosa isn't very engaged, that he just leaves it up to his agent. Now, obviously, they probably threw numbers around and Nick gets updated, but I don't get the sense Nick Bosa is the kind of guy who is peering over the shoulder of his agent. And I get the sense there's a trust there, and I guess $122 million worth of trust. Rob's in Marin. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
Whoa, guys, I am pumped. This is great news. And to answer your question, as a 49er fan, there is no downside.
Right.
This is awesome. What I wonder is, now that the bar has been lifted, made even higher, are these owners maybe going to get together, have a secret meeting, and say, hey, we got to put a stop to this? This is twice the national inflation, and maybe we can do something about guaranteeing guys money, but guaranteeing them less money. What do you think about that?
I think it's going in the other direction because there's money to go around in the NFL. I just do. You know, this is like, you know what this reminds me of a little bit is Draymond re-signing. And I get it. Bosa's probably better than Draymond, but the Warriors were between a rock and a hard place. They either re-signed Draymond, and it's probably going to be 4 years and $100 million, and that's may not look great down the line, and it may hamstring the Warriors a little bit. They may have to make some decisions because of that. But the alternative was, well, we'd have no chance to win the title without him. I think the 49ers are looking at the same exact thing, JD. You know what? Is that a little higher than we'd like to go? Yes. Is that one more year than we would have loved? Yes. But we have a Super Bowl opportunity again.
These numbers feel like a fair compromise.
I agree.
Whether you want to say the Niners was more than they wanted, but this truly feels like a fair deal for Nick Bosa. Like 130 would have felt like, all right, that's a little extreme. 110 to me was way too light.
Right.
I thought. And then to me, the 30 blowing past Donald was never a question. Like he was always going to be 30. Like 30. I thought 35 wasn't crazy. It ends up being 34. A lot of that's funny money that doesn't really matter. And then how do the Niners structure it to save themselves the best they can against the cap in the future?
But
by the way, Kyle Shanahan did tell reporters that Bosa is trying to get to the facility today.
Okay. All right. 888-957-9570. There it is. Nick Bosa. He has reached an agreement with the San Francisco 49ers. 5 years, $170 million, but the big number is $122.5 million guaranteed. And I think most important is a dark cloud is now passing over Santa Clara and moving along. How you feeling, 49er fans? The team did what they had to do. They're intact heading into the season. They got the Eagles. They got the Chiefs. They got the Bengals they want to compete with. 888-957-9570. Is there anything stopping the 49ers right now? Is there anything stopping the San Francisco 49ers right now if you're a fan? 888-957-9570. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today.
Wow! Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And if you're just joining us, big news out of Santa Clara. Nick Bosa has signed a 5-year, $170 million contract extension. Well, would the 170 be the last year of this deal? We'll figure that one out. $122 million in terms of guaranteed money. $122 million guaranteed for Nick Bosa. That's the most money guaranteed ever for a defensive player, and it's the most annual salary for a defensive player at $34 million. So he's going to make more than Aaron Donald per year, JD, and he's got the highest guarantee of anybody in the NFL since his brother at 102.
No surprise. I mean, that's always where this thing was going to be headed. It's just a matter of at what level and where would the compromise come into play. And I think this is a situation where the 49ers probably were made as uncomfortable as they've ever been in a contract negotiation. And that's okay.
Right.
They win because they get the player, and Nick Bosa wins because he gets to reset the market in a way that is worthy of a player of his talent and age and projected future.
I mean, I look at this signing, and the bottom line for me is they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. The 49ers have a chance to win the Super Bowl now. And I wasn't thinking that Nick Bosa was going to miss the whole year, but I know that they're not nearly the Super Bowl team they are without Nick Bosa as with Nick Bosa. And now JD, and this is kind of I don't want to skew negative. I really don't. But now I'm thinking, if you're a 49er fan, all right, Trey Lance, you did what you did with Trey Lance. You drafted him, you moved up. The discussion on Trey Lance is over. He's not even going to be in the locker room to talk about whether he should get a chance to play or whether the organization made a mistake, or could you imagine if we had that's over. Okay. Trey Lance is done. And now the Nick Bosa contract situation is wrapped up. What now? Is there anything that you can think of other than, getting into specifics about the D-line or the right tackle, but like all systems are go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they got to be feeling great about where they're at.
Yeah, they believe that they found their franchise quarterback in Brock Purdy. They feel like they have a capable backup in Sam Darnold that can step in and win some games if Purdy is injured and or falters at a level where maybe a replacement needs to be made. I think they feel Bosa puts him right up there in terms of top echelon of defenses in the NFL. And you got Christian McCaffrey now for a full year in addition to all of that. And so aside from the minutia that you just laid out, which I took as let's not get into the minutia, everything's right there in front of them.
Well, that's
no doubt.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, we talk so much about Trey Lance and what was going to happen with him, and now we were talking about Bosa. I feel like now we can finally talk about the football aspect of this team, and it's perfect timing because week 1's coming up on Sunday. We'll get to see what the strengths and weaknesses are of this team. 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Bosa and the 49ers have agreed to a contract extension, 5 years, $170 million, $122 million guaranteed. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I guess my question right now is, with Bosa all locked up, with the Trey Lance situation now having a bow on it, what are you concerned about now if you're a 49er fan? Is it whether George Kittle's going to play week 1? And if that's the biggest worry you have, then the 49ers all of a sudden are doing fine.
Well, now things can shift back toward getting off to a good start and all of that. Like there's no excuse now.
Right.
Bosa's going to be out there on Sunday. Get off to a good start. Be that team that you haven't been able to be in the first half of all of these years, these last couple. and use that to set the tone to be the the front runner basically in the NFC.
Yeah. 888-957-957. Wait, 888-957-9570. That's the number. And I mean, I don't want to. If you're, I was just thinking of Guru right now, and the reason I was thinking of Guru is because he worries about everything. And now Bosa is signed.
Like, what's the next thing?
Yeah, what's your if you want to channel your inner
it's all
Guru,
minutia.
Are you worried about anything now? Right, it's
anything to worry about now would be in the category, which is legitimate. I mean, those are legitimate things to worry about.
I mean,
can the offensive line protect Purdy?
Right.
Can they stop the run? Are their corners vulnerable? In the nickel, they're doing some different things there. Wilkes is he going to blitz too much?
Right.
There's some things that could be a little weird there. I think in terms of the transition. Now, all of that is helped by having Bosa on the defensive side of things. And then, all right, how legit is Brock Purdy? I mean, that
is the $1 million question.
We don't know, but how legit is Brock Purdy? I think now goes back to the forefront because you know who Bosa is.
Right.
Like, forget about the money. You know who Nick Bosa is.
Exactly.
At least for the next couple of years.
You would hope.
And yeah.
Mike's in Larkspur. Mike.
Hi, how you doing?
You've got something else to worry about. All right.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought after Bosa was signed was the kicking game. And I know the 49ers have a – go ahead.
No, that's a good one. That I should have mentioned that. You're 100% right.
I mean, we just don't know. I feel like that's the greatest unknown, and it could potentially cost us a game or two. But that's just based upon the preseason. I know the 49ers business model is to have cheap contracts for the kickers and the quarterbacks and then pay these other guys really well, which is great, but that's what I'm worrying about.
You got plenty of time to worry about.
Excellent phone call.
You got plenty of time to worry about
that. The kicker is and yeah, forgive me for not. I mean, that's something that should have been at the top of mind. And it sounds like Moody's going to be good to go for week one. We'll see.
I mean, kicker has been a real position of strength.
It's just been so automatic.
Right. Exactly.
And I know I've said this. I don't want Kyle Shanahan to have to manage a game with a kicker that he doesn't trust because I think it leads to some,
actually a great point.
Some already shaky there's times where there's some questionable game management by Kyle Shanahan even when things are going well in the grand scheme of things for the 49ers. If you factor in he doesn't trust his kicker, when that's something that he's acknowledged he didn't like thinking about a lot, like you can just tell it's like worrying about whether his kicker's going to make a 40-yarder is something that I think disproportionately pisses him off. Like I don't need to be. That's beneath me. Like to have to worry about whether this guy can make a 40-yarder is beneath me. I want to worry about my next. So to think 4th and 3 and where are we at and what the play that leads up to that play and I think that's actually a bigger thing than it's not because look, that can missing a big kick like that can have a direct win-loss result. Like, that's just, you miss a kick, 3 points here, bad decision there. Like, that, you could look back in January and it's 2-3 games that they lost that they should have won because somebody didn't make a kick.
Right. There's no doubt about it.
That is the number one thing above the minutia.
Here's a smart guy comment. So, I don't think there's any doubt Kyle doesn't want to kind of coach a game where he's got to worry about his kicker. He doesn't trust his kicker. But has he ever trusted a quarterback? I wonder, he's kind of managed games never fully loving his quarter. See, that's the one thing about Purdy, JD. I really do think it might have happened by chance, but Kyle Shanahan thinks more of Purdy than any quarterback who's been here during his tenure, including Jimmy Garoppolo. Would you agree with that?
Wait, say that again?
I think Kyle Shanahan is more confident in Brock Purdy than any quarterback he's had during his tenure.
Yeah, I think so. It's Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo,
right? And what I'm saying is, I think he's gonna. To me, the more he trusts a quarterback, the more creative he can be. Mm-hmm. Then the more chances he takes. So if Purdy's a notch above Garoppolo, maybe we're going to see even more diversity in their offense.
You've been all, and look, you're right. The one way to not have it come down to a kicker is score 30 a game and be in a position where you can overcome it. 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, like those things, like that all works in conjunction with the kicking game.
Yeah.
Like those play calls specifically have been problematic. With that
not good on 4th.
That's been an area of weakness, the 4th and 1. And when do you go for it versus when do you punt? There's been times where he's punted when it's like, go for it. Like, be aggressive. There's times where he's gone for it. And in hindsight, he's like, you know what? I probably should have punted there. Or try. He's got a kicker that in theory can kick longer field goals now than he's ever had. But he's also shown that he can't be consistent. It's silly to say that, but it's real. He's shown that he can't be consistent. He can't be trusted right now at the 35 to 45 range. Like Jake Moody has to show me. And I know he looked the part in camp, looked the part in college, but Jake Moody has to show me that he can kick 35 to 45 yarders in regular season games in NFL stadiums. Like he has to prove that
for sure as a rookie.
But I'm already feeling comfortable just based on the game winner. The one that he missed in Vegas, like to me, it's like if you've got that in the bag,
right?
Yikes!
Willie's in Pensacola, Florida. That is. What's up, Willie?
Hey, let me say thank you for having me on. A quick thought: the last few years, the biggest trouble that the Niners have had is health. I feel like if they started those games healthy and strong, we wouldn't even be talking so much about NFC Championship game as more than meeting some more Super Bowl appearances, because the way that they come together in the very end of the season, and even if they were hobbled or whatever, they come together strong, and they're playing in these NFC Championship games. They're going deep and they're pushing it. The biggest hurdle that they've had, to me, is their health. So that's the thing I worry about, is being consistently healthy throughout the season with all your main horses. And I think that we'll be all right from start to finish, but we got to get over health. And like y'all mentioned about quarterbacking and kicking.
There you go. I mean, health is one of those things where
there's going to be injuries.
Football, I look at it. I look at it so much differently than other sports. Like, I just expect injuries in football, and sometimes injuries just derail your season in football. It's different. Like, I don't like the Golden State Warriors this year. I expect some guys to get banged up over the course of the year, and I expect them to be load managed a fair amount of the time. But a football team, you don't know. You could be completely healthy all year, or you could just suffer debilitating injuries, and then you got no shot. Let me throw this one at you, because I just thought about this. Jake Moody, let's say 57 yards. Okay, 57 and in, you feel comfortable. I know he's got a long way to go for that. But here's the one thing I was thinking about Kyle Shanahan. The longer your field goal kicker can kick, the more risky it is to have him kick that far. So you want to kick a 57-yard field goal, you better be prepared to give up the ball at the 40 if it doesn't go in. And so that's where, if it doesn't get through, and that's where his conservativeness, I think, really comes to the fore on 4th and 2 from the 40. What do you do?
To me, I don't know what he would do, but I think the fact that Moody right now, until proven otherwise, can't be trusted on the shorter ones is going to prevent him from even trying the longer ones. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So I think build up to in one way, like, I think on the one hand, when Shanahan had a free moment, he was probably thinking, "Damn, all right, I can kick some 55-yarders,
right?
50 yard. Haven't had that luxury necessarily with Gold, but when he can't, when the 38-yarders are questionable, even the ones that he makes, then to me you got to prove like 55-yarders are off the table at this point. The question that everybody has is, will he go for it more on some of those 4th and shorts, because you have so many weapons? Like the analytics part of it says you should go for it more.
And you're worried about your kicker on top of it. Makes it an easy decision.
It makes it easy to and you have a good defense.
Right.
Which in theory would make it. But Shanahan does typically like to take the points when he can. He likes to just take the field goal, which is a little bit of an old school way of doing it. And I've always had the theory, and I don't know, you may disagree with this, and it's anecdotal. There's people that have agreed with me, people that have said, I don't know. I've always been of the belief that Shanahan, when he respects the opponent less, is more willing to go for it. I feel like in a big game, like if he's playing the Eagles, he's taking the 3.
Right.
If he's playing Arizona, he's going for it.
I could see that.
Like we can Philly, I got to get the points. Arizona, you know what? We might not get it. We're still going to house them because they stink.
All righty. The big news. 49ers and Nick Bosa have reached an agreement. 5 years, $170 million, $122.5 million guaranteed. So Nick Bosa is on his way to the Bay, according to Kyle Shanahan. So he's going to come out here first and then fly with the team to Pittsburgh. And if you're a 49er fan, couple things. What do you expect from him on Sunday? I mean, I'm going to believe that now he's going to play. And is it fair to expect Nick Bosa to be the Nick Bosa that he's always been? Do you even want him on the field? Sunday? I feel like, JD, when I say it's early enough, I mean, it's still Wednesday, whatever the doctors say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if he's in shape, he can play. Right. I think he can play. Today was the day. Today was the day, I think, where it had to get done for him to be able to play. That's just in my mind. And it looked early this morning like today wasn't going to be the day.
Right.
Now, they bring him in, they check him out. Obviously, that has to be done. So he comes out to Santa Clara. Can he get on the field tomorrow and do some stuff? They could. All right, he's good. He's good to go and he can play. To me, where it got dicey was this thing gets done late Thursday, and now he's going to fly Friday and he's going to fly back across the country. He's going to meet him there. Like, to me, if you're doing all that, then why would you play him?
Right.
At that point.
888-957-9570 is the number. And, again, Nick Bosa and the San Francisco 49ers have come to an agreement. The holdout is over. Bosa is on his way to the Bay. 5 years, $170 million, $122 million guaranteed. And it's kind of what I think both you and you mostly were saying is, okay, so he's going to make more money than Aaron Donald per year. Bosa's going to make $34 million per year as opposed to Aaron Donald's $31.7. And Bosa also got the largest guarantee by a defensive player in the history of the NFL by $20 million. And it's like, who cares? Like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We'll figure out Juszczyk. We'll figure out Ayuk. We'll figure out Debo. We'll figure out Trent Williams. We'll figure out everybody down the road. But I think the 49ers, JD, definitely removed a potential obstacle that was in their way between them and a successful season.
You're giving yourself the best chance. That I think is the way to look at it. Are you giving yourself the best chance to have the most successful season? And I think the 49ers can now say, even though it got down to the wire, they can now say that they're doing that.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's one of those things where because it happened when it happened, in other words, 5-6 days before the start of the season, it won't linger. Like there's nothing that needs to linger. A couple more pieces of news about the Nick Bosa and 49ers agreeing to a contract. 5 years, $170 million. I'm just going to read these things in the box. Nick Bosa will almost certainly play for the Niners against the Steelers on Sunday. Is that from Kyle Shanahan, essentially? Just because of the time?
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. I mean, it's...
Okay. Oh, yeah. Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Kyle Shanahan quote.
Yeah.
He'd have to have... Okay, this is Kyle Shanahan. My bad, Aaron. This is Kyle Shanahan on Nick Bosa. He'd have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something, and that's not in the Bosa's DNA. In Bosa's DNA. So I expect Bosa on the field against the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Nothing to worry about here, JD.
No.
Now, well, you think he'll? I mean, how many downs does he play on average, percentage wise? Normally,
I don't
just guess 70.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to play as much as he would play normally.
Right.
We'll put it that way.
That's kind of what I was wondering. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling, Niner fans? How you feeling? We were talking earlier this week about, it's not feeling as good as it should feel for the fan of a contending team. Well, I got to tell you right now, I mean, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, all systems are go. All systems are go, right? 888-957-9570. Nick Bosa, he's back. He's going to fly to the Bay Area from Miami. He's going to get a physical, he'll get evaluated, and he will be on the team plane for the opener against Pittsburgh. When do they leave? Friday?
Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon for a 1 p.m. East Coast game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Does it feel like I was telling you this? Does it feel like, man, did we pull a guru and did we worry too much when we didn't need to, or did we worry the right amount?
I think it was the right amount. I mean, this thing got to the point where it looked like he was willing to legitimately miss games, and I think that probably forced the 49ers to add some things to this deal to where they didn't want that to happen, and they showed it. Like this thing got down right to the point where the Niners could have said, you know what, Nick, we'll see you when we see you. And they did not want that to happen because they believed that Nick was willing to do that.
You know what? And I gotta
like that to me, this was not, and I'm sure it'll be reported on, but my belief is this was not Nick Bosa saying, all right, enough is enough. This was the 49ers coming closer to or hitting the minimum threshold that they wanted.
I completely agree. If you want to say winners and losers, you can do that. Bosa's the winner. There's no doubt. Bosa got the two things that he had to have wanted: most average annual salary and biggest guarantee in the history of football for a defensive player. I would say that the 49ers probably only wanted to do one or the other of those, maybe. But Nick Bosa is back with the San Francisco 49ers. 5 years, $170 million.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
The Niners win. The Niners win in this deal.
That's fair.
The Niners win because the Niners get the player. And the player allows them to be a legitimate contender.
If Nick Bosa is not Nick Bosa, well, I was going to say he doesn't get what he gets. No kidding. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Bosa, he signed, sealed, delivered. Pittsburgh, Sunday, 95-7 the game.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center.
of salary. Highest annual for defensive player, most guaranteed for a defensive player, and now probably the biggest signing bonus. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Hey, signing guru. Hey, thanks for having me. Signing, you always make me laugh. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, the input, we all had it coming. I've been telling a couple of my buddies out here just, the quotes from, Lion King with Jafar, patience, Iago. Our organization, and we all know it from years, from decades, our organizations we carry ourselves at a high standard. And it's been kind of, I've been listening to you guys throughout the days and all the 41-plus days of Bosa and stuff. Just hearing not you guys particular, but just hearing the callers coming in and just kind of disappointed. We carry ourselves at a high standard. We knew this was coming. Now we're going to go into Pittsburgh. And, we're going to go out and invade. I'm going to Pittsburgh myself.
Nice.
And it's going to be a real treat. We're going to go out there and kill it. And, it's just with Bosa as, the cherry on top.
Appreciate the call, Jack. I think it's fair for a 49er fan to get a little worried at this point. And, you certainly had to be worried for the first game if you're a San Francisco 49er fan. So, Mike Tomlin was right. They were preparing for Bosa, and looks like they're going to get Bosa.
He lived it with T.J. Watt a couple of years ago.
Exactly. Good call. Yeah,
and saw Watt go out and dominate.
That's right. That's right.
So he's like, yeah, that can be done.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bosa has a nice game.
That can be done.
Dave in San Mateo. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Pretty good. Just got back from Miami.
Nice.
I'll turn on your radio station as soon as I got in the car.
Nice.
Just want to throw it out there. Nobody should be worried about Bosa. We're talking about a guy who's more in shape than probably anybody in the NFL the second he shows up to training camp. Right? So that's that. You just said it. Now we can actually talk about football. Our only weaknesses are right tackle and nickel corner. That's it. That's all we got. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Kyle Shanahan, this is what he said about Nick Bosa and whether or not he's going to play on Sunday. He'd have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something, and that's not in Nick Bosa's DNA. Is he just a madman in the weight room? I guess he is, because
Have you seen his legs?
I saw his legs last year. He's
seen his arms?
He's one of those guys, JD, who, you know how, like Madison Bumgarner, even Matt Cain a little bit, on a baseball team, they're bigger than you think. Like Bumgarner was 6'5". Mm-hmm. He's just one of those guys who's just bigger than most other guys. Well, Bosa kind of looks like that on a football field.
Yes, he does.
Only he's cat quick also. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey. I just wanted to say for Bosa, congratulations to him and his family. To the 49er fans, congratulations, because we got to focus on football now. Bosa has been so man, he actually affected me on my fantasy team. I did not think it's just a beat on the safe side. But as far as this weekend goes, I expect them to play about 50 to 60%.
All right.
Every third down, get him in there, regardless of the down and distance. But third down, that's his money down, and that's when he goes off.
Appreciate the call. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Great day for the 49ers. Great day for 49er fans. Nick Bosa back in the fold. He's going to be on the field on Sunday. Willard and Dibbs are going to come in on the other side for the crossover, and I'm sure they're going to talk a lot about Nick Bosa. So now the 49ers, here we go. Here we go. How good are they going to be this year? I think the question now goes back to Brock Purdy. How good can Brock Purdy be? And how good is the 49ers offense? Their defense should be good. Let me ask you a question, JD. What's the 49ers identity?
Hard-nosed physical defense. and Kyle Shanahan scheming it up on the offensive side. I mean, both those things. I think they're hard. They want to be hard nosed and physical both ends, but hard nosed and physical defense is the number one thing.
It's funny because when I was thinking of the offensive part of the ball,
brute physicality with like Debo and
those
kinds of things. Like they like those tone setting type players.
The running game, absolutely, and they got. See, to me, that's the one thing that I feel like the 49ers, their running backs. I mean, if you don't run hard, you can't play for the 49ers. Like the only guy who could think of himself would be McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Like that's the way Kyle kind of uses guys. If you're Elijah Mitchell, you got to do what I tell you, and if you carry it 6 times one game in 18, just kind of do your job.
Exactly.
But, yeah. San Francisco 49ers. They have come to terms with Nick Bosa, defensive end, and what a contract it was. So, here are the numbers. Pretty incredible. $122.5 million guaranteed. That's the largest guarantee of any defensive player in NFL history. You got 5 years for $170 million. That's $34 million a year. That's now the highest paid annual average for a defensive player. It's $2 million plus more than Aaron Donald. And he got a $50 million signing bonus, which is also the largest signing bonus for a defensive player in football history. So maybe the 49ers had to bite the bullet a little more than they wanted here, JD. But, I mean, all's well that ends well, as Shakespeare says.
And this thing ends well because Bosa got paid and the Niners get the player and they can go full bore toward this 2023 season. And if there are things that have to happen down the line, decisions that have to be made, contracts that have to be restructured, then so be it. That's the cost of doing business, and that's the cost of having a player as great as Bosa.
Exactly. All right, on the other side, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Once again, Nick Bosa and the 49ers have reached an agreement on a contract, and he will be playing on Sunday when the 49ers take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. When we come back, Willard and Dibbs join us. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit the Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
Dan Dibley. And they walked into a big news day with Nick Bosa and the 49ers coming to a contract extension. 5 years, $170 million, $122 million guaranteed, $50 million signing bonuses. All records for a defensive player. Mm-hmm.
Triple crown, Dibs, you called that.
Yeah, triple crown. I thought that he would...
It's actually quadruple crown.
Well, I thought that he would go for and get the triple crown of most average annual value, AAV, most total amount awarded, 170, and the most guarantee. He got all three. And I was saying the whole time, if he wants 35, just give him 35, darn it. And he wound up with 34. Maybe he wanted 35 and they met him at 34, or maybe he wanted 34 and they finally met him there. Either way, this is now done, and we can turn our attention to the last remaining real controversy. They got no kicker. I can't believe you guys aren't outraged about that.
That is a big deal, bro.
Well, everybody asks. I mean, that's the question that's running around the building now for the last hour is, okay, are we now controversy-free? And my answer is yes, unless they're 0-1 on Monday. And then it all comes back.
But that'll be at least a football issue.
Yeah. But it's also a much better. It will already be a much better 0-1 than last year's 0-1. Like you can say that today. And well,
that's true.
Barring injury.
Barring injury and barring losing 34-0 or something like that. Yeah, believe me, I know. I was there.
It was there,
pathetic. But no, I think that's the number one takeaway, right? I'm sure everybody is feeling relieved, and the loudest, most controversial offseason for a Super Bowl favorite can now officially come to a close. And all of that is out the window, and it is LFG. Let's play some football.
Trent Williams acknowledged that the Nick Bosa holdout was hanging over the locker room. He said, "I'd be lying to say it wasn't."
How could it not?
I agree. Well,
how could it not? He's their best player.
Well, that's also what JD and I were talking about. It's not just whether the players and the players support Bosa. It's they're getting asked about it every single day. And you know what? It is the biggest topic every single day. So now they don't have to deal with that anymore. Now they can just talk about football and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Then again, being asked about Nick Bosa every day really only lasted like 8 days. Because they were being asked about Trey Lance every day.
That's true.
Until he was traded, and then they had to be asked about Nick Bosa every day, and now they can be asked about the Steelers. And so that is probably a completely welcome thing. I believe Trent Williams speaks for many of them. That's stressful. That's stressful when your best player's not there. Javon Hargrave has told our team on the scene that Fred Warner was screaming running through the locker room when this news came down. They're all, in this particular case, this is one of those cases where I think the team and the fans can all relate to one another. Everybody's been doing the same thing, is just sitting here going, clock's ticking. We got a game on Sunday,
right?
And our best player's not here, and this is incredibly uncomfortable. And so now it's just relief. It's relief for everybody.
Well, especially for Fred Warner and for Mooney Ward and everyone else who benefits from Nick Bosa. And you could put Javon Hargrave at the top of that list, and Eric Armstead and all the rest of them, because when Nick Bosa's on the field as an offense, you're going to have to either double team him with your offensive line or allocate your running back to chip him in passing downs because he's coming for your quarterback. And if you're Fred Warner and you know that Nick Bosa's being double teamed and it's a run play, you're probably going to get somewhat of a free run to the ball carrier, knowing that two blockers are going Nick's way or Javon Hargrave's way. And if you're Hargrave, you're thinking, all right, now I can go back to being a pass rusher who can eat because they're going to have two guys on Nick Bosa. All defensive players today are celebrating in the fact that this is now a done deal.
JD, what is the fact that Bosa's kind of shattered all these guaranteed money, signing bonus, and annual salary? What's the next guy going to get? Because he got $20 million more guaranteed than his brother.
Well, I think it's Micah Parsons, right?
Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Great day for Micah.
Is the guy that's going to say, pay me that and a little bit.
Right.
And I think part of the Niners, they didn't want to be that team. I don't think they're that team necessarily. I think this is really a fair deal, what it ended up.
I think it's a good day for it's a good day for Nick. I don't think that it's an unfair deal. I thought all along if Nick was demanding, we threw that number 35 around. I felt like if he was demanding like 35 or I'm not coming in, to me that was kind of the mark of, dude, you're a little out of line there. But it's not that far below 35. And this is one of the rare, and I think actually as fans we should celebrate this. This is a rare moment in the NFL when a player has a team under the thumb. And it doesn't happen often where a player is already well established as a superstar, is in his mid-20s, a team is in a Super Bowl window, can't really perform at the same level without him. All those factors come together to a point where this guy was able to say, this is my market. We're going to do 8% above the next guy, and we're going to hang out here until you do it. And that's what he was able to do, and he had the the wherewithal to do it.
I mean, it's a great day for the Niners, no doubt about it.
That too.
Yeah, they get the player, and that's the most important part in all of this.
Exactly.
And if it means the 49ers have to make some tough decisions down the line, well, they're probably going to have to make some tough decisions down the line anyway.
But that was going to happen no matter what. If it was 30 or 34, and that was one of my initial reactions, with Mark, we were in our show meeting with the boss, and he said, what do you think? And one of the first things I thought of is something that we'll talk about in 7 months is what happens next year because, and I went through this yesterday, JD, I believe that already under contract without Nick Bosa, they've got 9 players who account for 70% of the salary cap. And I know the cap will go up, so that percentage would go down. But you've got 9 guys making massive money, and now you add Bosa, who makes more than any of those guys. At some point, something's got to give, but for right now, on this Wednesday of week 1, with Pittsburgh coming up on Sunday, you don't have to worry about any of those financial machinations, as Steiny likes to say. And we'll talk to David Lombardi later today about, the structure and how the Niners are going to be able to make this work now and into the future.
And that's big. Because it's not as cookie cutter as just, hey, $122 million guaranteed. Is that wrapped up in some guaranteed bonuses? How is it spread out over the life of the deal? That is going to have a lot to do with the flexibility that the Niners have, and that'll be one of our first questions is once you start to see the framework of this deal, my first question, what does that mean for Brandon Ayuk? And if the answer is yes to Brandon Ayuk, what does that mean for Deebo Samuel? Right? Is there room for all of these people? This is interesting. Ari Meroff just tweeted this out, and this is why the structure of these deals is just so important. The 49ers now have the highest paid defensive end in football, the highest paid running back in football, halfback, the highest paid fullback in football, the third highest paid tight end in football, the third highest paid left tackle in football, the third highest paid linebacker in football, the 6th highest paid defensive tackle in football, and the 7th highest paid wide receiver, with another really good wide receiver due next year. Now, they also pay their quarterback less than anybody on God's green earth.
Oh, jeez.
And so that's a big reason why they're able to do that.
Well, yeah, and moving forward, if Purdy's the guy, they're going to end up having to pay him, and then they're not going to be able to pay all those other guys.
But Purdy's way down the road, though.
Right.
He is.
Way down the road.
He is, but so you got Ayuk coming up at the end of this year.
Yes.
Same situation as Bosa. Well, his extension won't kick in till the following year.
Correct.
Right.
But next year, his 5th-year option, which has already been picked up, I believe, is about $14 million. So if you add the $14 million to the Ari Meroff tweet, which is Bosa's at 30, McCaffrey's at 17, Juszczyk's at 6, Kittle's at 18, Trent's at 27, Debo's sneaky at like 26 or 27 next year. You add up all these names and their dollars and Ayuk, you're damn near at $200 million already with 10 guys. And the cap is at about, 300 and change.
And as you know, with the NFL cap, all that adds up to only $8 million against the cap.
Exactly.
The rest of it is all in envelopes under everybody's bed.
Sure.
So.
I think one thing.
It all adds up to I think it's going to come down to Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. And I think
you think so?
I do.
Yeah.
I've thought that, and we talked about that even a couple weeks ago.
What I think?
And they have Christian McCaffrey now, who I think does a lot of what Debo was doing before. To me, they're going to ride out this year with Debo in great shape. And look, sometimes those decisions are made. Sometimes somebody gets hurt or isn't as good
a lot of it has
whatever.
to do with how it looks this year.
But I think it's set up for Ayuk's the more legitimate receiver. Debo's kind of his own guy. We also have McCaffrey, who's cost controlled. Debo becomes the odd man out.
I also think, before you get to the legal, and Steiny loves when I talk personnel, but they run so much 21 personnel with 2 wide receivers that one of your wide receivers becomes more replaceable. But I also think that George Kittle is a guy, as the 3rd highest paid tight end. You drafted 2 tight ends this year, and you're carrying 4 tight ends, and you got 1 on the practice squad. I think George Kittle's spot might be a little bit more tenuous than people want to think.
See, I think this move is so big that it's going to make Kyle Shanahan realize he doesn't need a fullback. He doesn't. Juszczyk.
Well, he has one on the practice squad who's on a rookie deal.
You've been going, after Kyle Juszczyk
and now everybody's finally
for
coming
years.
around.
He does need a fullback because of the way he likes to run his offense.
All right.
He loves to run 21 personnel, Steiny.
I know that. And I've learned that over the years.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
And he likes to have a fullback that he can actually use in the pass game.
Once every 4 games.
No, maybe twice a game, in fact. But I do think that, he would rather do this than run 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers. He wants to run his stretch zone, his inside zone, his outside zone. He wants the fullback. He wants a tight end who can block, who can also receive. He loves this offense. This is what he wants.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'd also like to congratulate you guys on the fact that you most likely won't talk any Giants today.
Oh, no, he's going off again.
Again?
Did you hear him yesterday?
I did.
Yeah.
He
got
was
a little bit
hot.
off my... No, I'm not talking about the Giants.
They're 500 now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Willard went off yesterday. Get to the
70.
Odyssey app to hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard you so angry.
And that'll wrap up our Giants talk for today.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah.
I tried.
I'll tell you this with the, how everybody's doing the Super Bowl or bust thing. I will say this because there's a sneaky news that came out 45 minutes ago that's going to get lost in all this Bosa stuff. The 49ers, I try not to get too far ahead of myself in these predictions and expectations and whatnot. I'll look at it more in terms of the division. They have very, very, very little reason to not be the NFC West champions this year. The Cardinals are starting a quarterback this weekend. I don't even know who it is. Nobody knows what's going on there. Kyler Murray may or may not play this year, and he's not all that great even when he does. This was fascinating. Sean McVay ruled out, and this is also throw up in your mouth stuff if you grabbed him with the 5th overall pick in your draft. Sean McVay ruled Cooper Kupp out for Sunday's game in Seattle and would not rule out putting him on IR.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp, I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised if Cooper Kupp does not play this year. If you gave me the over-under at 5 games, I'll take the under. I think the Rams and Cardinals are squarely focused on Caleb Williams. And this is a 2-team race in the NFC West.
Mark, I'm going to agree with you. My sources say the Rams are in disarray, that there's nothing going on down there this year, that they're in big trouble.
They're not in disarray. They're totally focused on Caleb Williams.
Exactly. And they're going to out Caleb Arizona because absolutely.
Ooh, that's going to be a race.
Well, and think about it in terms of Sean McVay. And we knew that he had a 9-figure deal to be a TV commentator, and he said no to come back to what?
Right.
To come back to this? And, the Rams have given up so much first-round capital, but now they're in a spot where they finally have their first-round pick again.
They're not saying F them picks this year.
They're saying, fight on.
Keep them picks.
Well,
exactly.
Interestingly, I guess Caleb Williams' dad came out yesterday and said, he may stay in school if he doesn't like the draft environment or the draft atmosphere.
Well, in other words, if Arizona gets the first overall, I'm staying at USC.
No,
That's what that means.
No, he's not.
How much money can he make by staying at USC?
I love September idle threats.
Yeah, he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and I think the Rams and the Cardinals will probably have that pick, one or the other. So the 49ers, and I don't know about the Seahawks, but probably, I sort of look at these two teams as 4-0.
Wow.
To start the year.
JD thinks that Pittsburgh game may be their toughest game of the year.
Nah, it's not. It's
I don't know about that.
The Cincinnati game's the toughest game of the year.
Well, but that's here.
At Philly.
That's
home
here.
game.
Yeah,
at Philly.
Cincinnati off a bye.
At Seattle, short week, Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
another one.
Yeah. I got Cincinnati as a scheduled loss based on the fact that Cincinnati's coming off a bye, and the Niners are at the end of a string of consecutive games.
I mean, I'll give JD this, that like none of us know the scenario that's in play when we get to those games.
Sure.
What kind of injuries are in play where we know what the scenario is in Pittsburgh. We know that Nick Bosa is going to have 2 days to get himself ready. We know that Brock Purdy is still a very, very young, unproven product. And we know that Pittsburgh's a very hard place to play, and the Niners are not sure who their kicker is. And if they do have a kicker, they don't know if he can kick the ball through the uprights. Yeah, it's a hard game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we know the
a hard
Steelers,
game.
at a minimum, will match the 49ers' physicality.
Yeah, Steelers are good. It's a good
one
team. Well coached. Yeah.
They are one of the teams that will hit you in the mouth, just like the Niners want to hit you in the mouth and not be afraid of it.
That's just the way they play every year. That whole division is the way they play.
And the Niners will see them all those teams.
Yeah,
in that
That's
division.
correct. That's correct.
So, what do you guys got on tap?
Questions at kicker. 888-957-9570.
Let me tell you.
We're on to the next controversy, Steiny. Enough of this Bosa schmosa. Yeah, whatever. He got paid. Who's the kicker? I'm angry.
Well, and
Never
how's the
mind.
kicker going to impact Kyle Shanahan's play calling?
No doubt. No doubt.
I mean, that's interesting. They
Yeah.
drafted him
Stay
to
out of
impact.
4th and 1.
Well, they drafted him so that they didn't have to worry about getting inside the 30 anymore.
Right.
In order to get 3. Now I
Yeah.
don't know if they can get 3 even if they're inside the 20.
But
So-
if he can't make 38-yarders, then he ain't going to
Yeah.
try 55-yarders.
Exactly. Well, and if your legs hurt, you're not trying anything. So I don't know how that's going to look. Obviously, that's going to shake out over the first few weeks of the season. But no, there are 1,000 different things to discuss with regard to the Bosa deal, how it came together, when it came together, why did it end up lasting this long? Could that end up being something that plays out as a topic going into this? But I like. Honestly, it's also just a party. Like, I mean, it's relief. I think for a 49er fan, this is the first day since we woke up and they were on their way into Philadelphia for the NFC title game that you can just clear your conscience, clear everything out, and just be excited for an upcoming game. Like, it's just been nothing but like.
Yeah, there's no
junk
drag.
Right.
There's no drag
like
on
you've,
Sunday
you've
morning.
had to have a machete to get through this offseason, and the weeds are now finally clear. And so that's kind of where my head is today.
No, I agree. I'm going to challenge you guys to take one call today where somebody goes, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. The San Francisco 49ers just made the biggest mistake they've ever made.
That fan is out there. Come on.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
There's always that fan.
And that fan is a fan looking at next off season, which I promised my partner in our look that I wouldn't do because today is about a celebration, and Mark's right about the ultimate palate cleanser because now you have your team. And if you're a Niner fan, you have a team that is in a Super Bowl window, and they are a Super Bowl favorite. Not the favorite, but they are a favorite. And you're going to Pittsburgh, a venerable, old, classic destination. It's an amazing opener, so it should be all joy. But there will be some fans saying, oh, this deal is untenable, and it's going to be a Deebo Samuel farewell tour. And what does this mean for Trent and George and all the rest? We're going to take that call. But I think Mark's right in terms of today and the tone, and we're big on tone on our show. The tone of the Niner fan is, hell yeah, let's go.
Let me give you another one.
Give it to me.
George Kittle's at practice today.
Oh, nice.
Is he practicing or he's just there?
No, he's
How about
practicing. He's got a
Kelsey?
jersey.
How about Kelsey?
No, Kelsey ain't playing tomorrow.
Nah,
I'm sorry.
no.
Sorry to break
Yeah.
that to you. I mean, I'm not breaking.
You got him on your
breaking it,
fantasy
but
team,
you know.
Steiny? You may,
know,
yeah.
yes.
By the way,
I
it's
don't- yeah.
led to one of the cutest
Yeah.
conversations I've ever had in my life. So,
Oh.
our family did a fantasy league this year.
Who did?
My family.
Okay.
So it's 12 teams, but it's nothing.
Tom
but,
and Ellen.
Right. So
His parents.
They've called themselves the Elders. That's the team name.
Oh, they're a team together.
They are a team together. That's what I'm telling you. I'm driving on the Golden Gate Bridge, and they are like every day. Mark, how do I get into the app? Where? Now, what do I? It's the most adorable thing of all time. And these elders, they picked Travis Kelsey with their first-round pick this year.
Boy. They didn't take Jason Kelsey?
Tom is like, I've looked at our roster, and Mark, we don't have any other tight ends. And so what am I how do I get out of this? And then Elwin is like, we do have another tight end. He's in our flex spot. It's Gerald Everett. Okay, well, how do I move him? They turn into the Costanzas within 2 minutes every time. And I'm amused by it now. I feel like by week 4, I'm going to hate this, but it's incredibly amusing right now. And so, Steiny, they join you in their Travis Kelsey depression
Angst,
at this hour.
The idea that I could pull my family together for a fantasy football league is absolutely preposterous. So congratulations
we did it.
On being able to even do it.
There was a Zoom. There was a lunchtime Zoom on Labor Day.
See, I've got a lot of work to do on the family
we were in multiple time zones, area codes, and I give you one guess whose idea it was and who was the driving force behind this whole thing.
Yours.
No.
The 9-year-old.
No.
Don't say Christy.
The lovely Christy, of course.
I mean, with all due,
it's a coordination sensation.
That's a buck.
Does she like fantasy football?
She does now.
And she likes family.
She watched me and my sons lose our minds about this every single Sunday all year, and she went, I want in. Let's go. LFG.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So there it is. The elders. They're going to come in 12th. Their team's unbelievable. They drafted like Eli Mitchell in the 5th round. It's just, it's more adorable than the Sacramento Kings. I'm telling you, people. It's incredible.
All right, well, have a great show. It certainly should be upbeat, and that's one of the reasons I'm out of here. 95.7 again.
Time is done.
Show me the money! Show me the money!
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no joke, people. Ain't no party like a Bosa party, okay? Fred Warner was running up and down the field, getting hyped. Trent Williams admitted this was hanging over the entire locker room. I don't know that I have ever experienced as a fan, as a member of media, just as an observer, I don't know if I've ever experienced an offseason like this. And I get it. I'm not going to come down like any of our roads for sort of stressing out the way we did, talking up the drama, the way that this whole fan base did. The bottom line was these things at times were topsy-turvy, stressful, what have you. But within a snap of a finger, the whole thing is over. The 49ers are about to play football, and I do believe we've spent 6 months talking about a bunch of things that are going to effectively have no effect on the season whatsoever. Trey Lance plays for a different team, and Nick Bosa plays for the 49ers.
Well, now that they are over, if Trey Lance was still here and Nick Bosa was still unsigned, they both would affect his team as soon as week 1. If Brock Purdy would have thrown an interception and Trey Lance would be over there in streets, or maybe he'd be in uniform, but he'd be QB3 just in case, the camera would find him, and the announcers would say, well, Brock Purdy off to a rough start. Is Kyle Shanahan thinking about blah, 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 blah? And if the pass rush was muted and Nick Bosa wasn't there, they'd be talking about Nick Bosa not being there. So these are things that would have been a part of the fabric, but now they're not. And the way you describe that, Mark, is accurate. And most fan bases only have one of these things in an off season, either a quarterback question or a big high profile. And he didn't really hold out. He kind of held out, but they didn't portray it that way. But this team had both. They had two different things. And now here we are, September 6th, and we're 4 days away from the opener. And it's time to talk about football.
I love it. I love it. And by the way, I've been sitting here trying to go back and forth. Remember, we've spent all the better part of 2 weeks now going like the numbers will tell us the story we want to know. We all wanted to know, like, what was the holdup, right?
Right.
Who was asking
Who
for
was
what?
the holdup?
Who's demanding what? And you said yesterday, you're like, look, it's possible the numbers will come out and it won't really make that clear cut. And I sort of feel that way. Like, I look at this and I go, it's a little hotter than I thought it was going to be. I definitely thought it would get done before the weekend. I thought 32, maybe 33. It's 34. So, whatever. The 35 number to me, if Nick had been demanding that, I would have been on Team 49ers. If the 49ers were unwilling to get to 32 or 33, I would have been on Team Bosa. I look at this and I go, I guess good job on both sides. Like, I think Brian Ayrolt negotiated one hell of a deal.
Yep.
The Niners finally blinked and did right by their best player, which they should. I guess the only thing I go back to is, why did you all have to make it wait this long? Because there is still a scenario where this does get uncomfortable for this weekend. Kyle Shanahan has already said he's playing.
Yeah.
So here we go. But I just wonder, I know, deadline spur action, but why? Why did it have to go this way?
I think it had to go this way because the number that Nick Bosa was asking, it might have been 35, and then the team might have been at 31. We heard reports last week that they were $4 million a year apart, whatever that report meant, if it was accurate or not. I don't think that Nick was asking more than 35. I mean, that would be into crazy country. If he was asking 36 a year and they were offering 32 and they met in the middle at 34, I guess that's possible. But I also think that Nick Bosa understands where he is in terms of his preparation, and he feels like if I sign on Wednesday, I can be ready to go on Sunday.
Sure.
So he signs today. I would imagine he flies to the Bay Area. I mean, that seems like a lot to go from Florida to the Bay all the way back to Pittsburgh.
Do we know that he was in Florida?
We don't know that for sure. We know that he has been of late.
Yes.
He might have already been out here.
Well, you and I well know that if the deal got announced an hour and a half ago, that's not the first time Nick found out.
Correct.
So I'm pretty sure, and again...
But he was not at practice today. We know that.
No, he was not, which you're not going to be until everything gets totally buttoned up and papers and pens and all of that stuff. Sure. But I go back to yesterday why I was so damn surprised that it wasn't in place then because of the reports that we heard going into the weekend of like, look, some Rappaport was like, well, there hasn't been a lot of movement. Well, you could interpret that a couple of ways. There hasn't been a lot of movement, like they're still fighting, or there hasn't been a lot of movement because there doesn't need to be a lot of movement.
Yeah, it's done.
There were reports going into the weekend that's like, yeah, this is right. They're all on the same page. So I don't know why it lasts this long, but it did. And I can only guess, and this was what I was ready to come in and say today, had there not been a deal. I could only guess, may have been wrong, but that this was about guarantees. And for me, guarantees in football are different than the other numbers. I honestly could give a bleeps you-know-what about AAV.
Rats behind.
Okay, so Nick.
Brought to you by Atco.
32, 33, 34. Yay, whatever. Good on you, because as we know, that's all funny money in the NFL anyway.
Until you get through your deal and you hit all those numbers.
Right.
And then you get it.
And I think we sort of had an idea that it was either going to be just below Donald or just above Donald. And the fact that it went into this week made it think, okay, it's probably going to be above Donald. All right, that's fine too. Don't really care. Don't see why it wouldn't be. So that's all fine. But guarantees. Let's talk about guarantees. If the argument was over that, then to me, Nick Bosa was actually 100% in the right, because that's the one spot where just watching the sport, I get frustrated that players are called greedy or whatnot because the sport is so violent, because they look at their brethren in Major League Baseball and the NBA and know those deals are completely guaranteed. You can do this as an exercise today. You're like, wow, Nick Bosa, $34 million? Go look at his baseball counterpart. Go look at his basketball counterpart. You'd be blown away because they ain't the best player in the game.
Klay Thompson makes $42 million.
Thank you.
And he's the third best player on his own team?
So when we look at it through that prism and know, I understand it's a violent sport, so the owner will say, we don't know if he's going to play 6 more years. You're right, but think of that through the prism of the player. He deserves, he's 25 and he's the best. He deserves the guarantees. Think about a $7 billion company looking at its top employee and saying, we love you, but we don't want to guarantee it. No, that's weak sauce.
Sure.
So that number, and you and I talked about 120 yesterday. That felt right all along. And if that was the holdup, then Nick and his agent deserve a pat on the back because that's what it should be.
Right. And it comes down to be about almost 80% of the overall value. It's about the same percentage as his brother got because Joey Bosa got 102 guaranteed off of 135, which is it's a little less than 80% of the total value he got guaranteed. Nick gets 170, and 80% of that would be 136. So we got about 75% of the total in guaranteed money. Biggest guarantee of a non-quarterback in NFL history at 122.5. Biggest overall number of a defensive player in history at 170, and the biggest AAV for a defensive player, average annual value, at $34 million a year. So he did hit all three. He got the Triple Crown, and you walk with 122.5 guaranteed for Nick Bosa. And we'll talk to David Lombardi today about the structure and what this means cap-wise for the Niners now and in the future. But one thing we know for sure, come Sunday, Nick Bosa should be almost guaranteed in uniform getting after Kenny Pickett.
Well, Kyle Shanahan was asked, is there a snap count? And his response was, well, how many snaps are there in a game?
Oh.
And so
I'll tell you how many I count up after the fact.
Well, let's let you hear it. Kyle Shanahan was asked about playing Sunday and a potential pitch count for Nick Bosa. Here's the back and forth response.
Realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get in something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from. But I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based over these next 2.5 practices.
There it is. And by the way, that was our buddy Mike Silver who asked the question. And Kyle, he was joking.
How many snaps are there? I'll be here all night. The 9 o'clock show gets a little blue and stuff. Tip your waitress and stuff.
A little late. Yeah, I mean, you'd be shocked if Nick came in and there were any questions about health. I would say,
right?
Wouldn't you?
Or if they went the Carlos Correa route and he flunked the physical.
Don't even say that.
I mean, that would be,
no.
Guys.
No, because you're killing my buzz, man. That's
no, I'm not trying to.
I'm so relieved, and honestly, and we would love for you to sort of describe your emotions today. 888-957-9570, a 49er fan who has been through. This is the timeline since the 49ers left us, and to me, that was in the third quarter in Philadelphia in January. That's when the 49ers, as we knew them, sort of left us. And since then, it has either been Brock Purdy's arm, it has been the future of Trey Lance, it has been the addition of Sam Darnold, it has been the contract holdout of Nick Bosa. And I would argue that none of those things had a very rosy sound to them throughout the offseason. Buried underneath those things are 49ers being one of the top 5 teams in Vegas to win the Super Bowl. 49ers being loaded for bear. I mean, just every position, an answer, ready to go. Sure, there are things to nitpick, right? That are they set in the defensive backfield? What's going on at kicker? Things are going to develop. It's life. It's a football journey. I think we all understand that. But to me, I am relieved, and today is the first day of the entire offseason where I think a Niner fan can just clear their head and say, all right, let's go beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, because it's all cleared up. I mean, it's all cleared up. There are no lingering questions, and I was joking earlier about, what's the situation at kicker, and it may come down to that, and Moody will either be available or he won't, and they can pivot from there, but the big overarching questions have been solved. Trey Lance is a Cowboy. Brendan Allen is QB3. Like it or dislike it, that's all in the past. And now Nick Bosa has signed an extension, and he was already under contract for this upcoming year. But now Nick Bosa can come on and practice. And Kyle Shanahan talked about 2.5 practices, which means I think the Saturday walkthrough would be in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So you're talking about a Thursday practice, a Friday practice, and then you fly out Friday. You get to Pittsburgh on Friday night. Saturday, you have a walkthrough in Pittsburgh. That'd be a half a practice. And if he can get through all that, and I imagine he can, they'll know where he is physically, and he'll be ready to go.
Either that or Nick was actually hiding in the back room and came out and finished half a practice
right.
Later today. We'll go to the phones here in a second, let you hear another question that was asked of Kyle Shanahan with regard to whether or not Nick Bosa was going to play. But just because of the conversation we were just having, I just hopped on Hoops Hype for the top paid NBA players out there.
Top overpaid.
Well,
right?
You want to hear a couple names that make more money guaranteed per year than Nick Bosa?
Are these just the top paid players
top
in
paid
the
players.
NBA? Because yesterday they had the most overpaid players.
Yeah, no,
in
this
the
is
league
just
list.
salary
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
Current salaries. Do you want to know what $34 million, what that translates to in the NBA for those of you trade him and too much, overpaid, torn ACLs, all of that. Do you want to know who makes $34 million a year in the NBA?
Sure.
Darius Garland.
Good little player.
Darius Garland.
Makes 34.
$34.005 million per year.
He is a threat off the edge.
Guaranteed.
He can defend the run as well and stuff. Darius Garland. What do you average, about 15 a game last year?
No, he's a good player. He's a good player. CJ McCollum makes more than Nick Bosa. Kristaps Porzingis makes more than Nick Bosa. Karl Anthony Towns makes more than Nick Bosa. Drew Holiday makes more than Nick Bosa. Ben Simmons makes more than Nick Bosa.
Good defender, Ben Simmons.
And all guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly.
All guaranteed.
All guaranteed.
So, wherever this ended up, listen, I'm a Niner fan. If they had come out and said 35, I would have been happy. I'm glad that he's signed. I didn't think that he would get that. He got more than I thought he would get, quite frankly. So I think it's a great day for Nick. But when you're talking about the physicality of this sport and situational, leverage comes from timing. This was perfect timing for Nick Bosa. The Niners had no choice. I'll never understand why it got to Wednesday of game week, but it did. But all is forgiven if he goes out and looks like Nick Bosa this weekend.
And I don't know if you'll ever get the answer as to why it lasted this long, but I would bet that the answer is that Nick Bosa didn't really feel like going into training camp. Nick Bosa was training, getting ready, and ready to play actual real football. And so you get to today and you realize that you probably need a couple of days to get really ramped up in order to play on Sunday. That's why it happened today.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's one of those things that all makes sense once it's done.
Sure.
I mean...
Didn't cost him a penny to show up today.
No, not a penny.
No.
He didn't lose $1.
No, exactly. So what's the motivation for him to show up and practice and not play preseason games, which Trent Williams didn't do anyway?
Well, you and I had that conversation. I thought from the beginning there was very little motivation to get him there for the first couple weeks of training camp.
Sure.
I didn't think that meant this. I didn't think that meant just missing camp and literally freaking everybody out to the point where we were 100 hours away from kickoff. I haven't done the math. That may or may not be accurate, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're getting damn close. And, but okay, it did. It did. And so all is completely forgiven, again, provided that he looks like Nick Bosa on Sunday. We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Overdue tolls, vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. What is it? Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose? Is that how it works?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm feeling Friday Night Lights on a Wednesday right now with Nick Bosa. Signed, sealed, and delivered. He's yours. How you feeling, Niner fans? Let's take your calls coming up next at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What do you think? What do you think the first thing Nick said was when Brian called? What do you think Nick said? So
his
Nick,
agent, Brian.
Yeah, Brian A. Rolt. Hey, Nick, I want you to sit down, have a seat.
It's a 2.
We're going to do 5 years. We're going to do $170 million. We're going to do $122.5 million guaranteed. And oh, by the way, this is actually, of all those numbers, here's the most fun one. If you want to play Fantasyland and act like this was happening to you.
Okay.
Here's the most fun one. The signing bonus is $50 million.
Major bag alert.
So
Major.
We're just going to start with, here you go. Poof. $50 million. What do you think the first thing Nick said?
That's pretty cool. Should I refresh my bank account? Is it direct deposit?
Dude.
I guess I better find my helmet.
I assume it's now direct deposit only because Nick is not a rookie. But have you heard those stories of like when you're a rookie and you get that signing bonus? Guys, like you're coming out of college, some of them came out early, they do not know what to do. Honestly, you ever get a chance, to speak to someone who used to play professional sports, especially football, ask them about that first signing bonus check, like before the direct deposit has been signed up for. It's really funny. It's kind of cute, to like imagine people cruising around. It's almost like when you win a golf tournament, right? You're cruising around with that check that's bigger than you.
Sure.
And like Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore,
He's
yes.
like, I don't have time to wait. I'm just going to walk over to the bank with the oversized check right now. Honestly, even if you were a third-round pick, and it was a number of years ago, and you get it, they're like, okay, here's $400,000.
Yeah.
Just on a piece of paper. And you're like holding that in your hand, and you've never had money in your life. Like, what would you do?
Go to like a check cashing place. Can I get this in small bills, please?
Maybe an advance or something.
Seriously.
It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to imagine.
And I wonder about the signing bonus part of this, and I'm seeing this on YouTube, which is powered, of course, by our first NorCal Credit Union.
Good
and
job.
again, I could have read it off the screen, but I had to turn around. I'm having problems right now. But he is a Florida resident. So
Yes, he is.
I wonder if the signing bonus, because it's not a game check, and I know the game check is subject to where you play the game. So if you play a game in California,
right,
you are subject to California taxes no matter where you live. I wonder, and I'm not trying to go all tax guy on you, but if you live in Florida and you get a signing bonus, does that signing bonus then become
tax-free?
Well, it's subject to where you live.
State tax.
Florida has no state tax.
I don't think so, but I am not 100% sure. The only reason I don't think so, I think it defaults to where the company you work for is located. And you hear free agents all the time, for instance, take into account, he wants to go play for the Astros because there's no state taxes in Texas or whatever.
But that is normal payroll.
Correct.
A signing bonus is not a normal payroll situation. So, and again, I don't want to get all...
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to get too bogged down in this, but I wonder if he's telling his agent, hey, I'd like a little bit more up front because, I'm in Florida and stuff.
I'm guessing.
That was a little Shanahan in my Bosa.
There's always a little Shanahan.
Hey, it's
like
Tiger.
In all of your impressions, except for Sally Struthers, there's a little Kyle.
For just $200 million.
Actually, no, I still heard a little Kyle. I heard a little Kyle. That I didn't know that one.
For just $34 million guaranteed, I'll come off the edge and try to get Kenny Pickett.
I don't know, but if it is subject to California taxes, then I guess what? Nick Bosa just got like $47 out of the $50 million.
Totally.
So I don't know if that's how it works, but congratulations.
Sad but true.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. Let's take some calls, and then we got to play for you what Trent Williams said because it's just honest. It's so honest.
So much jealousy, I bet.
Right. Trent's like, I hate it when other people get paid.
Where's my 175, Jed?
You know what I've found about I got a thing for offensive linemen. I really do. Yeah. I'm willing to admit that. Go ahead and cut it, Grandy.
Yeah,
No,
you do.
No, they're like,
Trent.
I think there's
I see you in your 3-point stance. Yeah.
Not like
you
that.
put your hands on me.
Yeah. Go ahead and pause.
Sorry, all right.
Anyway, point is, I tend to think that offensive linemen are some of the nicest people. They're very smart. They tend to be smart. They're very nice. And I think it's because their whole world is about protecting other people, whether they're a parent and it's their child, whether they're a husband and it's their wife, or they're at work and it's their quarterback. The whole deal is you get no attention. You are here to protect someone else. And it's literally the only thing you're here to do. And there's something about that makes these people cut from a very unique cloth. And a good one, by the way.
Yes. Smart, humble, and willing to do their job. Because especially if you're a guard or a center, because something about being a tackle, like Trent Williams, you're a left tackle, you're one of the best in the business, and I guess he's the third highest paid in football, according to the Ari Merov tweet, which means you're making a boatload of money.
Yeah.
But you're not showing up on SportsCenter's top 10. Even if you pancake a guy, it would have to be a pretty spectacular pancake for anyone to even notice what you do.
Your job is to not be noticed.
Right.
That's your job.
Smart and humble.
Yeah.
And the only reason why we talk about the backup tight end last year is because he got Brock Purdy hurt, in theory.
Yeah.
Tyler Kroft.
One way to say it.
Well, you know what I mean?
Yes,
We wouldn't have talked
yes.
about Tyler Kroft at all.
Right.
If it wasn't for that one play.
There was that play in Chicago where Trey threw the ball over his head. It would have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
And that would have been his introduction to Niner fans.
But that was a Trey thing more than it was a Kroft thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's take your calls on this. Again, I would express this as relief. It is not just relief. It is now officially the first day of the 49ers offseason where we can look at this like Friday Night Lights. It's clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Like there is no junk in our way. It took a machete to get through this offseason, but we're here. And the Niners have got a healthy quarterback. They have figured out whether everybody liked it or not. They have now figured out with definition what's going on in their quarterback room, and they have figured out their best player on defense, and he is signed, sealed, and delivered. He is yours. Nick Bosa, 5 years, $170 million with $122.5 guaranteed. Let's go to Lucky in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Lucky, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Marcus? I'm over here driving down to Elon's place, man, for my last day of work. Get ready for this 2-day vacation.
Good for you, man. Leading right up to football Sunday. I like the sound of it.
That's right, man. You know, I'm feeling pretty good, man. You know, it feels like a 1990s wrestling match with The Rock and Stone Cold, man. Can you smell it? Can you see the sixth ring in our view? I'm ready to go get this, man. This is about time it happened. They waited too long. I'm glad that Nick Bosa's name is signed on the dotted line. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready, man. Let's go beat Pittsburgh, and let's go get a 14-2 record, Mark. Let's go get it.
Okay, Lucky. If they do have a 14-2 record, that means they still got a game left. But I hear what you're saying.
14-2-1. He left the tie out of it. I appreciate that,
I
Lucky.
hope they don't have a tie this year. I can't stand ties in football. Why are we still doing that?
Over under 1.5 ties
For the
in
season?
the NFL this year.
I'll take the over.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially with the new rules the way they are.
Well, and you know what they did is this 10-minute overtime period it's a joke. It's a joke. They should play the full 15, not, okay, if we get the ball and then you get the ball and then I score and then you score. Just play a quarter.
That's the point. If you get the ball and you have a normal drive, and it comes away with no points, and you've taken 6 minutes off the clock.
Correct.
The other coach is immediately confronted with, are we going for the win where we may end up losing, or do we play conservative for a tie?
Correct.
And that should never, ever come into the minds of a football coach, in my opinion.
I'm with you.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I mean, if you want to play 10 minutes, play the full 10 minutes. And if you win the toss and you can use 8 minutes and 12 seconds and kick a field goal, then you benefited from the toss. Now the other team's got $148 to do what they can do.
Or if you get to the end of the 10 minutes and you haven't figured it out, I don't know, hockey, soccer, like do something else.
7-on-7.
I don't know, do a race. There's race. Is Tyreek Hill on one side?
Man.
Yeah, see, that would be really, right? Who would the Niners throw out there? Who's the fastest Niner?
You know, I would rather see like 2 offensive linemen in a 50-yard sprint. That would be a lot more.
Or a sumo wrestling match.
Sure.
Whatever.
Something.
Something.
Yeah.
Something to, like, no ties. Like what? What are we doing?
I think you're right to play the over on a tie and a half because
Yeah. Oh yeah. With the rules being the way they are now.
yeah,
How many did we have last year?
I'll Google it while you go to the phones.
Okay. Will in Richmond with
Look at
Willard
me.
and Dibs. Hey, Will, what are you doing?
Driving down the road, man. How's it going, guys?
What's cooking?
I've been listening to the show all day, man. I love what you guys do. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm a loyal listener. I listen to you guys literally the whole time I'm at work, from the time I start in the morning to when I get off. So, I appreciate what you guys do, man. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Will.
Now, as far as the Nick as being a Niner, I have a bit of relief, but at the same time, I'm in that mode of show and prove. Like, Nick Bosa is the number 4 power ranked player in the NFL, sack leader last year, average, he had 18 sacks, almost 18 and a half sacks or something last year. So signing him, I knew that was going to happen. We would be like the dumbest team in the NFL. Who will we trade him for? Like, who will we trade him for? You know what I mean? And, but it's like a show and prove moment. It's like live up to the hype. I'm still not so. I got to see. We have a new defensive package that we're running right now with Steve Wilkes. So it's like I want to see what we do there. And it's Brock Purdy's second year. He balled out last year. But what is we got to live up to that hype this year.
Yep.
I'm just happy to get all this stuff out the way so we can get back to focused on football. It's not going to be an easy season this year, guys.
No, I don't think such a thing exists. Like, Will, thank you so much.
Right on, Will.
I think this is a very fair thing to say.
Show and prove.
Well, okay, I read this morning, and this isn't gonna land with a thump because it's all anonymous. But one of the football outlets did a poll of NFL executives and said, name the team that's going to surprise you this year in a bad way.
Oh, boy.
And the Niners were one of the top answers on the board.
Shut your filthy mouth.
And I don't know what that means. In other words, I don't know why. Like, there was no room in this poll for them to explain themselves. Was that because it was asked at a time when Nick Bosa wasn't signed? Was it because those executives don't believe in Brock Purdy? Was it because there's just too much hype? Is it because the schedule is harder this year? I don't know. But I'll say this. Like, as we sit here today, I do think fans need to guard against the idea of, like, this is going to be easy. And
Will had him at 14-2.
Well.
And 1.
They may be. They may be. I've got them at 4-0 already because the Cardinals and Rams are in their division.
Man.
Okay? But I know that things are going to happen that we don't see coming, right? It's a football season.
Sure.
Things are going to happen that we don't see coming. It's never that easy to just snap your fingers and do it. I feel like it's impossible to imagine them not making the playoffs with this roster.
Agreed.
But this idea that we have in our head that we're going to come back, start the season, and it starts at the NFC title game as if there's a birthright to that game.
Yeah.
Well, good guard against that.
Absolutely.
That's not the way it works.
If you were to forecast disappointment for this team, taking injury out of it, what would be the area where you would think about in terms of, because you mentioned
that's a
an
good
NFL
question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not that.
I work here.
You mentioned an NFL executive poll saying the Niners are a team that could be the most disappointing. I'm wondering where that comes from, because we can all say injury, and of course that's the easy way in football to derail any season.
Yeah.
But outside of injury, where would this team be disappointing?
I would have to guess the top 2 answers on that board. And I'm not going to say kicker. And the reason I'm not going to say kicker, because if something's wrong there, that's fixable. You just fix it.
Sure.
Snap your fingers, call Robbie or whatever. Do something. If Moody's missing kicks, you go get a different kicker.
And you should be good enough to not be kicker reliant.
Agreed.
In a number of games. That might bite you in a game or two, but it shouldn't make you 8-9 instead of 14-3.
Right, but a game or two can have a huge swing.
Yeah.
There's a huge swing. You could be 13-4 and the 1 seed, or you could be 11-6 and a wild card.
True.
So, but I won't say that. I guess there are 2 spots that I think people have questions about. One is the defensive backfield, Now, Nick Bosa being on the team, in theory, makes the defensive backfield a lot more effective. But there are new players there. Isaiah Oliver is going to play a role. Who's opposite Mooney Ward? Is Diamador Lenore ready? Is Ambry Thomas ready? Is Hufanga healthy? The defensive backfield for me is one question. And obviously the other thing people want to see is the quarterback.
Yeah.
Is that it? Just, okay, Brock Purdy, you're just going to win all your games. Those are the two things that I think everybody's looking at to go, do they look like we think they're going to look?
Right, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I think you could throw in the offensive line on whether or not that is a repeatable unit. They've got a new right tackle, Colton McKivitz. We haven't seen him yet in this role in regular games. And, the interior three, that's all we talked about last year in terms of, the non-Jimmy G controversial topics last year was the interior three. I'm concerned about the center and the two guards. Well, they played pretty well last year. Can they back that up? And again, we're taking injury out of it. Where would you be concerned, Niner fans, is the question.
888-957-9570. Their head is now clear. All of the junk from the offseason is out the way. Nick Bosa is signed, and the 49ers are ready to go with just, 4 days. 4 days until there's a football game in Pittsburgh.
91 hours. Yeah, earlier you mentioned about 100 hours. Yeah. It's officially 91 hours. It's, you got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then a portion of Sunday. We're close, Mark. 91 hours until kick.
I can't wait till it's 7 hours. That's
right?
Always in my head. 7 hours. 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now.
And that's really the only bummer for me in terms of a 10 a.m. game because I love the 10 a.m. red zone.
Red zone, sure.
Let's go to the Octobox. And, you've got 8 games going.
Brother, 2 TVs. Come on, man. Roll the other one out. Let's go.
Yeah.
No?
2
TVs.
I'm in a situation with a baby. We're trying to limit the baby's screen time.
I understand that.
So I'm in the office.
You're a sports radio host. You got to be able to get a furlough for this. No?
Oh, no. I get a certain amount of furloughs. It's just a question of when I want to fire my arrows from my quiver. Now
I'd use one on Sunday.
And again,
let's just do that.
I'm going to go Red Zone TV and then Niner game on the laptop.
Do you know what the bummer is about Red Zoning and Niners at the same time? 2 games at the same time.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
The Red Zone's ahead of the game.
Yeah, what are we doing? And so then...
this catch by George Kittle.
Right.
Meanwhile, it's 2nd and 7, and they're giving it to Eli Mitchell.
You're like, it's 2nd down and 7 from the 18, and then your other TV's like, touchdown! You're like, wait a minute. I hate that. But that's what we're doing this weekend. There's no way around it.
Yeah. What I usually do in these cases is, and this is really weird, but I will record the Red Zone, and then I'll go back. Because when you watch the Red Zone, you get a good, healthy dose of every game.
Of everything.
You don't get every play of every game, but you get like the meaningful plays in just about every game.
Yeah.
So if it's a 10 a.m. Niners, I'll watch the Niners live, of course, record that for future viewing, and then record the Red Zone, and then Red Zone it up later. I can't do 2 screens. I got a baby, Mark.
Disappointing answer.
I'm trying to be honest.
It's disappointing.
You and I agreed we'd be authentic.
We got to the point where we're like, there's nothing in our way. It's football time. And then here comes my sports radio co-host friend to tell me he can't do 2 screens at the same time.
I can do 2 screens, but
can't do it. You're not a rookie.
Okay.
You've been around the block a couple times. You ought to be able to do this by now.
I can do it. I can do it, but at what cost? Much like the Nick Bosa contract.
That's fair.
I mean,
That's
is
fair.
this contract going to cost them Debo? Are my 2 screens going to cost me my Debo, my beloved supper?
Speaking of the offensive line that you brought up, take a listen to this from Trent Williams. I thought this was tremendously honest. The Bosa holdout is over, and listen to what Trent says immediately afterward.
Yeah, I'll be lying to say it wasn't, because he's such a huge contributor to what we do as a defense and how we play. So, it's not like anybody else going down and just defensive player of the year. You miss people like that. I know it's the next man up league, but a lot of that go out the window when you're talking about a player like that.
I want to play that for everybody again, with the correct sort of backdrop so you understand where he's coming from. Trent is asked, Was this holding a cloud over the locker room?
Yeah, I'll be lying to say it wasn't, because he's such a huge contributor to what we do as a defense and how we play. So it's not like anybody else going down. Defensive player of the year, you miss people like that. I know it's the next man up league, but a lot of that go out the window when you're talking about a player like that.
I love it. Be vulnerable for a second.
Yeah.
Pro sports always. I don't listen to anything. I don't read anything. I know there's no problem. We're next man up. We're fine. Everything's cool. No, it's not. This would not have been okay.
Right.
It wouldn't have been okay.
No, but he has the gravitas, as I borrow from Lo Neal, our pregame Niner host, in terms of gravitas. Trent Williams can say whatever he wants. He's a Hall of Famer, probably first ballot. He's one of the best offensive linemen in the game, one of the best of all time. He can keep it real, as I like to say. But if this was somebody else, I don't know if they could be so frank and honest. He has that level of gravitas.
I agree. And it's when they get late in a career that they get honest. Every retired player will tell you they listen and watch everything in the media about them. But when they're playing, oh no, I've never seen it. I've never even heard of that show. Except for Bryce Harper, of course. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Mike in Santa Rosa, you're going to be first up, coming up next. Now that everything is, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. What is your reaction to the 49er season that is on tap? We will take your calls, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
At Bank
Credit Union.
I got a thing for offensive linemen. Go ahead and cut it, Grandy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Not afraid to admit it. Not afraid to admit it at all. Even though I haven't mentioned this on air this week, but the partnership between me and Ephraim Salam has come to a close on Sunday evenings here on 95.7 The Game.
And he's an offensive lineman,
I
right?
have swapped out a former offensive lineman and traded him for a former tight end. Yes, you can cut that as well.
Yeah.
Me and Kyle Rudolph are going to do the show starting this weekend. Yeah,
I look forward to that to your program. I actually heard a little bit of it this past Sunday because I live with a baby who wouldn't take her nap.
Mm-hmm.
So we did the old pop her in the car and drive around routine.
Oh, you did?
Oh, you're damn right we
Gosh,
did.
You bring all the feels when you tell me those stories. I did that for a living.
Just 20 seconds on
my
baby girl.
gosh.
Baby girl got stung by a bee and cried through her nap window. So I said, to the car. And no better way to put her to sleep than the dulcet tones of my partner.
Well,
so thank you.
I've been putting people to sleep on these airwaves
You've been putting
for a
Dibleys to sleep for
long
years.
time.
Thank you.
For a long time. I'm real good at looking at Dibleys and saying, shh.
Totally.
No more talking from you.
Dude, she made it about 4 blocks. I said, thank you, Uncle Mark. Gonna miss you. Totally.
You're welcome. Check this out, and then we're going to the phones. Fred Warner. Fred Warner is having a party because Bosa's back.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
How'd you find out?
It's been my lunch, and Coach Wilkes walking down the hall, he grabs me, he was like, Bosa's here. And I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it, but hey, he's here.
Hey, hold on a second. Did you hear that? Bosa's here. Not Bosa signed. Bosa's here.
Rack that back.
Listen again.
Rack that thing back.
Now, maybe this is just the word he chose. Is Bosa in Santa Clara already? Do we know this? We don't even know. But listen to what Fred says.
Just really happy. Ecstatic, actually. You should have seen me screaming earlier. Yeah.
How'd you find out?
It's been my lunch, and Coach Wilkes walking down the hall, he grabs me, he was like, Bosa's here. And I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it, but hey, he's here.
Bosa's here. He's here.
He's him.
And he's him. Yeah, he's
Right.
definitely him.
Well, and we should shout out our great social media expert, Alex Espinoza, for delivering the sound. And maybe we reach out to Alex and ask him if he saw Bosa or if he got an indication as to whether or not he's actually here.
Well,
but
again, if we find out because when did that break? What was that, like 1:30, 1:15?
Our show meeting was at 12:45, and I walked in at 12:42 when you were.
Oh, that's right. It hadn't started yet.
You were talking to the boss,
and
I burst in and interrupted your little confab. And it's funny, we should take the people behind the screen and behind the scenes because you guys were having a deep dive on the pitch clock.
Well,
and I broke in and said, well, because Grandy immediately, Bosa.
I'll share this real quick.
And I said, Bosa's done? And he said, Bosa, it's done. Schefter. And that's what we do in our business. We're like, news breaks, and it's like Rappaport, Rap Sheet, or Schefter, or Morosi.
I was fixing to show the boss this.
Oh, this is so great.
The lovely Christy got an email from the Giants yesterday, and this is like buying tickets here in the month of September.
Yep. Renew your season tickets.
And we know the Giants, nothing like it. That bar is across the top. Of
course.
Not nobody like us. Nothing like it. And then right under it, there's a picture of Yaz with his hands up in the air. And the headline right below that is, like, this is your big pitch, right? How are you going to get people to come to the yard? Ready? Now games are 30 minutes shorter in 2023. What? Woo! Amazing. That's the pitch. So I was trying to share that to the boss, and I appreciate you interrupting that giant conversation.
Bosa, it's done.
With Bosa News.
Bosa, done.
Done.
Show, written. Throw the playbook out. So maybe Alex Espinoza, our great social media reporter, producer extraordinaire, maybe he can shed some light as to whether or not Bosa is actually here or just,
on the way.
Figuratively here.
Well, listen now. Let's listen to the words of Kyle Shanahan when he talks about how he found out.
I actually was preparing to talk to you guys about how I have nothing to tell you guys, and I was 3 minutes late because I just got told of the news. So obviously pumped up about it and try to hit him up after this and figure it out, but I know he's trying to get here as fast as possible.
Okay, so now that's he's trying to get here as fast as possible. Does that mean that he's in the restroom that's far away from the media room?
Could mean he's in Mountain View and southbound traffic on 101 is a little bit sticky.
Could also mean he's over Iowa right now on a plane. I have no idea. But we're getting into the semantics of the way the Niners are talking about this. We do know, though, at 12:40, when you came running in to tell me, Bosa, done, big, signing bonus, guarantee, dollars,
Diddley, right,
huge.
Willard wrong.
Yeah. I mean, can we do that? No, where was I wrong? Tell me where I was wrong.
You were trying to lowball him. You were trying to nickel and dime him.
If you said 35 and I said 32, why is 34 a win for you? I don't want to get bogged down by this. But why am I why? Why am I wrong?
Well,
because we got some YouTubers also.
You came up to 32.
I didn't. I
think initially,
I'll show you the tweet is a week old. I said get to 32 and let's roll.
Initially, I feel as if you were saying that he had not that he had no right to be above Aaron Donald, but why is Aaron Donald being used as a comp and not his brother or not TJ Watt?
That's a fair question. And it was only a question. It was not an opinion.
Right.
The tweet was a week old. I said, get to 32 and let's move on. He got to 34. Good for him. But in Price is Right rules, you lose.
Okay.
You overbid.
Had Bob Barker still been with us, rest in peace, Bob Barker.
Yes, please.
Thank you. And we appreciate all that you gave us. But
here's what I'll say.
And I'm just kidding. I don't even care.
I know. Here's what I will say.
But it's a win.
He got more than I thought he would.
Yeah.
He got more than I thought he would.
And honestly, he got more than I thought he would.
Really?
I was saying 35 get it done, and 35 million a year would have gotten it done. I thought
yes, it would have.
I thought that it was going to end up landing closer to 32 and a half because Aaron Donald and everything you said, Mark, is spot on in terms of resetting the market. And the Niners, not that they care about other teams, but in terms of where Aaron Donald was and is, 31.666 million, you figured 32 and a half would be a nice bump. You still would get the max. I thought he'd get the Triple Crown, average annual, guaranteed number, total number, and he did. But the fact that it landed at 34, I am a little surprised that he got to be that high.
It's higher. It's a touch higher than I thought it would be. And then the only other thing that I think we really batted around for a week was, I will never understand why it took this long, but I thought our tone yesterday was this. There's no characteristic of this argument that gets us to beyond week one. It never made sense.
Never felt that way,
It never made sense. And I was to the point last night of, and I say this in a fan way, like I didn't lose sleep over Nick Bosa, but like fan frustrated. I was fan-strated, basically, if you will, with regard to the fact that it was still out there going into the first day of practice for the game week, because certain things, Jonathan Taylor, even Chris Jones, those have characteristics of this might take a minute. This didn't. Nobody was mad at each other. Everybody knew this was coming a year ago.
Yeah.
Everyone knew this was going to be north of 30. And Super Bowl, like you got to go win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This never made sense to have Nick Bosa miss games.
Right.
It just never made
and
sense.
Yesterday you spelled it out well when you talked about it would be 1.05 million per miss game. So you're going to fight over $1 million per year and you're going to give up $1 million in 4 days just because you don't want to sign now, even though you're already signed for this year. It didn't make sense. And you were right to point out that there wasn't acrimony in the deal. Like Jonathan Taylor, I feel he might not play all year.
I mean, the Colts, that's
crazy, though.
But it's because they don't care. It's because they don't care about their record this year.
Exactly.
Right? That
is. If you're Jonathan Taylor, wouldn't you be dying to go play somewhere? But it just feels like that thing is so far from being settled yet. This one, it felt weird that it hadn't been settled. So It's now done. It's Wednesday. The game is Sunday, and we can put this all behind us.
Jonathan overplayed his hand. Jonathan went
especially in this climate.
He hit the button too soon because Jonathan's only made like $3 million in his career.
Right.
And like no one's gonna, even if he got traded, who else is gonna give him a bell cow role?
Right.
Nobody's like, he should have stayed with the Colts, said I'm cool, let's roll, put up 1,500 yards, and then slam on the gas. I think this is going to blow up in both of their faces, quite frankly. But I don't think the Colts care, and Jonathan does.
That's a great point.
That's the problem for Jonathan. And again, that's the leverage of each of these situations. Nick had a bunch. And a 49er fan, I think, can be settled with the idea that why did Nick have leverage? Because your team is good. Like, that's the underbelly of this whole thing. The leverage is born out of the fact that the 49ers could not afford to take liberties on this season. They got to have Nick Bosa ready to go this weekend. Now they do. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More of your calls, more of the locker room reaction from the 49ers. Coming up next, David Lombardi's an hour away, 888-957-9570. What did Javon Hargrave have to say about this? And more from Shanahan. That's next, right here on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ain't no party like a Bosa party.
Yeah.
There's nothing to get upset about now. There's nothing to get distracted with now. The 49ers are loaded. They are at full strength. They are ready to go. We'll let you hear more from the guys, including Kyle Shanahan, here in a little bit. We do want to go to the phones. Real quick, I want to mention why I'm calling the 49ers already 4-0. Yes, Cooper Kupp has been ruled out for this week. Remember, the Rams are week 2. So I think it's highly likely you don't even see Cooper Kupp week 2. Sean McVay today would not rule out putting Kupp on IR, which would be at minimum a long-term injury. I think the Rams are in low-key tank mode. And then there's high-key tank mode. Listen to this. The Cardinals will be in Washington this weekend for their opener. The Cardinals, this is according to Rap Sheet, Cardinals are expected to have Josh Dobbs as their starting quarterback this week with rookie Clayton Tune as the backup. And then they will evaluate the situation each week. They are already heading in with no Kyler Murray. There's no experienced backup either, no Colt McCoy, and admitting already at week 1 that we're just going to kind of go week to week, almost like a baseball bullpen. Like, we'll just see how about this guy?
Sure.
The Cardinals are solely focused on Caleb Williams, and the 49ers have no excuse to not start this year at least 4-0.
Well, it's interesting you say that because the Pittsburgh game, even with Nick Bosa, and we don't know how much he'll play, that's not an easy game.
No.
I don't think the point spread has moved at all. I think they're still favored by 2.5, so pretty bold of you.
Well, wait a minute. I want to be clear on what I mean by 4-0.
No, you already put it in the cap.
No,
you locked it up.
Meaning for the season. Meaning they play the Cardinals twice and the Rams twice.
Boy.
So
Let me
they're 4-0.
just go ahead and get to the chicken
They're
coop.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying those 4 are wins. No matter who's available. Don't take my Cadbury egg bit.
I've been doing the chicken cluck since back in the late 90s. I thought you were saying that they were going to be 4-0.
No, they are. They're already 4-0 as they arrive in Pittsburgh. They're already 4-0.
The disrespect that you're showing
4.
Josh Dobbs
They got
and
4.
Some guy named Tooney.
They got 4
Looney Toonies.
Is it 4 in their back pocket?
Yeah.
They only got a 13-game schedule this year because they're already 4-0.
Can they go 9-4 in the remaining 13? And is that good enough to get the 1 seed?
I like their chances. I do. I got them at 12, but that's just a number. It's not I'm not going game by game. But
and we'll go to the phones in just a second. But the idea that Arizona would tank for Caleb Williams is interesting to me because they're on the hook for Kyler Murray until 2028 for the better part of $100 million.
Figure it out. You figure it out.
Yeah, but that's not what Arizona does.
That's what
they don't usually figure it out.
Literally what they did to get Kyler. They had just drafted a quarterback 7th overall and then drafted him 1st overall.
Right, but they weren't on the hook for...
That's fair. Yes, that's correct.
They signed Calamari to a mega extension.
Which was stupid.
Right, which is what Arizona does.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, you follow stupid up with what? More stupid.
Stupid is as stupid does.
You ain't passing on
Forrest
Caleb
Gump.
Williams if you have a shot.
No, but you're probably
that's
trading the pick is what you're doing. Or you're taking an offensive lineman if you're Arizona.
You're taking Caleb, you're putting him on a rookie deal, and Kyler can be your backup.
All right.
Okay. And then Jimmy Garoppolo will go on a podcast and say, totally weird situation. Let's go to Mike in Santa Rosa. Mike, thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I'm chilling. The view from the hood is all good. Bosa's signed. Listening to the finest sports station in the nation, 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, extremely happy. I knew it was going to happen all the time. Don't mind my blood pressure being 195 or 85 the last 2 weeks.
Right.
But, yeah, like you said, though, man, it makes sense. It just all makes sense. And he's back, and we're stoked. And it's the red and gold. They're our boys. And the journey begins. They got no wins right now. And it's a long road to the playoffs.
Mike, doesn't it make 10 o'clock Sunday morning so much better, though? Doesn't it just
man.
It's such a palate cleanser, right?
Oh, yeah. It was, believe me, man, the way things were going here. And, I still, that sophomore jinx is hovering, over Brock. But he looked really good in that preseason tune-up they played. So, I figure he's going to be all right. And like you guys say, he's got a great team built around him. So, all should be good in Ninerland.
Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. That's like imagining. I think that was part of why I was feeling the way I was yesterday. Imagining sitting down at 10 a.m. on Sunday to watch this football game and watching the Steelers with the ball and watching Pickett. The first time he drops back, and you're like, I'm going to go through my progressions here.
Pickett steps back. He's got time.
Right, in the second progression. No, that's not there. Let me look over here. My third. As soon as that happened, I'm going to be like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Pickett drops back with time, pumps again,
looks,
slides,
looking,
still looking, still looking.
I mean,
still pumping. Throws complete first down. It's just all of that. I'm with you.
Come on, man. So this sort of it just clears the decks to where I feel like you can sit down on your couch, get your favorite drink, get your favorite food, and let's go. Like just feel clean about at least the start of the year.
Yeah, and when that graphic comes up, and Pittsburgh has elected to take the football, and they'll start at their own 25. And let's give you a look at the Niners defense, and then that first graphic comes up.
There it is.
And it's, Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, Jackson. It's just, look across, and then, all right, show me the linebackers, baby.
Like,
show me those linebackers,
everything
Daddy.
looks more daunting now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like that's why he got paid $34 million. Because when you look at the lineup and Nick's not in it, I'm like, well, yeah, that's a good player. That's a good player. That's a good player.
Good defense.
But it's just like, it doesn't freak you out. But those other players look so different with Nick on the field. Let's go over to the YouTube chat brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Jim Mollet, I think it's pronounced Mollet, with a super chat. He says, I've got a couple of Steeler fans as buddies. They're almost as bummed that Bosa signed as we are stoked. ... Almost. Yeah. Mike Tomlin called it. He said it yesterday. We are expecting Bosa to play.
Yeah.
And he was right.
And I love the comment, too. He's like, it would be prudent to expect Bosa to play. Yes, Mike, it would be very prudent as opposed to, guys, don't worry about it. We're not facing Nick Bosa. We don't have a thing to worry about. And what Tomlin actually said in his commentary, too, was, we had a guy a couple of years ago, JJ, who signed in the 11th hour, and he went out there and he did what JJ does. So I would expect if Nick signs that he'll do what they do. JJ did what he does. Nick will do what he does. And so Mike Tomlin, I'm sure he's quietly, privately, a little bummed that this deal got done before Sunday, but he knows what's coming his way.
I think this is the one right here. Mike Tomlin on preparing as if Bosa is going to be playing.
Yes, we are preparing for Bosa. It's prudent for us to assume that he is going to be there and prepare in that vein as opposed to be surprised. We were in a similar circumstance with a dynamic rusher a couple of years ago in TJ. We got a deal done at the 11th hour. He showed up in the stadium, and he was TJ Watt that day. And so that's what those guys do. They show up, and they are who they are. We know the type of player that he intends on being, and so that's something to be dealt with.
I expect Nick Bosa to be Nick Bosa on Sunday.
They do what they do. Those guys do what they do.
And did what you did for me.
To me, yeah. Which to my quarterback, which I'm sure Kenny Pickett is in Pittsburgh right now. He's like, damn it.
Damn it.
Totally.
Damn it, Farhan. No, that's not what he would say.
Why couldn't you wait until Monday to sign, Nick? Man.
By the way, I do want to just respond on air to another YouTube chatter that after Jim Mollet got in the super chat, $5 to 95.7 the game for the super chat. Ciudad Loke asks, can you pay to insult Willard and have it read on the air? Yeah.
I got 5 on that.
You're damn right you can. In fact, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Put your Venmo up there, and I got 5 on it. You got to take a good shot at him, though.
Yeah, you got one shot. Eminem, Mom Spaghetti.
Thank you.
Do not miss your chance to blow. Let's go to JJ in San Jose. Hey, JJ, what's good?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to John Lynch for not wavering and sticking to his guy. I think Lynch looks at Bosa as his guy, his all-timer. Even though he's got all-timers all over the squad, Bosa is that guy. And shout out to all the losers who wanted Bosa traded, because all the Niners did was give him that big 1-2-2, because Nick Bosa is now the money man.
It's a great uptick, JJ. Thank you for the tick.
And
also thank you for 1-2-2.
Not bad.
It's a good 1-2-2 in there.
Do we feel the way he does, though? Shout out to John Lynch, for sticking to guns. I think that's what he was saying. Is that what you were saying? Because I'm
gone.
Well, right, but did John Lynch, did he stick to his guns here, or did Bosa and his agent stick to their guns? I don't feel like the Niners.
I think he stuck to his guns.
I mean, did he?
Yes, they didn't panic and they took attack.
They didn't panic. That's fair.
They took attack of we're going to get this done, and you shared the Cam Inman timeline of stories on our in-show text thread that we have, and I thought it was interesting because neither side really showed any indication of panic. So to that extent, I agree with JJ. John Lynch stuck to his guns, which is we're going to get this done. We're not going to find Nick for not being here. We're going to do what we can to make Nick whole, and we're going to take care of ourselves. We're going to take care of Nick, and this is going to get done. And even as we got into game week, Mark, he never panicked. They never blinked. And I talked yesterday about the F word, the franchise tag. Yeah. They never made anything threatening public to Nick or his representation. So to that extent, I do think that John Lynch stuck to his guns.
Well,
even though they might have lost the deal.
Well, and I don't know
if there's a winner and a loser.
No, they didn't lose the deal. Nick Bosa plays for them for the next 6 years.
Thank you, Doc Pandia.
You know what I mean?
Nick Bosa plays football today.
I'll never understand how we got to this day, but I also will take about another hour and a half before I don't care anymore. Nick Bosa's on the team. And again, that's why it never made sense. And this will surprise none of you with what I'm about to say here. The reason why I kept, being surprised yesterday, but kept total faith, not that he was going to play this weekend, but that this deal would happen before we got to Sunday. The reason why is my perception of NFL teams that let stuff like this get into the season is that you're poorly run. And the Niners aren't. I know in sports radio, we're supposed to just fold up our hot takes and get them in the envelope every day, put them in our back pocket and get to the show, and let's rip the team. And we're coming down people's road and we're keeping it real. And we're going to fire someone if that blank doesn't get filled in the way we want it.
Yeah.
All that crap.
I like edgy Mark.
The Niners are well run. They're not stupid. And Nick Bosa and his people, they run it well, and they're not stupid. And if this had gotten past Sunday, do you know what it would be, Dibs? Stupid.
I thought there was going to be $1 in there somewhere.
Sorry. It really would not have made sense. Now, I don't know why everybody needs to play footsies until 4 days before the game. I don't know why. But they did, and deadline spur action. But the reason I kept, not even just that, faith isn't even the right word. I don't know, my sensibilities.
It was a quiet confidence.
My sensibilities about it were like, the Niners are not dumb. You don't have a roster like this when you're dumb. They're not cheap, and they're not dumb.
Well,
and one of those, if not both of them, would have needed to be true for this not to happen.
I think that it would have been cheap if the deal didn't get done because they were down in the $29 million level. And I don't know how dumb it would have been unless it dragged out a long time, like past a couple of weeks and the team lost and all the rest of it. I do think from Nick Bosa's side, in terms of why did it take so long, if it wasn't the price being met where he wanted it to be, and I do think that was part of it, but I also think there was a sense of, why do I need to come in any sooner than today? Or in this case, tomorrow. So tomorrow, he shows up, and I wonder if the team will make him available. They don't have to. I think tomorrow's a Steve Wilkes day, so Steve can take the podium and gush about how great it is to have 97 back. And boy, our defense got a whole lot better today, and I can't wait to coach him up. And God, he's ferocious, and he came in great shape, and all the rest of the cliche stuff that we're going to hear. But if you're Nick Bosa and you realize what preseason would have been for Nick Bosa, you're not playing in any of the 3 games.
Right.
Trent Williams didn't. He didn't. I don't even know if Fred Warner played. He might have played a little tiny bit.
Did he get out there for
maybe a series?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But Nick's at a level where you're not going to play him anyway. And as long as you come in shape, and this is Nick Bosa thinking, let me just train at home in Florida, and we'll work this out when we work it out, and I'll come in when the time is right, and the time is now right. So here he comes.
Speaking of gushing, that's what all the players and coaches were doing. Kyle Shanahan said they were preparing to not have Bosa, ... but.
Not good thoughts. But, when you feel it's kind of, you try not to think about it much because it's not really in my control, and you just got to let the process play itself out. Once it kind of went through the weekend, I just kind of got in my mind that we weren't playing with them. Because if I would have gone back and forth, that would have been miserable. So I just decided we weren't. I think our team was ready to not, and that was our mindset this way. And it was a hell of a bonus to just get told that coming in here. So we're obviously real excited about it.
Hell of a bonus. Hell of a bonus.
Yeah, $50 million bonus is what it is.
Can I share this real quick? I do think this stuff's funny. And it doesn't matter, and I get why they say it this way. I think it's adorbs. It's Sacramento King adorable. When people like Kyle Shanahan come to the microphone and they're like, I just found out 5 minutes ago, right when you guys did. This is crazy. How awesome is this? No, you didn't. Kyle.
I'm sure he found out that it was actually done 5 minutes ago. I believe him.
You think Adam Schefter knew before Kyle?
No, but I think that, when Kyle took to the podium, which was about 12:40, and the news broke at about 12:45, I think that Kyle found out about the same time that Adam Schefter did in terms of it being officially done.
See, I bet, and there's no way for me to ever prove this, so whatever.
Sure.
I bet Kyle Shanahan went to bed last night and completely knew that they were going to wake up.
Well, yeah.
And they were going to put a couple of dot a couple I's, cross some T's. Remember, Nick's in Florida, okay?
Sure.
So the day's already almost over. When if it's 12:40 out here, it's 3:40 out here, right? We got an hour and 20 business hours left. I mean, I never buy that stuff when they make it sound like they found out 2 minutes before we found out.
I think that he went to bed, and it's like when you're watching an NFL game and, you give the ball to a guy at the 1 yard line and he dives and he breaks the plane and it's a touchdown. But there's that small chance that maybe the nose of the ball didn't get across the goal line. So
I guess.
They have to review all scoring plays. So he went to bed knowing that they had the touchdown, but you're waiting for the official review. And the official review comes when, the word comes across, okay, he has put pen to paper. Now it's officially official. So I take him at his word as far as that goes.
How many snaps for Nick?
Realistic amount of snaps for Sunday.
How many snaps are in the game? I'm just joking. We got to see when he gets here. I know Nick will come in shape. I know he'll be good. It'd be great if he could get into something today. I don't know when he's going to get here or where he's flying from. But I mean, we'll be smart with it, and that'll be based off of these next 2.5 practices.
And by the way, we said, I hope he gets here today. So when he says 2.5 practices, maybe he was actually hoping that Nick would be there to get a little work in before the day's over. I don't know what Kyle considers practice. Sure, there's the on-field stuff. There's the off-field stuff. There's meetings. Those happen in the morning. They happen in the night. I don't know exactly what he means by that, but that's his answer about snaps. What about this question? Is there any chance that Nick is not active on Sunday?
Is there any question at this point whether he's going to be in uniform on Sunday?
I mean, there is question because we haven't seen him, but I think you guys know how I'm talking. Like, you have to have a beer belly and be out of shape or something. That's not in Bosa's DNA.
All right, so yeah, Nick and a beer belly. Other than that, we're going to see Bosa on Sunday.
Right. And in terms of snap count and how many snaps, and he joked about it, how many snaps will there be? if you look at his percentages, and again, this is where it varies game to game, for the most part, Nick Bosa gets around 70% of the snaps in a game where he comes in and he's healthy and he's Nick Bosa. Last year against Carolina, he played in 38% of the snaps. They won that game 37-15. So that was one of those games where, like a Steph Curry game, where you win by 38 and Steph plays 24 minutes. That's kind of what that was. But last year, he went 78%, 73, 77, 78, 66, 83. Nick Bosa is not an every down guy. Nobody is with Chris Kasarik. They rotate their guys. Now, will he be a little bit lower than his norm, which is 70 to 75%? Perhaps.
Maybe, and also game flow.
Exactly.
Right? Are you up by 21? Are you down by 21? Are you tied?
If it's a tight game in the fourth quarter, he's going to play. And if you need somebody to get to the quarterback and it's 17-17 and Pittsburgh's got the ball on your 40 with 7 minutes to go, Nick Bosa's playing.
Right.
And that's where this all is kind of variable based on, like you said, down and distance, game situation, all the rest of it.
He's a game winner, man. You're absolutely right. If this is close, because I think back to last year, that game in Vegas against the Raiders, which might have been from start to finish the worst 49er defensive performance of the year, I thought. Remember the Raiders and Jarrett Stidham just went up and down the field on the 49er defense. It was an odd day, and their offensive line did great things, but they got to overtime. And what happened? This was actually my favorite Nick Bosa play of the year. It wasn't a sack.
A Rooney.
He got to Stidham. He didn't sack Stidham, but he got to Stidham, and he hit the arm. He hit the arm while it was in motion, and the ball is flying through the air at Allegiant Stadium, and Nick, as it's coming down, he's already celebrating. He's got his arms in the air, and he's running to the sideline because he knows Tashawn Gibson is parked under that thing like a center fielder. He's going to catch it, and he had the whole right side of the field to himself, and he returned it all the way inside the 10. Robbie wasn't going to miss from there.
Night.
Deuces.
Yeah.
It is gone.
Thank you.
But caught.
Yeah.
So, you're right. If it's close, you're probably that snap count's going to go up because he can go in there and affect the game.
86% of the snaps in that game, and you look at the playoffs against Seattle, he played 59%. That game got ugly in the Niners' favor in the second half. 89% against Dallas, 80% against Philadelphia. So in the big games, he does play almost the whole game. I would expect on Sunday, he plays about 60 to 65%, which normally is about 45 snaps a game.
We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The relief of a Bosa contract. And everything looking like it is aligned and ready to go with a few days still to go before the 49ers open. How is that hitting you? What I think is the loudest offseason I've ever heard for a team that is expected to compete for a Super Bowl is now in many ways complete. We're taking your calls on that. 888-957-9570. And David Lombardi with contract details is a half hour away on Willard and Dibs.
Since first opening its doors in 1964.
I was kind of trying to talk. I don't usually talk, but this game, he had it coming. So, but he didn't say one word back. So.
What'd you say?
I was just screaming his name like, Baker, you good? Come on, pick it up. We want a challenge.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing hits like college rivalries, right? I mean, it sticks with the guys forever, obviously, because that's forever. Although professional sports, you never know when you're going to change addresses. But Nick Bosa is not going to be changing an address anytime soon. If you are just hopping out of the office or hopping back into the car to run errands, thank you for being with us here, Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. The deal is done. As of about 3 hours ago, Nick Bosa, 5-year extension, records across the board, $170 million, 122.5 guaranteed. That's an average of about $34 million per year, and a $50 million signing bonus. A very happy Nick Bosa will suit up for the 49ers in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
And we don't know how many snaps. We don't know exactly how much of an impact he'll have, but we do know that he's on his way to Santa Clara. Practice tomorrow, a light practice Friday before a flight to Pittsburgh, and then a walkthrough, and then Sunday morning, 10 o'clock, the kickoff from the field formerly known as Heinz Field. It's got some new
what's it called now?
corporate name. I don't even.
I love when people are.
I can't remember anymore.
This ridiculous corporate name. They should go back to Heinz Field.
Sure.
What the hell was Heinz Field? It was a corporate name.
Yeah.
It is now known as Acrisure Stadium.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Acrisure. Acrisure.
Sounds like somebody's trying to say something, but they've got food in their mouth.
Or you sneeze in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Acrisure. Gesundheit. Gesundheit Stadium.
Acrisure? What is that?
I don't even know.
Oh, it's an insurance company.
Of course.
Yeah, Acrisure. I see it now. Yeah. All right. Whatever.
Don't just be sure. Be Acrisure.
I don't think that's their tagline.
It should be.
I don't think that's it.
Then they're not trying hard enough.
You know me. I love taglines.
When you get insurance, don't just be sure.
Giants baseball.
Be Acrisure.
It's almost over. Giants baseball. We promise we'll be quick. I love taglines, but
we put the sure in Acrisure. I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get bugged by that stuff. A lot of people, like the Giants, what is it? The car thing on the sleeve of the
I don't
jerseys.
mind that. I don't mind that.
And even the corporate names, Cruz. And the corporate, Cruz is a totally different issue, but the fact that the Giants are wearing a patch, I don't know. I mean, people advertise stuff.
Right.
I mean,
what I get more bothered by is the stadium name changes.
Why?
Because I don't know what the stadium is called anymore.
Okay, I get that, but I mean,
that's what, for example, Heinz Field. Three River Stadium was cool. There's three rivers and there's a stadium, Three River Stadium, memorable. And then Heinz Field, I know it's named after the ketchup people and whatever. Okay, you called it Heinz Field. It should be Heinz Field for 25 years. It should be a 25-year minimum on stadium sponsorship.
Well, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
That if you want it to be named after your company, you got to pony up for 25. After 25 years, I can make the adjustment. But this beautiful little gem of a ballpark down the street that is home to the most mediocre baseball team we've ever seen.
23 years. And what?
6 name changes?
I think 4. 4, right?
Pac-Bell.
Pac-Bell.
AT&T.
SBC. And
only
Oracle.
4?
I think
is there another one in there that we're forgetting?
I don't think so. And we get used to it, and as soon as we get used to it, it changes.
Yeah, the whole Oracle thing threw me a curve because Oracle was Oracle, and then Oracle Arena closed. Well, it didn't really close, but it stopped being the home of the Warriors, and then Oracle shifted.
It's also stopped being Oracle Arena. Now it's just the Oakland Arena.
Oh, it is again?
I think so.
Who knows?
I think so. I've been to a concert there since the Warriors left, and I think it was called Oakland Arena.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, how many put the over-under at 5.5 for names on the Giants Stadium before it becomes obsolete and a new stadium is opened up?
Oh, over.
Over?
Yeah.
So you think we'll get to at least 6 before that place closes?
Sure. That place isn't closing. How are you going to do better than that?
Not anytime soon.
I
hate to say this, but I could answer your question. You could have You could have a fence that hitters think they could hit the ball over.
Not these hitters. Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down in that mess.
That's right. So Nick Bosa is here. The Niners and Steelers will be going toe-to-toe, full strength. David Lombardi with contract details is just over 20 minutes away. We're streaming live on YouTube. It is an absolutely fun way to watch the show, to bring it in. We love to interact. I've been poking at people over there on the YouTube chat for the last hour or so. Plenty of poking back. Love it. Great way to do it. So go to youtube.com/957 the game. You can watch us live. Check out the show in a different way. See how handsome Dibbs is. And if he swears, you get to hear it. No one else does. YouTube content on 95.7 The Game is powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay?
No swearing today. The boss has been all over us. I mean, the boss is afoot.
He is hovering today, isn't he?
He's doing great.
What's up with him?
He's keeping the curse words out my mouth.
He was even in. I just went to the restroom and he was in there too. I'm like, I can't escape this guy. 888-957-9570 is the number, and the question sort of being, what is the emotion you feel now for the 49ers season? For me, it's relief.
More than joy? Because I was just thinking about when you said what's the emotion, I thought about the two ones that hit me were relief and joy.
Okay.
Are you more joyous or more relieved? Where are you right now in terms of your, and I don't know if, I guess relief is an emotion.
Well, if it's not, you get what I mean.
I totally get it. I'm not trying to semantics you in this
Isn't
one.
it? Is relief an emotion?
I think so.
I think so. Anyway.
Relief or joy?
I'm feeling more relief.
Okay.
I don't know that I ever, like, the football season is starting tomorrow night. You can't take my joy. My God, we've got a clock in the house that's tick, 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 tick till 5:20 tomorrow night.
Do you have one of those countdowns going?
Not really, but sort
It'd
of
be
like
cool if you did,
emotionally we do. You know this about my family structure.
Junkies.
The 9-year-old wakes up. It's the first thing out of his, right? The teenagers, you can't get them out of bed. The first thing they do when you wake them up in the morning is they moan. Right? You got school in an hour. The 9-year-old rolls over and goes, Dad, one more day. You have any Chiefs or Lions on your fantasy team? I mean, and I'm not kidding. He hasn't even wiped the gunk out of his eyes. He's got hair going in every direction. Dad, do you have Jahmyr Gibbs on any of your fantasy teams? I'm not kidding you. It's the first thing that comes to his mind when he wakes up in the morning. So that you can't take that joy. The season's coming.
Sure.
But, yeah, there was a fly in the ointment. Big time. And now it's gone, so I'm relieved.
Yeah, I think I'm more on the joy tip just because it's hitting me that all of this S, and I just use the letter and not the word because the boss, look. I hate
You're watching on YouTube. You actually got it. Actually sounded like it.
And I mouthed it for the people on YouTube and Twitch because they know where I'm going. Oh, snap! But thank you, Grady. The fact that all of the S is now behind us makes me feel excited, even more excited than I was about Sunday. And yes, the actual season starts in 25 hours and 23 minutes, and that's got me even more excited. Tomorrow at 5:20.
Yeah,
and it's going to be cool being here on the air with you and watching the side of your head for the last half hour of the show.
Yeah, look at my left side. Is that my good side? I don't even know if
it's
I have
a really good side.
Thank you.
It's my favorite part of our show where one of us talks and the other one watches, and then the other one talks and then the other one watches.
It happens.
It's a talk and watch.
Do you have any Chiefs or Lions on your team?
I think so. I'd
You
have to
don't even
look.
know?
Well,
You know what though? And this is a stupid thing.
I do have one. I think I've got the Lions running back, that Montgomery cat, right?
Oh well, he's the second running back.
Yeah,
but he'll get some run.
Yeah,
he'll get some.
Well,
run.
I got running back issues, so I think I'm starting him.
This is embarrassing, but it's just life. You know, the boys asked me, "Hey, Dad, you got any Chiefs or Lions?" I'm like, I have all of them.
I
have
4 leagues,
four
right?
teams. I've got everybody somewhere. No joke. I think those Lions players from Amon-Ra to Gibbs to Jared Goff to, whatever, maybe their kicker. I don't even know. On one of the teams, I got all of them. I don't have a lot of Chiefs. I did not get Kelsey in any league.
No.
And so tomorrow that's comfortable. But Anyway.
I do have a Chief. I just picked him up, Rashee Rice.
Oh, their receivers are interesting this year. Well, I don't know.
Rashee.
I don't know who's
the
going to.
D is silent.
But who's going to. I don't. It's because it actually isn't in there.
Thank you. the rare Rashee.
Rashee Rice. Yeah. I don't know which Chiefs receiver is going to step forward. They got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And people are excited because the Chiefs are so good and throw the ball. But I'm like, who's the dude? Is it Sky Moore? Is it Rashee Rice?
Oh, it better be Rashee Rice.
Is it the guy that Farhan drafted years ago and made everybody laugh back when people liked Farhan? Marquez Valdez-Scantling? Is it Kadarius Toney, last year's midseason acquisition?
Look at you in the Chiefs depth chart.
I don't know, but I don't know who's the dude.
Yeah.
Right? Like Big Lebowski. I need one of them to step forward and be like, I'm the dude. And I don't know. We got to wait and see.
I might just start Rashee Rice to get some action, some Thursday night action.
Have like 5 snaps.
1 catch, 1 TD. That's all it takes in fantasy.
It's good attitude.
Yeah.
It's a good attitude.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm excited about tomorrow, but super excited about Sunday morning at 10 and the first of 17 hall passes from the missus. Because, whatever. I have like 3 jobs like you do, and so the weekends are kind of like family time. We're going to the park, and Mila's going swimming, and we're going to go see Grandma and all that.
Get her in the league.
She's won.
Involve her.
She's won.
What do you mean she's won?
Get her in a league, the 1-year-old?
No.
Oh.
Your wife.
That's separate. Get that baby in a league.
What is going on here?
The baby doesn't have a say. You're not getting heat from the baby. I imagine if you're ignoring the baby, you're getting the heat from the wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so get her involved.
Okay.
That's my advice from me to you.
Get the baby a fantasy team.
And sit Rashee Rice. That's my advice.
Okay.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Nick Bosa's deal is done. 5 years, $170, 122 plus, guaranteed. On his way, in fact, could already be in Santa Clara at this hour, ready to practice, will play this weekend against the Steelers. Rich in Fremont here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rich, what you doing? What's going on?
What's up, guys? I'm still at work, doing my work for Atco Pest Control. When you need your pest control done, go to Atco.
Whoop!
Strong.
I'll tell you something. I was just talking to my good friend, Matt Wise, last night. And Matt and I used to have a sports podcast, and you guys may not know this, but I also had a sports talk radio show that ran 3 years in their radio. And I was telling them, I said, look, and when it really comes down to it, this contract is done, okay? They're not going to let Nick Bosa walk. That's not going to happen, okay? And it's like, you look at that contract, and what they say, oh, well, we probably shouldn't pay Nick this much because we really don't have the answer. That's right, you don't. Because he's a DPOY, had 22 sacks last year, pay the man, and move on. And they got that done. So thanks, fellas.
Yeah, Rich. I think everybody, this is the kind of deal where I do think, and if it sounds cheesy, oh well, this is the kind of deal where everybody gets an attababe or a pat on the back, whatever it is, after it. I will forever, I've said this a few times, I will forever be confused why a deal like this needs to wait until Wednesday before week 1. I don't get that. I don't really care as long as everything's fine. But yeah, you come out of this, and I think that it is important for messaging to take place. And that is, Nick and his agent did a great job. You have to strike, especially in football, when the iron is hot. When leverage is in your favor, you got to get every dollar that you can, every guarantee that you can. Football players deserve that. So they did a good job. The 49ers sent a message to their player, to his teammates, and to the league. Once again, if we draft you and we love you, we keep you.
Yeah.
I know DeForest Buckner got out the building. I think that was a unique situation, and there is going to be a day where maybe this isn't true, right? I know people are now looking at Brandon Ayuk. We'll see if they do it again. But the rule is, if we draft you and we like you, we keep you, and we take care of you. Nick Bosa had some quotes throughout the last year. And they weren't just like, yeah, I'm happy to be here kind of quotes that we always get. They were the like, no, this team. I want to be with this team because they've given me every resource and they've taken care of absolutely everything. And they did it again. And that has an effect on the entire locker room. So maybe the numbers were obvious. Many of us, self included, critical that this wasn't done by now. But by the same token, all that matters is that you get it done and you get it done right. And then if you do, everybody gets a high five. And I think that's where we are today.
Right. And is the only thing that can possibly backfire would be something that I was worried about a couple of weeks ago. And that's a soft tissue injury based on a muscle pull or a muscle tear because he hasn't properly trained his body to go out and play NFL rigorous football. And that's something that you can't forecast, and when he's looking at it and the team's looking at it, of course, injury is the worst case scenario, but I'm talking about an injury that would stem from not properly preparing yourself to play football, but the team and Nick Bosa and his camp and the Niners and their executives, they all put that into the calculus of the negotiation, and John Lynch himself said he needed 3 weeks, and he thinks that players need 3 weeks of real prep time to get ready to play in the NFL, and Nick Bosa is going to have, 3 days.
2 days, yeah.
3 days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the game's on Sunday. So short of that, if Nick Bosa can do what TJ Watt did 2 years ago when he signed on a Thursday, he played on a Sunday, he had 2 sacks, and he went on to be DPOY. I think he had 22 and a half sacks on the year. And you look at Nick Bosa's season last year, his game log, there was only one game in which he didn't have either a sack or a QB hit. There were only 3 games last year, Mark, where Nick Bosa didn't register a sack. So the consistency was crazy. And in 2 of those games where he didn't have a sack, he had quarterback hits. You mentioned the Raider game, and I think we played the highlight coming back in this segment. He had 5 QB hits in that game, including the one that ultimately ended the game. He didn't have any sacks, but he had 5 QB hits. So Nick Bosa comes back and immediately gets this defense back to the elite level.
Want to make sure you all get to hear some of the other reaction that we have not gotten to yet because we are about less than 10 minutes away from getting David Lombardi on here with contract details, perspective from the organization with regard to where things go now in terms of the salary structure with Nick Bosa in camp, ready to go. Here's Javon Hargrave, his new teammate. They get to finally line up on the defensive line together for the first time this weekend.
I mean, it's going to be very exciting. It's going to help everybody, everybody around us to have one of our best players back. So, we're just ready to get to work, man.
Kyle Shanahan, with regard to exactly what they did the moments after finding out it was done.
There's a couple bro hugs and congratulations. And now I told them to go enjoy their day. Now we got to get on to real football.
Bro hugs with John Lynch and Parag Marate, who were at the center of getting this whole thing done. And then Shanahan also on the stress and how he dealt with it.
I prepared myself from the beginning, so I never was expecting it right away. Which helps me stay more positive. I got a little different these last couple of days, but I haven't been doing it for a while. John has the personality for this stuff. He does a good job with it. I know it's been hard because I know how bad John believes in Nick and wanted him here for our team. So I know how much stressed he was, feeling that pressure to try to get it done. Not only him, but Prague and Hamp. And I could tell when they walked in my door right before I came in here on their face and really just their energy that they had got it done because it was weighing on them a little bit. It was important to get him in here, just not for us to just have a better chance to win, but because the person we know and how big of a part of the team he is for us.
Gosh, they'll never answer it, but I'd love to ask this question. What was it? What was it?
The holdup?
Yeah. What was it? What was the sticking point?
Math is hard.
Well, it is. It is.
I bet you the sticking point was guaranteed money.
Guarantees.
And also, and we'll get into this with David Lombardi in about 10 minutes, but the nature of the bonus, the signing bonus that he's getting and how much that is and where that gets spread out and just how Nick Bosa gets paid, how and when he gets paid, because that's where Parag Marate has been a genius with this Niner organization and the cap, is how do you manage the cap now and into the future? Because you mentioned it. We draft you, we like you, we keep you, we pay you. Those are all true. DeForest Buckner is the one that got away, but they chose Eric Armstead basically instead of DeForest Buckner. Does signing this deal preclude you or prevent you from keeping everyone that you've done that with?
Well, every player has a choice to sort of set their market and then dig their heels in. I know the 49ers felt that DeForest's number was in an unfair spot. That's how they felt. You could certainly look back on the way this has played out and say they were wrong. The Indianapolis Colts stepped up immediately when we got no problem with it whatsoever.
He got 4 and 84.
Right. Now people will go, see, the Colts were willing to. Right. And how's that gone for the Colts? They're terrible. And they're a complete fire. And their owner...
He's been great, though.
He's been great. Right. So you can't blame it on one person. If the Niners had to go back and do it again, would they do it differently? I'm sure they would, at minimum, with who they picked to replace DeForest Buckner, because Javon Kinlaw has not worked out, at least not to this point. So I understand that wasn't like this great example of how to do it, but the reason I remained optimistic long enough was, as we've talked about, it felt from the jump like the Niners and Nick felt like the conversation was fair. Don't you feel that way?
Yes.
Nobody was ever like, $30 million? What on earth are you talking about, Nick?
Sure.
No, everyone's like, well, yeah, this is the DPOY, and therefore this is going to have to start and finish somewhere in the neighborhood of the absolute best defensive players in the history of the game.
Yes. And so I don't think that his ask was ever so unreasonable that the team was feeling like, oh, God, we can't possibly even meet in the middle on this deal. They landed at 34 per, and it feels like, Nick is probably happy with that. I don't know how you're unhappy with that. It doesn't feel like the reports we're getting that, Nick Bosa feels disrespected by getting 5 and 170.
That would not be a good look.
Correct.
Come out and say that.
Just closing the book on the Armstead-Buckner conversation.
Yeah.
Buckner got 4 and 84. On the same day, Armstead got 5 and 85. So that was more of a Niner-friendly deal in terms of the additional year at the same price, because it felt to me like it was going to be one or the other.
Right. Well, actually, and if you look at that,
and they got a pick, too, in the deal.
People will say, oh, you let DeForest go and you replaced him with Kinlaw, you dummies. Well, as you just said, you pick Armstead, who's essentially getting the same number for a full another year. So what did they do with that savings? What did they do with it? Is Williams on the team? Is McCaffrey on the team?
Exactly.
I don't know. Did Debo get signed? I don't know. My sense is that one of those players would not be on the 49ers.
Right.
And so that's the way you can sort of explain it away. This summer, happiness is a new Chevy. Save big at Stewart Chevrolet. Go farther, tow more. Bring along everyone you love. Check out their Labor Day specials on new and used vehicles at stewartcars.com. Find new roads. Find Stewart Chevrolet in Colma. Real people, real value, real simple. The real David Lombardi is going to join us coming up next. Details of the contract. Details on where Nick is right now. The plan for the weekend. And what does it mean for future 49er contracts? All of that with David Lombardi of The Athletic next on Willard and Dibs.
Big news! Meet the largest land animals to ever live at the...
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dibbs, you remember Digital Underground once upon a time said, let's get stupid. And I really think this was one of those moments. I was telling you earlier, I feel like this Bosa negotiation was a little bit like a vacation. Vacations are not smart. They're not good for your bank account, but we do them. Why? Because they're good for your family right now. And you will take the financial hit because it is something you need for now, for your mentals, for your relationships, for your calm, for your stress relief, all of those things. I look at this a little bit like that. Like,
you come back from vacation and you're in salary cap hell.
Exactly. And
you're a cap casualty.
You know what? I was just on the app, and you're right. I am. But let's find out from our buddy David Lombardi, The Athletic, if that's where the Niners are. David, I've seen you use that phrase on social media a few times. Niners need to do this deal in a way that keeps them out of cap hell. Did they?
We don't know yet. We're still waiting here for the details of the deal. Well, the only clues that we have are that they agreed to this on Wednesday. And I know this regime, right? I know the history of the deals that they've struck with players. And, I mean, it is phenomenal. They have now struck 7 position record deals, 7 different position record contracts since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over. I don't have a way to cross-check that against other regimes in NFL history, but I have an inkling that it's a record. You go back to Jimmy Garoppolo in 2018, or even Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback who signed position record deals twice with the 49ers, but they've set the bar at the QB position back in 18. They've set the bar at left tackle for Trent Williams, linebacker Fred Warner, a tight end George Kittle, and now Nick Bosa at $34 million per year. But that's the thing. We only know the average per year right now, $34 million. We don't know what the structure of this is. We don't know what the fully guaranteed amount is. We have the total guarantees. That's also a record at $122 million. But the fully guaranteed money is going to be a huge deal to learn. And then the structure is going to be a huge deal to learn. You know, how many dollars of this are going on the 2024 books, because that's when it's really crowded for the 49ers. I do know that they just opened up $22 million more in 2023 by restructuring Trent Williams and I believe George Kittle. And all of this tells me that Jed York is willing to open up the pocketbook. Cash is king. If you are willing to pay players guaranteed money in the form of signing or guaranteed option bonuses, by salary cap rules, that money spreads out over several seasons like an accordion instead of just one. And that's what makes it possible to fit more in the short run. And based on what I've seen from this Nick Bosa deal so far, I think it's a $50 million signing bonus, which is a record, plus the fact that they just gave George Kittle and Trent Williams massive signing bonuses. Based on what I've seen, Jed York is really willing to spend a lot of money right now. That's the only takeaway I have right now. And if he's really willing to spend a ton of money right now, that means that the 49ers have probably made this very sustainable. They got it done early in the week relative to what it could have been. TJ Watt, when he signed his deal with the Steelers a couple of years ago, that was like Friday or Saturday. They got this done on Wednesday, and I think all signals are that Jed York has opened up the checkbook and he's willing to pay for what it takes to make this easier on his salary cap.
So, in other words, and I love the breakdown, if he gets a ton of bonus money, let's say it's $50 million, it's $10 million spread out over 5 years, which would thereby reduce his average annual value cap hit, thereby making it perhaps more possible to keep everyone into next year?
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you do it. You have to be willing to pay. Cash is king in the NFL. Now, there are certain limits to it. You know, obviously, if the cap is the cap. It's a hard salary cap. So at some point, the math stops mathing, and you can't fit everything under the cap. The Rams found out the hard way this past year. They had to start cutting people. But the 49ers believe that they are still in a sustainable position for 2024, even despite having all of these massive contracts on this team, because they believe they have enough cash on hand and they have the whole setup in such a way that they'll be able to restructure enough deals, and they have enough room to make these restructures to make it work. I liken it to a sink that's filling up with water. The salary cap is the sink. You're going to have expenditures like this Nick Bosa contract pouring in, but you're going to also have expenditures going out of the drain at the bottom. Your drain can't get too clogged. The Rams' drain got too clogged last year, right? And they weren't, they couldn't have enough expenditures keeping out of the bottom, so they essentially had the sink overflow.
David Lombardi. Go ahead. Sorry, you broke up there for a second. Continue. Yes, please.
The 49ers believe they're still in sustainable position with the sink right now. They believe that they could still have water pouring in, but they have enough of an outlet of the water coming out the other end so that they can keep the sink at a good spot.
Okay, let's talk about that because it's sort of a subject for another day, but at the same time, I know it matters to people. And while you don't have the details yet, David, I wonder what your reaction is to this and how it may affect specifically Brandon Ayuk.
How it might impact Brandon Ayuk? Well, here's the 49ers' overall philosophy, and they've followed this. They followed it really well here over several seasons. They want to acquire players who are either A-listers right now or who they can develop into A-listers. Then they decide to pay those A-listers. If somebody has proven to be an A-lister, Nick Bosa has obviously proven to be an A-lister, the 49ers will pay them, especially if they drafted them. I think they determined that DeForest Buckner wasn't quite at that A-list level. I think that he was just a little bit below it, so he's the one guy they haven't paid. And right now, lo and behold, they signed Javon Hargrave, who's actually put up better pass rushing metrics than DeForest Buckner in his career. So all of these players, they're A-listers. They've decided to retain them. The players who the 49ers have decided not to retain have been the B-listers, somebody like Charles Omenihu, Benson Ebukam, even Jimmy Garoppolo. They didn't deem that he was right up there at that A-list. Might have been at the B-plus list, but just not quite enough for the 49ers to justify retaining him at relatively big money. So with those guys, they try to replenish the cupboard through the draft, which is the cost-controlled way of getting talent. And in that way, the 49ers have been able to maintain a roster that is very top-heavy, right, as far as the contracts go, but it's still good and deep throughout because the draft picks that they all have, all these mid-rounders that are performing well, have been able to fill out the margins of the roster at an affordable price. That's how you afford the more expensive guys. Now, every single season here, the cap is projected to increase, to go up, which theoretically means you can add another A-lister into the fold. So Kyle Shanahan today said, I'd like to add another one every single year. And look, 2020, they added George Kittle's contract to the books. That was a record. 2021, they added two. They added Trent Williams and they added Fred Warner's contract to the books, 2 records. 2022, they added Deebo Samuel's contract to the books. Not a record, but still really expensive. 2023, Nick Bosa, new record. 2024, another big deal for Brandon Ayuk. Is he going to be the 2024 flag carrier? I think the 49ers want that to happen, but he's got to prove it on the field first. He has to unequivocally establish himself as an A-lister on the field this year, and if he does that, the 49ers track record tells us that they will take care of him. It's as simple as that. He has to deliver here in 2023. They'll take care of him in 2024.
David Lombardi from The Athletic here on 95.7 The Game. Is there a point when you look at the salary cap and all of these contracts, and you talked about the sink filling up, is there a point down the road where you feel like the drain plug will be clogged and the sink will overflow with all of these contracts being on the books?
No, because if the 49ers continue managing their money right, and again, I'm assuming that they like the structure of this Bosa deal. I don't think that they suddenly decided to be reckless with it. I think that they structured it in a way that fits with the whole sink theory that I threw at you there. But assuming that the salary cap keeps growing every year, and the NFL salary cap is tied to league revenues, and league revenues are skyrocketing because of the new media contracts. So assuming that grows, you can fit more and more A-list guys under the roof, right? Also, at a certain point, these A-lister contracts that you signed a few years ago are going to expire, and you probably won't keep those players. So you'll replace them with new big deals. Like this new Bosa deal is going to go on the books. Well, something like George Kittle's deal is not going to be on the books forever because that one was signed way back in 2020. So it's about, to throw another metaphor at you, it's like surfing a wave, right? They're just trying to surf the wave and stay stable here. And as long as you are smart in the way that you structure these contracts, as long as you have the financial wherewithal and the desire to toss out a lot of guaranteed money to surf the wave through the signing bonus amortization that I talked about, as long as you're willing to do those two things, and as long as you draft well, and the 49ers have with the middle round picks to be able to fill out the margins of your roster, you can keep on surfing the wave indefinitely. Now, it's where you start making bad personnel decisions. If too many of those pile up, that's when the wave will come crashing down on you. But I think that in general, the 49ers have made a whole lot more good decisions with this roster, with their draft picks, than bad ones, and that's why their roster looks so good right now, and Nick Bosa's back on it, and he's paid for the future.
David, you were there today. Can you share with our listeners what it felt like and what it looked like when word spread throughout the facility?
Well, the 49ers were eating lunch, most of them at the time. It was around 12:45 p.m., so most of the guys were in the cafeteria.
And then that was it.
Yeah.
They were having lunch, and then word came in, and lunch was over. And that's it.
Yeah. Wow. They were eating food, and then they paused between bites, and that was it.
I thought we were having a Steve Kerr moment. I thought I asked something controversial. I thought that was a pretty.
David, are you still there?
Pretty benign. Just wanted to kind of get a little vibe. Are you there, David? Do we have you back?
Yeah, I'm here. You
All
hear
right.
me?
Yeah, you were talking about lunch, which is always a wonderful subject around here, and then we lost you.
Yeah, so it was a really nice lunch, and Fred Warner was near the cafeteria, I think before or after lunch, and he passed by Steve Wilks, the new defensive coordinator. Steve Wilks grabs Fred Warner and said, "Bosa's here." That's all he said. And Fred Warner just started yelling and screaming and running around the building, and according to Javon Hargrave, he ran into the locker room, and that's how Javon Hargrave found out that Nick Bosa had signed with the 49ers. And then everybody was just yelling and screaming, and they're really happy, and they're all checking their phones to see the details. And that was the scene at the 49ers facility today. Apparently, Fred Warner was the big messenger of the news, but it was a game of telephone. He got it from Steve Wilks.
Excellent. And Nick Bosa reportedly on his way and is expected to be there later tonight or tomorrow. So what's the plan, not only for the Niners, but what do you expect from Nick Bosa between now and Sunday in terms of their practice time and his ability to ramp up for Sunday?
Well, TJ Watt went through something similar a couple seasons ago, and funny enough, the 49ers will see him on the other side on Sunday. He was a hold-in at camp, so the Steelers had a better gauge of what kind of shape TJ Watt was in. But anyway, I think he barged into the owner's office on like Friday or Saturday, Watt did, and was playing on Sunday. And Mike Tomlin said in his press conference this week that TJ Watt was TJ Watt once the game started on Sunday. There was no difference. And he went on to win Defensive Player of the Year in 2021. I think the 49ers fully expect something similar from Nick Bosa, who is famously good at keeping himself in shape at his compound at the gym over there in Fort Lauderdale. Remember that Bosa hasn't participated in preseason before. So all of his performances in the past have come after some practice, yes, but haven't come after any game reps in August. So I think the 49ers think that he's going to be locked, loaded, and ready to go on Sunday until they hear differently. I mean, Kyle Shanahan joked about it today. He said, unless Nick Bosa comes in with a beer belly, I'm not concerned at all about his readiness for Sunday. And then Shanahan said that having a beer belly is not in Bosa's DNA.
David Lombardi, The Athletic. Hey, man, great stuff. Hey, also, real quick, can you now just put a cap, in your words, on this offseason and how the, I don't know if controversies is the right word, the unrest, the discussion around all of these things from Purdy to Darnold to Lance to Bosa, what kind of an effect do you think that has had on the actual team?
I think it had more of an effect on people creating content on the internet than it did on the actual team. Just think, we got from point A to point B. So I don't think there's any major surprises about where point B ended up from the start of point A. It was clear the 49ers had mentally moved on to Brock Purdy at the end of last season. I think if there was a big surprise, it was the speed of Brock Purdy's recovery from injury, right? So the fact that Trey Lance is elsewhere now in the larger scheme of things, just over the course of this offseason, can't be seen as all that shocking, right? If you go back to 2021, obviously it's extremely shocking, but based on what we knew entering the offseason, the most surprising thing is that Brock Purdy healed so fast to where they're able to recoup some value for Trey Lance. And then as far as Nick Bosa went, we expected the deadline to spur action, and the deadline did spur action. Was the road to get there a little more stressful than the 49ers would have wanted? Sure. But they ended up getting from point A to point B. Their roster is really healing up now. I mean, guys like Kittle and Hufanga, everybody was back out of practice today. And, you know, the battle station is fully operational heading into Pittsburgh in week 1. And the NFL is a what have you done for me lately kind of situation. And the 49ers, as long as they're ready, no matter how, you know, roundabout the road was to get there, as long as they're ready for Sunday, that's all that anybody cares about, and that is the case right now.
Okay, David, great stuff, man. Thank you for hopping on.
All right, thank you.
Okay, David Lombardi, The Athletic. So, sure, contract details still to come in, but there are some indicators, and I don't know if you took out of that the same thing that I did, but that is that what they just did with Nick Bosa is something that, in theory, they could do every offseason. I know our thought is at some point you're going to have to pay the piper, and maybe that's true, but maybe not.
Right,
maybe
based
not.
on the way he laid that out with the big signing bonus or the upfront cash, and you're able to spread that out like an accordion over the life of the deal or 5 years, and then you get deeper into the contract, and like we saw this year with Trent Williams and George Kittle, they had their contracts restructured to do largely the same thing. Cash up front and take the remaining balance owed and spread it out over the majority of years remaining, and even add on a couple of voidable years. And I don't fully understand the cap to be able to break down exactly what that means for a player. I know you get into some dead cap money if a player retires and you still owe him. Like D Ford, I believe, still has a dead cap charge this year.
Yes, he
and
does.
He's not on the team. So they took that money and spread it out. So as long as those amounts aren't significant and the cap goes up every year, it becomes less punitive to do that the more often you do it.
I am smelling our next 95.7 The Game on-air bet. That's what I'm smelling.
You and I?
Well, it can be if you want. I know JD is going to want a piece of that action.
Yeah.
I don't know if you do too. I'm willing to take on both of you, two hosts at the same time.
Nice.
I'm willing to do it. We've had, obviously, I made burritos for everybody like a year and a half ago. There was the no bet between us and the morning show for Jimmy Garoppolo. Styles and I have the is Chris Paul starting game 1 bet. I would like to put this on the table for anybody who's about that action, boss. You ready?
I know right where you're going.
Next year, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are both on this team.
I will not take a piece of that because after hearing David Lombardi, I'm feeling like what David said is absolutely true, and it shows what they've done. We draft you, we consider you an A-lister, we're going to keep you. And DeForest Buckner, David had an interesting take on that, saying he may have fallen just short of being an A-lister. I think they felt like he was an A-lister, but they probably were of the mind that you were of. He was asking for too much, and they liked Eric Armstead, and they saw that they could pay one and not the other, and so they kept Armstead in a 5-year deal instead of DeForest Buckner. They got a pick back and thought, all right, his replacement, here he comes. And maybe Javon Kinlaw's ready now this year.
Maybe.
He won't be as good as DeForest Buckner, probably, but maybe he can be impactful.
Although I would like to say if there's one thing that I'd like the 49ers to stop doing, it's this. That whole thought of, hey, look, we can just get a pick and we can go get the next guy at that possession with the pick. You know, like Javon Kinlaw and Trey Lance. We can just go get the next guy with our first-round pick. And maybe let's stop doing that.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to always be working out.
It would be better if they used their 5th-round pick to draft the replacement. That works out better for them.
To me, it's a lazy thing to say that the 49ers don't draft well. But when you're looking at sort of going into a draft and you have a pick and you're like, with this pick, we are picking our starter at this position. That feels like something they haven't always done well. George Kittle wasn't drafted to be a star. Fred Warner wasn't drafted to be a star. But they became them, and that's great. And same with Brock Purdy. I don't want to call him a star yet, but you get it. Like, that's great. You get credit for that. But when they're sort of like forced into a spot, all right, we've got the 13th pick, and we need our new defensive tackle. Yikes. We've got the 3rd pick, and this will be our new starting quarterback. Yikes. So it's sort of about the flexibility you have within the pick that I think makes me nervous.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of, some of their later round draft picks is they've had the flexibility and they've had the creativity to make it happen, which leading back to Brandon Ayuk makes it all the more interesting because he was a first-round pick and he's a player that they've liked. And David Lombardi, who just joined us, makes a great point about him going out and showing this year that he's an A-lister.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this, whether it's a bet for fun, whether we're just talking about the actual subject, we have to see how both of these players play this year. Deebo Samuel's an interesting guy this year, for sure. He didn't like the shape that he was in last year. I think privately the 49ers didn't love the shape that he was in last year, and I think that they've all pointed to the contract negotiation as a reason why. And now Deebo comes in with a total renewed outlook. He ripped himself for the way that he played last year. And why does he come in that way? I think part of it is just because Deebo is a dog and he is competitive and he wants a Super Bowl. But make no mistake, it's also about what we're talking about. Deebo does not want to be relegated to WR2 or trade bait or any of that stuff.
Wind up on the Colts.
Right. There's pressure on him, too, to come in and, McCaffrey can do what you do, so you just can. And Ayuk's a better route runner. Like, he hears all that. So Deebo's ready and Brandon's ready. And let's go. Let's see what they both do. And if they both perform at the level you want, I believe that they will both be 49ers again next year.
Yeah, and that's, I think, based on what David said and based on what the team has shown and the fact that Deebo is already here and Ayuk was drafted here, the only thing that would derail you from this becoming true would be one of them having a bad year. Or
an injury.
Or a big-time injury. If Ayuk has a year like he did last year and Deebo has a year like he did last year, you would win that bet, which is why I'm not taking it.
Okay.
You can call JD.
I will.
You can. Guru might be a guy you can get on the hook.
Well,
but
I'll save Guru.
I like the statement. I'm not taking that bet.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Well, because then it's just mano a mano
I would
with me
say
and JD.
It's probably 65-35 that they both are on the team next year.
Oh, don't put odds on it because then he's going to want odds.
No, I just did.
I don't want odds.
It's not quite 2-1. It's probably minus 175 that they're both in the team.
I bet
plus 160 that they're not.
I mean, his take. He was one of the first people we talked to when this news came down at 12:45 earlier today. He said he thinks that this is it for Deebo. That was like literally one of his first takes on the Bosa deal. I don't know. It's an interesting subject. Like, what does this mean for the future? Do the 49ers need to pay the piper at some point, or can they just keep on paying the players? I don't know. But if you missed what David Lombardi said about it, we will have that for you next. Plus, Niner faithful, it is now your turn. The decks are clear, and the stress is gone. Whether you're for it or against it, what have you, the offseason has been filled with all kinds of discussion and much of it tense. But now, what they have at minimum is definition. They know who's in their quarterback room, and they know that their top pass rusher, their best defensive player, their DPOY is here. So, with all of that out of the way, what's your emotion now as we move toward week 1? 888-957-9570. We will take your calls on that. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Coming to Friedman.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all you 49er fans, let's do this, okay? The loudest offseason in the history of football for one of the Super Bowl favorites, I feel to a degree has come to a close. Yes, technically tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday still count as offseason, but to me, the navigation sensation, if you will, Dibs.
That's a buck.
I believe that is over, and now a 49er fan can sort of like, I don't know if it's kick your feet up, put on some flip-flops, like relax for a second, and just think about football. And that is because Nick Bosa is finally signed, and the stress can go away. And my gosh, what a deal. 5 years, $170 million, $122.5 guaranteed, $50 million signing bonus, 34 plus guaranteed, not guaranteed, but 34 plus per year on the average. Nick stuck to his beliefs. The Niners took care of their guy. Let's go.
Let's go. Sunday, 10 o'clock in Pittsburgh. And I think there's a country song, Mark. Mamas don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Well, mamas do let your babies grow up to be edge rushers.
And that allows us to bring in Nick Bosa's mama. How about that?
How about it?
Cheryl Bosa joins us right now on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hi, Cheryl. How you doing?
Hi, Mark and Dan. How are you?
We're not as good as you.
Wishing I was a Bosa about now.
Yeah. Lots to be happy about, that is for sure.
My goodness. Yeah, take us through the family emotions for the last handful of weeks.
Yeah, it's been very stressful. It's been quite exhausting. Yeah, I mean, up until about 4 hours ago, I didn't understand why I, had a pain in my neck and a splitting headache for, 2 weeks straight. And then all of a sudden it was gone. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I know why.
Crazy how that happens sometimes. And,
right? Yeah.
And I know that there's
a weird thing.
Yeah, and the stress is especially kind of weird knowing that you're dealing with a 9-figure contract for your son and the expectation, of course, that it's going to get done, but then it doesn't get done and it finally does. So what's the feeling like in the Bosa camp in terms of the relief mixed with just pure unadulterated joy?
Seriously, like incredible relief. I honestly, until it happened today, I didn't know what was going to happen this weekend. We really didn't know what was going to happen. And, in the last 2 weeks, we've just have had this routine where Nick's dad is training with him, every day. And then, he comes to me and I cook for him. So it's just been this like Groundhog's Day for the last 2 weeks or even longer, 3 weeks of this routine that he's been in because he hasn't been at camp, So, and then obviously getting closer and closer to this Sunday, we kept doing the routine, but it was just a little more stressful every single day. So, yeah, I'm very happy to not be cooking breakfast for him tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's hear about this routine. So John works out with him, and you're making meals. What are these meals? What does Nick eat in a day?
Well, I mean, in the mornings he has the same routine that he does. He trains with Joey during off season. They train together, but obviously Joey's trainer goes to LA with him. So John sort of took over. So they do their running drills in the morning. And then after running drills, Nick comes over and I make him a, colossal, gigantic omelet. And then, it's pretty huge actually. And then from there he goes and does his, workout, his lifting workout with John, and then comes over for dinner. But Nick eats super clean. He eats a lot of it, but he eats, protein and veg. That's about it.
So just real quick on the omelet, because Mark and I both our brains were just immediately swimming.
Use the word gigantic,
Are we
Cheryl.
talking a 5-egg omelet here, Cheryl?
Oh, no, more than that.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, how many eggs, and then what's in it?
Well, it's about 6 eggs and then maybe 2 egg whites.
Okay, 6 eggs, 2 egg whites, and then what are we putting in it?
Always veg. He loves onions, so always onions. Usually broccoli, kale, like whatever. He'll put Brussels sprouts in it. He'll put anything in it.
Okay, but no cheese?
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh, no.
How dare you?
I mean, I knew the answer, but I was like, we needed to hear you say it, Cheryl.
God forbid. No cheese, no bread, no nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because that sounds like fun.
While we're who doesn't love broccoli in their omelet? No. While we're on the subject of his health, though, Cheryl, what would you say? Like Niner fans are sitting here going, okay, is this guy ready to play Sunday with no camp? How would you describe his readiness to go ahead and play a game?
Physically, he's a specimen. He's in better shape than he's ever been in his life. I mean, this offseason, he's faster than he was. He's stronger than he was last year, if you can imagine. I mean, that's all fact. I'm real happy that he's going to get some reps with Trent tomorrow. You could be in great shape, but if you're going up against Trent Williams, you need a little more than just, being in great shape. So I'm very, very happy that he's on his way there and that he's going to have Thursday, Friday with his boys to get his legs under him,
That's incredible. Cheryl Bosa, Nick's mom here on 95.7 The Game. I know the boys are competitive. Nick and Joey, you don't get to where they are without being competitive. Do they get competitive about contracts and money, or is that something where they're just really happy for each other that they've been so successful?
Oh, they're very close. They're extremely close. So yeah, I'm sure they're incredibly happy. Joey had his time. Joey was the number 1 defensive, contract, of all time when he got his contract. So, it's several years later and it's Nick's turn. So, it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, first of all, it bodes real well for their work ethic and how hard they bust their ass to be the best that, out there who deserve what they get. But, they also have an incredible agent that fights for them and, it's a family that believes and supports, what the whole process.
Well, Cheryl, let's talk about that for a second because I'm sure you're aware in our world, we got all these reports coming in and there's kind of this vibe like, well, you're not just negotiating with a player here. You're negotiating with a Bosa. And that's different.
It's a family negotiation.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So how does that make you feel or what can you say to speak to that when people are kind of like, that's different, negotiating with the Bosas?
Well, I mean, it's not our first rodeo, I mean, we've been down this road before, Joey went through some, what I consider very unfair stuff his rookie year coming out. So, we sort of got a taste of it right off the bat, that things can get a little, uncomfortable, should we say, But yeah, we 100% trust his agent. His agent, would talk to me and John on the regular basis, and he knew that we trusted him, and because he knew that, he was able to do his job. So it's and we stick together. That's all. It's not like my kids aren't big spendthrifts, so it wasn't like, ooh, Nick needs his money because of all of these things that he has, So yeah, so I mean, it's easy to sort of stick to your guns and believe in yourself and get it done. Get done what should be done,
Where does the strong-willed negotiation come from? You or your husband? I know you're involved in real estate. Do you have that same hardline approach when you're out there working house deals? Does this come from you, Cheryl?
Well, I think it's both. I do. Yeah, John's a real, successful, aggressive businessman as well. So, yeah, and it just comes from like us supporting our as far as the kids go, just supporting them. And, believing in their value and their work ethic. And, it's just, I've never seen anyone work harder than my boys. So, and Nick's a phenom. He really is. So he's not going to rest on his laurels. You're not going to have this kid that gets this contract and then comes and, skips around. I don't think Defensive Player of the Year is done for him by any stretch. So.
Wow. Yeah. No. We can see it for sure. Cheryl Bosa is with us here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Cheryl, when you mentioned that Joey went through some stuff as a rookie, obviously that being the Chargers organization, I wonder what was your experience now going through this as a family with the 49ers organization? What's your takeaway?
Well, I guess the thing that sticks out the most with me is that Joey's situation was played out in the media, which was very painful as a parent to go through and watch your son get, things that were untrue said about him in the media. So that was that, and plus he was 20 years old at the time. So, that was really, really hard. This was done behind closed doors, and nobody played dirty pool and leaked anything. Or, the negotiations were between the people that needed to be talking. And so I thought that was, I'm very impressed by that.
Did you ever have a feeling as to whether or not this would actually get done? Was it more a case of when and not if?
Not the whole time. Not the whole time. No. There were times. We couldn't imagine it not getting done, but we also were in our minds thinking of the alternative. Wow, I wonder, if we go someplace else. What will that look like if we go someplace else? So it's not like it's thought about, because you don't know. You don't know at a certain point, when both sides are really far apart, you kind of don't know what's gonna happen. So.
Yeah, Cheryl, go ahead.
I'm very exhausted.
So are we, Cheryl.
Well, yeah.
So are we.
Cheryl, it's fascinating because I think, and I think why Dibbs asks you that, the perception from fans and media is that you guys had a number. You knew you were going to get it because it's Nick. He's the DPOY. And so you just kind of were there until the 49ers met it. I find it fascinating that at least your mind went to alternatives at point. And what are those alternatives? Were there moments where you thought Nick wouldn't play this weekend, for example?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were. Definitely. I was devastated. And I also, in a weird way, I felt really guilty for Joey. I'm going to be at Joey's game this weekend because I try to go to home games, and he's got a home opener on Sunday. But it just, up until today, it was hard for me to even get excited that football season was starting. And, because of this looming over our heads, and I was like, yay, I'll be in LA on Saturday, and it was kind of half-hearted. And now I'm so excited to go to LA on Saturday and be at Joey's game and, go early so we could watch, the 49ers game first and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it was weird. It was really weird.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's Cheryl Bosa here on 95.7 The Game. I guess we'll see you in Santa Clara 2 weeks from tomorrow. Niners home opener against the Giants. And how many eggs will you bring with you?
Oh, for the Thursday night game?
For the breakfast. That could be my favorite part of this whole interview, the 8-egg omelet.
I'm going to try that tomorrow morning. How does Nick feel after that?
Thank God I don't have to cook anymore because the facility makes amazing food. I'm shout out to, I don't know any of the cooks or chefs' names at the facility, but let me tell you something. I don't have to cook for Nick when he's there. He is very well taken care of. They do an amazing job.
Cheryl, have you spoken to him since it was final?
Oh yeah, I cooked him dinner before he had to go get on his plane.
Okay, and you're talking about tonight because it's 8 o'clock where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
He
cooked
left here. He left my house at, I don't know, let's say between 5 and 5:30 Eastern, so 2:30 your time, 2:30, 3 your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him and some duck breast and a giant salad and some eggplant and some cauliflower. And, so it was a bit of a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
And I did get him a bottle of champagne, but he said,
"Good.
No, I don't think I'm going to have any." I said, "Okay."
I love it. The DPOY is keeping it clean.
Yep.
Cheryl, this one's just for me. Please tell me how he likes his steak cooked.
Medium rare.
Oh, that's the correct answer.
That's so good.
You know what? Let's give him $35 million a year. Oh my gosh, that's exactly the answer we're looking for.
Yeah.
All right. So what can you share about what the two of you shared the moment he and you found out?
He called me and he's like, he was just, he was giddy. And obviously I started screaming and I'm like, oh my God, I was at my house and he was at his condo. And I'm like, oh, what do we do now? You got to come over. Like, I don't know what to do with myself, So that's when I said, okay, I'm going to go get food and come over in an hour. And so that's what he did. Yeah.
That is so great, and we're all trying to imagine what Giddy sounds like because we all love his really low-key, almost like surfer demeanor. Does he ever get like super exuberant in that way?
Sure, of course he does. Yeah, he is low-key though. I mean that is his personality, but yes, he does. He's excited.
Yeah, Cheryl, congratulations to your whole family, and and thank you for sharing everything that you just shared with us. That was really, really interesting and fun.
Oh, good. Well, yes, I will be there for the Thursday night game. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, we'd love to say hi because we're going to be there too, and so I'd love to thank you in person and go get some rest, Cheryl.
That I plan on it very much so.
All right.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, go Niners.
Go Niners. Cheryl Bosa.
Strong to quite strong.
That was incredible.
It's just
oh my gosh,
the honest reveal.
Yeah,
it turns out it wasn't a slam dunk.
She brought us behind the curtain.
Big time.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
I hope you all enjoyed that. Like that was incredible because, and I know what some of you might be thinking when she's sitting there going, this is stressful. You're like, okay, your one son got a $102 guaranteed.
Yeah, where's the stress?
And Nick makes $18 a year already.
Sure.
So, like, what's the stress? But do you hear a mother being like, there were moments where she, at least mentally, went to, we're going to have to go play for a different team.
Right.
We don't want to go play for a different team.
And you asked her, was there a moment where you thought that maybe he wouldn't be there on Sunday? And she was like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. So, I mean, we all think about it in terms of, they're going to get it done, of course. But if you're the mother of the player and you're shelling out 8 eggs on the reg and you're like, I got this monster working his butt off who's the best in the business, but they won't sign him and they can't get this done. And day after day, and she's getting ready to fly to L.A. to see her other son. I could see, and you could hear the stress in her voice.
Oh, well, and the relief, which again, I mean, that's as if the relief I'm feeling as a fan is anything compared to what she's feeling. she doesn't have to buy a dozen eggs every morning now.
Exactly.
I mean, my gosh, this woman, she's just been cooking and cooking and cooking. Do you imagine what that's like to feed those two mouths? And her husband, for that matter, former NFL player.
Yeah.
Every single morning, every single night. Hilarious. And also just fascinating to go behind the curtain. And it makes me also realize, like, sure, I always believed, I think we all did, this was going to get done. I don't think Nick was ever going to play anywhere else. But by the same token, these two sides were playing, this was a heavyweight battle. This was a heavyweight, and I don't know if that's the right word for it. This was a heavyweight deal.
Like a chess match.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And, the team wants to make sure that they do it in a way that they can keep Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel next year and keep this team together and keep this thing rolling along. But at the same time, they understand that this is the best defensive player in the league. He's a game wrecker. He's a game changer, and you absolutely have to have him. And, the Bosas negotiate in a certain way. Not that they're fair or unfair, but you get the sense even from Mama Bosa, from Cheryl right there, that, they understand their worth, and they were going to make sure that worth was met.
And again, the sort of news, if you will, out of that, she says he left her house in Florida around 2:30. Airport, XYZ, blah, 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 still in the air right now, clearly. And maybe this was, I'll tell you what I really learned from that. This was all moving around in real time much more than I realized. You know what I mean? I even sort of made fun of Kyle Shanahan earlier, but like, dude, you didn't just find out earlier today. Maybe he did.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong on that, because Cheryl's like, no, we just...
Right.
We just found out at like noon, and he called, and he's like, so I'm really rich. And then he came over, and they had a steak. They had dinner. They had an early dinner.
5:30
dinner.
Yeah.
And then get your butt to the airport and get to Santa Clara.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
That's kind of what I was trying to get to. I mean, I asked it wrong. I kind of butchered it, but it's like your son, when he's ecstatic, it's like, yeah, I'm kind of ecstatic right now.
This is amazing.
And, she's going crazy. Get over here. I got to get you dinner.
She's got a much different energy than her sons do.
Sure.
Cheryl runs more high-strung than Nick and Joey do.
Yeah.
Unless they're at a football game, a playoff game for their brother, and they're wearing the other one's jersey. Joey did get hot outside Philadelphia. Remember that video with the fan?
Yes.
Joey got hot. I mean, and she spoke to that as well, like how close they all are. I thought that was one of the most intriguing answers also when she's talking, this is the Bosas. You don't want to negotiate with the Bosas. And she's kind of like, yeah, it's not like we're standing over people intimidating them, but this is the whole group. And we're just all, we're all here together doing this together. And I love her quote, it ain't our first rodeo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I also liked what she said, and this is a tip of the cap to John Lynch and the whole organization. She made the comparison to the Chargers and how it played out in the media and how that affected her and that affected the whole family, seeing Joey kind of treated unfairly. And she used her words very carefully. She didn't want to rip the Chargers, but she did make it sound like they didn't appreciate the way that went, but she did appreciate the way this went because they didn't drag this out in the media at all.
Right, and she doesn't need to say it for us all to know. The Chargers and the Niners. You tell me who's the classy organization and who's not.
Right.
This is well documented. You don't need to know this. And that's one of the things you love to hear, too, because that kind of a conversation may or may not have an effect on the future of both of these players. Again, Joey, remember, this is now, look, I'm not saying he's unhappy with the Chargers. He got his deal. He got his rookie deal after a holdout. He got his $102 million guaranteed last time when he got his extension with the Chargers. But those feelings also never go away. Listen to Mom. The feelings have not gone away. Joey got kicked off the sideline in a game last year by his own team. So I don't know where that relationship is. I'm sure it's fine, but it's different. It's different. And now, as she says, he can go out there and he can get some reps against Trent and he can be with his boys, all of his friends. There's a kumbaya feel to it that you want. You want, obviously, especially your homegrown stars, to be happy. And because I would expect when this deal is up, Nick is still going to be a very, very productive player. And so maybe he could do another deal with the 49ers at some point.
Perhaps. And, you're talking about a 5-year deal. So by the time that comes to fruition, he'll be 30.
Yep.
Joey himself has a potential out in 2024. So if maybe the Chargers at that point are looking to get out from underneath that contract, I would imagine they would keep him because the Chargers are trending toward being actually good, pretty good to good. For the foreseeable future with a great quarterback and Justin Herbert. So I can't see them wanting to do that. But you mentioned the Chargers as an organization that doesn't always do the most sensible thing. He will be a free agent in 2026. So 3 more years for Joey and Nick, obviously, with the 5-year deal now.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's the Chargers are getting better. They're getting better. But I had to resist taking the shot at them.
You took it off air, which I love.
Off air, yeah. Cheryl's like, I only go to home games, and I'm like, well, then you ain't going to any Joey's games because he doesn't have any home games.
Yeah, that was a great mic off, mic on. For those of you on YouTube, you saw it. You can't help yourself.
Well,
you really can't
because I was like, I watched it. I was at their flagship station when they left in the middle of the night. Those
San
jerks.
Diego, yeah.
They're jerks. They're among the worst owners in sports.
I get it. And that
Spanos family.
The interview is not the place for your personal vendetta. I appreciate somewhat of your maturity, but you couldn't resist going off mic to the boys behind me.
I can get it off my chest.
Oh, they don't have a home. Pretty funny.
They don't.
Yeah.
Who do they play this weekend? What fan base is showing up in L.A. to root for their team this weekend?
Dolphins.
At SoFi. Oh, the Dolphins.
Ooh, that's a good game.
Yeah. Yep. That's gonna. Believe it or not, I know it doesn't feel like it. You're like, oh, that's not the traveling fan base of a Philly or a Denver or whatever. Yep. I've actually been to a Miami Chargers game when they were at that soccer stadium.
Thank you.
For the in-between years when SoFi was being built.
StubHub.
Yep. That is filled with Miami fans. They'll come out of the woodwork. Here they come. So SoFi this weekend, 50-50 at best.
I still can't believe they played football at the Home Depot, now the StubHub or whatever they call it. Now it's a great soccer stadium.
Oh, well, here's the thing.
20,000 or so.
It was a bizarre feel. However, when you wrap your head around that it was an NFL game, you're like, this is incredible. You'd be at the back of the stadium and you feel like you're in the 10th row.
Incredible.
Like your sight lines are unbelievable.
Yeah.
For that. So
I broadcast many a game there, including the infamous one for the thumb. That was at that stadium.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good little stadium.
Well, for high school football state championship, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But
it's a nice place.
Yeah, we were
Not
in the
an NFL
mud.
stadium,
No. But anyway, the Chargers, I guess they do have a home in L.A. Hopefully Cheryl knows they're in L.A. She doesn't fly to San Diego, which is where they should be.
I don't know. San Diego's nice. Take a little road into
You know
San
what's
Diego.
nice is being the mother of two players who have $224.5 million guaranteed. It's good to be Mama Bosa and Papa Bosa. And the kids work hard, and they've earned it. They're two of the best in the business, but, we all, you and I both have kids, and you dream. And I want my kids to be happy, healthy, and successful in that order.
122 guaranteed. I'll let the kids know when we get home.
Yeah.
Bar set.
There you go, Jude.
Yeah.
There you go, Abe. Hey,
What
do
are
me a
you
favor.
doing?
Get out of bed and, start to train and,
He's like, I only eat one egg in the morning, so it's okay.
It's funny because, you and I both, we put up the five eggs because she said, I'm making a huge omelet. And you put up 5? And I was like, 5? And apparently Grandy in the back.
And nailed it from the beginning.
Did you
I guessed 8.
Well,
right on the money.
But it's not 8.
Oh, it's 8.
Well,
Come
but how do you
on.
count an egg white? How do you count? No, I want to know.
half. I'm
How
going
do we-
7.
Yeah, here's what I'll do.
She said 2 egg whites.
Price is Right rules. He's over.
I would like to try this.
Boom, 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 boom.
I would like to try this tomorrow morning.
No chance.
I would like to try this.
Your cholesterol would be 3,000.
I'm not putting broccoli or Brussels sprouts in it. However, I will also not put in the cheese because that would be gross to fill 8 eggs with cheese. I'd pass out on the way here.
You don't have a pan big enough, my friend.
Oh, yes, I do.
You got one of those gigantic pans.
I got to walk. I got one of those. Yeah. Make a big Asian stir fry, but I'll do it with eggs. I want
6 eggs and 2 egg whites.
I want to try this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And I'm going to put protein in it instead. I'll put some veggies in.
No, you got to do the Bosa omelet. You got to do it.
I'm not putting broccoli in there. And yuck. How about some mushrooms? Give me some veggies that you want me to put in there.
I want you to do the Bosa omelet.
I have but what is that?
Brussels sprouts,
it changes
broccoli.
I'm not going shopping for this.
If you're going to do it, do it.
Thank you, Lucas.
Okay, but I'm not going to get Brussels sprouts. I'll do what I've got.
Cheryl did.
Yes, I understand. She's got $122 million.
Something like that.
Okay, here's what I got in the fridge right now. I got bell peppers.
Okay.
I do have broccoli. All right, I'll put some broccoli. I got zucchini.
I'll allow it.
Green.
I got green beans. We're not doing that because that's gross. I don't want green beans.
Same as Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, that's gross. No. And I'll tell you what. I will go to the store. How about if I go get some mushrooms? I think we're going to need something soft in there.
What?
No, is that not? What do you want?
I want you to get Brussels sprouts.
I'm not.
If you're going to do the
Brussels
Bosa, do the
sprouts.
Bosa.
No, because
If you're going to the store to get mushrooms,
No,
you
but
get Brussels
but
sprouts.
that's much more cooking than mushrooms. Mushrooms, you stick them in the oil. We're done in 3 minutes.
I need you to do one of your classic Mark Willard in the kitchen videos too. Because your breakfast burrito video
I'm videoing this.
was incredible.
The kids are going to school at 8. I'm going home, and we're going to make a 6+2 egg omelet, and I'm going to promise Zooks. We're going to do broccoli. We're going to do bell pepper, and we'll do mushrooms. How's that? Are we good?
You're close.
You're close. I mean, if you're going to do the Bosa, do the Bosa. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, you want me to text her? She's not going to put Brussels sprouts in every time. She said sometimes we do Brussels sprouts.
You text her and you ask her if mushrooms is okay. If you're going to do the Bosa.
I'll tell you what. I'll text her and ask her, what was it today?
Okay.
What was this? What was in
It was Brussels sprouts
this
today.
morning's omelet?
Yeah.
Did she say that?
I
She
believe
said
so.
Brussels this morning?
I'd have to go back.
I want to it'll be a replication sensation.
That's a buck.
I want to replicate this omelet, and I'm going to eat it.
I have a feeling Grandy's going to play that in the best of tonight at 6. So you can tune in and see if Brussels were today or not.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'll just text her right now.
Also, a quick shout out to Alan on the YouTube chat. Just a reminder, Dibs, a mushroom, not a vegetable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We learned that
Thank you.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's a good point.
Thank
That's a
you.
good point.
Thank you, Alan Neal. And I was having such a fun segment, too. Captain
want
Bringdown and back there.
to replicate
Yes.
this morning's Nick omelet.
OMELE.
I know how to spell omelet.
Son of a math teacher.
Was in it? I'm
omelette
going to try tomorrow. Exclamation point. Hang on. Make sure there's no autocorrect.
P.S. If I happen to
replicate
die,
this
I will not hold you
Nick
accountable.
Omelet. What was in it?
LOL.
I'm going to try tomorrow. Send me money. Okay, there you go. I just sent that.
Okay.
All right, let's see what she says. She's probably asleep already. I think we
Exhausted.
probably put her to bed.
Exhausted. That was a good booking, though. That was enjoyable. Really fun.
Wagyu.
A Wagyu steak.
Wagyu.
Because I said, what was for
Medium
dinner? Did you get
rare.
like 7 steaks? She's like, I got him a big
right.
Wagyu steak.
Let's see if
And
we-
all I could think of is, how could you afford that? That steak ain't cheap. Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't
It
forget
would've
the
been a
duck breast, too.
Good follow-up.
Sure.
Cheryl, how did you afford the Wagyu steak? What do you do for a living? Did you just sell a home?
Totally.
That would have been a great follow-up.
Do you like Nick 20 million times more than Joey? Ha, ha, ha.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
it's good to be a Bosa.
Does Joey have to go to his room now?
Right? Well, I love that.
He only made 102.
The news breaks and Nick immediately calls mom and it's like, you know, get over here. I got to make you dinner. That's how close the family is, you know?
Medium rare, Mom.
Totally. Like he has to even tell her. She knows.
Wagyu.
Yeah, that's so great. So there you go. Based on Cheryl's breakdown,
I'm trying this tomorrow.
Nick is ready to go. He's ready to play on Sunday.
Okay.
What'd she
my
call him? A
gosh.
specimen
Dude,
or a freak?
She did.
Or...
She called him a specimen, and she said, best shape of life, like about to be better, not gonna rest on the laurels,
faster,
like right? The way they operate, you give them something like this, there's not like, okay, now I can relax. I got my contract. He's gonna be coming even harder now. And she said he not done with DPOYs.
Right.
He is not done. Oh, wait, here we go. She texted.
Oh, this
All
is
right.
so exciting.
Here it is. LOL.
Okay. Great start. Great start.
I got an emoji at the end, too. All right, LOL, grilled onion and broccoli.
Okay.
6 whole eggs should be good. She's allowing me to take the 2 whites away if I'd like.
Okay.
But no.
No.
No, I'll do the whites.
Not 5.
I'll
not
do
6,
it.
Not 7.
I'll do it.
What was the emoji? The puke emoji?
No, like a big smiley laughy, like this is really funny.
Okay, good.
All right.
So that's it.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in the lab.
Thank you, Guru.
And I'm making this tomorrow. I'm a little bummed because while I love grilled onions, I like them more when they're, almost like a fajita thing.
On a burger or something like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I want some meat with it. And now I'm not going to have, would you guys be mad at me if I threw a protein in it also? Some chicken apple sausage or something?
How
some
many
action?
times do we have to say, if you're going to do it, just do it?
Just do the Bosa.
Just do
it's not that
She
hard.
gave you the recipe.
You're making it sound like a
If
dance.
I put in a couple slices of cheese, would that make me a bad guy? If you're going to do the Bosa, do the Bosa.
I'm not putting in the cheese. All right, you want me to do it? You want me to replicate it? I'll eat it.
That is the part I want to see. I know you can make it.
I'm going to
But
eat it.
can you eat it is the question.
That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
We'll see how, and I can't wait to see you at about 1 o'clock when you come into work and we do our show meeting and you're just holding your belly.
You don't think I can do it?
I think you can do it, but what is it going to do to you?
You can do it.
Because
Just
you're
put you into it.
You're more of like a 6 meal a day guy. You tend, and I've watched you eat each and every show. You don't eat large quantities. I don't see it.
No, but breakfast, bro. Breakfast.
Okay.
That's why
Breakfast burrito?
Well, this is why I did a breakfast burrito this morning.
Sorry.
That's why she caught my ear with that, because I am breakfast obsessed. I love it. I love to make big breakfasts. And so now that there is a breakfast that's literally called the Bosa, I want to try it.
Okay.
I want to go to a restaurant and order the Bosa. So we're going to do it.
I like it.
We're going to do it.
Never go full Jeff on the YouTube feed saying you're going to come in all jacked like Bosa. So come in just.
I'm going to sack you.
Oh my God!
I'm going to walk in here and just tackle you to the ground.
So
Diddley, you good?
Come across the console.
Oh man,
I'm looking forward to it.
What is happening? I'm excited.
Yeah,
I love breakfast. I gotta go shopping.
Yeah.
Actually, I already made fajitas tonight, so I had an onion, but I just cooked it. So it's already in the fajitas. I got to go get another
drop
onion.
the kids off. You bounce over to the store, get some Brussels, get some onion.
I don't need Brussels.
Yeah, you're right.
I got
She
the
let
broccoli.
you off the hook.
I got the. He eats like we thought he did, and we let him off the hook.
Totally.
No, I'm gonna get an onion, and I got the broccoli already. I think I got enough eggs, but I might as well buy some more because I'm gonna be out.
You're
when
gonna
this
be
thing's
out.
over. I'm
No
gonna be out
doubt.
of eggs.
No doubt.
All right, so there it is. Cheryl Bosa with the absolute most inside story of what this looked like, felt like. Man, if you missed any of this, download the Odyssey app. While you're there, subscribe to Willard and Dibs. You can go back on YouTube and hear this. Grandy, did we make the cut? Did we make the cut?
Yeah, you can stay tuned in the 6 o'clock hour as well.
6 o'clock hour, Grandy Man with Cheryl Bosa. I mean, you are not going to get the story of the negotiation anywhere else like that.
And it was great insight and a little bit surprising because, we all thought it's just a matter of time and it's going to get done. And I think we're right to think that because it didn't play out in the media. It didn't get contentious. It was very civil. But here we are on the Wednesday before the Sunday. And even those of us not in the know, we were starting to get a little nervous. And then she takes us behind the scenes to tell us that they were very nervous and starting to think about the what if part of it. What if it doesn't happen and he doesn't play Sunday and maybe we wind up going somewhere else and all the rest of that.
I hated that part. I hated even hearing her say, oh my gosh, we're going to have to go somewhere else? I'm like, no, Mama Bosa. No.
You're not going somewhere else, Cheryl.
But see, that's when, and you and I had this conversation. I don't have the stomach for this stuff. Christy will tell you, you do not want me to be your agent.
Wow.
I am not a great negotiator. I do okay if I'm going to buy a car. because I have a philosophy. We're gonna stick the number in the pocket.
I like this.
And we're not I'm not leaving with a car if you don't hit that number. But I don't want to fight with you. Right? Like here's a funny one. I'll give you the quickest story. Remember when we went to Yosemite in May?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we go to Yosemite. You tell me if I messed this up. She thought this was hysterical. We go to Yosemite. We get a room. We get to our room, which was a king. I had gotten a king bed room. Well, something was wrong with the heat in the room. So they moved us to a new room, and they shuttled us along right away, all taken care of. You're in a new room. We get to the new room. I'm like, that's a queen. That's not a king. So I'm like, don't worry, honey. I got it.
Oh, God.
And she laughed at me on the way out the door. She's like, okay, all right. Yeah, go talk to them. So I go down there, and I'm like, we ordered a king. I paid for a king bed, and now we're in a room for a queen bed, and I would like to know what you're going to do for us. And the gentleman goes, well, see, I can show you our rate sheet right here. And actually, the rate for a king bed and a queen bed is exactly the same. So it's okay. And I'm like, oh, okay.
And bebop on back to the room.
And Christy went, good job, hon. Great job.
You showed them.
Boy, thanks for going to talk to him. And it didn't occur to me until like a day later where I could have been like, I understand that they're the same rate, but that's not what I signed up for.
Correct.
So you can't tell me that I would have agreed to the price for a queen because that's not what I agreed to. I agreed to a price. I'll pay that price for a king. I don't know if I would have paid that price for a queen.
Right.
So what are you going to do for me? That didn't occur to me until about 7 hours later. Now, I could have gone back. But it's just not. It's not
or
my
you could have
thing.
sent the wolf. I'm sending in the wolf.
Oh, she would have killed him.
Yeah.
She would have killed him. But it's just not. That's not.
You think? I mean, she walked out of field work with 6 pizzas and started passing them out to the staff. And that was in about, 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Right.
She walks out. Dibs, have a good night.
Yeah,
Bam.
there you go.
You get a pie. You get a pie. She was Oprah with pizzas. Just kapowing pizzas on everyone.
So that's the point. I don't have the stomach for this. So when Cheryl's sitting there going, we might have to go somewhere else, and the Bosas are like, hey, this is our number, and Brian A-Roll, this is our number. We got to hang out, and we're going to call the Bosas again, and yeah, it's not looking good, this, that, or the other. And on the other side, John Lynch and Parag, I know for a fact, right? Parag, who teaches the negotiating class at Stanford,
right.
Like these sides, they have the stomach for this. So therefore, you can get to Wednesday of game week, and they're all like, yeah, they're stressed, but they're like, hang in there. We're going to get this done. I'd have fainted.
Yeah.
I'd have fainted last week.
Kyle Shanahan has a quote, you played it already, about John being cut out for this, and also Parag and somebody else he referenced in the front office. But this is it made me feel really good about the structure down there in Santa Clara.
There it is.
I prepared myself from the beginning, so I never was expecting it right away. Which helps me stay more positive. I got a little different these last couple of days, but I haven't been doing it for a while. John has the personality for this stuff. He does a good job with it. I know it's been hard because I know how bad John believes in Nick and wanted him here for our team. So I know how much stressed he was, feeling that pressure to try to get it done. Not only him, but Parag and Hamp. And I could tell when they walked in my door right before I came in here on their face, and really just their energy, that they had got it done, because it was weighing on them a little bit. It was important to get him in here, just not for us to just have a better chance to win, but because the person we know and how big of a part of the team he is for us.
There it is.
Yeah.
John's got the personality for this.
Brian Hampton,
and Hamp,
Vice President of Football Administration. Hamp, which you don't hear a lot about Hamp, but he apparently was in there as well. And I'm kind of like you. And the few times that I get into that negotiation space, a lot of times I'm going in and I'm going to be hard line. And after a couple little back and forth, it's like, just take it. I had a portable air conditioning unit last heat wave. I'm going to sell it for $100.
Yeah.
I looked online, they go for 300 new. This one's used. I'm going to sell it for 100. And the guy goes on, I'll give you 75. And I'm like, well, I really would like to get 100. And he's like, I've got 75. I'll take it.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Instead of like, no, I'll sell to someone else. Just give me the 75
sometimes
and be
it's
done
like
with
the
it.
hassle, but I do, like, as you're sitting here talking, I'm imagining to myself, okay, let's pretend we're the Bosas. And I know, I wonder how stressful it was where you have to go back to your $18 million a year job while you're trying to get 34. I know that's, and it's a fair thought. That's a fair thought. But imagine this, okay? You love football. You live, breathe it. It's your job. You've got a game in 4 days, and you now are looking straight down the barrel of not being allowed to play in it. And, as she said, if this negotiation doesn't go well, you might end up living in a different city. So imagine that. I always try to imagine that. When people go, I feel real sorry for those pro athletes and their millions of dollars. Well, imagine at your job, if you walked into the boss's office, I'd like a raise. And these negotiations go on. They go on for a couple of weeks. Then they call you in. It's all right. Welcome in. We've got a resolution to the situation. Oh, what is it? You now live in North Carolina. The door's over there.
You've been traded.
What?
Yeah.
Imagine that being on the table. And you see, I thought Cheryl was great. You could hear that in her voice of like, that's on the table.
Right.
You might live in Detroit. You might live in Minnesota.
And it still is on the table, but at the same time, the likelihood is not great. And at least you would take with you a $175 million deal over 5 with $122 guaranteed. So even if the worst thing happens and you do get traded, because he wants to be a Niner, a team that has a chance to win.
It's just different stress. It's not financial stress. It's different stress. It's geographic stress. It's football stress. It's friend stress. It's, logistical stress, if you will. Willard and Dibbs, so glad you're with us. Who's on the line? Grandpa Daddy. Hey, Grandpa Daddy, what are you doing?
Oh, my God. I can't believe So, what I'm doing right now, I'm at Target, charging my car, working on my computer while it's charging.
Will you pick me up some eggs while you're there?
Dude, I know. I tapped into you guys, and I'm like, Nick Bosa, way to go, baby! Let's do this. and I heard you talking about the freaking omelet. I said, okay, I'm gonna make the Bosa omelet, but I'm gonna feed my entire family on that sucker, man. I can't eat that sucker.
Oh man, I'm gonna season.
I'm gonna feed mommy and the 2 kids and myself.
Yeah. Break that thing up, Grandpa Daddy. Eggs for everyone.
No, the deal is I get no help. No help. I'm gonna season the hell out of that broccoli, and we're gonna stick it in there with the grilled onions, and we're gonna do it, Grandpa Daddy. We're eating this thing tomorrow.
Bro, I'm eating this thing tomorrow, but I gotta wake up at like 6:30. I'm gonna cook it. I got organic free range eggs.
Yep.
I got some onions, no broccoli. Target. Wait, hey, hold on a second. Dibs know this. Target is the go-to store if you got kids.
I gotta get the diapers and the wipes, Grandpa Daddy.
And Grandpa Daddy, Target, underrated, where you can now go get your groceries there while you're there trying to get your diapers. You just need a couple things like broccoli and onions. You can Target, they'll get you there.
Dude, Target is amazing. Like, I don't care what anybody says. They even got organic food, bro. I'm like, I'm in Hayward, and I got organic food at Target. I'm loving it.
I love it. Grandpa Daddy with an on-air endorsement for Target.
Seriously. Hi, this is Grandpa Daddy, and I'm at Target right now.
I'm charging my car listening to you guys on my computer.
Hey, Grandpa, did you have anything else?
What is the ingredients? So I need 6 eggs.
No, you need 8.
Onions?
No, onions, broccoli, and 8 eggs, but take 2 of the yolks and put them in the trash.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I do have a little bit of high blood pressure, so that's good.
Okay. Well, this will help.
Because I'm Grandpa Daddy, right? I'm 61, so unfortunately, I got a little bit of... So, go Bosa, baby!
Let's go. Let's go. There goes Grandpa Daddy. He's at Target shopping for omelets. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Always good. Always delivers.
Oh, my God.
6 eggs, 2 egg whites.
2 egg whites.
No cheese.
Broccoli.
And then, broccoli and some grilled onions in there.
Grilled onion. Well, I'm going to grill the onions. I did not actually get the fact as to whether or not the onions were grilled or just chopped and put in there.
Yeah. Probably doesn't matter because by the time the omelet percolates and cooks, the onions will get cooked as well.
Maybe, but I don't want a crunch. I'm not a crunch in the omelet person.
Sure.
Let's not have a crunch.
You don't put croutons in your omelet?
We're not putting Frosted Flakes in there, okay?
There you go.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So
I'm looking forward to the video on IG. It's at MT Willard, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
No underscore in the Instagram, which is nice.
Yes. I want to thank IG for
Appreciate that.
for having my name available to me.
Yeah. That's great. And we should, and I guess Cheryl wouldn't know, but I'm hoping we hear from Nick Bosa tomorrow. And,
I would
maybe
expect so, yeah.
Yeah, but players, they don't have to talk.
No, yeah, maybe that's usually like a position group. I don't know if the defensive line is going tomorrow, but they may make Nick available just because, right, the size of the story.
Sure.
You know, Matt came in here earlier and said something interesting. Like Adam Schefter's tweet, the breaking news on Nick Bosa, he goes, how many views do you think that has? Or he goes, actually, first, what do you think a normal Schefter tweet gets? And I'm like, I don't know, you look at him,
million.
Like 700,000, 1.2 million. This was as of 2 hours ago. The breaking news on Bosa was north of 7 million.
Yeah.
Already.
Probably close to 8 or 9 by now.
I know.
Even his follow-up tweet to his own tweet racked up a quick 2 million on its own.
This summer, happiness is a new Chevy. Save big at Stewart Chevrolet. Go farther, tow more, and bring along everyone you love. Check out their Labor Day specials on new and used vehicles at stewartcars.com. Find new roads. Find Stewart Chevrolet in Colma. Real people, real value, real simple. More of your phone calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And I'm Dan Dibley. What's the formula for a happy home life? It's the perfect temperature, low heating and cooling costs, and attractive features. Architects and designers can easily achieve that formula for their clients at Golden State Window and Door. Your clients can defend against the elements with a variety of options, like triple pane glass that provides a comfortable temperature year-round while delivering energy efficiency. And that adds up to lower energy bills. Get started by taking a virtual tour of Golden State's showrooms. You'll see a great variety of attractive windows and doors in all price categories, from Marvin, Anderson, AG Millworks, True Style, and many others. When inspiration has grabbed you, click Request an Appointment on GoldenStateLumber.com and bring your client in to see and feel what appeals most to them. Golden State strives to keep it simple and save your valuable time. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now through September 6th, listen to all the magic of an Air France rendezvous. Whoa. It's time to book your rendezvous with Paris with daily flights from San Francisco.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I see all you YouTubers. I love it. We've got Target, Food Max, Smart and Final, Wagyu steak, grilled onions. People are hungry. They're talking about eggs and cereal. This is exactly where we want the YouTube chat.
Totally.
Thank you, Mama Bosa.
Yeah.
And thank you, Nick Bosa. And thank you, 49ers. And thank you, football.
Thank you, all of that and more. And by the time we reconvene tomorrow, we're going to be
Oh, my gosh. That's right. I got to do my picks tonight. I got to
Right?
get those picks in.
You got picks? Are you in a pick thing? Or?
Pick pool, yeah.
You
My
in a pick
brother-in-law
pool?
does the pick pool. And
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, this is the confidence pool. No spreads or anything like that.
Just
but
winners.
Yeah, just winners.
Pick every
I
game, or you
want
pick 5?
Winners.
Or?
No, pick them all and then rank them in order
Yeah,
of your confidence.
But just winners.
Just winners.
Okay.
That's it. So, and then survivor pool. I've already got that pick in.
I want
Who you
winners.
going with?
Not tomorrow night, so I'm going to hold it. I don't want to. I just know because people. No. People could be listening who are in my pool.
Come on.
No.
It's not that serious.
I'm not going with the obvious one. The obvious one is Baltimore. Not going with Baltimore. Okay. They've got Houston in town. They're a 10-point favorite. I did not.
You're not going with Baltimore.
The Baltimore Ravens.
I haven't even looked at the spreads.
Yeah. So
I used to be in a confidence pool with spreads. I might get back into it. You got me excited
do you
about
want to
football.
get in? There's time.
No, this one is a different one with spreads.
Okay. Do you want to get into one without spreads?
Nah, I'm good.
I know a guy.
Yeah.
He's my brother-in-law.
How many people are in it?
I don't know, probably 50.
Okay.
Probably 50 people. No, it's not huge
Weekly
money.
payout?
Weekly payout, and then seasonal
top 5 cash on the season?
Seasonal action.
I like an action.
Yeah.
I like seasonal
If
action.
you win 1 week, you immediately break even.
Yeah.
You get your money
Yeah.
back.
That's how this one is, too.
Yeah.
And it's top 3 in the week pay. Like 25 people in it.
You let me know you've got 23 hours
I like
to get
it.
in.
Seriously, we are now
Yeah, 23
under
hours.
24 hours. One more sleep, as they say.
Oh.
And then,
Which Mama Boss has already started.
right, you would figure. Although you got to be,
she cool,
pretty
dude.
amped up when you get news like that about your kid.
I bet she's having champagne right now with
Yeah.
John. That's what I bet.
Nick, you didn't want this?
I bet.
All right.
Yeah. Joey's out with the Chargers. Nick's on his way, probably landing here, I'd say, in about an hour or two. And then they probably sat back and kicked their feet up and just went, wow, that's over.
I wonder when they pick him up at the airport if they have the $50 million in cash. It'd be cool if you did. Amazing. John Lynch is waiting for him.
Which seat in the car is mine? It's the one with the $50 million check.
Exactly.
We'd like you to sit there.
Totally.
Make sure you buckle up because
Yeah.
you're important to us.
Exactly.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Gene. What's up?
Hey, I'm happy, man.
Good, Gene. We're all happy.
Great news. Oh, we got an echo here. Anyway,
No, we're good, Gene.
Yeah, hey, I'm on my way to Ricky's bar so I can shake Billy North's hand. The last time I did that was 50 years ago, so I'm sure he'll remember. Anyways, hey, $34 million a year. Let me tell you something, Mark. I'd live just about anywhere in the world if you paid me that kind of money. I mean, I might have to think twice if it was like the Ukraine or North Korea or someplace like that. But the move is not a big deal if it's $34 million.
Well, I'm gonna disagree with you, Gene. I know what you mean, and I too would move. Sorry, Matt, for $34 million. I would. Yes. And again, I'm not saying that, but I would like, and this is just the way I look at the world. If I'm going to open up a microphone and be critical of someone or something, I'm going to at least do them the favor of trying to act like I could walk in their shoes or visualize it or imagine it. And I don't think that that's nothing. Now, Nick, I don't think has a wife and kids, but a lot of these people we're talking about do. And this whole for $34 million, I'd move to Chicago overnight. I wouldn't care if you just sent me to Philadelphia at 3 a.m. Well, you know what? I actually think that would be pretty unnerving. And we've watched the human beings who go through this and cry in the dugout and hug their friends as they head off and get sent somewhere else. I'm not asking for anybody to feel sorry for them.
Right.
But I do think there's an understanding that when Cheryl Bosa says this was stressful, I believe her.
Yes.
That's all. It's
for sure.
It's not about money.
No, it's about livelihood, and it's about situation, and it's about getting everything shored up. And I think if you took any of us in any of our jobs, 99.99% of us, or maybe it's a lower number than that because some people can get transferred in their job within a company. But imagine if we, in our business, were able to be traded. If, our Sacramento sister station is like, we're going to package a future morning show sidekick for Willard and a pick to be named later. If you could be traded in your business, and some people can, hey, we're moving you to Wisconsin. You start there in 2 weeks.
Right.
Well, you have the ability to say yay or nay.
Or the ability to leave and probably find a different job within the industry, which athletes cannot.
Nick Bosa cannot.
Yeah,
yes.
Nick cannot be like, well, I'm going to go play football for someone else. No,
they traded you to the Houston Texans. Well, you can go join the AAF or the CFL or one of those
AAF doesn't
acronyms.
even exist anymore.
I don't even know which one does anymore.
Do you know the highest? I think I saw this. The highest paid player in the whole CFL, like a record contract just got signed. It's for like 3 years and $1.7 million.
That's all,
or something like that. Or maybe it was 1.7 a year, but it's a record contract for the CFL. So no, you cannot. You cannot just, I'm going to go to the competitor. There is none.
Sure.
So again, I'm not trying to get anybody to feel sympathy for Nick Bosa.
No.
That's not what I'm saying. But, that's life. Like I would imagine it to be very unnerving if I got a call and someone said you got traded.
Well, and no matter what your job is and your business is, there's a certain amount of uncertainty. If you're a teacher and you're hoping to get tenure in that second year, you don't know if you're going to get tenured and get that permanent spot. And in other jobs, maybe you're waiting on a contract and it either comes or it doesn't come. It just depends on your business. And some jobs you have more security than others. And Nick has a job where there's a certain amount of security, but he's looking for that long-term piece, and he got it.
Let's go to Mike in Michigan. Hey, Mike. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Good evening and happy signing Bosa Day, gentlemen.
Indeed.
Good. I just have one quick question for you guys. So with the signing of Bosa and George Kittle and Trent Williams restructuring their deals to create over $23 million of cap space for this season, do you guys envision them reaching out to Robbie Gould for the kicking purposes? All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Mike. Certainly not yet. And here's why I say that. They invested a third-round draft pick on Jake Moody. I think that they're still planning to use Jake Moody. I don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to kick this weekend. They've got a practice squad kicker who is at the ready to be rostered by this weekend. I forget his last name. Is it Wright? Is it Matthew Wright? Matthew
That sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. With a W. Anyway, he's ready. If Jake's not, that'll be their kicker this weekend. And the reason you don't call Robbie is because Robbie would be a season-long thing.
Yeah, you mentioned that before, and you're right.
You're calling Robbie if you decide Jake can't do the job, and we need someone for the whole year.
Or if he goes on the injured list.
Right. And I still don't even know if it would be Robbie. I know that the fans have comfort with that. There's a reason the 49ers moved on from Robbie, and it's because they would like to be able to kick field goals from further away.
They would, but when you get into a situation where beggars can't be choosers, they're not there yet, but that might be where you are. If Moody's not healthy and your practice squad kicker isn't good enough and you lose a game because of your kicker, your idiot kicker, as Peyton Manning famously said about, I think it was Mike Vanderjack.
Got all liquored up.
Yeah, and that idiot kicker. If you start losing games with an elite team because of your kicker, your mood might change.
Yes, and
your
Jake
Moody might change.
Yes, I knew it was coming.
He stole it. Whatever. Do your thing. Do your sign-off. I'll see you tomorrow. Whatever. I tried to shoot my shot. I couldn't, didn't even get a chance to shoot my shot.
Well, that's all you got.
That's all I got.
You might see me tomorrow unless I faint after I eat it. An 8-egg omelet with onions and broccoli.
I might get that Nick Bosa money tonight. We got ourselves a nice little jackpot. I think it's Mega tonight. Or
are you playing?
One of those is a whopper. One of those is Bosa-esque.
It's almost $500 million.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we'll call Cheryl back and be like, "You only got 122.
Make me an omelet. Make me an omelet. I'm rich."
Make me an omelet. That would be terrible. Yeah. Anyway, if you missed any of Cheryl and the other great content today on 95.7 The Game, don't worry, because here comes Grandy. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The best of the game is next. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot.
That's all you got.
At Pennzoil, we have one. Vance, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
What's up, everybody? Oh, man, we were looking good yesterday. It was hard to stay away from that pizza yesterday. It was hard. Did I cheat? Yes.